Chapter 49, Get the Hell Down. This chapter is sponsored by Likiliki XOXOX Much Love. I have released chapter number 6 of the day. Number 7 is almost done. Enjoy XOXOX. As Lin Feng had predicted, Na Lan Feng won against Wenjiang almost effortlessly even though he had reached a higher layer than her. This was because of her overpowering spirit. Since the very beginning, Na Lan Feng had only used one skill, Divine Punch. But in comparison with that of Na Lan Chen, Na Lan Feng's skills were infinitely more powerful. Her force had a earth-shattering power and each strike was extremely heavy. Each time Na Lan Feng carried out an attack, it made Wenjiang step back a few meters. At some point, he had been shaking so much from receiving the strike that he could not defend, and the following strike had severely injured him, so he could no longer fight. He had no choice but to give up. Na Lan Feng is so strong. She's the Na Lan clan's princess. It's not surprising that she's extraordinary. Nobody can compete with her. Many people were filled with emotion when they saw how strong and beautiful Na Lan Feng was. They had the feeling that she was invincible. They were filled with admiration and worship. Not only was Na Lan Feng extremely beautiful, but she was also extremely talented. Many people wished they had the same innate gifts as Na Lan Feng. They were very excited to see how she would develop and what other powers she would show in the future. The second battle was about to begin. Lin Feng was going to fight against Xiulan. The crowd could no longer contain their excitement and many were cheering. Even though the battle was probably not going to be as spectacular as the one they had just watched, it should also be quite intense. Besides, they didn't know how strong Duo Ming really was and were wondering if he could really defeat Xiulan. Lin Feng and Xiulan were looking at each other and Xiulan had a smile on her face. I do not need to fight any longer in this tournament, I surrender this battle. The crowd was astonished when they heard the word surrender. Xiulan had played a role in the organization of the annual tournament, she had contributed in selecting who would join, and now that she had to fight Duo Ming, she had given up. Could it be that Duo Ming and Xiulan have already fought before and that Xiulan knows that she can't defeat Duo Ming? Wondered the whole crowd, lost in confusion. They were trying to guess what was really going on as they really couldn't clearly understand the situation in front of their eyes. Alright, nothing can be done. Let's move to the next battle, said the old man indifferently. For the last battle, the 3 remaining participants will step onto the main stage. The last one remaining on stage will be the winner. Ha! Lin Feng was stupefied. He had thought that the old man would make him and Lin Chen fight first and that there then would be a final battle. He wouldn't have thought that all of them would be fighting each other at the same time in a free-for-all fight. But as before, Lin Feng went back onto the main stage and walked towards the other participants, Na La Feng and Lin Xian, who had just come up onto the main stage as well. Phew, this decisive battle. Let's try and guess who is going to win. It should be Na Lan Feng. She's extremely powerful and has a golden divine arm spirit. She's almost invincible. Lin Xian and Duo Ming shouldn't be able to compete with her. I don't know what to think. Lin Xian hasn't used all her strength, so it is impossible to judge. She hasn't even released her spirit yet. Do you know even what spirit Lin Xian possesses? I agree, with her universal ice and fire spirit. She's incredibly strong. I actually think that the one who has the biggest potential to win is Lin Xian. Everybody was giving their own opinion about who was going to win or lose. All of them thought that either Lin Xian or Na Lan Feng would win. Nobody thought Lin Feng had a chance to win. Even if Lin Feng was now regarded as being extremely strong, the crowd still thought that there were only 2 people who had a chance to win within the 3 remaining participants. 2 amazing yet arrogant female cultivators from Yangzhou City, Na Lan Feng and Lin Xian. The contrast between them and the strange masked young boy was too great for anyone to attach any importance to him. The 3 participants were on the stage, each of them standing in one corner of the stage, but Na Lan Feng was staring at Lin Xian since the beginning. Lin Xian was also continuously staring at Na Lan Feng. They were staring at each other as if they were fighting a one-on-one battle. It seemed like they had forgotten about Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the 2 girls and smiled deep in his heart. They both wanted to kill him, but at that moment, they didn't even know his real identity and were completely ignoring him. Na Lan Feng, you will regret what you made me go through on that night. And you, Lin Xian, you made me and my father leave the clan, you wanted to kill me and my dad. The time for revenge is slowly approaching, thought Lin Feng. In that cold and cruel world, Lin Feng particularly appreciated and cherished the tenderness and affection that he received. Any hostility would also be engraved in his memories. In this world, one could only rely on themselves. After a while, Na Lan Feng's attention was finally drawn away from Lin Xian. She had an arrogant smile on her face. You're quite strong. If you wish, you can join my clan, the Na Lan clan. Concerning everything that you just did, well, I could forget everything. Besides, I can also personally help you practice cultivation once in a while. Nalan Feng had a huge smile on her face. She unconsciously looked utterly arrogant. She didn't do it on purpose, but could not hide the arrogance which had been engraved into her soul. Concerning the thing that had happened a moment ago and that she could forgive, she was obviously talking about the fact that Lin Feng had killed Nalan Chen. "You want to help me practice cultivation?" murmured Lin Feng. The girl, who thought she was the best in the world, wasn't only half arrogant, she was really completely arrogant down to the last fiber of her being, as expected. "Indeed, I, personally, can help you practice cultivation," said Nalan Feng, who didn't know what Lin Feng really meant. She even thought that Lin Feng felt extremely honored. She was still smiling and said, "You have to understand that this is a once-in-a-life opportunity. This usually never happens in the Nalan clan. You really are lucky." Actually, Nalan Feng's proposition was really attractive to ordinary people. Many ordinary cultivators would have dreamt of being offered such an opportunity. Besides, she, herself, was really attractive and her smile was terribly sexy. However, this was not a tournament for normal people, which showed just how arrogant she actually was. That would be a dream if it happened to me. Even if I had that dream, I would be smiling even after waking up. The Princess Nalan, personally. Many people in the crowd envied Lin Feng so much and were looking on with envious eyes. He was really incredibly lucky. Could the audience, which was filled with ordinary people, really be the judge? Did Lin Feng even need Nalan Feng's help to practice cultivation? It was like she was offering him coal and saying it was a diamond. Should I feel extremely flattered?" asked Lin Feng in a joking and teasing tone. Because of Lin Feng's mask, Nalan Feng was unable to see his facial expression. However, the tone of his voice had changed in comparison with before. "Why wouldn't you feel that way?" asked Nalan Feng, now feeling indifferent with a smaller smile on her face than before. Lin Feng remained silent for a moment. She was as arrogant and conceited as before. She was the best in the world when it came to arrogance. "Ha ha ha, Nalan Feng, I would have never thought that you were truly so incredibly stupid. I really don't understand what help or advice someone as stupid as you can give me on the path of cultivation." At that moment, laughter sounded from within the crowd. Then, a figure shot through the crowd. It flew like a legendary bird and immediately landed on the main stage. This person looked extremely arrogant. It was a young man who looked incredibly majestic and unreachable. His face was very thin. He radiated arrogance from head to toe. "Bai Yuan Hao," Nalan Feng said while looking surprised. She narrowed her eyes as she hadn't expected him to come. "Indeed," said the young man while looking at Nalan Feng. He was looking at her with a smile on his face. "Nalan Feng, in the Imperial City, you are an ordinary person, nothing more. I would have never thought that you called yourself a princess in Yangzhou City. You are so arrogant and top of that seem to be so incredibly satisfied with yourself. You're such a cheap maid. Shut the hell up." Nalan Feng shouted extremely aggressively in an ice-cold tone. "Ha? Are you getting angry because I called you a cheap maid? So it must be true that you're convinced that you are a real princess." That young man didn't even give her a glance and continued to grin. "Well, you're just a worthless dog as well, nothing more," said Nalan Feng in a cold tone, trying to humiliate him. "By telling me this, are you admitting the fact that you're a cheap maid?" said the young man while laughing, making Nalan Feng's go rigid with anger. She didn't look beautiful at all at that moment. "Shut up!" shouted Nalan Feng, flying into a rage out of humiliation. When they heard that conversation, the crowd was quite confused. The Yangzhou City's princess, who was so popular and whose reputation was amazing, was being called a cheap maid by a random person? That young man who had just come out was obviously a nobody talking nonsense. "How audacious, you actually dared to come to the tournament which is organized by my clan, the Nalan clan, and conduct yourself in such a disrespectful way. You really want to die," said Nalan Xian while staring at that young man furious. "Shut up, you scum," said the young man while turning around. He then looked at Nalan Xian looking furious and said, "You are the head of the Nalan clan, nothing more, and you dare boast shamelessly. Let me tell you, if I wish, I can make your entire clan disappear like fire underwater." Grrrr, Nalan Xian was so furious and enraged that he was going insane. He wouldn't have thought that that man would be so insolent. The crowd was extremely confused and didn't understand anything that had happened. They were wondering who that young man who had just appeared really was. He seemed to be even more arrogant than Nalan Feng or Lin Xian. He even dared to threaten the head of the Nalan clan and insult him. All right. I, Nalan Xiong, would like to see how you intend to make my clan, the Nalan clan, disappear," said Nalan Xiong, who was smiling and no longer looked furious. It was the first time in Yangzhou City that someone dared talk to him that way. That guy was boundlessly wild and arrogant. "Father, can you let me, your daughter, solve that problem myself?" Nalan Feng had suddenly asked her father that question, which left Nalan Xiong stunned. He was at that moment shaking in fear. Nalan Feng meant that. "By Yuanhao, why are you not in the Imperial City, and why did you come to Yangzhou City?" "I came to ask for the repayment of a debt," said Bai Yuanhao while smiling. Immediately after, he looked at Lin Feng and said, "All right, you, come down." "Ha?" Lin Feng frowned. Bai Yuanhao was ordering him to come down as if he was Lin Feng's superior. Lin Feng looked at Bai Yuanhao and didn't move. Bai Yuanhao frowned and said in an ice-cold tone, "Get the hell down now, come down off that stage immediately. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 50, Infinitely Powerful. Special thanks to Likiliki, he is single-handedly forcing me into slavery? I don't know if I will be able to manage the final chapter, plus I know you guys really love cliffhangers, so, what do you guys think? I hope you enjoy chapter 7 of the potential 8. What do you intend to do? Who exactly do you think you are by ordering me to come down like that? Said Lin Feng in a tone filled with disdain. The crowd started to think that everyone was becoming even more crazier than the last person. They were so crazy, they suited each other perfectly. Lin Feng wasn't important in these people's eyes, and after all, they still despised him. He wanted to see who despised him and who he could really count on in the end. It would make things much easier for him in the future to know who his real allies and enemies are. What do I intend to do? Said Bai Yuanhao with an evil smile on his face. He sneered at Lin Feng and said, "I am using you. You are my pet dog, nothing more, and you dare ask me what I intend to do? Xiaolan, there's nothing great about the people you chose to come. Even though their strength is SOSO, they dare to disobey orders." Xiaolan made a wry smile and shook her head, then she said, "Duo Ming, you cannot fight against my bro. You should never fight against him. Get down now, okay? Bro?" The crowd was stupefied. Xiaolan suddenly called that wild and arrogant young man bro. "I just came here to participate in the annual tournament, that's all. I am under nobody's control," said Lin Feng as cold and detached before adding, "Whether I am his opponent or not, you are drawing final conclusions too early. I wouldn't have thought that in such a small place as Yangzhou City, there would surprisingly be someone who would dare talk to me, Xiao Yuanhao, that way. Really audacious to the extreme." "Xiaolan, Xiao Yuanhao, your family name is also Qiao?" asked Nalan Xiong, standing and looking extremely surprised. "You guessed right, my family name is also Qiao. Xiaolan and I were once members of the Qiao clan in Yangzhou City. One night, you made our clan, the Qiao clan, disappear, vanish like a fire under water." Xiao Yuanhao's expression was ice-cold and was looking at Nalan Xiong with fury. "That year, every member of the Qiao clan was extremely powerful, we had a great many geniuses. All had extremely strong spirits. It even became the strongest clan of Yangzhou City. Nobody would have ever thought that you, head of the Nalan clan, would be so scared just because the Qiao clan had become so strong. One night, you carried out a surprise attack on the Qiao clan, slaughtering its members and their families. You almost killed everyone and exterminated our bloodline. That debt of blood, you can't have forgotten it, right?" The crowd was shaking in fear. Xiao Yuanhao and Xiaolan had belonged to the Qiao clan in the past. In the crowd, everybody had heard about the Qiao clan, who was extremely powerful and relied on vital golden spirits. The Qiao clan was like an unstoppable comet, nobody was able to defeat them, and they were extremely famous. But one night, it completely disappeared from Yangzhou City without trace. Some people thought that the entire clan had moved to another place. Some other people thought that they had been killed by an unknown enemy. But the crowd would have never thought that the Qiao clan had been annihilated by the Nalan clan. They had not only slaughtered them but also destroyed the evidence extremely well. Nalan Xiong's heart was pounding. He was filled with rage and fury. Killing intent was making his eyes glow. He had never thought that there were survivors of the Qiao clan. "What? You want to silence witnesses by killing them?" said Xiao Yuanhao with an evil smile on his face before adding, "Nalan Xiong, I advise you not to get too excited. Your clan, the Nalan clan, will not continue to exist for a long time. Wait for me to come and get my revenge. Wait for me to annihilate your clan. Tomorrow, or maybe the day after tomorrow, the name of your clan will not exist anymore in Yangzhou City." "Is that so?" I would like to see how you are going to make us, the Nalan clan, disappear, said Nalan Xiong while smiling coldly. Father. At that moment, Nalan Feng said again. She was looking at her father while shaking her head, which made everyone stupefied. It seemed like Zhou Yuanhao's words were not lies. He probably had a huge force behind him to back him up. Otherwise, Nalan Feng would not overcautious like that. She seemed to be scared of them. By Yuanhao, I don't believe that you would ever touch me, said Nalan Feng in a cold tone. I wouldn't dare kill you, but I definitely will dare humiliate you. Today, I came to Yangzhou in order to make my clan, the Zhou clan, shine again, and to make people understand how filthy and evil your clan is. Your clan is disgusting. Wait and see, someday, I will come back to Yangzhou City, that will be the day when your clan disappears. Zhou Yuan sounded proud of himself and said, Alright, you three continue your childish thing, the geniuses of Yangzhou City, how ridiculous, how amusing. If you have enemies, then you should get your revenge. But you shouldn't use me as a stepping stone. Lin Feng said while looking at Zhou Yuanhao and then added, once the tournament finishes, your problems will have nothing to do with me. How stupid and foolish. Who do you think you are? If I, Zhou Yuanhao, want to kill you, then I will kill you. An insignificant doggy like you still dares to show off. Since you don't want to close your big mouth, you should stay here forever and make this your grave, said Zhou Yuanhao while smiling evilly. An insignificant dog? You can kill me if you want to? Truly ignorant, said Lin Feng in an evil tone while shaking his head. Zhou Lan and Zhou Yuanhao were filled with an intense and deep hatred. He could understand why and where that hatred came from. Therefore, he had showed respect to them, but Zhou Yuanhao thought he was better than everybody else and he continued to insult and trying to humiliate Lin Feng. Since it was this way, Lin Feng had no reason to try and understand him and his hatred or show compassion to him. Yangzhou City geniuses? Today, I want to show to everyone that you are just a bunch of trash, said Zhou Yuanhao in an impudent way. He then released his spirit. Immediately, his entire body was covered with a magnificent golden light looking like rays of sunlight. As the top of the arena was not covered, sunlight was refracting on his spirit, which made it look even more majestic. The eyes of the people in the crowd were stunned by this magnificent view. His spirit was even more dazzling than Nao Lan Feng's golden divine arm spirit. That's a real golden spirit, how awesome, said the crowd amazed. At that moment, Zhou Yuanhao's body looked like a gigantic and invulnerable mountain of gold. Nalan Feng, you proclaimed yourself as genius, you are extremely arrogant because you possess a golden divine arm spirit, try and have a fight against me. Zhou Yuanhao's long hair was fluttering in the air. His entire body looked was majestic, coupled with the golden aura which had surrounded his body. The crowd had the feeling that he was invincible. He stamped heavily on the main stage, which made everyone shake. The entire crowd could already see how powerful he looked, but being affected by his attack from such a distance had confirmed how powerful he was. Invincible golden body Zhou Yuanhao's chi was extremely powerful and made an incredibly loud noise. He then punched in the direction of Nalan Feng and it looked like that punch was going to be fatal. Invincible golden body was a skill which Zhou Yuanhao had accidentally discovered. It was one of the lowest skills of the Xian category. Besides, coupled with his golden body spirit, it was even more powerful. The power of the attack was truly amazing. Relying on that combination of spirit and technique, Zhou Yuanhao could kill many cultivators of a similar strength. Divine Punch. When Nalan Feng saw that Zhou Yuanhao was about to attack, she did the same and started an attack with a loud shout. She didn't think that her divine arm spirit was going to be much weaker than the spirit of her opponent. Boom, boom. Power versus power. The entire atmosphere was shaking. Between the two golden punches, a splendid chi appeared and made a whistling sound as it cut through the air. It then turned into a violent hurricane which shot into the atmosphere. Let me crush you. The brilliant golden light on Zhou Yuanhao's body became even more radiant. An incredible strength emerged all around his fist. Nalan Feng groaned and was knocked back 10 steps. She was now breathing heavily. She was still looking at Zhou Yuanhao. He still had his cold and arrogant smile on his face. He was breathing normally and there wasn't a single sign of exhaustion at all. The arrogant and prestigious girl of Yangzhou City couldn't even withstand a single attack when facing that opponent. She was already exhausted and about to collapse. That divine punch is strong. Divine Punch was an extremely powerful attack, but Zhou Yuanhao's golden body spirit hadn't been defeated yet. It was much stronger and incomparably more powerful. You dare call yourself a genius? That kind of foolishness is only possible in a small city like Yangzhou City. Only in such a miserable place can you play that little game and make a show of authority, that's all? Then he turned and looked at Lin Feng and Lin Xian. It should be the two of you on this stage. I don't mind teaching you a lesson once. I want you to understand that you have an exaggerated opinion about yourselves. I also wanted to show all these people, these good-for-nothings, what kind of people you are and yet dare call yourselves geniuses. Zhou Yuanhao was extremely arrogant and confident in his power. He thought that every single person in Yangzhou City was a piece of trash, a good-for-nothing. However, he had defeated Na Lanxiu a single attack, so he actually had the right to be that presumptuous and arrogant. That young man is really an outstanding talent. He is an authentic genius and extremely powerful. The crowd was looking at Zhou Yuanhao as if he was a deity. They thought that his strength was incredible. The person in whom the crowd had faith miserably lost against Zhou Yuanhao. What kind of person had such power? But in the continent of the Nine Clouds, everybody only supported strong cultivators. Well, what about you? Are you not making a show of authority in Yangzhou City? At that moment, Lin Feng had said those words as if he had spat them directly into Zhou Yuanhao's face, which stupefied everybody in the crowd. He was really audacious, suddenly daring to humiliate Zhou Yuanhao. Zhou Yuanhao looked indifferent and even had a teasing expression in his eyes. He then said, "Look at that, how brave. Once again, you've been playing the role of my little doggy. This time, I will have mercy on you, I will not kill you. However, as a punishment for your insolence, I will make your life a living hell and destroy that rotten mouth of yours. Little doggy, rotten mouth. I noticed how rich your vocabulary is. However, I think that you are the one who spends his life being a little doggy," said Lin Feng while grinning and sneering at Zhou Yuanhao. Even though Zhou Yuanhao's spirit was powerful, his strength was equivalent to that normally reached when at the first Ling Qi layer, otherwise, his punch a moment before wouldn't have just made Na Lan Feng step back of a few steps. "I'll kill you," yelled Zhou Yuanhao. He liked to call other people names, but what he hated the most was being called names by other people. His body started glowing in a golden light and he threw himself towards Lin Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 51, Lin Feng's Fury. Another chapter here, sponsored by Likiliki. I made it. 8 chapters today. I hope you all enjoyed it and continue to support the series XOXOX Bedtime for this evil bunny. A golden palm carrying an extremely strong pressure was rushing towards Lin Feng. The crowd could already imagine Lin Feng getting blown away by that palm strike. Na Lan Feng had been defeated by a similar attack. What about Lin Feng? "Get lost," said Lin Feng strictly. The light of his sword was dazzling as it filled the eyes of everyone watching. The resplendent sword light and the golden hand enhanced each other's beauty. As a result of their collision, a loud sound similar to that of a gong spread throughout the atmosphere. Zhou Yuanhao's golden body not only allowed him to carry out formidably strong attacks but also enabled him to greatly enhance his defense. It seemed like he was impervious to spears and swords. Thus, Lin Feng's sword was unable to hurt him. That was precisely what Zhou Yuanhao relied on, his defense skills. He relied on them as much as he relied on his arrogance. "Ha ha ha, are you kidding me? You little doggy, you're just a piece of trash. You'll never be able to hurt me," said Zhou Yuanhao, sneering at Lin Feng. His golden light began to once again fill the air. Lin Feng just sensed the colossal oppressing strength against his sword. That strength made his sword shake so much that he almost had it slip from his grasp. "Really?" replied Lin Feng indifferently. If the sword was used quickly, it could never be stopped. It could overrun all fortifications. A sword user could crush and annihilate everything in his path. Nobody could survive a sword that they did not see. There were a myriad of weapon spirits, but the sword spirit was one of the strongest and most powerful weapon spirits which existed. Even though Lin Feng didn't have a sword spirit, his knowledge when it came to swords surpassed that of a great majority of cultivators who had a sword spirit. "Sword force," Lin Feng whispered. His sword was dazzling. Brilliant rays of light started to consume the atmosphere. An extremely strong qi was concentrated in the tip of his sword and emitted a loud explosion. Boom! Lin Feng's sword collided with Zhou Yuanhao's spirit again. A sound like tearing paper spread throughout the air. Zhou Yuanhao's facial expression immediately changed. He, who was incredibly strong, had had to step back to avoid that powerful sword and could not rely only on his defenses. When Lin Feng saw that Zhou Yuanhao had stepped back, he put his sword on his shoulder and said while smiling coldly, "You said that I was unable to hurt you, well then, why did you just step back?" When Zhou Yuanhao heard those words, his face twisted in anger and while staring at Lin Feng, said, "I admit that I underestimated you, but I am stronger than you. You're still a little doggy, no a little chicken who cannot even withstand a single attack. You talk a lot, but everything that leaves your mouth is crap.
Lin Feng said, sounding exhausted. If being a genius means opening one's big mouth and stupidly judging other people, then you definitely are a real genius, a true genius, a genius unmatched beneath the heavens.
How fearless.
Duo Ming has been brave in the face of danger this whole time.
He has no fear.
When the crowd saw that Lin Feng had made Zhou Yuanhao step back, their expression was bright. They already regarded Duo Ming as someone great. They used to think that Lin Feng only had a little power, they had underestimated him, but at that moment, they really thought that he was stronger than Nalan Feng or Lin Xian. Nalan Feng and Lin Xian were also watching Lin Feng and started to think very highly of him. They had thought that Lin Feng wasn't that strong before, but at that moment, they realized how ignorant they had been. Actually, Duo Ming was the person to be careful of, he was on a higher level than them both.
Even though we can't see his face, he's obviously very young and he's a real genius. He must have been gifted ever since his birth.
If he could join my clan, the Nalan clan, that would be a great help, said Nalan Feng, who really hoped Duo Ming would join her clan. Then, she walked towards Lin Feng and said, Duo Ming, I admit that I underestimated you.
With such strength like yours, my clan, the Nalan clan, will really respect you. Please join my clan and support us in the future. Then, you will able to meet me every day no matter what, wouldn't that be great for you? Please join?
Nalan Feng sounded arrogant and self-confident again. She had recovered from her previous emotions. Relying on her natural beauty and feminine charms, she tried to convince Lin Feng to meet her every day. Both would gain a lot from such a relationship. Besides, she was really beautiful, so she was convinced that Lin Feng would not refuse her suggestion.
Get lost.
What nobody had expected was that Lin Feng had not only rejected Nalan Feng's proposition but had also brandished his sword in her direction, which made him look extremely ruthless.
Nalan Feng's pupils were dilated.
She released her divine arm spirit and started her divine punch and bombarded his sword.
But nothing happened, the long sword didn't even move a millimeter.
Then, a thunderous roar spread throughout the atmosphere, carrying an insanely violent and explosive qi within.
It looked beyond terrifying. Nalan Feng's expression suddenly changed. She quickly dodged the attack. She was extremely quick. Boom, dot.
Lin Feng thrust out his left hand, which was followed by a loud explosive noise.
That punch turned into a multitude of fist shadows superposing one another. Each fist shadow was stronger than the last. It looked like he had created a flood of punches.
They were moving towards Nalan Feng at an unimaginable speed.
Nalan Feng groaned. She was blown backwards and looked extremely fragile and weak.
She slid backwards to the edge of the main fighting stage. One more step backwards and she would have fallen off. At that moment, the crowd didn't know what was going on anymore, they were too confused. Lin Feng had astonished them too many times. Each time Lin Feng moved, they found him amazing, but each time, they also realized they had been underestimating him. It seemed like his strength was ever increasing. It looked like they were underestimating him over and over again. Even at that moment, Lin Feng had defeated Nalan Feng quickly and efficiently. They remembered how they had thought that Nalan Feng and Lin Xian were definitely going to win this fight and had never put the young man in their eyes. They were thinking that they had been ridiculous and foolish. If Zhou Yuanhao hadn't been there, Lin Feng would have deserved to be designated as their grandfather.
The crowd were not the only ones to think that way.
Nalan Feng and Lin Xian, but especially Nalan Feng, thought that they were the only ones who had a chance and were ignoring Lin Feng when the three of them were on the battle stage, getting ready for the final battle. They had almost forgotten that Lin Feng was even there. They had really underestimated him. At that moment, they also realized how ridiculous they had been. They realized by underestimating him, they could have both died beneath his sword.
You are so strong, would you please help me practice and improve my cultivation skills?
Said Lin Feng while looking at Nalan Feng as he was blatantly humiliating her. Lin Feng was filled with indignation and anger because of that arrogant girl's behavior, but what enraged Lin Feng the most was that girl didn't respect people, and she wanted other people to respect her, otherwise why would she send her troops at night to attack the offenders by surprise?
Lin Feng couldn't stand the arrogant and haughty girl.
Nalan Feng was utterly ashamed of herself when she remembered what she had said. She had the feeling she was truly foolish.
Join your clan, meet you every day, who do you think you are? You think you are alone at the top of the world, you think others are beneath you. What gives you the right to think that I would ever want to meet you every day?
Lin Feng continued to talk and made Nalan Feng understand how ridiculous she was and that she had no right to be arrogant. Nalan Feng had the feeling that her face was burning. She couldn't refute anything that Lin Feng had said. At that moment, Nalan Xion was looking at them. He was staring at Lin Feng, who was filled with anger and whose expression was ice cold. He had defeated Nalan Feng so easily. That Duoming really looked like he was going to kill the arrogant Nalan Feng, the greatest disciple of the Nalan clan, a real genius. The crowd hadn't been so excited as at that moment. Lin Qian, Nalan Feng, Duoming as well as Zhou Yuanhao, all were geniuses, all were stronger than the other. None of them had a strength which could make the crowd despise them, but some of them were so insanely strong that the crowd's blood was boiling in excitement, for example when looking at Lin Feng. He gradually was showing more and more strength, he was gradually becoming more and more insane. So far, he hadn't been so furious and enraged as at that moment. The more ruthless he became, the more excited the crowd became. Nobody was even willing to fight against him anymore. He was really hot-blooded and merciless. "Oh, you're still there. I have no intention to fight against you to prevent you from taking your revenge, but do you think that trying to humiliate me over and over again and thinking that you are the best person in the world makes you an amazing person? But..." Lin Feng had turned around and was looking at Zhou Yuanhao and then said in an ice-cold tone, "You say that Nalan Feng is extremely arrogant and sets herself high above everyone else, that she can act that way only because she is in a small and miserable town like Yangzhou City. What about you? Are you not acting in the same way? Genius? Calling me a little doggy and a chicken. Now, I would like to ask you, what makes you a genius?" Lin Feng said that while walking. He released his spirit for the first time. All of them seemed not to have noticed that they had all released their spirit at least once, but Lin Feng had not released his spirit the whole time. In his eyes, the entire world became darkness. Lin Feng's eyes became pitch black. He looked truly evil. It looked like he had two black holes instead of eyes. He looked like a demon. Everything around him seemed to slow down. Every movement, every person, and their face, every single thing. Lin Feng could see everything around him at the same time and it was crystal clear as if everything was moving in slow motion. Nothing could escape from Lin Feng's attention. He knew what everyone was doing at any given time. He could also hear his own heart palpitating. He could even sense his own blood circulating in his veins. He could sense every single movement that Zhou Yuanhao was making, including his respiration. Lin Feng was unable to speak at that moment though, as if he was an omnipotent deity, as if he was in every single moment at the same time, as if he was a gigantic pair of eyes able to observe every single thing in the universe at the same time, but eyes couldn't speak. Through the silver mask that Lin Feng was wearing, Zhou Yuanhao could see Lin Feng's eyes. He had begun to tremble with fear, he had never felt so much fear in his life. He couldn't realize what he was seeing. What was wrong with Lin Feng's eyes? Why did it seem like he was staring into the eyes of death itself? At that moment, Zhou Yuanhao was confused and terrified. He could feel the fear penetrating deep into his bones and was shivering like he was frozen. He must be having a hallucination, there was nobody in front of him. Lin Feng was clearly standing in front of him but Zhou Yuanhao couldn't feel his presence at all. It was just as if he was closing his eyes and couldn't see people or sense other people's presence near him. It was as if the place where Lin Feng stood was a black hole which absorbed his presence. Boom! 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 At that moment, the atmosphere was extremely silent. Everybody was staring at Lin Feng as if he was the only person within the universe. Even though Lin Feng's steps made almost no sound at all, each and every one of his steps caused a terrifying sensation in their hearts, it sounded like their hearts were trying to burst from their chests. This was fear, this was terror. It was a primal instinct, everyone wanted to do only one thing, run. With eyes filled with fury, Lin Feng was drawing closer and closer to the frozen Zhou Yuanhao with every step. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 52, Who Dares? Special thanks to Kiliki again for sponsoring my slavery. This is my first release of tonight. Also thanks to Riyad Tilthy Bleed, he made a very creative comment which I now use for synopsis. Enjoy. XOXOX. At that moment, Lin Feng was shrouded in a mysterious aura of darkness. His steps seemed to be corresponding to some kind of special cosmic rhythm. That cosmic rhythm seemed to follow the same laws as that of elemental forces. The sword could diffuse a strong sword force with each strike, heaven and earth would also naturally produce a force which filled the world. When Lin Feng released his spirit, he could sense and comprehend things in a way that was shockingly advanced, he could understand the mysteries which confused cultivators who were several realms higher. Millions of thoughts were circulating in his brain at full speed. These thoughts gave Lin Feng strange perceptions and a feeling of understanding a higher realm. Celestial spirit, transforms me into something unknown and unbelievably strong, thought Lin Feng very pleased, but it was impossible to see it on his face. Lin Feng's right hand reached down and began to remove his belt. Ha! The entire crowd was looking at Lin Feng's movements and could not believe he had just removed his belt.
What was he planning to do? It's a sword.
Everybody's eyes seemed even more shocked that his silver belt had become a sword. They had already seen that Lin Feng was carrying a sword on his shoulder, but they hadn't paid attention to what was around his waist. Lin Feng seemed to be holding something which resembled a soft and flexible sword. Lin Feng was getting nearer and nearer to Qiu Yuanhao. At that moment, an extremely strong sword qi was revolving around Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's body seemed to look like the handle of a sword, and the qi which was emanating from his sword and body had formed a blade-like shape in the air above him.
Is that a spirit? The entire crowd had a strange feeling and didn't really understand what was going on. Could it be that Lin Feng had a sword spirit? Otherwise, how could he be surrounded by such an insanely strong sword qi? The crowd seemed to have come to the realization that Lin Feng hadn't released his spirit at all. He hadn't needed to. He could display a strength above that of the geniuses before them, without releasing his spirit. With each step that he took, the sword force was becoming stronger and stronger. Just by looking at the sword, everyone could tell that the killing force contained was growing with each passing moment. Even though Lin Feng was filled with murderous thoughts and his face was shockingly calm, it also seemed like he was slightly happy. The 10,000 things of creation possess a force. It is part of their innermost nature, and the sword itself has a force. Why keep using sword qi when there is unlimited force? Before, Lin Feng would need to release a lot of sword qi to use the sword force, but at this moment he was not releasing his own sword qi, but was using the sword force and taking the qi from the sword into his body. He could freely control the force to his will. He could now borrow force whenever he wanted. Therefore, he could unleash as much sword force in a single strike as he pleased. He was no longer limited by his own qi. His entire body and aura was starting to look like a sword, like an extremely sharp and ruthless sword. Lin Feng, deep in his heart, was growing happier and happier. The sword qi in his body and the atmosphere was also becoming more and more vigorous. However, at the same time, Qiu Yuanhao was growing more and more concerned. A look of fear was covering his face. The whole atmosphere was being consumed by the pressure of the sword force, and it felt like the sword was trying to consume him and bathe in his blood. He could only panic. He could sense that Lin Feng was a threat to his life, and at any moment his life could end. Lin Feng could really tear through his golden body spirit with such a terrifying sword force. I shouldn't wait any longer. I should retreat, thought Qiu Yuanhao. His confidence had been crushed by that enormous sword qi and terrifying sword force. Besides, Lin Feng's force was showing no signs of decreasing. Instead, it was still growing stronger. He was scared to approach Lin Feng because he feared that he wouldn't be able to come out of the encounter with all of his body parts. Qiu Yuanhao would have never thought that he would end up in such a situation, facing a nobody in Yangzhou City. He wasn't even famous, he was an unknown. On top of that, his sister had invited him to join the annual tournament, so how could he be so strong? Lin Feng at this moment was looking at him as if he was looking at a street mutt. Qiu Yuanhao decided to start releasing his qi again. He could not accept such humiliation from a nobody. His golden body was surrounded by a radiant golden light, and he began releasing his colossal strength. His entire body was emanating a powerful qi, and he was even using an incredible force. Invincible golden body. In an extremely loud shout, Qiu Yuanhao eventually decided to attack. He coated his fist in his indestructible aura and launched his fist towards Lin Feng. Boom! As his fist crashed through the air, the sound of explosions filled the air as if he was shattering the atmosphere which restrained his fist. Die! Lin Feng said that word in a low voice, and suddenly, an incredibly powerful sword force emerged out of his body and tore the atmosphere apart, then rushed towards Qiu Yuanhao's body. The force of the sword made Qiu Yuanhao's body distort. Sounds of tearing and ripping could be heard from inside his body. It sounded like his body could be torn apart at any moment. The sword force which was unleashed was accompanied by an extremely powerful qi. The sword flashed through the atmosphere, cutting everything in its path, and an extremely dazzling light filled the air. The sword struck against Qiu Yuanhao's chest. Crack. Qiu Yuanhao's body cracked open like an egg as his protective layer shattered into pieces. His spirit was disintegrated. Blood splashed everywhere, and Qiu Yuanhao's body was launched backwards. It was now clear that he was weaker than Lin Feng. The strong cultivator who had come from the imperial city, same as those who had come before him, had not been able to withstand a single strike carried out by Lin Feng. At that moment, the crowd was astonished, stunned, stupefied, and was staring blankly at Lin Feng. How terrifyingly strong! That was pure and undeniable strength. No one was able to deny the power that he had just unleashed. Whether it was a genius or a powerful disciple mattered not. Lin Feng had only needed a single strike to deal with them. Phew! Duo Ming is the real genius today. He was definitely the hero of the day. Nobody could compete with his strength or defy his wrath.
That haughty girl actually thought she was worthy of him, but Duo Ming is someone who was favored by the gods.
The crowd was still staring silently at Lin Feng.
He definitely had gained a special esteem and respect within their hearts. Now Lan Feng considers herself as above the rest of the world, the strongest, the most beautiful.
Surprisingly, she even wants to become a mentor for Duo Ming on the path of cultivation. That brat does not have eyes. Zhou Yuanhao is also extremely arrogant and thinks he is invincible.
He humiliated and insulted Duo Ming, called him a little doggy. Now, he can't even withstand a single attack when facing Duo Ming.
He is actually the little doggy.
He actually thought he could be that arrogant in Duo Ming City, but he was wrong. He better learn his lesson and behave in Yangzhou City.
Only Duo Ming is a true genius.
He has received a blessing from the heavens and the earth.
He is the most talented and the most powerful person in Yangzhou City. Lin Feng couldn't know what the crowd was thinking.
He was looking at Zhou Yuanhao lying on the ground. Lin Feng was expressionless. That was the price to pay for humiliating and despising others for no reason. Lin Feng turned around and didn't look at Zhou Yuanhao again. The black holes he was using his eyes then turned towards Lin Qian. On that day, Lin Feng was going to use Lin Qian and wipe away all his past humiliations.
It looks like you and me are the last ones left. Let's continue,
said Lin Feng, showing no emotions, which frightened Lin Qian.
She did not know what he intended to do.
Her strength was very similar to that of Lan Feng. Zhou Yuanhao had been able to defeat Lan Feng with ease. But the strong and powerful Zhou Yuanhao had not been able to block Lin Feng's sword, which gave Lin Qian the impression that she had no chance to defeat Lin Feng at all.
Who the hell is that guy?
Surprisingly, he is so strong, Lin Qian whispered. On that day, her self-confidence had been crushed. She used to think that she was amazing because she had reached the first Ling Qi layer. She used to think that she could defeat anyone who was before her. She was a true genius and no one else mattered. Her state of mind was the same as that of Lan Feng. Then Zhou Yuanhao had appeared from nowhere and made her understand that even though she had reached the first Ling Qi layer, there were many others who were still stronger than her and much more talented. But at the moment when she had thought that Zhou Yuanhao was incredibly strong, Lin Feng had cut him down with a single sword strike. This had made her feel extremely inferior.
I think it's useless to continue after these events,
said Lin Qian, sounding cold and detached. Even though her self-confidence had been crushed, she still didn't want to show it. She didn't want to admit that she wanted to surrender. Lin Feng's pitch-black eyes looked like they were smiling. Even at that point, Lin Qian was unwilling to stop acting high and mighty.
Moonlight feather agility. Lin Feng's body vanished without trace. Lin Qian, step back, said someone, shouting extremely loudly.
Lin Badao was frightened and didn't want Lin Feng to attack Lin Qian. He had been paying attention all along. When he saw Lin Feng's move, he immediately warned Lin Qian. At the same time, his body transformed into a whirlwind, breaking through the air and moving straight towards the fighting stage. Lin Qian was also aware of the danger and she immediately released her universal ice and fire spirit. Both ice and fire was coming out of her hands and she threw herself towards Lin Feng, whom had appeared in front of her.
Boom!
Lin Feng blocked the attack, the ice had melted and the fire was extinguished. Immediately after, his body shot towards Lin Qian. He would show no mercy at all, a single sword strike. Lin Feng thrust his sword at Lin Qian.
Let's see if you dare, shouted Lin Badao while trying to intervene.
A scorching fire was unleashed from the palm of his hand and moved to block Lin Feng's sword.
Boom!
The fire was unimaginably powerful and had weakened the power of the sword, which was about to crash into Lin Qian's body, but the force of the sword still struck her and sent her flying towards the edge of the fighting stage. She was alive but gravely injured.
How dare you violate the rules of the annual tournament like that?
Lin Feng shouted and then added, because you are worthless, you need to make a spectacle of yourself and need the help of the older generation to back you up. What a disgrace.
The Lin clan has finally shown its true colors. How shameless.
Lan Xiong remained silent. That whole tournament had deviated too much from what he had planned.
Since it was this way, he felt like everything right now was meaningless. Lin Feng had injured his daughter, Lan Feng. Could Lan Xiong have mercy on Lin Feng? How audacious. Who do you think you are, to be that arrogant?
Lin Badao saw that Lan Xiong remained silent. He didn't hesitate at all and tried to slap Lin Feng's silver mask.
Lin Feng didn't try to avoid the attack.
His silver mask directly fell down onto the ground and his real face appeared.
It's you. It's you.
Lin Badao and Lin Qian said these words at the same time. When they saw Lin Feng's real face, they were stupefied. They felt like a blizzard was spreading through their veins and an icy cold chill ran down their spines. At the same time, all the members of the Lin clan and the crowd were stupefied when they saw Lin Feng's real face. That insanely strong and powerful young man surprisingly is a member of the Lin clan, or actually a former member of the Lin clan who had been expelled for apparently being weak. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 53, A Fierce Tiger. Special thank to Chickasy I and Kevin M for this chapter. This is the second chapter of the day. I did just wake back up, so I am going to try and finish the third one then go to bed. I really need my energy drinks, but I have to work in the morning. Please point out any errors that you see. I cannot guarantee my proofreading skills when I have just woken up. Enjoy, hugs and kisses. It's him. No wonder that he would dare attack me. I sent troops, but he killed them all. Now I am next. Na Lan Feng was extremely surprised. She was shaking from fear as she had sent a large number of people to kill him, but he had killed them all, leaving no survivors. When she remembered what had happened at the Whistle Wind restaurant, Na Lan Feng had a bitter feeling in her heart. What had given her the right to act towards Lin Feng over such petty problems? She was regretting all of her actions to this point. She had created a terrible enemy for herself and her clan. When the crowd saw the expression that the Lin clan members had, they were surprised. They were confused and were wondering who the mysterious person under the mask was. Who was that guy who made the Lin clan members so shocked? Impossible, how did you become this strong? Lin Xian couldn't believe what she had witnessed, all that strength that he had displayed. An insanely strong and powerful young man, he was a genius. She would have never considered that he could have strength to fight her. She used to think he was a piece of trash. The feeling she had at this moment was unbearable. If he was really trash, then what was she? There's no doubt. Your eyes are correct. I am Lin Feng, the one that you all despise so much, also known as the piece of trash within the Lin clan. But Lin Feng sounded indifferent. His simple answer made the hearts of the Lin clan members extremely heavy. This young man should have been the glory and pride of the Lin clan. With him by their side, their future would have been glorious. They should have hailed him as a hero, but instead they had ridiculed him and expelled him from the clan. What complete foolishness they all had. They did not deserve such a genius. The crowd was stirring and growing restless. The Lin clan had abandoned Lin Feng. The rumors said it was a piece of trash who almost died against Lin Hong. Everybody in the Lin clan despised him. Could this terrifying young man really have needed help from his father against someone so much weaker than himself? The rumors were beginning to sound more and more untrue. What had happened on the stage was shocking. Nobody would have thought Xiao Yuan Hao would appear. They had discovered a genius, but that genius was the one known as a piece of trash according to rumors from the Lin clan. No wonder that he was wearing that silver mask. Members of the audience slowly started to understand the chain of events that had occurred and why this mysterious young man had no background. Lin Qian, people as arrogant as you are very rare. You think that you stand at the top of the world, looking down on others. But it is only possible for you to be that way within the Lin clan, that's all. Never say that you are a genius because all you are is a foolish little girl. Lin Baidao, you are a weak shell of a man compared to my father, you will never be as strong as him. But you acted in collusion with the honorable elder to overtake the power and make my father abdicate. On top of that, you wanted to expel him from the clan. You believe in Lin Qian's power more than anything, thinking that she will someday be the hope for the clan. But now, everybody can see that Lin Qian cannot compete with me. She's a worthless little girl who can only run her mouth. Don't you feel stupid? Don't you think you are laughable? Are you not ashamed of yourselves? Don't you regret what you did? Of course, I understand that you are not going to admit it even if you do regret what you did. However, today is only the beginning. Today I have only proved how stupid, foolish and shameless you all truly are. Your words, your faces, you are all filthy. Someday I will return with my father and we will take justice. Suddenly, Lin Feng had stopped being silent. Every single sentence he had said had penetrated deeply into the hearts of the Lin clan members. It moved them and shocked them. Lin Feng was right. Every member of the Lin clan had dared despise Lin Hai and wanted Lin Baidao to become the head of the Lin clan. It wasn't because Lin Baidao was strong though, because Lin Baidao wasn't even in the same league as Lin Hai. All of this was because of Lin Qian and her talent. They all looked at her as if she was a deity. They had thought that Lin Qian had limitless power. They had thought that she could make the Lin clan rise up and that they would all benefit in the future. But they would have never thought that their beloved and cherished Lin Qian could be surpassed by someone else, especially by another genius who had been expelled from the clan. The most bitter thing was that he was the son of the former head of the clan. That was the beginning, nothing more.
Lin Feng would become much stronger. He had huge potential and limitless talent.
Would Lin Qian ever be able to catch up to him? Why had a genius like him been expelled from the Lin clan? Why had nobody acknowledged him when he defeated Lin Hong? Why had nobody given him the chance to prove them wrong?
Why had they continued to think that Lin Qian was their only hope and raised her above him in every possible way? It wasn't until this moment that the Lin clan truly understood the grave mistake that they had made. They had treated a hero, such a rare genius, with nothing but disdain. They had brought the hatred of him and his father down upon themselves.
Had any of them truly been thinking of the clan? Regret?
Of course, the Lin clan members regretted everything. They knew that nothing could ever turn back time before they had made such mistakes. They had made a big mistake by hurting a genius of Yangzhou City. Even an extremely strong cultivator who had come from the Imperial City wasn't a match for a single strike from Lin Feng.
You animal, shut the hell up! Shouted Lin Badao furiously because he couldn't bear hearing Lin Feng's words anymore.
Lin Badao, you are a worthless clan member. Using my father's uncle to overtake his power. Your goal was to create confusion within the Lin clan. You never cared about our family ties, about the same blood flowing in our veins.
From the bottom of your heart, all you ever wanted was kill my father and me.
Lin Badao, you are not even worth being called an animal yourself, you are nothing but a worm. I am ashamed to think that we share the same blood. Even if I am not part of the Lin clan anymore, knowing that we share the same blood will always be a disgrace to me. Even if no one ever finds out we share the same blood, knowing this fact makes me sick. Every single word Lin Feng had said was like a sharp knife stabbing Lin Badao's heart. Lin Feng was usually a quiet person, he would never spend long time speaking. He wasn't an expert when it came to the expression of his feelings and emotions, but who could ever understand him? He had already lived another life. Lin Badao's heart was pounding furiously. He could never forgive Lin Feng. He had no regret and could only feel the hatred inside himself. Head of the Na Lan clan. Please don't blame me for interfering in this match, said Lin Badao while looking at Na Lan Xiong. These are your clan's internal affairs. I obviously have no right to intervene, replied Na Lan Xiong in an indifferent tone. When he saw them, Lin Feng smiled coldly. He had humiliated and injured Na Lan Feng. Na Lan Xiong already hated him bitterly. But Lin Badao was still scared to be beaten by Na Lan Xiong because he had broken the rules of the tournament. In my eyes, this annual tournament is a big facade. You only want the Na Lan clan members to win. You can't stand losing to anyone else. I don't want to participate in these kind of stupid events again. It's clear that if a genius injures a member of your clan, you will later send people to attack them by surprise. The Na Lan clan is a huge joke. Truly shameless. Lin Feng's black eyes looked ice cold. People were still shocked by Lin Feng's aura. There was no one that did not have their eyes fixed on Lin Feng after the power he had shown. Lin Qian, didn't you want to kill me? So now, I will take your life. Lin Feng said that while laughing evilly. He started walking towards Lin Qian. Lin Badao was shaking in anger. He was in front of Lin Qian, obstructing the way. Die! Shouted Lin Feng demonically. He unsheathed his long sword from his back and moved it in Lin Qian's direction. Thunderous roars spread throughout the atmosphere. Do you think you even have a chance? Lin Badao shouted while looking at Lin Feng, who had unsheathed his sword. A strong chi filled the atmosphere and thunderous roars filled the air. Moonlight feather agility. Lin Feng suddenly vanished but didn't move towards Lin Badao and Lin Qian, he rather moved to a more distant place. Oh and oh. Na Lan Xiong turned pale with fright. He stood up. He raised his head and saw Lin Feng above Na Lan Feng's head as if he was falling from the sky. Lin Feng's target was Na Lan Feng. Na Lan Feng also found out that she was Lin Feng's target and was filled with shock. She saw his eyes filled with darkness moving closer. She attacked with a divine punch, but Lin Feng could use his soft sword with extreme speed. Na Lan Feng's fist shadow vanished and Lin Feng's cold sword was pressed against in Na Lan Feng's throat. How dare you! Shouted Na Lan Xiong short before arriving near Lin Feng. One more step and I will kill her, said Lin Feng in an ice-cold tone. He looked expressionless. Nobody had any doubt when it came to Lin Feng. If Na Lan Xiong made one more step, Lin Feng would probably kill Na Lan Feng. Na Lan Feng was looking at Lin Feng's darkness-filled eyes. She had never been in such a situation. In Lin Feng's black eyes, she was just a worthless little brat. He had taken her as a hostage very easily, as if she truly had no strength. At that moment, Na Lan Feng obviously understood that Lin Feng had taken her as a hostage.
The crowd was looking at Lin Feng while remaining speechless.
That remarkable young man who seemed to be blessed by the god was also extremely reckless and ambitious. Everybody thought he was insane, and he surprisingly dared humiliate every clan again and again. The crowd could only stand there in silence as they watched these events. Maybe when they had seen Lin Feng appear for the first time when he had joined the tournament, they already had the feeling that things were not going to go as planned. Even the events with Qiu Yuan Hao were unexpected. Lin Feng, however, had been insulting all of the powerful clans from the moment he first appeared. He had been offending everyone because of something that happened before the tournament. Nalan Feng had made a mistake before, and it seemed like Lin Feng had already planned to use her to escape. This was a ruthless and insane young man. Only somebody as strong as Lin Feng could be so reckless with his actions. Only someone as insane as Lin Feng could have planned this from the start. His words were mysterious and his actions were insane. He had drawn the attention of the entire crowd. When Lin Badao wanted to take his revenge, Lin Feng had pleasantly surprised the entire crowd with his words, including Nalan Xiong. Lin Badao and Nalan Xiong were helpless in front of Lin Feng, who was holding Nalan Feng as a hostage. They looked like monkeys who were dancing to his tune. Lin Feng was like a fierce tiger. He had completely captured his prey.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 54, Shi Shui Cavalry. Chapter 54, Shi Shui Cavalry. Absolute control. Lin Feng was in absolute control. Lin Feng was using his celestial spirit, and that moment he was able to see everything extremely clearly, as if he was looking down on the world frozen in time. The moment when he had released his celestial spirit, his brain had started operating at an incredible speed and could solve even the most challenging problems. Everything that was happening around him was instantly processed by his brain, and nothing was escaping his attention. Every single word Lin Feng had said fascinated the crowd and drew their attention. Nalan Xiong and Lin Badao were furious at this turn of events. At the moment when Lin Feng had threatened to kill Lin Qian, he hadn't killed her and instead had taken Nalan Feng as a hostage. The most fascinating thing was that even though Lin Feng's brain was operating at an incredibly terrifying speed, he remained calm and level-headed. Lin Feng sighed. His celestial spirit had completely changed him, as if he had transformed into something no longer human. His spirit enhanced all of his skills and abilities. Besides, that was also only the first layer of the celestial spirit. There was also the second layer, which could be released used at any time, his book spirit. Let her go.
Nalan Xiong said with a voice filled with killing intent.
Let her go? Is that even possible? Said Lin Feng while smiling evilly in his heart.
As before, his face was expressionless, which made him look exceptionally ruthless. I can guarantee that if anyone tries to get near me or tries to attack me, I swear to you all that the first one to die will not be me. Lin Feng had said these ruthless words with almost no change in his expression, showing no fear. His words felt like a slap in the face. Nalan Xiong could not help but twist his face in anger.
Let's go.
Lin Feng's soft sword slightly moved. In a flash, a thread of blood appeared on Nalan Feng's throat, even though the soft sword had only slightly pressed on her throat. Nalan Feng was terrified when she felt a sharp burst of pain. Lin Feng's pitch-black eyes made her especially terrified. She didn't believe that Lin Feng would let her go easily once they escaped. His eyes looked inhumane and heartless. They were not the eyes of a man but that of a demon. She may truly die at his hands. Nalan Feng obeyed Lin Feng and started walking towards the exit. Remember my words, said Lin Feng while looking at Lin Badao, who was very close to him at this moment. Lin Feng once again pressed his sword against Nalan Feng's throat and another trace of blood appeared. Step back, shouted Nalan Xiong at Lin Badao, who was standing at a strategic point. He could see that Lin Badao was still planning to attack Lin Feng. Nalan Xiong's tone made Lin Badao shiver. He hated Nalan Xiong for standing in his way. He would have never thought that Lin Feng would be so sly and take Nalan Feng as a hostage. Nobody would dare to confront him, for fear of angering Nalan Xiong.
Lin Feng, if I let you off, will you let my daughter go? Asked Nalan Xiong with a stern tone. Are you trying to have me kill her right here and now?
Lin Feng's black eyes just stared at Nalan Xiong, showing no emotion. Nalan Xiong felt powerless against facing Lin Feng. He didn't dare do anything because in Lin Feng's eyes was pure darkness, which made him look incredibly evil. He was scared that Lin Feng would be angered and kill Nalan Feng. They didn't talk much longer. Lin Feng and Nalan Feng gradually disappeared into the horizon. Even if Nalan Xiong couldn't do anything, he was still praying that nothing tragic would happen to Nalan Feng. Finally, the crowd saw Lin Feng's silhouette disappear into the distance. They could not help but sigh a breath of relief at seeing him leave. They had felt like this was all a chaotic dream. They were all exhausted at the events which had come to pass. Lin Feng had done so many astonishing things.
Everyone had more than enough excitement for one day. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. In every corner of the city, only one name could be heard. The Nalan clan, the Gu clan, even Xiao Yuan Hao and Xiao Lan, all had just one name in their mind and on their tongue, Lin Feng. Lin clan members all seemed to carry a look of regret and deep thought on their faces. Lin Feng was a prodigy who had once belonged to the Lin clan, but when he had revealed his power and become known as a great talent, the glory wasn't attributed to the Lin clan. Actually, it was the opposite. They were going to suffer from harsh criticism. A talented young man who was once a member of the Lin clan had been expelled from the clan for being weak. How could they have been so stupid? No matter what, after the battles of that day, Lin Feng had already gained an incredible reputation within Yangzhou City. Very quickly, people in Yangzhou City would all hear the name, Lin Feng. The former piece of trash of the Lin clan had become a genius who had received the blessing of heaven and earth, however he was stupidly thrown away by the Lin clan. Lin Feng obviously didn't think about that and didn't really care. All he wanted was to leave Yangzhou City. He didn't know when he would go back to Yangzhou City. He only knew that when he would go back there, people would respect him and acknowledge his power. There would be nobody who would dare disrespect or despise him. He wouldn't need to rely on a hostage next time. He would come and go freely as he pleased. 10 days later, Lin Feng had arrived at the Yunhai sect on Qianli Shui. Gazing at the mountains where the precipice of the abyss was situated, he could not help but remember fond memories. The path of cultivation was like a mountain which you continue climb, and then one day, you can look down at creation from the top of the world. Even though Lin Feng had shown outstanding talent in Yangzhou City, he wasn't the least bit conceited. He only knew that he had made some progress on the path of cultivation, but the world was big and the path was long. He didn't know exactly how vast the continent of the 9 clouds was or how powerful the people were. There was no reason to be arrogant when he truly knew so little. There were many geniuses in the continent, for example, that man who accompanied Lin Qian who had a legendary rock spirit. He was so young and much stronger than Lin Feng. He already had the power to confront Yunhai sect elder. He dared come to the Yunhai sect and demand respect. When I get back to the pavilion, the first thing I should is choose new techniques of higher difficulty and take the exam to become an elite disciple. Joining the elite disciples will enable me to be a real Yunhai sect disciple, and I'll be able to participate in the internal affairs of the sect. At the moment, I can't do anything as an ordinary disciple. Lin Feng was thinking about what he was going to do, and it was already clear to him what he had to do next. At that moment, he could hear the thunderous hooves of horses in the distance. The ground was shaking. Lin Feng was surprised. He immediately turned around and saw a cloud of dust rise into the air. Armored horses were galloping at full speed. Qi Shui. Lin Feng was stupefied. Those armored horses were the color of blood. Everyone knew of these horses. It was an extremely valuable horse. It was 3 times faster than his Qianli Shui, and it was extremely expensive. It was said that a Qi Shui cost 1,000 gold coins. It was also said that some special troops had Qi Shui horses. These troops would most likely be battle-hardened soldiers. But what were these troops doing in a territory which was under the domination of the Yunhai sect? The precious armored horses were approaching at full speed. The people riding them were all soldiers who looked extremely well trained. They were all ferocious and looked extremely dangerous. These people can go wherever they want, whenever they want. They are not like the self-proclaimed masters and geniuses of Yangzhou City, thought Lin Feng while slightly trembling at the sight of them. These people were extremely strong, deadly warriors. They were real masters to the extent that the weakest ones of the group would have at least reached the 9th Qi layer, but the great majority would have broken into the Ling Qi layer long ago. They are really elite troops. The smell of blood fills the air even miles away. There were about 30 of them, and when they got close to Lin Feng they suddenly slowed down. They raised their heads and looked at the mountain where the Yunhai sect was located. This was their destination. Lin Feng had a strange feeling and his expression changed. He could see a figure which looked familiar. When his eyes focuses, he could recognize the person. It's her. On one of these Qi Shui, there was a girl wearing a red armor. She looked grandiose and heroic. Besides, she was extremely beautiful. Lin Feng would never forget her face. Shit. Lin Feng thought while remaining vigilant. He hadn't thought he would meet her there. She was obviously with this group of deadly warriors. That incredibly beautiful girl was a respected and illustrious disciple of the Yunhai sect, Lu Fei. Is that you? Said Lu Fei coldly. She looked angry while looking at Lin Feng.
He had dared to disrespect her before. She hadn't taken her revenge yet, but had not forgotten about it. Lin Feng was cursing in his mind. The group that was with her, they were all much stronger than the group he killed in Yangzhou City. They looked like battle-hardened warriors. If they wanted to fight, Lin Feng would be unable to compete with them. That group was so much stronger than him. He was in a desperate situation as they were both faster and stronger than him. He did not want to fight. "Fei, you have a problem with that guy?" said a young man next to Lu Fei while looking at Lin Feng. Because Lu Fei looked angry, that guy had also started to show anger. "No problem, he's one of my fellow disciples of the Yunhai sect. We recognized each other." That was unexpected. Lu Fei had shook her head and said that indifferently. Then, she didn't look at him again and continued. "Shall we go inside?" said Lu Fei, and then they left while heading towards the Yunhai sect. The young man next to Lu Fei glanced at Lin Feng with slight killing intent in his eyes. Lin Feng frowned. He didn't understand what was going on. As far as he could remember, Lu Fei was rude and cruel. Why would she let him go? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 55, Sword of Nirvana. Here is my regular release. I have now changed the schedule. Releases will come Tuesday instead of Monday. The main reason, because you all keep me up all weekend and I need my beauty sleep. If you ever make me fall asleep with makeup on again, I will not be happy. My skin looks blotchy now. Enjoy XOXOX. I will probably release the remaining 2 chapters today. Forget it. Lin Feng didn't want to think too much about it. It looked like her status was much higher amongst those soldiers than he had thought. Their power was above his right now. I am not extremely strong and I do not have any troops to support me, thought Lin Feng while looking at the group from behind. Lin Feng was determined to do his best once he got back to the Yunhai sect and join the elite disciples. Lin Feng rode his horse towards the mountain. 2 guards were standing there, their heads dropped to the ground and they did not look at him as he passed. These were the same guards he had met the first time. They had now learnt their lesson and had been humbled. As before, the Yunhai sect's atmosphere was filled with the feeling of power borrowed from heaven and earth. It was very inspiring and motivated Lin Feng even more to increase his strength. Especially since every year, there was the exam to become an elite disciple. The strongest ordinary disciples could join and possibly enter the elite disciples, which meant they could become real Yunhai sect disciples. Besides, it was also said that the top elite disciples could directly sit an exam and if they passed they would be able to join the core disciples of the Yunhai sect, which made them the foundation of the sect's power. The Yunhai sect had a formidable influence in the Shuiyu country. While they were not the strongest sect, they were still could not be easily trifled with. Those core disciples were considered the pride and glory of the sect. Even in cities outside of their territory, a core disciple of the Yunhai sect would be treated with respect and wherever he went. They were supported by the sect itself. It was also the case within clans. For example, in the Lin clan, the Honorable Elder or Lin Ba Dao also regarded core disciples of a sect with respect. In the Lin clan, they wanted Lin Ba Dao to be the head of the clan because they had hoped that Lin Xian could become a core disciple of the Haoyu sect. This would bring them great honor and greatly rise their status within the country. If Lin Xian progressed, she could even become an elder in the Haoyu sect, which would make the Lin clan extremely influential. Unfortunately, Lin Feng, who everyone was sure would become an outstanding figure in the future, wasn't a member of the Lin clan anymore, and there was still regret remaining over the events. When he arrived in the Yunhai sect, Lin Feng first decided to wash the dirt from his body as he had traveled for 10 days. He then put on a clean set of Yunhai sect disciple robes. It was now time for him to head to the Xingqian pavilion. He had now broken through to the Ling Qi layer. He needed a more advanced agility technique and a higher level martial skill. Only then, he would be to fully unleash his power during a battle. Protector Bei. Lin Feng saw the old man, who had the same expression as he always had at the entrance of the Xingqian pavilion. He looked like he was staring blankly into the horizon. But Lin Feng was extremely happy to know that old man was a protector of the sect, and when needed he would become extremely energetic and powerful. Lin Feng knew that the old man sitting in front of the Xingqian pavilion could look sluggish, but that it was only one aspect of his personality. However, if Lin Feng hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would hardly believe that the old man could actually be so powerful. Protector Bei's expression suddenly changed. He raised his head and looked at Lin Feng with sparkling eyes. He then smiled, which was extremely rare, and said, "Oh, you have finally come back." "Yes, I came to find a new agility technique to practice," said Lin Feng while smiling and nodding. "Go to the first floor. Take your time," replied Protector Bei. "Thank you, Protector Bei. Thank you for your help and sorry to bother you. Lin Feng's goal was to go to the first floor and gain advanced skills. According to the rules of the Yunhai sect, only those who had reached the Ling Qi layer or those who were elite disciples could go to the first floor. The disciples who had reached the Ling Qi layer but not yet joined the elite disciples would have a limited time when selecting skills. They could not take their time. They would also not have access to the second floor without becoming an elite disciple. There was an oil lamp which was lit when they entered the room, and when that oil lamp went out, they would have to leave. During that short time frame, they had to find suitable agility techniques and martial skills for themselves. The time these oil lamps stayed on was normally not enough time to find suitable agility techniques and martial skills. There were a myriad of martial skills and agility techniques in the Xingqian Pavilion. It was very hard to find something suitable for oneself in a limited time as there was just such a large number. But rules are rules. Nobody dared violate the rules of the sect. Many Yunhai sect disciples wanted to become elite disciples to be able to fully access the skills and agility techniques on this floor and the second floor of the Xingqian Pavilion. That way, they would be able to greatly improve their abilities and find the best techniques for their fighting styles.
No need to thank me or be sorry for bothering me. Just don't go to the second floor. You can stay as long as you wish on the ground floor and first floor," said the old man indifferently.
Lin Feng was astonished, stupefied, stunned. Right after, he had a huge smile on his face. Lin Feng definitely was very lucky to have the protector watching over him.
"Thank you very much, thank you esteemed protector."
Lin Feng became a bit more familiar at that moment when talking to the old man.
He then entered the Xingqian Pavilion and immediately after moved towards the stairs leading to the first floor.
"Little fellow, I'm just worried that your current level of cultivation wouldn't match those skills and techniques on the higher floors, otherwise I would have told you to go to the third floor," thought Protector Bei while looking at Lin Feng's silhouette and then shaking his head and smiling.
He then whispered, "The precipice of Zhanggu, 8 drums. You have changed the history of the Yunhai sect. You will always be able to enter my humble Xingqian Pavilion as you please." Protector Bei had a great impression of Lin Feng, but the other disciples of the Yunhai sect didn't think that way. When they saw Lin Feng, who was wearing the robes of the ordinary disciples and immediately went up to the first floor of the Xingqian Pavilion, many people were stupefied. "Who's that guy? How can he go past the ground floor of the pavilion?"
"I don't know, but he's clearly an ordinary disciple, and he is not one of the disciple known for breaking into the Ling Qi layer."
Many people were envious and jealous.
Not only could higher-level agility techniques enable cultivators to greatly increase their speed and benefit cultivation, but it also enabled them to greatly increase their overall fighting strength. It enabled them to use movements of a higher difficulty. In a battle, it could enable them to have a clear advantage in speed over their opponent.
Who wouldn't want that?
All the agility techniques and martial skills were divided into different levels: sky level, earth level, Xian level, yellow level. These skills and agility techniques were spread over 4 levels in the Xingqian Pavilion. On the ground floor of the pavilion were yellow level skills and agility techniques, on the first floor were skills and agility techniques of the Xian level and were extremely powerful.
The first floor of the Xingqian Pavilion was much more quiet than the ground floor. There were very few people on the first floor. They were all quietly looking for amazing skills and techniques suitable for themselves. At that moment, many people saw Lin Feng go upstairs and looked at him with disdain. There are less martial skills and agility techniques than on the ground floor. Lin Feng thought while looking at all the skills on the first floor. No matter what, these skills and agility techniques were extremely valuable.
They were obviously very hard to find, therefore there were less skills on the first floor than on the ground floor.
"Let's find an agility technique,"
thought Lin Feng while looking at all the books and then immediately started to read them and analyze the skills. Purity technique, Xian level, absorbs the energy of the power of heaven and earth to purify the body, regulates body functions and provides greater control over the body. Practice to the highest level and your body will be faster, stronger and controlled with ease.
Please note that this skill is suitable for any spirit.
It cannot be practiced very quickly as the muscles and vessels must first become used to the change within the body. Improving too quickly would have the opposite effects and the body would become exhausted and possibly damaged.
That was one of the techniques.
There was a small note written on that book enabling those of the younger generations to understand it in more detail.
"I guess I will take this one," said Lin Feng in a low voice.
As if he hadn't seen the warning written by hand in the book, Lin Feng immediately chose that technique. Lin Feng didn't even look at the other techniques.
He knew what he was doing.
Everything about that purity agility technique looked useless, but Lin Feng thought it was great.
"Let's find some martial skills now," thought Lin Feng while moving towards to the skill shelves. Dead forest. Scorching apocalypse. Deadly frost.
Lin Feng was looking at all these skills but found none of them satisfying.
8 Strikes of Desolation. Shen level. 8 extremely powerful strikes which cover the heavens and are almost impossible to dodge. This skill drew Lin Feng's attention. I will also take this one. Lin Feng took that book but didn't leave. He needed another martial skill. It had been too long since he had practiced any new martial skills. So he needed to increase his battle power quickly. After a while, Lin Feng found a sword skill which was extremely powerful and of the Shen level, but it required a sword spirit to perfectly comprehend. It also required a perfect understanding of sword force. If someone did not understand the world and the elemental forces within, it would be impossible to comprehend this skill. It was called Sword of Nirvana. Many disciples had avoided this skill as the conditions to learn it were incredibly harsh. They would not only need to understand sword force, but the world around them and other elemental forces. They would need a great deal of comprehension. Lucky, I have found another. Lin Feng was excited. It seemed like the Sword of Nirvana had been prepared especially for him. Requiring understanding of sword force and also requiring a perfect understanding of the world and the forces contained within. He could gain a perfect understanding of the world and forces within by using his spirit. It was a perfect skill for him. This skill was made for him. The requirement of having a sword spirit in order to learn the skill was a joke. Was someone who had a sword spirit more knowledgeable about swords than Lin Feng? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 56, The Top Ordinary Disciple. Let me have a look at that skill book. Suddenly said a voice coming from the left. Lin Feng turned around and saw 2 young disciples. There was a young man who looked extremely evil while staring at the other disciple. Besides, his manner of speaking sounded like he was giving the other disciple an order. That other young disciple was called Chen Chen. Lin Feng had already seen him before. He was an ordinary disciple, just like Lin Feng. However, he was much more famous than Lin Feng. This skill is mine, said Chen Chen while coldly staring at the evil-looking disciple. It wasn't rare to see elite disciples despise ordinary disciples, and this was clearly a case of an elite disciple trying to bully Chen Chen. How insolent, for an ordinary disciple to dare refuse my request! Shouted the young man furiously while releasing an extremely strong chi from his body. PFFF, Li Lin, don't think that I don't know who you are. You are one of the weakest elite disciples. You only dare show off in front of us ordinary disciples. This year at the upcoming elite disciple exam, I, Chen Chen, will remove that smug head from your body. I will make your head roll from the fighting stage into the dirt where you belong, said Chen Chen while emanating killing intent. Li Lin, you are an ordinary little boy, that's all you are. Ha ha. You're a joke. All those who were on the second floor of the Xingchen Pavilion were looking at them and laughing. Chen Chen was right, Li Lin was an elite disciple, but he was extremely weak in comparison with the other disciples of the sect. In order not to feel inferior in front of other people, he regularly went and bullied ordinary disciples, trying to use his authority and power to gain a feeling of superiority. He hadn't thought that today he would meet this kind of stubborn ordinary disciple who would actually refuse and insult him. Chen Chen was one of the top-ranking ordinary disciples within the sect. He had a flame spirit. All of his fire-based skills were extremely powerful, and he could gain insights into fire-based techniques much quicker than other disciples. Nobody could compete with him. He was extremely strong. His main objective was to participate in the elite disciple exam of the Yun Hai sect and become an elite disciple where he could gain extra resources for cultivation. Obviously, when Li Lin heard what Chen Chen said, he became furious. He had already heard Chen Chen's name and knew exactly how powerful he was. It really was his bad luck that he chose to bully the wrong disciple. There's misunderstanding. Alright, I'm not looking at that skill, said Li Lin, whose facial expression had completely changed. He then retreated away from Chen Chen. Laughter could be heard amongst all of the disciples who were present on the second floor. They clearly thought that Li Lin was a good-for-nothing elite disciple. He had just been terrified by an ordinary disciple. To have an elite disciple back down from an ordinary disciple was a humiliation in itself. What are you laughing at? Laugh again and I will cripple your cultivation. Li Lin regretted his previous actions because he had humiliated himself in the end. He had the feeling that everyone was laughing at him. He needed to find someone so he could have relief from his fury, so his threat was directed towards Lin Feng. He couldn't afford to provoke Chen Chen more than he already had, but he did have the abilities required to provoke other ordinary disciple. Lin Feng was about to leave the pavilion. He was stupefied at the threat he had received. He did not even laugh and had just continued with what he was originally there for. Did he laugh without realizing?
In fact, from the beginning to the end, he had remained expressionless. He had been annoyed by the confrontation that was happening but had remained expressionless.
That guy didn't dare provoke the others. Did that give him the right to treat Lin Feng as a punching bag? Obviously. Fear the strong and bully the weak. Fought Lin Feng with disdain.
He was scared of Chen Shan and couldn't continue to bully him, so he had come to bully Lin Feng. But Lin Feng wasn't in the mood to deal with this special kind of childishness. He had chosen his agility technique and martial skills and was satisfied with them. It wasn't necessary for him to stay in the pavilion anymore, so he decided to go downstairs. Lin Feng started walking in the direction of the exit.
Stop! You worthless ordinary disciple! How dare you ignore me? Said Li Lin, looking cruel.
He had now run in front of Lin Feng to prevent him from leaving. Lin Feng smiled coldly. That guy obviously just wanted to show off in front of the others as he had just lost face.
Worthless ordinary disciple? It looks like you're the one who just got humiliated by an ordinary disciple.
Lin Feng had said that in a joking tone. It clearly showed that Li Lin really had no sense of shame.
You want to die. Indeed, you're right. Said Lin Feng coldly before adding, Li Lin, is that your name? I don't have time to waste on you. Let's meet at the Stormy Gorge in the Life and Death Arena before the Elite Disciple exam.
When Lin Feng said these words, everybody around laughed again. Lin Feng was surprisingly challenging Li Lin as well, but that time with their life at stake.
Could Li Lin reject the challenge after being humiliated to such an extent? Interesting,
murmured some of the disciples watching from the sidelines.
Li Lin looked perplexed. He didn't know what to think about what had just happened.
Lin Feng had surprisingly challenged him to a fight to the death, knowing full well that elite disciples could kill ordinary disciples in the gorge.
Would he be strong enough? Alright, I'll wait for you there, Li Lin said.
Li Lin was caught between a rock and a hard place.
Chen Shan knew that too.
If he had been scared of an ordinary disciple again, he would have had to hide himself forever from all other disciples in the sect.
He couldn't afford to lose face again. Li Lin turned around and immediately left.
Lin Feng smiled inside.
He didn't look at his opponent.
If he wasn't able to defeat the weakest elite disciple of the sect, it would mean he hasn't made any progress and has actually stepped backwards on the path of cultivation. He had already battled an elite disciple when he was only at the 8th Chi layer.
What's your name?
To be able to come to this floor, it means that you've already broken through to the Ling Chi layer.
How come I've never seen you before? Chen Shan asked. Chen Shan was ranked first from all the ordinary disciples.
He knew all of the strongest ordinary disciples by name and had measured their strength against his own. He also knew who had broken through to the Ling Chi layer within the sect and how many ordinary disciples had broken through. He was getting prepared to join the elite disciple exam of the Yun Hai sect and hoped to become an elite disciple. He made sure to know about everyone who he would be competing against. But Chen Shan had never seen Lin Feng.
Lin Feng. I'm not popular, so it's normal that you've never seen me, replied Lin Feng while smiling in a friendly way.
Lin Feng, you mean the rumored piece of trash?
Chen Shan was stunned.
He had never seen him, but he had already heard Lin Feng's name many times.
It seems like one shouldn't believe rumors. How could a piece of trash have broken through to the Ling Chi layer?
Said Chen Shan while smiling and shaking his head. Then, he added, but even though we are both fellow ordinary disciples, there is still a big gap between you and me.
Actually, there's a gigantic gap between you and me, there is nothing comparable.
Soon I will become an elite disciple, we are not the same. Lin Feng was a bit surprised. Lin Feng understood what Chen Shan meant. He was referring to the fact that Lin Feng had said to Li Lin that he had been humiliated by another ordinary disciple. In Chen Shan's eyes, Lin Feng's sentence meant that he was saying that they were on the same level. Chen Shan thought that they had nothing in common. He was of course the strongest and Lin Feng was not strong enough to be his equal.
It seems like you are very self-confident, replied Lin Feng, not losing his temper and still smiling in a friendly way.
Indeed, at least when I am amongst ordinary disciples. I am the number 1 ranked ordinary disciple,
replied Chen Shan. Alright, I see.
It is said that ordinary disciples need an oil lamp when they are on the first floor, and then when it goes off, they must leave.
You are indeed very strong, but do you dare exceed that amount of time? Said Lin Feng while laughing. You don't need to flatter me.
Indeed, all of the ordinary disciples need that oil lamp on the first floor.
However, I am an exception.
Because of my strength, I am not bound by the rules.
Who would dare say otherwise?
Said Chen Shan, mocking that the rules were only meant for the weak.
Is that so?
Lin Feng was smiling and seemed to be very interested. Well, actually, I also can stay as long as I wish on the first floor, but I try to follow the sect rules. You are the first-ranked ordinary disciple, you are so strong.
It's no problem for me to stay here as long as I wish, so of course it would be even less of a problem for you, right? Are you joking? You plan to stay longer than the time allocated by the oil lamp?
Said Chen Chen with a cold smile filled with disdain.
Can you not see with your own eyes?
Said Lin Feng with a meaningful smile on his face.
He then stopped paying attention to Chen Chen.
He then started looking at another skill.
He didn't intend to practice it, but looking and learning was a wise thing to do. That guy must be crazy.
Continuing to stay on the floor, all the elite disciples on the first floor looked at him with interest. They all started to pay attention to the scene that appeared before them. They wanted to see how long he was going to stay.
Humph, Chen Chen groaned.
Lin Feng had arrived before him, so he wasn't in a hurry. Lin Feng's oil lamp would burn out before his, and the lie would be exposed. The time for half a lamp to burn had already passed.
Chen Chen was looking at his skill. He was frowning, he didn't have much time left on his lamp. He looked at Lin Feng and saw that, as before, he was leaning against the bookshelf looking sluggish and still looking at a skill book. He looked like he was absolutely unaware of the time that was passing. He didn't even pay attention to it. How long can you keep playing your little game? Chen Chen wasn't even in the mood to look at skills anymore. He was soon going to be an elite disciple anyway, he would be able to spend as much as he wished on the first floor and could look at as many skills as he wanted. He was watching Lin Feng and waiting for him to make a fool of himself. But Chen Chen was disappointed. Some time passed again and Lin Feng didn't seem to be reacting at all. It seemed like he had completely lost the notion of time. He just continued to read the skills leisurely. Are you not leaving yet? Asked Chen Chen, unable to remain calm.
He had almost no time left on his oil lamp. If he didn't leave, he would be severely punished by the sect for breaking the rules.
I'm not worried, why are you worried?
You are the top-ranked ordinary disciple of the Yunhai sect.
You are a genius.
Lin Feng said in an indifferent tone, but everybody understood that he was making fun of Chen Chen.
Chen Chen suddenly became furious and said, You want to die? I'm not staying here with you. When you come out, I hope you can explain everything to me.
After threatening Lin Feng, Chen Chen turned around and left the Xingchen pavilion.
Top-ranked ordinary disciple? He is just a fool, nothing more.
Thought Lin Feng while sneering at him, which made Chen Chen, who was looking at him, even more furious, and killing intent had appeared in his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 57, Lu Song Lan. Chen Chen actually hadn't left the pavilion. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he was waiting at the entrance door. You slightly exceeded the time limit. Next time, please pay attention, said Protector Bei while looking at Chen Chen and shaking his head. I slightly exceeded the time limit, but there's another guy who's been in there for ages, way over the time limit. I want to see what will happen to him. Thought Chen Chen, waiting for Lin Feng to come down.
Lin Feng didn't make Chen Chen wait for too long. A short time after, he also came down looking relaxed as if there was no problem at all.
Protector Bei, here are the skills and agility technique that I chose, said Lin Feng while glancing at Chen Chen.
Lin Feng handed skill and agility technique books over to the Protector Bei while smiling in a friendly way.
Purity technique. It will help you consolidate your agility basics. It is definitely worth learning,
said Protector Bei while looking at the agility technique and skills which Lin Feng had chosen. He was nodding with agreement. He then added, 8 Strikes of Desolation is at the bottom of the Xian level skills, yet, it is an extremely powerful skill. It is hard to learn and practice, but considering your abilities, it should not be too much of a problem. Concerning the Sword of Nirvana, which is a triple strike attack, everybody can learn it, but only a real genius can master it to perfection. People who manage to master it to perfection are really rare. You will have to make great efforts to achieve such a mastery of this skill. Protector Bei was still looking at the agility technique and skills that Lin Feng had chosen and continued to give his opinion. If someday by any chance, you manage to carry out these 3 hits using the Sword of Nirvana at full strength, then don't learn another skill which is at the bottom of the Xian level or even an average Xian level. Directly move on and learn a high Xian level skill. However, if you manage to master the skill, you will not have a problem even if it collides with a high level Xian skill. Lin Feng was smiling when he heard what the old man was telling him. The gap between the different sublevels of the Xian level was colossal, but if Lin Feng managed to master that skill, he would still be able to carry out amazingly strong attacks which could match a high-level Xian skill.
At the side of the pavilion, Protector Bei and Lin Feng were talking and laughing cheerfully. The more they talked, the uglier and angrier Chen Chen's face looked. It looked like Lin Feng and Protector Bei were actually friends. No wonder Lin Feng took such liberties. He was on the first floor for a long time, more than that allocated within an oil lamp. Said Chen Chen, interrupting them in the middle of their conversation, which made Protector Bei smile. He then turned his head and looked at Chen Chen. I know, said Protector Bei, calm and unperturbed. Since you know that he violated the rules of the sect, shouldn't he be severely punished? Chen Chen hadn't expected Protector Bei to admit it in such a straightforward way while looking like he was feeling completely at ease. He was feeling even more furious. Protector Bei looked at Chen Chen with a strict look. He shook his head and then said, I've been here for many, many years. No matter who, elite disciples or even core disciples, have to go through me when they want to enter the Xingqian Pavilion. What do you think? Are you implying that you are trying to teach me, with my many years of experience, how to do my job? Protector Bei was an extraordinary person. The patriarch of the Yunhai sect, Nan Gongling, showed a lot of respect to him when he saw him. In his eyes, common ordinary disciples were tiny individuals with no power, nothing more. Even if it was the top-ranking ordinary disciples, it was still a tiny individual with no power, a nobody who was not worth his time. It would even be a struggle for elite disciples to be considered less than a tiny insignificant power in front of this protector. Lin Feng was an exception. The first time he had met Lin Feng, he had had an extremely good first impression. He immediately had the impression that Lin Feng was polite and wise beyond his years. Later, he had also found out that Lin Feng was extremely gifted, especially when he had made the 8 drums beat. Therefore, he held Lin Feng in the highest of esteem. What did Chen Chen think? How could he allow himself to interrogate the old man like he had done? How could Protector Bei treat him with esteem? When Chen Chen heard Protector Bei's words, his face started looking demonic. He then said in an extremely cold way, your only job is just to guard the Xingqian Pavilion. You dare not apply the rules of the sect. That is a very serious crime against the sect, how dare you? Lin Feng was speechless and shocked by Chen Chen's words. No wonder he was such an imbecile when it came to cultivation and relied on his spirit to achieve minor results. That guy didn't have the least bit of wisdom in his heart. What did that guy think he was doing when threatening Protector Bei and accusing him of having committed a serious crime? The top-ranked ordinary disciple, that guy was living in a dream. He was so used to thinking he was a valuable and noteworthy talent that he had forgotten his place. Protector Bei looked at Chen Chen in a way which clearly showed how ridiculous he thought Chen Chen was. The old man had worked there for a great many years and had never experienced such a thing. He also never got angry, and then at that moment, an ordinary disciple had dared come to him and interrogate him and then tell him that he had committed a crime. Protector Bei was shaking his head. He started opening his mouth but looked like he was still thinking about what to say when his facial expression suddenly changed and shouted, "Get lost!" After saying these 2 words, an insane strength burst out and crashed onto Chen Chen's body. At that moment, Protector Bei's eyes were filled with a sharp killing light. His body was unleashing an extremely strong qi. Chen Chen had just felt the extremely strong power against his body and had ended up kneeling down on the ground shaking from head to toe. Chen Chen wasn't the only one who was shaking from head to toe with fear. People inside the Xingqian Pavilion had also been shocked by the loud shout. Some of them had come to see what was happening and saw the protector's body surrounded by such a strong and powerful qi. They all kept quiet with fear. As it turned out, that old man who looked sluggish was actually as strong or even stronger than the elders within the sect and looked like a powerful deity to the disciples. The old man's strength was genuinely powerful without question. It was well known that when breaking through to the Ling Qi layer from the Qi layer, cultivators acquired a mysterious and profound strength. When breaking through to the Xin Qi layer from the Ling Qi layer, it was said that the cultivator's 3 energies, the Qi, the Xin and the Jing, fused together, which enabled the cultivator to acquire a genuinely pure and immense power. The Qi inside the body became genuinely pure like the Qi of heaven and earth. A tiny bit of that pure power contained an extremely condensed Qi, and when it was used in an attack, it could destroy an entire mountain. Protector Bei's shout had actually released that genuinely pure power. The power that had crashed onto Chen Chen's body wasn't immensely strong because Protector Bei had controlled his power perfectly, but it had revealed the fact that he was an extremely strong cultivator who had broken through to the Xian Qi layer. Xian Qi layer, that was an incomparably strong cultivation level. He could easily become an elder in the Yunhai sect. I will be taking my leave, said Chen Chen while pale but still looking at Lin Feng with an evil look, and added, piece of trash, relying on other people's strength. If you join the elite exam, at that moment, I will take good care of you. When saying those words, Chen Chen turned around and left with his head held high. Lin Feng shook his head while looking at Chen Chen.
Even though that guy was the top-ranked ordinary disciple, he was extremely arrogant and thought he was better than others. He didn't know anything else but the small place in which he lived and thought he had seen and knew everything. He really did not understand how large the world was and did not know that hidden dragons lay everywhere. Protector Bei's strength was immense. He wouldn't even spare a glance at a cultivator like Chun Shen, who was ranked at the top of ordinary disciple. Why would he go out of his way to do favors for Lin Feng? If Chen Shen had even the slightest wisdom, then he would come to the conclusion that he had met someone he could not offend. Besides, everything that had happened was all part of Chen Shen attempting to show his dominance over Lin Feng. By attempting to show off, he had humiliated himself several times.
It's been a long time since I had to do something like this.
I am much too old for things such as this, thought Protector Bei. Then he said, Shuiyu, when I leave, you'll be in charge of the Xingqian Pavilion. After he finished talking, his body started shaking and wings of a crane appeared. Then, he flew high up in the air and disappeared. The crowd was stupefied. They had seen how he had suddenly vanished into the horizon. What a terrifying power! He could even fly. What kind of power was this old man hiding? That old man could travel over 10 kilometers in the blink of an eye. That required an extremely profound power. The crowd had the feeling they were in a dream. The sluggish-looking old man who guarded the Xingqian Pavilion had suddenly shown his real power. At that moment, they hated themselves for not noticing and never asking the old man for advice. They had all ignored him. They had eyes but did not recognize Mount Tai. Lin Feng was stupefied as well. His heart was pounding in amazement. Protector Bei was 1,000,000 times stronger than he was. Much stronger than he had originally thought. A middle-aged man entered the Xingqian Pavilion. That was the one Protector Bei had called before leaving, Shuiyu. At that moment, on the highest mountain on the Yunhai sect, in the room of a temple, a gigantic qi was filling the atmosphere. Many people had gathered in that room and it looked like they were debating about something. Fei, I will consider this with great attention. You should stop worrying, said the patriarch of the Yunhai sect, Nan Gongling, while smiling. He was speaking to Lu Fei, who was sitting next to him. Behind Lu Fei were a multitude of people wearing the same attire. They were all wearing noble red armor. They were precisely the people Lin Feng had seen at the foot of the mountain. They were the troops who were riding Qi Shui armored horses. When she heard Nan Gongling's answer, Lu Fei's beautiful eyebrows frowned. Nan Gongling hadn't replied happily. In fact, it could be seen that he was not happy in the slightest. But Lu Fei could understand him. Letting some of the best disciples of the Yunhai sect leave with her was a difficult decision. Each of the Yunhai sect disciples would go on to have children who represented a great future for the sect. How could Nan Gongling abandon any of them easily? Uncle Nan Gongling, you know that my father is not a selfish person. It is fate and it is for the benefit of the Shuiyu country. He will definitely let them come back to the Yunhai sect. He will treat them well. At that moment, they will all be able to assume a high status and will become pillars of the sect. Lu Fei continued her argumentation. Your father and I practiced cultivation together, grew up together. We love each other like brothers. If he stayed in the Yunhai sect, he could have become the patriarch of the sect. How could I, Nan Gongling, not know what kind of man he is? The thing is that now, as the patriarch of the Yunhai sect, everything I do, I must do it considering what is good and bad for the sect first. I cannot selfishly decide things myself. Nan Gongling didn't elaborate more at that moment. He remembered all the things he and Lu Tsanlan used to do together without thinking of the consequences of their actions. They were two geniuses of the Yunhai sect. But these days, as the patriarch of the sect, he couldn't act irresponsibly anymore. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 58, Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu. When Lu Fei heard Nan Gongling's speech, she heaved a sigh. Actually, she could understand the difficult position in which Nan Gongling found himself. Yet, she was concerned about her father, who also had to bear huge responsibilities. She was really trying her best to help him by any means possible. Patriarch, Nan Gongling, building the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu is an order of His Majesty. Could you refuse to obey His Majesty's orders? Said a young man who was next to Lu Fei while staring at Nan Gongling. When did I say that I wanted to disobey His Majesty's orders? Nan Gongling replied coldly while glancing at the young man. He then said, building the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu is a project which I support wholeheartedly. I have no choice but to let a few outstanding disciples go and practice there. He paused for a moment and then continued in a cold tone, besides, since when did you start to think it was good manners to poke your nose into other people's affairs and make criticisms? A little prince like you.
What do you intend to do? Do you want me to call your father, Duan Tianlang, and have him teach you some manners?
In the continent of the Nine Clouds, elders had to be respected. Nobles also had to be respected, which was especially true of those with high status as they were extremely strong. These days, the Duan clan had become the imperial clan because they were extremely strong. The Duan clan had become the strongest clan in the entire Shuiyu country. It wasn't just a matter of how much territory was controlled, it was a fact that they were the strongest. However, the Duan clan still had to humble themselves to the sects and act politely when speaking with them. Nan Gongling wasn't going to submit himself to a little prince of the Duan clan. It did not matter to him how strong the Duan clan was, his sect was not something that could be looked down upon by anyone.
You? Nan Gongling, I will tell my father about this, said the young man coldly while giving a glare filled with evil intentions. Tell him whatever you like, replied Nan Gongling while looking relaxed and not surprised. I heard that little Fei came back. At that moment, a voice came from outside of the room in the temple. It was Protector Bei who had just arrived while striding forward with head high. Grandfather Bei. When Lu Fei saw Protector Bei, she stood up. Protector Bei was actually her father's master. Little Fei, how's your father doing? Protector Bei was looking at Lu Fei with affectionate eyes. The great elders and protectors of the sect rarely had direct disciples. When they did, they developed deep and strong ties with them which would last a lifetime. He's still in Duanren City, said Lu Fei making a wry smile. Phew. Sighed Protector Bei shaking his head and making a wry smile as well. Little Fei, what brings you here? If you are looking for disciples, then I have an amazing person in mind. You will definitely be happy. One person? Said Lu Fei making a wry smile again. Didn't your father leave the sect alone in the past? You don't need too many people. It's useless to take too many, said Protector Bei while shaking his head. Grandfather, who are you talking about? Lu Fei's eyes had a glimmer of hope. When she heard the old man, she had the feeling he was talking about somebody extremely important. Could it be? You will know when the right moment comes. Make those guys leave first. After the elite disciple exam of the Yunhai sect, I will personally accompany the person to the imperial city, said Protector Bei while looking at the crowd of troops behind Lu Fei. All right, said Lu Fei while nodding. In the mountains where he had first met Lu Fei, Lin Feng was sitting in a cave and cultivating. The qi of heaven and earth looked like a cocoon which was surrounding him as he continued to cultivate. Lin Feng's body was wrapped up in the cocoon-like qi. That white-colored qi looked like an extremely dense fog which had almost become solid. At that moment, a terrifying attractive force emerged out of the deepest parts of Lin Feng's body which enabled the qi of heaven and earth that surrounding his body to penetrate into his dantian. Inside Lin Feng's body, a powerful milky white qi was circulating and looked as if it was boiling. The strong qi which circulated in and out of Lin Feng's body was extremely pure. After a long time, the qi of heaven and earth was still uninterruptedly revolving around Lin Feng's body. At that moment, Lin Feng stopped cultivating. He opened his eyes and had a big smile on his face. This purity technique has such strange effects on the body, but it definitely helped consolidate my cultivation basics. Now, I am much stronger than before, I can utilize my power much better than before. I can control my breathing much better than before as well. Lin Feng thought that thanks to his increased breathing abilities, he would be able to endlessly fight. A continuous explosive strength required a great power, and of course every fight required control over one's breathing. Lin Feng stood up, looked at a wall at the entrance of the cave, then thrust his palm forward into the air and whispered, 8 strikes of desolation. Accompanying his words, a strong and explosive attack crashed into the wall in front of him. Boom, dot. 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 The entire cave was vibrating. 7 clear and distinct marks could be seen on the wall which Lin Feng had taken as a target. As expected, 8 strikes of desolation is an extremely strong attack. Lin Feng was smiling. 8 strikes of desolation was one of the lowest skills of the Xian level. It could have up to 8 strikes. If a cultivator managed to achieve 5 strikes, that was already extremely strong and proof that he had great talent. If he could manage to go up to 6 strikes, he was definitely a rare talent, but achieving 7 strikes could only be done by a real genius. Lin Feng wanted to achieve 8 strikes. Achieving 8 strikes would fill the entire atmosphere with power. However, achieving the 8th strike was extremely difficult and only real geniuses could achieve it. It usually required a lot of battle experience to fully comprehend the skill and master it to perfection.
Xian level skills were not easy to practice, and the higher the level and strength, the more difficult they became. However, as far as Lin Feng was concerned, he could see no problem with practicing. When releasing his dark spirit, it gave him the amazing ability of increased comprehension and understanding. After one day, he had been able to master 7 strikes. He just had to practice a bit more and he would be able to master the 8 strikes of desolation skill to perfection and achieve all 8 strikes when using the skill. But Lin Feng wasn't satisfied at that moment. Elite disciples had nothing in common with ordinary disciples, and Lin Feng wanted to climb above all others. During the elite disciple exam of the Yunhai sect, there could be a real genius within the disciples. Lin Feng didn't know how it was going to be, but the stronger his competition was, the better. Sword of Nirvana would greatly improve his strength in a very short time as well. The Sword of Nirvana skill was actually a sword skill with 3 strikes which would grow in strength with the higher mastery of the sword.
1 strike could mean death, 3 strikes would mean certain death.
A deadly sword.
A fatal sword. A lonely sword.
It could annihilate everything that stood in its way, so it had annihilated everything in its path. It had nothing left that was its equal and was therefore lonely. While reading the Sword of Nirvana skill book, Lin Feng was lost in thought. He looked at the text and the stances while gradually absorbing all of the knowledge.
Lin Feng could rapidly understand everything.
Lin Feng had started to release his spirit. Lin Feng's world became a world filled with darkness again. The earth, the sky, not a single color or light could be seen. There was only darkness surrounding everything. Lin Feng was calm and unperturbed in that world of darkness. Nothing could disturb him and he was extremely calm. Lin Feng closed his eyes and the image of a person appeared in his brain. That person looked like a holy man and didn't stop wielding his long sword. 1 strike, another strike, repeating the same movement over and over again. He was practicing the Sword of Nirvana. The deadly sword. After a long time, Lin Feng opened his eyes.
The twinkling sword lacerating the air disappeared.
1 step, 1 strike, the deadly sword.
Boom! The entire cave was shaking and trembling.
The sword had left a large scar in the wall of the cave. The cave was shaking and trembling more and more. The rocks had been crushed into nothing but dust. Lin Feng was stupefied. Lin Feng had quickly retreated from the cave, and not long after, the cave collapsed on itself with a violent rumble. The first strike was already so deadly. Combined with the 8 strikes of desolation, he had completely destroyed the cave. He had only mastered the first strike of the Sword of Nirvana and the 7th strike of the 8 strikes of desolation, yet he had already collapsed a cave. These were indeed powerful skills. Lin Feng recalled his spirit back into his body. He was very excited. Xian level skills were definitely extremely powerful, as expected.
Was the power of all his skills going to be so incredible?
What Lin Feng didn't know was that the first strike was already devastating because he also knew how to control forces. He had unconsciously controlled the sword force at a very advanced level and combined it with his strike. That deadly sword required a perfect fusion of his sword chi, mastery of the skill and sword force.
These 3 elements had to be in a perfect symbiotic fusion.
Lin Feng's ability to comprehend and use the sword force so freely had made things much easier for him. That is why it wasn't that difficult for him to practice the skill. If it had been someone else, it would have been much more difficult, maybe even impossible to learn the skill in such a short period.
Who?
Lin Feng had come out from the cave, turned around and looked around him at the mountains where the sun rays shone through.
He could see someone walking in the distance.
When he recognized the person, Lin Feng felt a sudden urge to take revenge which he suppressed.
Lu Fei.
Lin Feng was surprised.
He didn't understand what she was doing there.
She had had the opportunity to attack him before and she hadn't seized it.
Why? Bastard, you took control over my territory. Today, you and me are enemies. You are the only one who has humiliated me to such an extent.
Lu Fei was staring at Lin Feng with a deep and bitter hatred for him. Since she was a child, her father had taught her to stand alone and be independent.
She had always been like that. She was more of a tomboy and didn't really act like a girl in the slightest.
Besides, she had gone through a lot of hardships which made her even more proud and ambitious. But Lu Fei hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so shameless. He was a voyeur and had pounced naked onto her only to be beaten back, and then when they next fought he had dared to say he wasn't interested in her anymore only because he had made great progress with his cultivation. Then, he had dared to steal her precious and beloved territory.
How could she not be angry?
Now, I have broken through to the Ling Qi layer. We will see if you still dare act so insolent towards me.
Lu Fei thought tyrannically.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 59, Lin Feng, that bastard.
Special thanks to QDB, Eddie and Marcella AS, hugs and kisses, they have sponsored this chapter for everyone. Since we have now brought the queue down to 0. I thought I would do an event for all the leechers who cannot donate but still support my site. I have placed 8 codes throughout the website. 3-digit codes like this one, 4A8. Each one that is found will add 0.5 to the donation queue. Once you have found them, simply email me the code plus the location on the site. Email protected. I hope this gives you something to do while waiting for the next chapter. Also, please let me know what you think of my event in the comment section. Thank you XO. Enjoy XOXOX. I have already defeated you 3 times. Apologize to me and I might show mercy and let you off. Lu Fei said in an ice-cold tone. Defeated 3 times? Show mercy? Lin Feng laughed, shook his head and said, just leave already before it becomes too embarrassing for you to stay. Lu Fei and Lin Feng had already met a few times. Lin Feng knew how proud and arrogant that girl was, so she would not accept others' help and would use her own power. Therefore, when Yu Hao, an elite disciple, wanted to help her to kill Lin Feng, she refused even though she just had nod once and Yu Hao would kill Lin Feng. She still didn't do it. Then, at the foot of the mountain, with these cavaliers on Qi Shui armored horses, Lu Fei had said in a cold voice that they were fellow disciples within the sect. She didn't try to get her revenge with numbers. Therefore, even though Lin Feng thought that girl was quite detestable, he didn't think that she was evil or malicious. Maybe during the first time Lin Feng had come to her place, she had really believed that he was a pervert and that it was no accident at all. Embarrassing? Lu Fei was looking at Lin Feng looking horribly self-confident. Now she had a breakthrough. You should go home. My father gave me a silver xianbao. If you do not leave quickly, then I will let you taste its arrows. Lu Fei grabbed the silver bow she was carrying on her back. It diffused a dazzling light and the sun was reflecting from every inch of the bow. She put an arrow into the bow, made a small step and bent down. Her movements looked smooth and agile. Her beautiful body, her clothes and her movements were in perfect harmony. She looked very attractive, but that beauty was hiding her dangerous power. Whoosh! The sound of a bowstring vibrating could be heard as the arrow shot through the air at incredible speed. Its dazzling light made it look like it was on fire. It was heading directly towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was stupefied. The arrow was approaching so quickly that escaping seemed impossible. He quickly moved from the path of the arrow and struck his sword against the incoming arrow. The arrow flew past Lin Feng and crashed into the side of a cave which was behind him. Boom, dot. Behind Lin Feng, rocks were falling from the cave and half of the rock face had been destroyed. It had been crushed by Lu Fei's arrow. That attack was quite violent and contained a great deal of power. Ha! Lin Feng was surprised. He could feel the power from her Ling Qi layer. So Lu Fei had broken through to the Ling Qi layer, no wonder that she wanted to fight with him again. Lu Fei was very young and had yet already broken through to the Ling Qi layer. She was a really outstanding talent. She was about as strong as Lin Qian and Na Lan Feng. Considering these things, her arrogance would be inevitable. However, she was not as vicious and petty as Lin Qian and did not look down on others like Na Lan Feng. Also, her status was much higher than that of Lin Qian or Na Lan Feng. One could notice it from the moment she was seen with the cavalry troop, which contained troops much stronger than the ones he had slaughtered during the night before the annual tournament. As expected, sword skills are indeed very powerful. Her arrows were much quicker than before. She had also become much stronger as well. Her arrows could even exceed the speed of sound as they ripped through the air. The whistling sound of the arrow could be heard only after the arrow had reached its target, or maybe the sound would be heard after the arrow had already pierced its opponent. Killing people with these arrows would be extremely easy for her. Bow and arrow techniques were terrifying and cultivators who used them were extremely respected. Their attacks were fast and precise while carrying extremely powerful destructive force. Unfortunately for her, Lu Fei's strength was still not extremely developed. It was incomparable with that of some extremely advanced cultivators who used bows and arrows. You're lucky, Lu Fei said to Lin Feng while looking at him. She put another arrow in the bow and said, I'll give you another chance. No need. I am not guilty of anything. I don't need to apologize or to beg you, Lin Feng said while shaking his head. He started walking towards Lu Fei. You're bringing about your own destruction, shouted Lu Fei furiously. An arrow then pierced through the air. 8 strikes of desolation. Lin Feng raised his hand and thrust out 3 strikes which collided with the arrow, and with each strike it gradually lost strength until it eventually fell helpless onto the ground. 8 strikes of desolation, Xian level skill, Ling Qi layer, Lu Fei thought while shivering in fear. When she saw that Lin Feng knew the skill 8 Strikes of Desolation, she understood that Lin Feng had also broken through to the Ling Qi layer. No wonder he had remained so insolent. She had realized her mistake. She immediately turned around and started running at an incredible speed in the opposite direction. Lin Feng was baffled and had no idea what she was doing. Then, he saw Lu Fei bending over. Her body had a perfect arch shape. That beauty was still hiding her killing intent, and she would not let go of her revenge so easily.
Whoosh dot. An arrow shot through the air with a whistling sound, but this time it was even faster and stronger than a moment ago.
Lin Feng wasn't scared.
He was as confident as before.
He started his 8 Strikes of Desolation attack again.
This time, he used 4 strikes. Damn, how many strikes can that guy do using 8 Strikes of Desolation?
Lu Fei whispered as she swore at Lin Feng in her heart. She suddenly released her spirit.
A beautiful and resplendent golden arrow spirit appeared. It looked very different from the last time. This time, there were 3 arrows behind her back. Her spirit was emitting such a strong qi that it made Lin Feng shake. Besides, Lu Fei's spirit had been awakened as expected. Lu Fei's arrow spirit flew up in the air, and following it, Lu Fei also jumped in the air. High up in the air, the arrows were accurately aiming at Lin Feng.
At the same time, Lu Fei was holding her silver bow and had loaded it with 3 arrows as well.
3 cruel and deadly arrows. Meteor fall. Lu Fei looked serene and calm.
Her body floated high up in the air as 6 arrows were shot and pierced through the air. The arrow spirit definitely had great advantages. Not only was it able to automatically aim at somebody, but it was also able to aim at a specific body part. At that moment, Lin Feng had the feeling that the arrow spirit was aiming at his soul, which made him feel like his very being was being suppressed by the arrows. These arrows are so powerful. Lin Feng was feeling gloomy, and immediately he started his 8 Strikes of Desolation attack using both hands. 14 strikes had blotted out the sky and covered up the earth.
Moving straight towards the incoming arrows. Boom, boom, boom. Explosion sounds filled the air, and an extremely strong wind blew onto Lin Feng's disciple robes.
After these apocalyptic attacks vanished, Lu Fei appeared again in a cloud of dust. She was crouching down and was breathing heavily.
How can he be this strong? Lu Fei was looking at Lin Feng and wondering how she would get her revenge. It seemed impossible.
She was completely astonished. After she broke through to the Ling Qi layer, her father himself had assisted her in her training. She had been practicing every day with no rest. She had greatly increased her breathing abilities and her combat skills. She had greatly increased her strength, and her attacks now contained explosive power within each arrow. Thanks to her spirit, she was now even able to shoot 6 arrows at the same time. She was extremely talented as a disciple of the first Ling Qi layer, and not many people could defeat her, but Lin Feng was still able to block all of her attacks.
She had lost once again and was unable to put up resistance.
He was a genius. He could use up to 7 strikes of the 8 Strikes of Desolation skill and up to 14 using both hands. He had managed to master it with both hands to such a level. Such a thing was impossible.
Was he really only at the first Ling Qi layer? How could his attacks be that horrifyingly powerful? When Lu Fei saw that Lin Feng was moving nearer and nearer with a weird smile on his face, she could feel a shiver run down her spine, and while remaining vigilant she asked him, "What are you planning to do?"
Lin Feng said nothing and just hummed as if he was thinking of what he would do.
What kind of girl was she?
She often used that delicate, charming, and tender expression to fool others. She also looked very cute, but he knew that deep down she was violent. If Lin Feng didn't have a strong willpower and determination, he could have ended up falling for her too. Lin Feng, whose expression was barely discernible, looked at Lu Fei with an evil smile on his face and asked, "What do you think that I am going to do, You?" Lu Fei had the blood rush from her face and she looked incredibly pale. She took an arrow from her back and started pressing it against her own throat. She was extremely determined. Lin Feng was joking on purpose and at that moment was astonished. He wouldn't have thought that his joke would have such repercussions.
He couldn't help but be completely shocked. "If I wanted to do anything to you, do you think I would have let you off last time?"
Lin Feng had no choice but to speak.
Could it be that he really looked and sounded like a pervert?
Lin Feng's words suddenly relieved Lu Fei. She also put down the arrow that she was holding.
"If you really want this place, then I will leave it to you.
From this point forward we won't need to meet anymore, it's too troublesome with you.
You continue to shock me,"
Lin Feng explained while walking towards Lu Fei. When he arrived next to her, he stopped. Lin Feng bent over and looked at Lu Fei. He slowly sighed, amazed by the beautiful skin of the girls in that world.
Lin Feng, who was above Lu Fei, looked closely and attentively at her delicate face.
He looked startled. Then he smiled and whispered, "I have only just realized now that you are pretty cute after all." When he finished talking, Lin Feng left. Lu Fei was astonished for a while, but she soon came to her senses.
Ah, that bastard.
Lin Feng sensed the stones of the mountains around him were shaking and the sound of Lu Fei's voice was echoing through the atmosphere into his ears. There was no need to react that way. Holding a grudge against somebody like this wasn't a pleasant thing after all. It was even scary to a certain extent.
I guess this settles things between us.
Lin Feng had a resplendent and brilliant smile on his face.
He looked like a happy and well-rounded young man.
Always taking things too seriously or always being too worried was pointless.
Sometimes it felt good to relax and not worry.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 60, Emosia is evil.
Lin Feng had left the mountains where he had just finally removed a thorn from his side. He saw some silhouettes on the horizon running at full speed, which created a dust storm behind them.
"Hey, what's going on?" asked a disciple who didn't understand what was going. "You still don't know? There are too many ferocious beasts in the Black Wind Mountain.
It looks like oceans of ferocious beasts have emerged.
A countless number of ferocious beasts have gone into a frenzy.
All the Yun Hai sect disciples are going there now to stop the disturbance."
"A flood of ferocious beasts," replied the other one, looking really excited.
They immediately headed towards the crowd at great speed, while heading towards the Black Wind Mountain. The history of the Yun Hai sect dated back 1,000 years, but the history of the Black Wind Mountain was even older than that. These floods of ferocious beasts weren't a rare thing, but for the great majority of them, they were weaker beasts. Many disciples were heading there for treasures and for battle experience. This was something which did not occur frequently and could not be missed. A few hundred years before, there was a flood of strong ferocious beasts. The Yun Hai sect was almost destroyed by this flood. Ordinary ferocious beasts and Ling-level ferocious beasts were not a problem. They were ordinary and easy to kill, but during the apocalyptic flood from the past, there was a gigantic quantity of Shin-level ferocious beasts which were extremely strong compared to cultivators at the same level. They were incredibly hard to kill, which made them extremely dangerous. They made earthquakes with their movements and killed a multitude of people.
The sect was almost completely destroyed.
There were also rumors. At that time the leader of the ferocious beasts was a mutant beast which could change its shape, a celestial ferocious beast. Because it had happened such a long time before, the information that people knew about it was limited. However, everybody knew that these floods of ferocious beasts were very dangerous, but that they were also a great opportunity.
Cultivators would give their best efforts to obtain as many precious items as they could. Fighting against ferocious beasts would quickly increase the battle experience of the disciples.
I wouldn't have thought that the Yun Hai sect disciples would go there before the elite disciple exam.
Lin Feng thought.
He then started walking and decided to head straight to the Black Wind Mountain. Lin Feng didn't walk for a very long time.
Lu Fei also came out of the mountains and was also heading to the Black Wind Mountain.
On the highest mountain of the Yun Hai sect were sitting a group of mysterious people looking down at the surroundings. They were watching Ling Huishan, the top-ranked core disciple of the Yun Hai sect.
"How strong?"
"It looks like this time the number of ferocious beasts is quite large." Ling Hu was extremely strong as expected. He looks like one of the 8 high officials of the country, people thought while looking at Ling Huishan's silhouette. They all knew that the high official, Zhu Zhanpeng, had come to the Yun Hai sect. They had seen how arrogant he was. It had moved Ling Huishan's heart a great deal, and he had now placed orders to control who came in and out of the Yun Hai sect.
The Black Wind Mountain looked like an apocalyptic battlefield.
Sect elders and disciples were moving together towards to the Black Wind Mountain. The entrance of the Black Wind Mountain was surrounded by the strongest cultivators within the sect. The ferocious beasts were roaring loudly at the base of mountain.
There were also many disciples killing ferocious beasts on the outskirts. It was a real bloodbath.
At that moment, Elder Emosia was standing on a huge monolith. His long sleeves were fluttering in the air.
"Elder Emosia, these disciples are quite strong.
It looks like the ordinary disciples are all capable of advancing really quickly within the sect,"
said an ordinary elder standing next to Emosia.
"Ah, this is actually so easy for us to handle.
There is no danger that we fear on this mountain. This is just a warm-up before the elite disciple exam. It's quite fun actually." Emosia laughed when saying this.
He sounded like there was absolutely no ferocious beast flood where disciples were fighting to the death.
"Elder Emosia, Elder Emosia." At that moment, more and more people were gathering.
They all came to Emosia and were bowing in front of him.
They were extremely polite.
At that moment, a silhouette passed by Emosia at full speed towards a ferocious beast.
Mo Xia looked pale as if he had seen a ghost.
There was a loud thunderous roar and suddenly a level 8 ferocious beast died on the spot. The thunderous roars came from Lin Feng's sword.
They were making the entire atmosphere vibrate heavily.
He threw himself at wild enraged rhinoceros and smashed its head, then the beast collapsed and died. Lin Feng used his sword to remove the precious core and other valuable items while placing them in his bag. These precious items were extremely expensive and valuable for him. He would be able to exchange them within the sect for useful tools which would increase his strength and increase his cultivation. Mo Xia, who was still standing still on the huge monolith, couldn't help but feel like he had a weight placed on his heart when he saw Lin Feng. That was precisely the disciple who had made him lose face in the presence of many other people. He had really humiliated him in front of everyone. He would have never thought that Lin Feng could improve his sword skills to such an extent in such a short amount of time. You have become quicker and stronger, but you, an ordinary disciple, dared to humiliate me. You should just die.
Thought Mo Xia full of hatred. He hadn't forgotten that day.
The memory of those events were still fresh in his mind.
Stop! Shouted Mo Xia while looking at Lin Feng.
He sounded like a madman and his shout was filled with anger. He had shouted so loud that it surprised Lin Feng.
He stopped what he was doing, turned around and saw Mo Xia.
Elder, what's wrong?
Asked Lin Feng.
Bastard, stop killing all the ferocious beasts. You're doing this only so that the others don't get the precious items, you selfish bastard.
Good thing that I'm here to pay attention and think about your fellow disciples of the Yunhai sect. Mo Xia was still shouting with anger. There was someone standing next to Lin Feng. He was an elder who followed Mo Xia. He was sent there by Mo Xia as he could easily kill Lin Feng with a flick of his wrist.
Elder, I don't see what precious items you are talking about, said Lin Feng while smiling coldly.
Last time, Mo Xia had put Lin Feng in an almost fatal position.
It was a death trap. He wanted to hand Lin Feng over to Chu Zhanpeng. Lin Feng wouldn't have thought that Mo Xia would still hate him though. Lin Feng had never directly offended him.
Mo Xia had been wrong to try and frame Lin Feng.
He thought this elder had already learned his lesson.
Bastard, how dare you talk to an elder that way? Shouted the elder standing next to Lin Feng.
He sounded furious.
That elder wasn't weak and had relied on Mo Xia to become an elder.
Of course, he wasn't going to miss an opportunity to show in front of his benefactor.
I'm saying that you stole the precious items, do I need to repeat it once again? Said Mo Xia smiling coldly.
Lin Feng wasn't doing it on purpose.
It was easy to misunderstand though.
Mo Xia was once again accusing Lin Feng of made-up crimes and then everybody would attempt to kill Lin Feng on the spot.
If Lin Feng died, who would say anything? He was just an ordinary disciple.
2 elders were there as witnesses. 2 elders in charge of enforcing the rules within the sect. There would be nothing strange if they killed Lin Feng.
Little boy, be very careful, will you dare humiliate an elder? Said Mo Xia. He was laughing on the inside.
In his head, Lin Feng was already dead.
You really are a shameless elder.
Lin Feng cursed loudly. He had first accused Lin Feng of stealing items from the others and then started adding other crimes to the list.
Mo Xia was in charge of enforcing the rules in the sect. How could he abuse his power like this?
Even if some others didn't agree, they would protect Lin Feng if he was having issues with an elder, and Mo Xia was trying to create a conflict between Lin Feng and the other elder. Lin Feng had no way to defend himself. If an elder said he had committed a crime, then he had committed a crime.
Mo Xia, I know you want to kill me. You don't need to invent false crimes to accuse me.
Just admit it honestly, like someone with a backbone. Lin Feng looked at Mo Xia and smiled coldly. He sounded extremely self-confident and arrogant.
Ha! Mo Xia frowned. Lin Feng dared be that impertinent? Mo Xia, I am just an ordinary disciple. You are an elder, what are you afraid of? If you want to kill me, then go ahead and try to kill me. I am right here waiting for you.
Lin Feng saw that Mo Xia was frowning and continued to talk.
He didn't restrain himself at all. He didn't care about Mo Xia and continued to humiliate him. No wonder, Mo Xia remembered that day.
He had been extremely scared of the shadow which took hold of him when he attempted to attack Lin Feng.
Indeed, that shadow had protected Lin Feng during those events. How could Mo Xia be sure that the shadow wouldn't protect Lin Feng again? Was Lin Feng was not acting this way to make him attack so the shadow would act? He remembered that frightening shadow as it completely dominated his body. Mo Xia couldn't help being terrified at the thought. He was clearly trembling in fear. He looked at Lin Feng with an evil look. Lin Feng looked back while remaining insolent and not scared at all.
He Chong, let's go, help me capture him, said Mo Xia to He Chong, who was standing near Lin Feng.
He didn't say kill, only capture.
All right, replied He Chong. Asshole, Lin Feng said while glancing at He Chong.
The insult had spontaneously burst forth from his mouth. It was completely unexpected by the people watching from the sidelines.
What did you say? Said He Chong, growing extremely furious. An ordinary disciple had suddenly dared insult him in front of the entire crowd. That was ridiculous, absurd, impossible.
That was truly outrageous. Mo Xia doesn't dare to touch me and wants you to attack me. Haven't you thought of the consequences? Lin Feng was smiling coldly while looking at Ichan and then added, I'm not just insulting you though. The same also applies Mo Xia.
He abuses his power as an elder.
When you look at Mo Xia trembling in fear, are you sure that you still feel like attacking me? Mo Xia doesn't dare attack me.
He wants you to do it, you're a scapegoat and you're even excited to obey his orders.
Even if I say you are an asshole, am I wrong with what I say?
Lin Feng's tone was cold but calm. It made He Chong furious. He didn't hesitate and immediately started moving towards Lin Feng. He secretly glanced at Mo Xia and saw Mo Xia was extremely furious as well, but as before, he was not moving towards Lin Feng at all. It was incredibly strange.
Mo Xia is extremely strong and influential. Does he want me to act as a scapegoat? He Chong thought.
He thought about the conversation Mo Xia and Lin Feng had had. The more he thought about it, the more he thought Lin Feng could be right. Besides, Mo Xia's father was standing behind them, so if something happened then Mo Xia would be helped by his father.
However, if something happened to He Chong, who would protect him?
At that moment, a large group of Yun Hai sect disciples were surrounding them and had seen everything.
They couldn't help but be stupefied.
An ordinary disciple had only said a few words and had terrified two elders of the Yun Hai sect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 61, Imaginary Demon. I tell you to hurry up and kill me, but you still don't dare. What sort of sect elders are you? Said Lin Feng, sneering at then he turned around and beheaded a sly python with his sword. His sword was extremely sharp and precise.
Lin Feng had an evil smile on his face, which made He Chong even more hesitant to attack. He surprisingly already believed Lin Feng's words and did not want to act rashly.
Mo Xia didn't dare take risks either, so both elders were frozen in place, unmoving.
The last time he made a move against Lin Feng, the evil shadow had defended him and had scared Mo Xia to death. Even just thinking about the shadow sent chills down his spine. It had been a deep psychological trauma for Mo Xia. The flood of ferocious beasts was getting more and more intense. There were also more and more disciples who were joining in the fights. Each of them looked crueler than the other, rushing into the multitude of ferocious beasts, which actually gave the impression they were bloodthirsty beasts themselves.
Lu Fei had also arrived.
She saw that Lin Feng was in the middle of all these ferocious beasts and that it seemed easy for him to kill them. His sword was bathed in blood and rivers of blood flowed under his feet. Lin Feng wasn't using his full strength, so it was hard to tell he was at the Ling Qi layer. He was using the strength of the 9th Qi layer to kill the incoming ferocious beasts.
However, every movement of his sword was precise, powerful, accurate, and quick.
His swordsmanship was on a whole new level. Lin Feng had complete control when using his sword and every movement was perfection.
He was quick, accurate, and powerful. People were unable to tell how powerful Lin Feng was, but they knew he must be strong.
This damned guy again, Lu Fei insulted Lin Feng in her thoughts.
She took her bow and arrow from her back and immediately shot an arrow through the skull of a ferocious beast that Lin Feng was about to kill.
Lin Feng turned around and saw Lu Fei's ice-cold eyes glaring at him. He smiled at her in a friendly way and ignored her, killing the ferocious beast. He believed their debt had been settled already.
Rhea whir. A furious roar spread throughout the atmosphere and echoed through the air.
The ground started violently shaking. Everyone had the impression the ground was collapsing under their feet.
Everyone's face suddenly became much more serious than before. An extremely powerful ferocious beast is coming.
Many people started moving back, scared of the ferocious beast which was heading in their direction.
A black fog was filling the air in a distant location and was gradually moving nearer. The crowd could just see the fog moving forward in trees getting split into pieces and blown away. How scary! The crowd was still retreating backwards. That kind of monstrous power must be at least at the Ling level of ferocious beasts. If an ordinary disciple went to try to kill it, then they would certainly die.
When Lin Feng noticed that such a powerful ferocious beast was approaching, he started retreating as well.
He wasn't confident that he could easily kill such a powerful ferocious beast. Until that moment, he had been killing only low-level ones and had never engaged in battle with a ferocious beast of the Ling level. While Lin Feng kept retreating backwards, a sudden oppressive force crashed onto his body. That oppressive force made his body go completely stiff and started to push him forwards and prevented him from moving back. Animal! Lin Feng shouted furiously, looking at Mo Xia, who was behind him. He didn't need to ask himself who was doing this to him. It was obvious that only Elder Mo Xia was able to do that, especially with such strength. He didn't dare attack him, so he just prevented him from retreating away from danger. Mo Xia turned a deaf ear to Lin Feng's insults. He had an evil smile across his face. He had been humiliated by that worthless ordinary disciple a few times. He had completely lost face. But more and more he started to think that he was wrong about the shadow which was supporting Lin Feng. How was that possible that the possessor of that shadow spirit was always with Lin Feng? Besides, he had just looked around carefully and had seen no shadow at all. He had decided that if he was going to act, now would be the best chance. Of course, Mo Xia wasn't absolutely convinced that the shadow wasn't in the area. Therefore, he had only tried to harm Lin Feng using sly and indirect methods. He would have the rampaging beast kill Lin Feng for him. The extremely powerful ferocious beast was moving nearer, and it seemed like there was an earthquake every time it moved. The crowd could only see a black fog filling the air. Around that black fog, there was a large group of extremely strong ferocious wild beasts. Each of them diffused such a strong qi that the disciples who saw had felt their hearts jumping from their chests. He's dead. Elder Mo Xia willingly put him in such a situation. He's definitely screwed. Everybody was running back and saw that Lin Feng was alone, unable to move backwards in retreat. Mo Xia was also standing away from the crowd and had firmly placed himself behind Lin Feng. The crowd had clearly understood what was going on. They couldn't help but insult Lin Feng for his foolishness. They didn't understand what the situation was actually about. This was the result for insulting an elder of the sect. That ferocious beast is extremely powerful. If you force me into fighting it, then I will most likely die in an instant, said Lin Feng, who was still oppressed, and shouted furiously. He wanted to go back, but Mo Xia had blocked him. PFFF, it seems like this time the shadow spirit isn't with him. Mo Xia thought cruelly. Then, he said loudly, abandoning others before a large battle, this disciple is the shame of the Yunhai sect. When Mo Xia finished talking, an extremely thick vine suddenly burst out of his body, threw itself at Lin Feng at an incredible speed. Lin Feng's body was burning under the pressure of the force that was oppressing him, and in the blink of an eye, he was then constricted by thick vine plants which surrounding his body. It had moved extremely quick and looked like a boa. At that moment, Lin Feng was absolutely unable to move. Spirit. It's his spirit. Mo Xia has a boa vine spirit. The crowd was shaking with roars of surprise. It looked like Mo Xia was determined to make sure that Lin Feng would fall into that death trap and die. If an ordinary disciple actually dared confront an elder of the sect, he was doomed. However, there were some people who didn't really agree with such a thing. They thought it wasn't fair to attempt killing an ordinary disciple, especially when the one attempting to murder them was a powerful elder in the sect. They thought that it was quite shameless for Mo Xia to act as he did, but nobody would dare to say anything. Who would dare to provoke Mo Xia? Lin Feng howled furiously. His sword was glowing, but it was constricted by the thick boa vine spirit like the rest of his body. There was nothing that he was able to move. Even though Lin Feng was a genius who was extraordinary and could definitely easily defeat cultivators of the same level or even of a much higher level than him, he was unable to defeat Mo Xia, who was an elder of the Yunhai sect. The gap between the two was gigantic. At that moment, Lin Feng was powerless. Impressive for an elder to bully a disciple, you're really shameless. At that moment, an ice-cold voice shouting was heard. Everybody in the crowd was surprised and stupefied. Surprisingly, the one who had said that was Lu Fei. The beautiful Lu Fei, who was desired by an incredibly huge amount of sect disciples. Ha! Mo Xia frowned and looked at Lu Fei. He groaned, but he didn't dare attack Lu Fei either. He knew Lu Fei's status and background. The funny thing is that Mo Xia's father, Mo Xanlan, had the same name as Lu Fei's father, Lu Xanlan. But Lu Xanlan was of course much more popular and famous than Mo Xanlan. Everybody knew the stories Lu Xanlan and the Yunhai sect. Mo Xia's father paled in comparison. The bow-wielding genius, Lu Xanlan, and the patriarch of the sect, Nan Gongling, were extremely arrogant yet popular when they were young. They cared a lot about their fellow disciples in the sect. They were both the best cultivators within the sect, they were geniuses. Their friendship was also very deep and sincere, they were truly like brothers.
Lu Fei released her spirit and grabbed her silver bow from her back.
She prepared 3 arrows in addition of the 3 arrows of her spirit and aimed at the boa vine spirit. Lu Tsanlan was extremely strong.
Lu Fei envied her father's strength and power. Even though she bitterly hated Lin Feng, she couldn't bear the sight that was happening in front of her. Mo Xia was a very tiny personage, shameless and disgusting. Lu Fei didn't know if that attack was going to be of any use, but she still tried.
As before, the boa vine spirit didn't move at all. Lin Feng looked amused for a second.
He wouldn't have thought that Lu Fei would surprisingly be the one trying to help him in the last moments of his life.
I have taken useless risks. I was too negligent. It's my fault, thought Lin Feng depressed.
He wouldn't have thought that he would come across Mo Xia, and he had even less expected that Mo Xia would do such an evil and shameless thing. Besides, at that moment, Mo Xia was much stronger than him, so nobody was helping him.
Lu Fei was an exception, but she wasn't strong enough.
She tried to help, but in vain.
Rhea war.
The roar of the ferocious beast sounded violent and fierce. The beasts around it were also extremely quick, but there was still that gigantic black fog to be careful about.
Nothing could resist it.
The gigantic black fog was swallowing everything on its way through the forest.
It was extremely strong, unimaginably powerful. It's so strong. It must be an imaginary demon. It's at least level 7. Mo Xia could sense that terrifying power getting nearer and nearer.
That monster was at the 7th Ling level, which meant that it had the strength of a cultivator of the 7th Ling Qi layer. That strength was coupled with its natural strength as a ferocious beast, which meant he was even more powerful than a cultivator of the 7th Ling Qi layer. Cultivators had to practice to acquire a basic strength, whereas beasts already had a natural-born strength which was added their level. Mo Xia was observing Lin Feng and looking forward to seeing him die.
Mo Xia, you bastard! Shouted an extremely loud voice which seemed to be thundering through the air.
The person to whom the voice belonged was nowhere in sight.
Mo Xia's face immediately changed into a look of disbelief. His boa vine spirit suddenly released Lin Feng and surprisingly went towards the group of ferocious beasts.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 62, The Strange Metamorphosis. How dare you!
Shouted an extremely loud voice which made the ground tremble. That extremely violent and furious shout terrified the entire crowd. They were all trying to guess to whom that voice belonged and who could be that powerful within the sect. There was a flying crane which appeared in the air above, then transformed into a bright light.
Its light was so blinding that the light from the sun was completely blotted out. The light immediately began attacking the ferocious beasts.
It seemed like these ferocious beasts could sense that the person who had arrived was insanely powerful. They all started neighing, roaring, and emitting other noises, but that imaginary demon didn't seem to be affected as much. Lin Feng was about to get absorbed by that black fog when the imaginary demon suddenly rolled away as if he was suddenly trying to escape. Ferocious beasts of the Ling level were not only able to absorb the qi of heaven and earth, but they were also very intelligent. They could feel and sense forces as well as powerful energies. It seemed like the imaginary demon had been affected by the force and energy emanating from the crane, which made it want to escape. The wings of the crane started emitting a brilliant and dazzling silver light. It then immediately flew through the crowd of ferocious beasts, and suddenly, a river of blood seemed to be flowing down the mountain. These terrifyingly strong and powerful ferocious beasts had surprisingly been defeated by the mysterious person.
The possessor of crane spirit was extremely powerful.
It was impossible to judge exactly how powerful he was. After all these ferocious wild beasts were destroyed, the black fog of that imaginary demon started dispersing through the atmosphere and turned into grey ashes. Lin Feng had vanished.
Imaginary demon, as expected, its power is incredible. Some people in the crowd thought while looking at the imaginary demon. It was turning into a multitude of smaller imaginary demons. It didn't have a real body. Even if you were stronger than an imaginary demon, it was still very hard to catch. Suddenly, the wings of the crane started shaking very violently, which created a hurricane. Everybody in the crowd was falling down onto the ground from the pressure. Right after, the crane flew away and disappeared, leaving behind a massive amount of dead ferocious beasts lying down on the ground. How strong! Everybody was speechless.
Zhu Zhanping, who had come to the Yunhai sect not so long before, was also able to fly and had a legendary rock spirit. Even though he had similar skills and was also extremely strong, in comparison with this crane spirit, Zhu Zhanping was a weakling.
In a fight between the legendary rock and the crane, the legendary rock would not be able to withstand a single blow.
A great majority of the people who were present had never seen such a strength before. They were very excited. They were wondering who that person was and how he was related to the sect. He was so strong that not a single ferocious beast could have given him a hard time. Our sect has existed for about 1,000 years. We are really the sect of the millennium. Even in periods of great prosperity, there are always hidden cultivators of amazing strength which have hidden amongst us. Everybody was extremely excited after watching such a display of power. They all hoped that one day they would have the chance to become that strong. At that moment, two people were moving through the sky. Even though their agility abilities were extremely developed, they were moving through the sky in a way which gave the impression it was an easy thing for everyone to do. These two people were surprisingly the patriarch Nan Gongling followed by Mo Songlan. "What's going on?" asked Nan Gongling while falling from the sky onto the ground before landing in front of Mo Xia. "Mo Xia has been trying to kill one of our disciples. He pushed him towards the ferocious beasts so that he would get slaughtered by the monsters," said someone who was standing next to Lu Fei, whose eyes were filled with hatred. Lu Fei hated Lin Feng, but she hoped that she could become strong enough someday to regain her dignity and defeat Lin Feng. She didn't like to see Lin Feng treated in such an unjust way. Lin Feng was a real genius, he was even stronger than her and no one could treat him that way. Lin Feng could become a pillar of the Yunhai sect. Lu Fei was sad to see an elder treat Lin Feng that way. "Patriarch, this is untrue. There is one ordinary disciple who was killing all the ferocious beasts and stealing all the precious items. Then, when the stronger ones arrived, he deserted." "Damn him," said Mo Xia, who was, obviously, not going to admit what he had done. Lin Feng was already dead anyway. Even if he didn't admit that he had killed Lin Feng, who would say anything? "Alright, today, you clearly wish to die today." An extremely loud and aggressive voice emerged. A hurricane was rolling through the air, blowing almost everyone away, and no one was able to stand steadily on their feet. Mo Xia's face changed drastically. A terrifyingly powerful chi appeared and was surrounded by a radiant light. It then flew through the air and crashed into Mo Xia's body. Boom! 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 Dot! The rock on which Mo Xia currently standing exploded into 1,000 pieces and Mo Xia's mouth spurted blood like a fountain. That single attack was extremely powerful. The elder Mo Xia had been defeated in a single strike, he was bleeding endlessly, and all of this was done in the presence of his father, Mo Songlan. The crowd had the impression they were watching a dream. They couldn't believe that it was really happening before their eyes. Then, the crowd looked again to see who had done that attack and saw an old man. Everybody recognized him. "Ha! That's the old man who was the entrance guard of the Xingqian Pavilion." Everybody was stunned. As a disciple of the Yunhai sect, everybody had already been to the Xingqian Pavilion. It had to be the old man. Who couldn't recognize Protector Bei? They were not used to seeing him like this though. They were used to seeing him looking almost asleep or lazy at the entrance of the Xingqian Pavilion. They would have never imagined that he could be so monstrously strong. At that moment, Protector Bei's eyes were filled with murderous intentions and he was moving slowly towards Mo Xia. He then said in an ice-cold tone, "You're an elder of the Yunhai sect in charge of enforcing the sect rules, and yet you dare to kill a young disciple, a junior, of the sect. If I don't kill you, it means that the sect holds no place in my heart." Mo Xia's face was deathly pale. He wouldn't have thought that, suddenly, someone would kill him just because of a simple disciple. A silhouette appeared before Mo Xia and seemed to be vigilant. It was precisely Mo Songlan. "Protector Bei, don't you think that you are exaggerating a little bit?" "Exaggerating? Mo Songlan, have you not educated your son?" said Protector Bei extremely sharply, which made Mo Songlan completely lose face. He then shouted, "Get the hell away!" "Protector Bei, do you have to be this furious?" asked Nan Gongling, who came in front of Protector Bei at the same time. Nan Gongling, of course, knew what kind of person Mo Xia was, but when it came to the sect, he was still an important person. Besides, there was still Mo Songlan. He was extremely strong and in charge of the elders. Therefore, attacking Mo Xia would cause trouble amongst those standing at the top within the sect. "Patriarch, let me handle this business, I am about clean up the sect today," said Protector Bei, ignoring everything which had been said until that moment. He regarded Lin Feng as the bright future of the sect. He thought Lin Feng was a gift bestowed upon his sect by the gods, and Mo Xia had fed him to the ferocious beasts. "Protector Bei!" shouted Nan Gongling extremely loud, attempting to make Protector Bei regain his calm. "Don't kill Mo Xia, think about the sect above all," said Nan Gongling to Protector Bei. "Think about the sect above all?" said Protector Bei with a sort of smile on his face. He thought that killing Mo Xia was particularly important for the sake of the sect. "Nan Gong, do you know who that young man was?"
Protector wasn't shouting anymore. His voice was low and sounded it was filled with emotions. Nan Gongling was stupefied. He had no idea there were so many young disciples in the sect. If Protector Kong was here today, Moxia would be dead already, said Protector Bei. That sentence was filled with meaning. His eyes were filled with pain and sorrow. He then said, think about the sect first. Nan Gong. In your life as patriarch, we will never be blessed with a talent like that again. When he finished talking, Protector Bei transformed into a crane again and suddenly vanished, leaving a hurricane behind him. Protector Kong, Nan Gongling couldn't believe he had heard the old man pronounce that name. He was shaking from head to toe. Nan Gongling obviously remembered and understood everything. That shadow which had protected Lin Feng last time was precisely Protector Kong's spirit. He had protected Lin Feng. He then remembered the 8 sounds of drums from the precipice of Jianggu which had filled the entire atmosphere of the Yunhai sect. Boom! Nan Gongling's heart started pounding, his thoughts were flowing at full speed. He was getting more and more furious. He was starting to find himself being overwhelmed with murderous thoughts. Moxia. Mo Sanlan could feel that the patriarch wanted to kill his son and that he was growing furious. What had happened? What had Protector Bei told Nan Gongling? Mo Sanlan glanced at Moxia. That bastard of a son's behavior was really worse and worse. He was insolent and acted selfishly and relentlessly without thinking. Lin Feng had been wrapped up in that black fog, and immediately after he had gone through a mystical event. It had seemed like his body had been transported through the universe. He didn't know where he had landed. An extremely cold chi started to oppress his body and to dig into his flesh and bones. He wanted to struggle, but he didn't know what or how to fight against this chi. He realized he was extremely weak in comparison. When confronted with death, Lin Feng released his twin spirits. His eyes became pitch black and he became aware of all the universe that was surrounding him. However, as before, he was immersed in a world of darkness. Celestial spirit. Lin Feng said in a low voice. A brilliant and resplendent light appeared. It was dazzling and mystical. Lin Feng suddenly saw 2 piercing cold eyes of a ferocious beast which was staring at him as if he was a prey. What's that? Is that a real ferocious beast? Lin Feng saw cruel eyes and a hideous face. It looked truly horrible. Many tentacles were approaching him as if they wanted to wrap themselves around him. At the same time, a tentacle had touched his spirit. His strange small snake spirit as well as his celestial spirit were being swallowed. Lin Feng was feeling so weak that he even thought that some of his vitality was slowly being consumed as well. At that moment, something very strange happened to Lin Feng. Something that had never happened before happened. His small snake spirit had moved for the first time. The snake was starting to move. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 63, The Trash Spirit? The small snake was moving. It slowly started to open its mouth and the black fog suddenly started to pour into its mouth. Swallowing the black fog. Lin Feng could obviously feel and sense that his spirit had changed and was still changing. That small snake was becoming full of black fog. His snake spirit continued to swallow the black fog. The more it ate black fog, the bigger it grew. It was gradually growing larger and larger. Tentacles started to move towards the snake, but it didn't have any effect on the snake spirit. Strangely, the snake was swallowing them as well. Lin Feng was astonished. His snake spirit was consuming everything. Lin Feng had been utterly helpless when facing the ferocious beast of the Ling layer and thought he was about to die. He would have never thought that his small unawakened spirit, which was the reason for his nickname as Trash, would start moving so suddenly. There was something strange about the ferocious dark eyes, as if there was something wrong. There was a small twinkle which appeared in the eyes, which were half filled with worry. Then a formation of dark tentacles and the black fog started to move away, but the snake threw itself towards them. Roar! Lin Feng was utterly stupefied. His snake spirit looked excited. It opened its huge and ferocious mouth. Inside, there were a multitude of tentacles and black fog in the process of being swallowed. It was not enough for his snake spirit. The previously little snake was growing bigger and bigger. From an initial size of 1/3 of a meter, it had grown to a meter in length. It seemed like it was a gluttonous snake trying to consume the world. The imaginary demon groaned and roared as it was fighting against the snake, but its body was still being gradually eaten by the snake spirit. The imaginary demon released Lin Feng and the black fog slowly disappeared. Roar! The snake made the same sound as the imaginary demon had made. It then swallowed as much black fog as it could and went back to Lin Feng's side.
The snake spirit had become small again but was still much bigger than before. Then it rolled itself around Lin Feng's shoulder and fell asleep.
It swallowed the imaginary demon?
Lin Feng's eyes were wide open with shock. The black fog of the imaginary demon had completely disappeared without trace. That was the trash spirit. Lin Feng was speechless. At that moment, he had the sensation an immense strength was invading his body and a loud buzzing noise was resonating in his brain. He felt his vision grow blurry and he collapsed, completely losing consciousness. Lin Feng didn't know how much time had passed when he regained consciousness. When he opened his eyes, he was in a cave. It looked like that of a ferocious beast. Boom! Suddenly, Lin Feng's body seemed like it was being crushed, which terrified him. Panic filled his face and he felt pain that was indescribable. His heart was pounding. His dark spirit appeared along with his celestial spirit and suddenly, his mind began to become clear and undisturbed. His celestial spirit was also floating before his eyes in the form of a book. Immediately after, the small snake spirit also appeared. It was about 1 meter in length. Its body was becoming more solid and rigid. As before, it was still small and looked like it was asleep curled around Lin Feng's shoulder. It looked like it had a lot of affection for Lin Feng. From a glance they seemed to be very close and looked to have a deep connection. He had awakened his snake spirit. Something extraordinary happened which made Lin Feng tremble from head to toe. On his back a face had appeared. It had 2 ice-cold, pitch-black eyes.
Imaginary demon.
Lin Feng was still shaking and still trying to understand what had happened. How was this possible? At the moment when he had been swallowed by the imaginary demon, his snake spirit had suddenly appeared. A third spirit.
Multiple spirits?
He was a real genius. He was truly gifted from the gods. On the continent, there was almost nobody who experienced such a thing. Out of 1 million of people, there was maybe 1 or 2 who happened to have 2 spirits.
Surprisingly, Lin Feng even had 3. Was he a supernatural existence? A god?
3 spirits. He would be able to terrify everyone at the mere mention of it. He would scare his enemies to death. There was an unceasing milky white light circulating in and out of his body. It seemed to be the powerful chi from heaven and earth. It was encircling him and circulating through his body.
Did I just break through to the second Ling Chi layer?
Lin Feng's brain was somehow short-circuited with the shock of all these events. Even if he had released his spirit and was still able to remain calm to a certain extent, it was hard not to get excited considering the circumstances and the terrifying power of the things happening within his body. Lin Feng was using all of his mental focus to try and understand all the things that had occurred. It looks like that small snake is able to swallow ferocious beasts and enables me to use them and their power. It also seems like it is able to absorb them into itself and use them to increase my strength. Lin Feng was just conjecturing what was happening, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
Trash spirit?
People laughed at him because they thought his spirit was useless, but it was actually extremely powerful. If all those people who constantly laughed at him, bullied him, and called him a piece of trash because of spirit, knew that he had such a powerful ability granted from his snake spirit, how would they react? Damn, I only narrowly climbed from my own grave. I have escaped from the pit and this will be the end of all the hardships I have suffered until now. Lin Feng recalled his spirits back into his body. He looked up to the sky and uttered a long cry. He didn't know where he was at that moment though. He could only analyze the situation considering all of his past experiences and knowledge.
Celestial fangs. These fangs can devour anything. That's a good name. Lin Feng whispered. That's the best name Lin Feng could think of to refer to his spirit, to that small snake. Celestial fangs. Mosia.
If I don't kill you, I swear, I will make your life not worth living where my name is not Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood up and his eyes filled with incredible killing intent. Lin Feng took a deep breath and as he did, the air in his throat tasted filthy. It tasted like a ferocious beast. Lin Feng looked carefully around him and it seemed like he was in the cave of a ferocious beast, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable and nervous. Lin Feng quickly moved outside of the cave. Outside was a huge forest. Its trees were crushed into pieces. It seemed like its trees had been crushed by ferocious beasts that had trampled through the area. The smell of ferocious beasts still filled the air. He could even sense the ground shake under his feet at times. He could hear them roar and neigh in the distance. It seems like the flood of ferocious beasts hasn't stopped. Lin Feng had just encountered a large group of ferocious beasts where the imaginary demon was, but he knew that there were still other groups filled with extremely powerful ferocious beasts. The Black Wind Mountain was full of extremely strong ferocious beasts. He released his dark spirit. His eyes became pitch black. His sense of hearing and his vision became extremely well developed.
He could see and sense everything in his surroundings.
His brain was also processing all the data it received very quickly. It was as if he could sense and understand the whole area around him, as if he was looking down on a strategy map. At the same time, the strong chi of ferocious beasts was revolving around Lin Feng's feet on the ground. It had started enveloping Lin Feng's body until it completely covered it.
Lin Feng entered into a transcendent state of mind.
Wrapped inside the chi, it became impossible to see Lin Feng from the outside. It was the imaginary demon which had given Lin Feng its power.
That imaginary demon was extremely powerful and its impression was enhanced.
This was why it was impossible to see the imaginary demon's real body. It was just a gigantic black fog as far as anyone could see. Lin Feng, thanks to his spirit consuming the imaginary demon, now had that ability too.
The imaginary demon's skill was imprinted onto Lin Feng's mind and could be used naturally.
In the Black Wind Mountain, there was an incredible amount of ferocious beasts.
They were not only in one place but were everywhere in the territory.
Because some ferocious beasts were extremely strong, Lin Feng had to be very careful. He could use his chi to pretend he was a ferocious beast himself thanks to his new ability.
These ferocious beasts were running madly everywhere in the Black Wind Mountain.
As the number of ferocious beasts had greatly increased, they were running towards the outskirts as if trying to conquer new territory. At that moment, the chi which surrounding Lin Feng really seemed to be that of a ferocious beast. Lin Feng started to walk. Some small and weak ferocious beasts passed by Lin Feng. Surprisingly, all these small ferocious beasts emitted small and cute sounds indicating that they were submitting themselves to him. The world of the ferocious beasts was even rougher than that of cultivators. It was ruled by the law of the jungle, the weak would become the food for the strong. Even some Ling-level ferocious beasts were running away when they sensed Lin Feng's presence. Adult ferocious beasts of the Ling level were at least level 5, which was quite terrifying.
However, ordinary ferocious beasts of the Ling level could not compare themselves to the imaginary demon.
The depths of the Black Wind Mountain are really frightening. Lin Feng realized how terrifying the depths of the Black Wind Mountain were, and he couldn't help but think about before, when he was still at the chi layer and dared come here without being scared at all.
How ignorant was he?
If they had met any of the ferocious beasts of the Ling level, they probably would have died. Of course, in the eyes of a ferocious beast of the Ling level, a cultivator of the chi layer was like an ant.
Maybe these ferocious beasts wouldn't even have looked at them just like Lin Feng looks at ordinary low-level ferocious beasts. This is a great opportunity. Why am I not hunting and killing ferocious beasts to gather precious items?
Lin Feng started being both nervous and excited. Ling-level ferocious beasts were not like ordinary ones. They could absorb the chi of the earth, and the precious items he could get from them were extremely valuable. If he gave these items to the elders within the sect to trade, they could produce profound pills or weapons for the Ling chi layer. Besides, some of the energies these ferocious beasts absorbed were also extremely useful in increasing a person's cultivation.
Good profound healing pills could cure injuries, including broken bones.
It was even said that some pills could resurrect the dead.
Good weapons could help greatly enhance one's attack and defense skills in battle.
All of these items could be acquired and bought in exchange for precious items recovered from these ferocious beasts.
This is why so many people took the risks to travel here and kill ferocious beasts. They wanted to acquire precious items to trade.
Lin Feng had the feeling that he was far too poor. Apart from the soft sword, which was given to him by Protector Bei, and the profound healing pills which Protector Kong had given to him, he actually had nothing of value. He had indeed never taken the time to consider his wealth and equipment. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 64, Deadly Sword. Chapter 64, Deadly Sword.
Some people have a high status in society and do not have to worry for money. It's also possible to use some profound pills to increase one's strength and move up in the hierarchy. I could use profound pills and trade for better weapons to increase my strength. As far as I am concerned, I do not have an influential background and I can only rely on my own strength,
thought Lin Feng.
His future on the path of cultivation was too important to him.
There were many commitments he had in this life. If Lin Feng wanted to succeed, he had to put in more effort than anyone else. Effort was not all he needed though, some luck was also necessary. He also needed people supporting him if he wanted to advance quickly. It seemed like life was going to be full of hardships. In life there would be a great deal of injustice, not everyone and everything could be partial and fair. However, to someone who put in more work than anyone else, it would eventually show its rewards and eventually make life easier. If your natural abilities were too low, hard work coupled with perseverance and willpower
could be enough to lead a luxurious and comfortable life. However, not only were Lin Feng's natural abilities not low, he was an incredible genius with latent potential hidden within his body. Since this was the case, how could he not acquire great power and wealth to one day live a comfortable life? While thinking of all these things, Lin Feng started moving. Not so long after, he encountered an abominable rhinoceros eating a small ferocious beast. There was blood everywhere on the ground and the whole scene was painted red with blood. It was a gruesome scene. The ferocious beast chi which was surrounding his body vanished and Lin Feng started walking slowly and carefully towards the scene. As if it was aware that something was approaching him, the abominable rhinoceros turned around. Its bloodthirsty eyes were staring at Lin Feng. It looked brutal, ferocious, and bloodthirsty. Its pupils were huge and dark as its gaze pierced through Lin Feng. There was surprisingly someone in the world who was foolish and dared to step within its territory. The abominable rhinoceros was naturally strong, cruel, and bloodthirsty. Once it had reached adulthood, it was a first-class Ling-level ferocious beast. It could reach a length of 2 meters and a height of 1 meter. It was a giant but sturdy ferocious beast. That abominable rhinoceros looked like it had just reached adulthood. It was thus a first-rank Ling-level ferocious beast. The abominable rhinoceros is quick, its horn is extremely sharp, but its strength lies in its natural defense abilities. An ordinary cultivator who was at the first Ling Chi layer could never defeat it. Lin Feng was trying to remember all the characteristics of an abominable rhinoceros. It was impossible to easily break through its defense. Only with enough speed and a precise strike could a cultivator hope to defeat this ferocious beast, otherwise fighting it would lead to their death. At that moment, the abominable rhinoceros was stamping its foot on the ground. A hole appeared under its feet. It was getting ready to charge forward at any moment. Lin Feng was still incredibly relaxed as he watched the situation. A strong sword chi was released from his body and had begun to fill the atmosphere. Before the ferocious beast could even start its charge, Lin Feng had already thrown himself towards it. Following each of Lin Feng's steps, the sword chi which he was releasing increased and became stronger. A few steps later, the air was filled with a whistling sound. The hair which was covering the body of the abominable rhinoceros stood completely on end and suddenly it roared loudly and retreated. Ling-level ferocious wild beasts were very intelligent and had advanced instincts. It sensed the incredibly powerful sword force which was hidden and knew that the human in front of him would be extremely dangerous to fight. Moonlight feather agility. Lin Feng couldn't let it escape. He dashed through the air at full speed and his sword was glowing with a radiant light. One strike, one life. The sword force completely filled the atmosphere. A white light was being emitted from the tip of the sword. The running abominable rhinoceros had a cut which had appeared on its body but it continued to run forwards. Blood was rushing out of its body and left a long thick trail of blood behind it as it ran. It was badly injured and was losing large amounts of blood. Some poisonous chi started flowing out from the body of the rhinoceros. Lin Feng thrust his sword into the chi and in an instant the chi had vanished. The abominable rhinoceros was dead. Ferocious beasts were extremely sensitive to blood. In the Black Wind Mountain, there were too many extremely strong ferocious beasts. Therefore, Lin Feng would need to quickly kill the abominable rhinoceros and would then leave, otherwise the blood would attract too many ferocious beasts who would be attracted by the blood. Lin Feng was extremely satisfied with his sword skills and the power unleashed with each strike. Even though the abominable rhinoceros was extremely strong and its body was tough, its body had suffered lethal injuries from a single strike with Lin Feng's sword. As Lin Feng continued to move through the mountain, Lin Feng killed another Ling-level ferocious wild beast, but this time it wasn't the abominable rhinoceros but an earth-shaking bear. As before, Lin Feng killed it in one strike. 2 days later, on the outskirts of the Black Wind Mountain, a young man had appeared and all of his clothes were torn and dirty. He was filthy from head to toe. He was carrying a sword in his hand and in front of him, there was a gigantic snake. That snake was about 20 meters long. Its extremely thick body was slithering on the ground towards the young man. Its head was 5 meters up in the air. It looked hideous and ferocious. It looked like it was ready to strike at any moment. Its gigantic eyes were green and were filled with murderous light. Poison and blood was endlessly spraying from its mouth. A second-level Ling ferocious wild beast is incredibly hard to deal with as expected. Lin Feng's robes had a large hole through which one could see his skin where he had been struck. He was bruised and the area had turned dark purple. Lin Feng was worn out from this fight. Lin Feng had been injured by fighting with that python of darkness. During these 2 days, Lin Feng had killed around 100 ferocious beasts, all at the Ling level. He had killed a few second-level Ling ferocious beasts as well, but it was the first time that he came across such a strong and dangerous ferocious beast. SSSSSSS.
Its huge tongue was flickering through the air while it continues to hiss. The snake was spitting out poison and Lin Feng would have to constantly avoid the poison from the snake. But at that moment, the huge python of darkness fell down and its head crashed into the ground. This was because its tail had been damaged and pinned by a tree which had fallen down onto it. The snake couldn't avoid it. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind had filled the air. If Lin Feng didn't have good agility techniques, he would have already been killed. The second-level Ling Python of Darkness was incredibly strong and powerful. Suddenly, the space in front of Lin Feng filled with light and slashed down onto the python before vanishing from sight again. The snake emitted an extremely loud moan. Lin Feng had felt like he was being oppressed by the power of the snake. The Python of Darkness kept moving towards him. Boom! 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 The trees were cracking as the python was crushing everything on its path. Lin Feng was like a shadow in the sun and was too fast for the snake to catch him. If there was an observer, he would think that the snake had gone mad and was chasing an illusion. Even though the Python of Darkness was only the second level of the Ling level, even an extremely strong cultivator of the third Ling Qi layer would find it difficult to escape with his life. They knew it would be extremely difficult to kill the snake and would never directly confront it. However, Lin Feng had just reached the second Ling Qi layer 2 days before and was not aware of how dangerous the python was. Deadly sword! Shouted Lin Feng. At that moment, his extremely strong and powerful sword thrust towards the Python of Darkness, which cut through its body, leaving it severely bleeding. But this time it seemed like the snake hadn't felt the strike connect with its body. It wanted Lin Feng's life and had gone into a complete frenzy. I'm not playing with you anymore. Lin Feng had almost gotten killed by the Python of Darkness multiple times already. After 2 days continuously fighting within this mountain, his sword skills had already become much stronger than before. He had even more confidence in his own ability. He was convinced that he would be able to defeat almost any cultivator in the second Ling Qi layer. After all, how many cultivators of the second Ling Qi layer were stronger than the Python of Darkness? Lin Feng released the first layer of his celestial spirit. His eyes became pitch black and he was surrounded by a world of darkness. Nothing could escape from his vision, he could see and feel everything. Even if the snake was extremely quick, its attacks seemed slow to the Lin Feng that now stood before it. The snake was about to attack from the side. Lin Feng was firmly holding his soft sword, which emitted an ice-cold light. A deadly sword chi emanated from Lin Feng's body. It looked like it could destroy anything it touched. Lin Feng raised his head. He calmly looked at the Python of Darkness that was moving towards him. Lin Feng's eyes looked like that of a brutal demon. At that moment, he was extremely heartless and there was not an ounce of mercy left inside him. Deadly sword. Lin Feng had faintly said those words. His mouth had barely moved. He wielded his long sword, which was releasing a strong qi as well as a strange grey qi. It was a deadly qi. TSSS, TSSS. The extremely powerful grey qi moved very quickly and was accompanied by a long and painful screech. That strike had cut the snake cleanly into 2 halves. A cloud of dust rose into the air and the snake hit the ground. The body of the Python of Darkness was still writhing on the ground as if it did not believe it was dead. Lin Feng used his long sword to pierce through the python's skull, and with that action it had completely stopped moving. The atmosphere had become calm once more. Lin Feng had managed to kill the Python of Darkness, a second-level Ling ferocious beast. Deadly sword. Lin Feng's sword could truly be called deadly after being bathed in blood these 2 days in the Black Wind Mountain. Lin Feng stepped forward and picked up the precious items from the body of the Python of Darkness, then left towards the sect. 2 days in the flood of ferocious beasts had already strongly decreased to the point that it wasn't a flood anymore. It also seemed that the elite disciple exam was about to start in the upcoming days. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 65, Pajun. The sudden ferocious beast flood had disappeared as fast as it had come. At the edge of the Black Wind Mountain there were only a few Qi-layer ferocious beasts and a great quantity of dead ferocious beasts. Of course, there weren't only carcasses of ferocious beasts, there were also human corpses, which showed that some disciples had lost their lives while fighting against the flood of ferocious beasts. Streams of blood were flowing endlessly on the ground, making a river of blood which was flowing down the mountain. It showed how terrible and fierce the flood of ferocious beasts had been to have caused such a scene. It had been mostly weaker ferocious beasts in that flood. If there had been a flood of stronger ferocious beasts, what would have happened to the sect? At the base of the mountain there was still a great deal of Yunhai sect disciples. The majority of these disciples were ordinary disciples who were fighting against Qi-layer ferocious beasts. They were using the battle to develop their skills while also gathering precious items.
There is a ferocious beast of the Ling level, try to prevent it from leaving and then I will kill it. At that moment, a clear and bright voice spread throughout the atmosphere followed by an extremely loud laughter. Some people saw that there were two Yun Hai ordinary disciples were fighting together against a ferocious beast of the Ling level. Actually, they had an abominable rhinoceros in front of them. Between them and the abominable rhinoceros, there were carcasses of ferocious beasts. The two ordinary disciples seemed to be ignoring them. They were focused completely on the opponent in front of them and were filled with greed from the precious items they could receive from its body.
The abominable rhinoceros is extremely strong and its strongest point is its defense. Do you think you can kill it? Said a thin young man. His name was Pajun. He was staring at the abominable rhinoceros whose eyes looked bloodthirsty and violent. Don't worry, Pajun, don't you believe in my abilities? The thin young man named Pajun simply grinned at the other disciple. The other disciple seemed really confident in his abilities. The only person I trust is myself, said Pajun. But at the same time, he grabbed two rattans that he was carrying and threw them at the abominable rhinoceros to bind it in place. RRRRHMMPPHH, the abominable rhinoceros was enraged and tried to move around, but it seemed to be unable to move freely. It was growing more and more furious over time. Pajun was being whipped back and forth by the beast, but he still had a calm composure. He was holding the rattans steadily, trying to use them to bind the abominable rhinoceros. He was managing to lock the abominable rhinoceros in place. Attack now! Yelled Pajun. There was no need to shout this as his friend was already there attacking the abominable rhinoceros within the blink of an eye. The abominable rhinoceros was stamping on the ground heavily, which made a cloud of dust rise into the air. It was going into a frenzy. Pajun's friend carried out an extremely strong attack on the rhinoceros using both his palms. The abominable rhinoceros roared extremely loudly. One strike had been enough for the beast to meet a brutal and instant death. Pajun, how was that? Was it a mistake to cooperate with me? Asked the strong young man while smiling. At that moment, Pajun had already stepped forward and started removing all of the precious items from the corpse. When you've broken through to the Ling Chi layer, it's really a different level. Your spirit gives enough strength to deal with some opponents, thought Lin Feng, who saw that Pajun had used rattans. Obviously, that was his spirit. It was similar to Moc's spirit. Of course, Moc's strength and Pajun's strength were not on the same level though. I would have never thought that this guy's strength had improved so much. Lin Feng was smiling. He then moved forwards to the two young people who were picking up their precious items. Who? At that moment, Pajun quickly turned around. An extremely strong chi quickly burst out of his body and his two rattans started moving towards Lin Feng. Ha! Lin Feng was surprised. He hadn't thought that Pajun's defense perimeter was so wide and that he'd attack so quickly upon sensing someone moving closer to them. Lin Feng stepped aside really quickly and a strong sword chi emerged from his body, directly crashing down onto Pajun, making him almost suffocate from the intense pressure. Pajun, stop it, he's my friend. The strong young disciple said quickly as he had turned around and saw the scene in front of him. At that moment, Pajun recalled the rattans back and the chi which was suffocating him had vanished as well. He remained vigilant and kept watching Lin Feng very closely. That guy, he is incredibly strong. Ha, Lin Feng, you're finally showing yourself. I came to look for you more than a dozen times and I couldn't find you anywhere. I thought you had left the Yun Hai sect forever, but it turned out that strong young disciple was Lin Feng's friend, Han Man. I just came back a little while ago, said Lin Feng while smiling before adding, Han Man, you're now able to kill a ferocious beast of the Ling level. You have progressed so fast. When Lin Feng had left for Yangzhou City, at that time Han Man was only at the 8th Chi layer. In that short amount of time, Han Man had surprisingly broken through to the Ling Chi layer. Lin Feng was astonished. He was, of course, also extremely happy for Han Man. He did not have many friends, but he would definitely count Han Man as one of them. Ha, I've broken through to the Ling Chi layer, but I was just lucky this time, Han Man said while scratching his head, and then continued, oh, anyway, how about you, Lin Feng? You used to be much stronger than me. How strong have you become now? I'm just an average disciple, said Lin Feng with a big teasing smile on his face. Lin Feng was looking at Han Man's friend, Pajun. That guy had an ice-cold expression on his face. He looked like he was ready to strike Lin Feng if he made the wrong move. If that was the case, it could make things complicated and unpredictable for Han Man. Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce the two of you. Lin Feng, this is Pajun. He's extremely strong, but he's discreet and very reserved, unlike the ordinary disciples who consider themselves the best because of some ranking.
He is also much stronger than them. Han Man said as he was smiling while introducing them to each other.
Pei-jun, this is Lin Feng. He is like a brother to me.
I hope you can become good friends with him as well. I'm first taking the precious items we have just obtained,
said Pei-jun while looking cold and indifferently.
Then, he turned around and continued what he was doing. He took out a dagger and split the beast open to harvest the materials which could be traded into the sect. Lin Feng, don't worry, Pei-jun just has that kind of personality. He's a very cold person, but he is a good guy. Lin Feng ignored it and kept smiling. Pei-jun and Lin Feng were not friends, so it didn't matter if Pei-jun did not interact with him. There was no need to get offended by a stranger's behavior. Han Man, everybody has started to leave, how come you are still out here fighting? Many of them have left because of the elite disciple exam. As we were already here, we thought we should get some more precious items to trade with the sect.
We are the only 2 remaining Ling Chi layer in the surrounding area, so there should not be a problem.
All that remains are Chi layer disciples.
Are you not getting ready for the elite disciple exam? Lin Feng was stupefied and couldn't help but ask. Of course, I'll join. I'm not late yet. I still have some time to collect more riches. He. Han Man was the same guy as before, always smiling and positive.
Lin Feng sometimes had the impression he was talking to a simple-minded person, but at least these kinds of people were honest and true to themselves. They were not the kind of people to have evil intentions in their hearts, and they are easy to get along with.
Pei-jun, it's alright, there is nothing of value in the area and I doubt we have missed something. Han Man said while looking at Pei-jun. Alright, let's leave. Pei-jun said while nodding. He picked up the bag full of precious items and stood up. Lin Feng, you should leave too. Let's go back together, said Han Man to Lin Feng and then asked, Lin Feng, come on, tell me, how strong are you now?
Lin Feng thought for a while and then shook his head. He was actually unable to clearly identify his own strength. Maybe he had to fight against someone of the 3rd Ling Chi layer to correctly judge his current level of strength. You really enjoy being mysterious, and keep so many things secret from me.
Can you cope with an abominable rhinoceros or not? Asked Han Man, whose curiosity had become unbearable. He needed to know. Cope with an abominable rhinoceros alone? Thought Pei-jun when he heard Han Man ask that question.
Lin Feng's strength was certainly of the Ling Chi layer. A moment ago, the chi from Lin Feng's sword had almost made him suffocate and created immense pressure on his body. Pei-jun would have probably been defeated by Lin Feng in an instant if they had fought, and Pei-jun was sure that he would not even be using his full strength. Pei-jun could not measure how strong this young man was. Even though the abominable rhinoceros had extremely high defense abilities, Lin Feng had had no problem killing one using his sword.
I should be able to handle it, said Lin Feng while touching his nose. Dealing with an abominable rhinoceros?
He had required only one hit to deal a lethal blow on one previously, but even then it did not require him to use his full strength.
You obviously have broken through to the Ling Chi layer. This time, we 3 will probably pass the elite disciple exam and all become elite disciples. After that, we will be able to work hard and become pillars of the Yunhai sect, said Han Man joyfully with a big smile on his face. 3 disciples of the Ling Chi layer, they would probably be able to accomplish great things if they worked together.
Work hard for the sect?
Whose decision is that? Asked Pei-jun tactlessly. He thought that Han Man was really naive.
We should let Lin Feng decide.
He's a real genius and he has a much greater potential than me.
Even though he may be weaker than me now, he will probably surpass my power later.
He's always been there to protect the weak. He saved my life. Whatever he says, I will always listen to him, said Han Man, sounding extremely simple-minded. What about me? Asked Pei-jun. You and I are very strong, but since I listened to Lin Feng, you should obviously listen to Lin Feng as well, said Han Man, which sounded extremely simple and completely illogical. Lin Feng was speechless and was looking at him while stupefied. That guy was so naive and his thoughts were so simple. Pei-jun would never be convinced by such naive statements. Who would?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 66, Asking for Trouble.
In the stormy gorge, a huge crowd had gathered which almost seemed endless. The crowd had gathered in front of the life and death arena. They were all young disciples of the Yunhai sect who were excitedly talking amongst themselves. There was such a larger number of disciples that they were all standing shoulder to shoulder. Looking down from above, it looked like thousands upon thousands of ants. On the top of the cliffs surrounding the gorge there was also a large crowd of people looking down at the gorge. They were all staring at the people in the arena. These people all had sharp expressions on their faces. There was a powerful chi which was filling the atmosphere around the arena. There were some people within the gorge who were extremely strong compared to the average disciple of the sect. They were the high-level disciples of the sect.
Nangong Ling, many years ago, was one of those disciples.
Nangong Ling sat in the middle of the high-level Yun Hai sect disciples and elders. Those participating in the elite disciple exam were some of the most important disciples of the Yun Hai sect. It was the first time in many years that there were so many ordinary disciples who would attend elite disciple exam. Some of them were going to become elite disciples within the sect, and some of the strongest participants could even become core disciples. Of course, some of them were going to be eliminated from the exam altogether. That was the rule: fight and win or be eliminated. Ordinary disciples who sat the exam might have to fight with the current elite disciples. The battles were randomly arranged. If the ordinary disciple won, he would probably be chosen to become an elite disciple. If an elite disciple lost, he lost face and reputation. On the same basis, if an elite disciple wanted to become a core disciple, he would then need to fight a core disciple and win. If an elite disciple could defeat a core disciple, then he could become one of the core disciples and would definitely gain a lot of prestige and recognition from the high-ranking members of the Yun Hai sect. The rules were very simple. You would have to fight repeatedly. Fighting an elite disciple would enable an ordinary disciple a chance at promotion. There were people at the elite disciple exam who had big arrogant smiles on their face from winning, and there were others who looked depressed as they were eliminated. It was the first time in the year that all of the ordinary disciples, elite disciples, and the core disciples were present in one place. It was the second time this year that the ordinary, elite, and core disciples were going to be ranked. No matter if it was an ordinary, an elite, or a core disciple whose ranking was in the top 10, he would gain an infinite amount of prestige within the sect. Furthermore, the disciples who showed the most potential and placed at the top would receive great rewards such as precious stones, weapons, profound pills, or maybe even extremely powerful skill books. Obviously, the elite disciples and core disciples who would get eliminated or not obtain a good ranking would be humiliated. If the disciple had bad luck, then the opponent could be very strong and humiliation would be inevitable. This is why all disciples would fight with their utmost power if they wanted to achieve the best results. Losing because of underestimating an opponent would bring shame and humiliation. Lin Feng and his group had arrived at the life and death arena. When they arrived, the elite disciple exam had already started. Coincidentally, ordinary disciples were challenging elite disciples. At that moment, two people were fighting on the rocky stage of the life or death arena. The fight was very intense and the crowd continued to discuss the battle as they watched it very closely. "It's Lu Fei. She said earlier that she had broken through to the Ling Qi layer. Obviously it's true. She's very pretty, and on top of that she's incredibly strong and powerful. I wish she could become my wife in the future," said Han Man, who was looking at the battle of Lu Fei while laughing. Lu Fei was a dream for many of the young disciples. They all wanted her to become their lover. Lu Fei was famous for being extremely beautiful in the Yun Hai sect. Many of the young disciples would spend their entire lives within the sect and would even take a wife from the sect. This is why many men were courting her, including some geniuses and even core disciples. The rumors said that Lu Fei was pretty and that she was a real genius. In other words, she was amazing. "Huh, go ahead and ask her to become your wife," Lin Feng said while laughing at Han Man. That simpleton had even dared to imagine such a thing. Lu Fei was too much of a tomboy for him. She was violent and stubborn. He would not last a second. "Hee, I think that I'm pretty strong, but I don't think I'd manage to court her," said Han Man while laughing and scratching his head. He then continued, while looking at Lin Feng, and said, "By the way, Lin Feng, I heard that you got along quite well with Lu Fei. She's very beautiful and you're very handsome. You are both geniuses. You would definitely be a perfect couple." "Me?" asked Lin Feng with a shiver running down his spine. He shrugged his shoulders and shook away the feeling from that shiver. He was so scared that it may become reality that he would have trouble sleeping later that night. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the people around. His attention focused on a particular person. "Emos, yeah, during this elite disciple exam, I will take care of you," thought Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He had precisely rushed to the exam because of Emos. It looked like Emos could feel a dark premonition and felt like darkness itself was staring at him. He stopped looking at the arena and observed the crowd. He was glancing at everyone trying to find the source of his premonition. At that moment, Lu Fei released her spirit and effortlessly won the battle. Her bow and arrows were radiating a brilliant light as she stepped out of the arena. Lin Feng was looking at her with new eyes. For Lu Fei, joining the elite disciples wouldn't be something which would make her extremely proud. She looked around her and heaved a sigh. She had broken through to the Ling Qi layer and her spirit had awakened. She had the same spirit as her father in the past, but she still couldn't beat the person on her mind. Unfortunately, Lin Feng had gone to gather some precious items and had been killed because of Mo Xia. If he was still here, I could learn so much from him and I would certainly be able to greatly improve my strength. She didn't know why, but Lu Fei suddenly missed Lin Feng, that unconventional and unrestrained genius, but he did have some detestable aspects. If she had the choice, Lu Fei would prefer to be fighting against Lin Feng and winning against him to that of participating in the elite disciple exam and becoming an elite disciple. At the same time, back at the pavilion was Protector Bei, who was staring blankly at the horizon while watching Lu Fei, who had just won her battle. Not bad, Lu Fei, a real genius, but you still have a lot to do before reaching your father's level. It will be hard to achieve his power while not growing in the Imperial City. Protector Bei's thoughts were flowing at full speed. Imperial City, these two words made him shiver, but they were very clear to him. It was a very crowded place. There were lots of political strategies which were involved in the day-to-day life of the city. This was a gathering place for many strong cultivators. Sun Lan was still there to protect her, but if he wasn't, maybe Lu Fei would get into trouble. I wanted to let Lin Feng go to the Imperial City. Not only would he have become more important by moving up in the hierarchy, but it would have also enabled him to fight against stronger cultivators. At the same time, he could have helped Sun Lan, and maybe he would have met his destiny there. While Protector Bei was thinking these things, he started to grow furious and wanted to kill Mo Xia yet again. Because of Mo Xia, who had killed Lin Feng, Protector Bei slowly realized that his dream was impossible, and these painful thoughts flowed like a stream of blood as his face turned red with anger. Lin Feng didn't know that there were so many people that missed him. At that moment, he noticed someone else. Lin Feng, you're here as well. What a coincidence. Jing Yun was walking towards Lin Feng. Her expression looked fresh and pure like spring. What a great coincidence, said Lin Feng while looking at Jing Yun and smiling. Han Man, Jing Yun and Lin Feng were finally together again after what seemed like an extremely long time. It's not a coincidence, it's called fate, said Han Man smiling. Jing Yun, I am the biggest person in the group, how come you only saw Lin Feng and not me? Lin Feng was glaring at Han Man. That couldn't be true. Who would know someone like you? Asked Jing Yun while pouting. Alright, if you don't know me then I should just go. I am starting to remember that there was a young girl who was waiting for Lin Feng every day, wondering when she would see him again, said Han Man with a fake smile on his face. Lin Feng was speechless. Since when was there a girl like that? How would I know something like that? Replied Jing Yun while blushing. She looked so delicate and charming that it was touching. Han Man couldn't help but burst into laughter. Pa Jun, who was standing next to them, looked at Lin Feng with a wry smile on his face. He was truly heartless to join in and laugh at Lin Feng. You guys, can you shut your filthy mouths? At that moment, a cold voice had shouted at them which had destroyed their good mood. They all looked at the person who had spoken. It was an elite disciple carrying a sword on his back, and he was looking at them with a look of disdain. Does it look like we were talking to you? Han Man said furiously. That guy was incredibly impolite, so Han Man could not hold his temper. You are courting death, said the disciple carrying a sword on his back. A strong chi suddenly emerged from his body. It's you, said Lin Feng. It was really a huge coincidence. Lin Feng recognized that disciple. It was the elite disciple who had helped Lu Fei during their fight in the Stormy Gorge. It was Yu Hao, the one who said he would kill Lin Feng if Lu Fei asked it of him. He had actually almost killed him twice with that sword on his back. He was extremely strong. Yu Hao was stupefied when he heard Lin Feng. He attentively looked at Lin Feng and then remembered him. He then smiled and said, "Last time, you were lucky that I didn't kill you. Are you that impatient that you want to die now?" Impatient? Said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He just regretted that he hadn't broken through to the Ling Qi layer on their last meeting, otherwise he would have unsheathed his sword and beheaded Yu Hao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 67, Attracting Attention. I am very impatient when it comes to living my life. I have such a long life to live after all, said Lin Feng, smiling coldly with a strangely evil look on his face. Have met many pieces of trash in the past, but I've never met a piece of trash who was so impatient to die, said Yu Hao with extreme arrogance. He then added, since you really want to die, I will help you achieve your goal. Wait until the end of the elite disciple exam and then I will deal with you, An ordinary disciple was worth nothing to most people within the sect. They could be killed at a whim and nobody would care, especially when in the life and death arena of the Stormy Gorge. I will give you an opportunity to kill me before the end of the elite disciple exam, Lin Feng said while nodding his head as if he had come to a decision. Yu Hao was lost and didn't know what Lin Feng meant. Immediately after, Lin Feng started walking towards the life and death arena.
Lin Feng, what are you doing?
Jing Yun shouted as she could feel the fear gripping her heart. Jing Yun, you have to trust Lin Feng. That guy is always full of surprises, said Han Man to Jing Yun, trying to reassure her. Even though they hadn't been friends for a very long time, Han Man really admired Lin Feng. He was beyond insane, but he was truly a genius. He would fight anyone at the drop of a hat when it came to his friends. Each time they met, Lin Feng did something unpredictable. Jing Yun tried not to worry, but she could only make her heart grow slightly calmer. She looked at Han Man and nodded. That's right, it looked like Lin Feng was going to do something dangerous and unpredictable again.
Jing Yun couldn't help but be worried about Lin Feng. Going into the life and death arena and challenging an elite disciple wasn't something one could do easily. If you wanted to become an elite disciple within the sect, then you first had to have an incredible strength. Luck was of no use. To become an elite disciple, the only way was to be stronger than a former elite disciple.
Ha! Yu Hao frowned. He hadn't replied yet. Han Man and Jing Yun understood what Lin Feng wanted to do because they were friends with him and could understand him.
Besides, Yu Hao was extremely arrogant. How could he imagine what Lin Feng wanted to do?
Yu Hao smiled at Lu Fei, who had already made her way out of the arena.
He moved towards Lu Fei.
Such a beautiful girl needed attention, and who better than him to give it to her?
The life and death arena was huge.
Disciples could fight against other disciples on different rocky fighting stages. While the battles were randomly picked, they could also fight each other as they wished. However, it seemed like there was an unwritten agreement between everybody to not step onto a fighting stage if there were already too many people fighting. This was also beneficial for the observers as they could only focus on a certain amount of action at once. If everyone started to fight, then it would quickly become chaos.
Of course, no one had any plans to step onto the highest stage. Ordinary disciples didn't want to seem too self-confident in their abilities.
Overestimating their own powers would give the seniors of the sect a bad impression. Only real geniuses, the most talented disciples, would dare climb onto the highest stage and amaze the entire crowd. At that moment, Wang Mang stepped onto a stage within the life and death arena. But at that moment, he saw that someone else wanted to get onto it as well.
Hey, friend!
Shouted Wang Mang while smiling at Lin Feng to get his attention.
He was the third-ranked ordinary disciple. He was extremely strong and had the arrogance of a ranked disciple who had not seen the world.
He assumed that Lin Feng would notice he wanted to get on the stage and would let him go first. But what Wang Mang hadn't planned is that Lin Feng stared at him and nodded to return the greeting while looking indifferent. He then continued walking towards the fighting stage. It really did look like Lin Feng wasn't going to let him go first.
Wang Mang frowned. He was extremely famous amongst all the ordinary disciples.
He wouldn't have thought that Lin Feng wouldn't give him face and let him go first. He wanted to open his mouth, but he was speechless. He was too stupefied at what had happened. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words could come out.
Crazy moron,
said Wang Mang in a low voice filled with anger.
He immediately went back to where he was standing before.
That other disciple was heading towards the central fighting stage.
How insolent! This was the first time that someone dared to go onto it.
Wang Mang wasn't the only one who was surprised, but the entire crowd was stupefied to see someone go on that particular fighting stage. Their eyes were wide open.
The crowd burst into an uproar and was wondering who that guy was. It's him. So he wasn't devoured by the imaginary demon.
He's surprisingly still living, said someone who had seen Lin Feng at the moment when he had been consumed by the black fog of the imaginary demon. The person was stupefied to see Lin Feng living and breathing before him.
Oh my! He is insane.
Han Man, Jing Yun as well as Pajun were all astounded. Lin Feng did not fail to surprise them.
However, Han Man had a big smile on his face.
He had the feeling that Lin Feng was stronger than him, much stronger than him. He even had that feeling when he hadn't seen Lin Feng. He really admired Lin Feng and believed that he held an incredible strength. In the Stormy Gorge, Mo Xia was stupefied.
How was this possible? How could Lin Feng still be alive? He was just an ordinary disciple and he had been eaten by an imaginary demon. How could he come back alive? It's him. Like everybody else, Nan Gongling was also astonished.
His face showed how relieved he was. Now he would be able to tell Protector Bei and Protector Kong that Lin Feng was alright and the punishment of Moxia would not be so harsh.
"Ha, that young man never dies,"
said a voice coming from the pavilion where an old man was sitting. It almost sounded like he was cursing, but he was actually very cheerful.
"You continue to surprise me, young man," thought Protector Bei, smiling.
The first time that he had met Lin Feng, he had already had a good impression. The second time, Lin Feng had made the drums of the precipice of Zhangu beat, which had stupefied Protector Kong and Protector Bei, and this time, he had been eaten by an imaginary demon and then returned without a single injury on his body. He really was the king of miracles. At that moment, Yu Hao arrived next to Lu Fei. He looked at Lin Feng, who had stepped on the fighting stage, and said while laughing, "Fei Fei, that piece of trash surprisingly dares go onto the fighting stage.
He really wants to die." Lu Fei frowned. She didn't like Yu Hao calling her by a nickname.
She was in a bad mood because of this. Then, she looked at the fighting stage and her expression immediately changed. Her beautiful eyes were filled with delight.
"He is not dead."
Lu Fei was astonished, and then a beautiful and resplendent smile appeared on her face.
"You're not dead, that's a good thing. I will beat you myself. I will humiliate you."
Yu Hao saw that Lu Fei was smiling and looked enchanted, but he didn't seem to understand.
Then, thinking that he could be her hero, he said, "Fei Fei, just like last time, you just need to open your mouth and I'll go kill the piece of trash when he's done with his challenge."
"You'll kill him?"
Lu Fei asked while looking at Yu Hao.
Even though Yu Hao had a sword spirit and was quite strong, he hadn't progressed for a year because he hadn't been practicing. He was still at the first Ling Qi layer.
If he fought against Lin Feng, did he even stand a chance? Besides, what Lu Fei wanted the most was to defeat Lin Feng herself.
"Yes, you only have to nod your head and I'll put an end to his life," said Yu Hao while smiling.
"Yu Hao."
Yu Hao was still smiling when the sound of an annoyed voice went straight into his ears.
"Yu Hao, where have you run away? Come and fight me, damn you."
Lin Feng was standing on the highest fighting stage. He raised his head and looked at everyone who was observing from above on the cliffs of the stormy gorge. He wanted to go to the highest place, the most craziest of places, and look down on the world.
Yu Hao was still smiling. He hadn't gone to the fighting stage. He hadn't understood what Lin Feng had meant a moment ago.
He did not understand that Lin Feng was actually challenging him to a fight. However, he really wanted to fight with Lin Feng.
During the Elite Disciple exam, being challenged was a humiliation because it meant you were weak. If you were weak, people wanted to fight against you.
But at that moment, Yu Hao was being challenged. On top of that, he was being challenged by the one he wanted to kill to win the affection of Lu Fei. However, he hadn't thought that Lin Feng would challenge him right after he finished talking. Obviously, he had just been humiliated in front of a countless number of people. He had the feeling he had just been slapped in the face.
Yu Hao's expression looked like that of a demon. He was staring at Lin Feng with a cruel expression.
"Fei Fei, that guy wants to challenge me, that's great. I'm going to kill that shitty piece of trash." As before, Yu Hao had no doubts about his own strength.
He started walking towards the stage while still looking evil. The entire crowd was amazed.
Lin Feng was truly insane. Not only had Lin Feng immediately stepped on the highest fighting stage, but he was also challenging Yu Hao. Yu Hao was far from being one of the weakest elite disciples. Before the Elite Disciple exam, ordinary disciples had already checked the profiles of the different elite disciples. They had access to a list which contained detailed information on their strength levels. Yu Hao was far above the weak elite disciples.
He had a sword spirit and he was very talented and strong.
He was much stronger than most of the average elite disciples.
Nobody would have thought of challenging him.
Yu Hao hadn't expected someone to challenge him either. As he moved onto the fighting stage, Yu Hao, while still looking like a demon, said, "I wanted to let you live a bit longer, but you already want to die, so impatient. I'm in no hurry to deal with you, wait until I am done," said Lin Feng while smiling. He stopped looking at Yu Hao and turned to the crowd. "Li Lin, get your ass onto the damn fighting stage as well." Lin Feng continued to spit insults in the faces of elite disciples. Li Lin, while in the Xingqian pavilion, hadn't dared to confront Qin Chen, so he had decided to take it out on Lin Feng. Lin Feng still remembered and planned to settle his grudge. Everybody in the crowd was astonished at his actions.
Li Lin. That was the name of another elite disciple. What did he intend to do by challenging two elite disciples at the same time? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 68, The Swordmaster.
During the first round of the Elite Disciple exam, everyone had to be in attendance, elite disciples as well as core disciples, because they could be challenged at any time by another disciple within the sect. Li Lin was no exception to this rule. When Li Lin heard that he was being challenged by Lin Feng, his heart was pounding. That guy had probably broken through to the Ling Qi layer and wanted his revenge. But then Li Lin tried to relax because Lin Feng hadn't only called his name, instead he had called too, his name and Yu Hao's.
Yu Hao was infinitely stronger than Li Lin. He had an overpowering sword spirit and he was known as a genius.
Lin Feng had even dared to challenge him, but he was probably going to die because he could not fight against Yu Hao. When entering the life and death arena, Li Lin started to get nervous. When he saw that everybody was looking at him, he could feel his heart pounding in his chest.
What are you doing? Why are you making him come onto the fighting stage as well? Asked Yu Hao, glancing at Li Lin.
He was puzzled. Besides, he despised being associated with a weakling like Li Lin. I will fight both of you at the same time. Lin Feng didn't reply to Yu Hao and just said these words in a cold tone, which made Yu Hao frown in anger.
Insanity. Madness.
In the entire history of the Yunhai sect, which dated back 1,000 years, nobody had ever dared challenge two higher-ranked disciples at the same time during the Elite Disciple exam. Lin Feng, a simple ordinary disciple, had challenged two elite disciples to fight against him. To make things even more shocking, one of them was an extremely strong cultivator who had a sword spirit. Lin Feng had broken a new record of insane behavior.
That ordinary disciple is so arrogant and clearly overestimates his own power, even if he is incredibly strong. Is it right to act in such a way? Mo Xia had said that in a cold and belittling tone.
Not only was Mo Xia very strong, but he also had a high status within the sect.
Besides, his father Mo Lan was standing behind him.
Therefore, he was trying to regain some of the face he had already lost.
Nan Gongling was coldly looking at Mo Xia but remained expressionless.
It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Regarding Protector Bei, he was just laughing and shaking his head. This young man really has no limits.
Together? Who do you think you are, you piece of trash?
Yu Hao's face twisted in anger and revealed a hideous expression.
What kind of person was he after all? A sword master with a strong sword spirit, and he was an elite disciple?
Yu Hao despised Lin Feng. He thought that Lin Feng was an insolent piece of trash. He thought that comparing the two was the difference between earth and heaven. Yu Hao thought that it was an honor for Lin Feng to call a noble person such as himself onto the stage. But Lin Feng had not only called him onto the stage. He had also called someone else. Surprisingly, he wanted to fight against two people at the same time.
Wasn't Yu Hao being humiliated from his actions? Exactly. What are you thinking? Suddenly challenging both of us at the same time.
Yu Hao has an extremely strong sword spirit. He's very powerful and can kill you with a single strike.
How can you be so arrogant?
Li Lin was licking Yu Hao's boots and trying to gain favor from Yu Hao.
Then, Yu Hao would do all the work alone and defeat Lin Feng while he could just stand and watch.
Then he would not have to fight at all. This was obviously the best choice for someone like him who was incredibly weak for an elite disciple. Yu Hao seemed to enjoy being complimented by others.
A big smile had appeared on his face and he then said, "Ha, Li Lin, you're entirely right.
It's not worth unsheathing my sword for such a worthless ordinary disciple. You help me take care of him."
Of course.
But for such a worthless ordinary disciple to dare to challenge Yu Hao, he should be humiliated. Fellow disciple Yu Hao should show him how big the difference is between you and him. When Li Lin heard Yu Hao's words, he got frightened that he would have to fight. He didn't know if Yu Hao wanted him to fight, so he did his best to lure Yu Hao into fighting alone.
He really did not want to engage in a battle with Lin Feng.
That guy is such a disgrace for our mighty sect. He's making all of the members of the Yunhai sect lose face,
said members of the crowd while looking at Li Lin.
He was so shameless. But that guy actually had to defend his point of view.
You are so pathetic. Lin Feng was sneering at Li Lin.
Li Lin, when I was looking for skills in the Xingchen pavilion, you attacked Xin Shan and then you ended up being scared to death by him, causing everybody to laugh at you. Coincidentally, there was another ordinary disciple there, so you decided to pick a fight with me.
You also threatened me that you would kill me.
You insulted me several times and called me a piece of trash.
Now, I challenge you and you seem to be terrified. How come? Yu Hao, you who have a mighty sword spirit, what a genius. You attacked me without any reason on that day. You said that you could kill me anytime, but it seems like you were just bullying me and trying to humiliate those weaker than yourself. Now, I am standing in front of you willing to fight, but where is your sword? Lin Feng said in a very cold tone. Everybody in the crowd understood what had happened. These two elite disciples were very pretentious.
They had both provoked and bullied that ordinary disciple, but now that he had become stronger, he wanted to get his revenge. Yu Hao's face grew vicious and he said to Li Lin, "I will give you 3 seconds, if you don't attack him within that time, I will cripple your cultivation."
Li Lin was furious.
He was gnashing his teeth in hatred for Yu Hao. On that day, Yu Hao had bullied Lin Feng and treated him as if he was an insignificant existence. At that moment, Lin Feng's behavior towards him was strangely similar.
"Alright, I will start and then you finish him," Li Lin said against his will.
He was really forcing himself to fight.
He then started moving towards Lin Feng.
Lin Feng shook his head. His style looked incredibly laughable. Lin Feng really wondered how that guy had managed to become an elite disciple.
"Get lost."
Lin Feng then thrust his palm into the air and used his 8 strikes of desolation.
4 strikes immediately broke through the air and crashed onto Li Lin's body. Boom! 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 Boom!
Li Lin was one of the weakest elite disciples. His strength was so low that he could not match some ordinary disciples. Lin Feng had hit him with a single skill while not even using his full strength, and that had made him fly through the air and heavily crash outside the life and death arena main stage. Lin Feng ignored Li Lin after that and said to Yu Hao, "So what are you waiting for?"
"I thought you were going to kill me."
"4 strikes, that's all? That's only half of 8 strikes, how laughable." Yu Hao knew what attack Lin Feng had used. In the Yunhai sect, many people had learnt and practiced it to a similar level. Most elite disciples who had practiced it had managed to do 4 strikes, and some talented individual had done 5. But there were very few people who managed to do more than 4 strikes within the elite disciple.
It was extremely rare to see someone talented enough to break through 4 strikes.
Lin Feng had only used 4 of the 8 possible strikes, but he could freely control how many strikes he used.
He did not want to use his full strength when dealing with Li Lin.
"Even though I said I would kill you, today is the elite disciple exam. Even though we are in the life and death arena, we are not allowed to directly kill. So today I will just cripple your cultivation and break both of your arms. You will be half dead when we finish this battle." Yu Hao was already very cruel to begin with, and now he had hatred towards Lin Feng. While talking, Yu Hao was unsheathed the sword that he was carrying on his back. His sword was already glowing and its light was radiant. The glowing light looked like the water of a river as sunlight shone down upon it. It was a truly dazzling light. An intangible chi started spreading through the air.
That wouldn't be enough though.
Yu Hao released his sword spirit. It was an extremely sharp sword shadow which appeared behind him. It was pointing towards the heavens as if it was about to cut down the heavens themselves. Even though those who possess a sword spirit are not weak, Lin Feng is also dangerous. The disciples in the crowd who were close to the arena could sense the strength and power contained within the sword chi. They had the sensation that they were being pressured by the power of Yu Hao, which made them feel dizzy and uncomfortable. However, Lin Feng, who was standing much closer, had no reaction.
"I know that you like to rely on your sword spirit, so I will show you what it really means to be a swordmaster,"
Lin Feng said with a voice filled with killing intent. He then unsheathed the sword he was carrying on his back, and a powerful chi spread through the atmosphere, moving towards Yu Hao's sword. The pressure within the atmosphere suddenly increased greatly. What, he's also a sword user? Does he have a sword spirit? Everybody was shaking when they sensed the chi contained within Lin Feng's sword. Yu Hao was also stupefied. Everyone was shocked because Lin Feng had unleashed this pressure without releasing a sword spirit. Lin Feng had a faintly discernible smile on the corner of his mouth. Why would he use sword skills if he doesn't have a sword spirit?
Yu Hao made a step forwards.
Suddenly, a whistling noise spread throughout the atmosphere. The devastating sword chi was growing more and more powerful. The sword spirit behind his back was also glowing brighter and brighter. Yu Hao's sword chi was getting stronger and cutting through the atmosphere, moving straight towards Lin Feng.
"Do you necessarily need to have a sword spirit to use sword skills? Can the cultivators who possess a sword spirit only use sword skills?" asked Lin Feng, looking extremely calm.
He stepped forward and said, "Even with your sword spirit you don't understand the basic principles of wielding a sword."
Boom!
Suddenly, an extremely strong chi shot towards Yu Hao. Even his own chi was retreating from the chi which had been unleashed. Lin Feng had started to gather sword force into the tip of his sword. The power which was released was incredible. Force, he is using sword force. People in the crowd seldom saw cultivators who had knowledge of forces, and when they saw some, they were usually battles between elite disciples and core disciples. Everyone had started to sense the immense power that was contained within his sword. The crowd was growing more shocked. So that's sword force. How powerful! There was an infinite amount of chi which was also released from the sword.
This had allowed Lin Feng to utterly suppress Yu Hao. Oh my.
He's only an ordinary disciple who just broke through to the Ling Chi layer and he already controls his sword force to perfection.
What a genius.
Some people knew that forces were extremely hard to understand and control, especially at Lin Feng's level. Even some cultivators who had reached the peak of the Ling Chi layer were not necessarily able to control forces to the extent of Lin Feng, but Lin Feng seemed to master the forces to perfection. Of course, some of the ordinary disciples didn't even know what a force was and were asking other disciples how Lin Feng had such a powerful and oppressive sword.
He's the one who beat the drums at the precipice of Zhanggu. He's so young and already extremely powerful. I could only dream to be that strong at his age. He definitely deserves a high status within the sect. He truly deserved the title of a true genius. We should take good care of him and honor him. He will become the future of the sect. Nan Gongling understood what Protector Bei had been talking about previously and now understood why Lin Feng was so important. He was a pillar of the sect. A solution had to be found so that Mo Xia wouldn't attempt to kill him again. That young man was a genius. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 69, Fury.
Nan Gongling felt happy, but Mo Xia was not happy in the slightest.
He had an evil look covering his face. That young man is too outstanding.
He should have been killed at birth.
Mo Xia thought evilly.
Lin Feng had humiliated him, so even if he was a genius, he had to be killed, and Mo Xia couldn't afford to wait until Lin Feng grew up, as he would become too strong. In the middle of the crowd, Han Man felt at ease. He had a smile on the corner of his lips. He really has become so strong already.
He even managed to convince me that I might be stronger.
When he saw that Lin Feng was stronger than him, he was really happy for his sworn brother. Jing Yun, who was standing next to him, also had a brilliant smile on her face. She looked like a lotus flower in blossom. Her smile looked so pure and innocent, it could charm any man who saw. Pu Jun, who was standing next to them, had a sparkle in his eyes while looking at Lin Feng on the fighting stage. He thought, no wonder he was able to react so quickly against me and with such a terrifying strength. He was this powerful. Inside the life and death arena, Yu Hao's face was turning deathly pale. His face had become so pale and cold that he already looked like a corpse. Even with your sword spirit, you don't understand the basic principles of wielding a sword. Lin Feng had destroyed his honor and dignity. He had no choice but to agree with his statement, and he was not the only one. Everybody in the crowd had agreed. Yu Hao didn't understand basic sword principles. Compared with Lin Feng, he looked like a child holding a toy sword. Who was it that said, only those who had a sword spirit could become amazing sword masters? Every single trace of sword chi emerging from Yu Hao's body was vanishing as fast as it had appeared. It was crumbling and disintegrating each time he tried to release it. Controlling forces like he did, Lin Feng wasn't consuming much energy and the sword force was growing extremely powerful. I give up. You can become an elite disciple. Yu Hao had been struggling with his pride but had finally said those words. He just had the feeling that he had been truly humiliated and that the entire crowd was laughing at him for thinking he was so powerful. Give up? Lin Feng was smiling coldly. Could he really be let off so easily? When Yu Hao thought his victory was certain and he would easily overpower Lin Feng, he had wanted to cripple Lin Feng's cultivation. He wanted to break his arms and leave him half dead. It was impossible for him to be crueler than that. At the moment when Yu Hao found out that he couldn't compete with Lin Feng, he thought that one sentence was going to be enough to purify the hatred between them. Was that how things really worked? Well, Lin Feng didn't agree. Do I need to accept? Said Lin Feng, making fun of his actions. Lin Feng continued moving forwards and the sword force became even more powerful. It was oppressing Yu Hao's body so much that he could no longer breathe. I said I give up. What do you want me to do? Yu Hao's face changed. Lin Feng didn't stop moving closer. How terrifying. What do I want? That is very simple. I want you to do to yourself what you had said you would do to me. Said Lin Feng with an ice-cold smile on his face. Yu Hao was shaking from head to toe. Lin Feng wanted him to cripple his own cultivation and break his own arms. This was a death sentence. He wanted him to commit suicide. This is the elite disciple exam of the Yunhai sect. How dare you? Shouted Yu Hao. You may not dare to kill me, but shall we see if I dare to kill you? Lin Feng was moving closer while replying to Yu Hao. His sword slightly shook. A terrifyingly strong sword chi invaded the entire atmosphere and shot towards Yu Hao while piercing through the air. A deadly sword which existed solely to take the life of others. In the blink of an eye, Yu Hao's blood sprayed everywhere.
His body collapsed lifelessly on the stage. His eyes were still wide open as if he was shocked at his own death. It looked like he couldn't believe that Lin Feng had actually dared to kill him. Phew, it seemed like the atmosphere had become tense. The entire crowd was holding their breath in shock. The arena had become so quiet that they could almost hear each other's heartbeat. Lin Feng had set a new record in the entire history of the Yunhai sect. He had challenged and defeated 2 elite disciples at the same time. He had then ruthlessly killed one of them in front of the entire sect. Lin Feng had violated the rules of the Yunhai sect in the presence of every disciple, every elder and even the patriarch of the sect Nan Gongling. He had killed his opponent during the elite disciple exam. Audacious! An extremely loud shout spread throughout the area. It sounded like it was coming from above. The entire crowd was surprised and had the feeling they had been awoken from a dream as they could barely come to grips with what had just happened. In the presence of every member of the Yunhai sect. You really have no respect for the rules and no respect for the patriarch either. You are guilty of crimes for which even death cannot atone. There was a loud shout. It sounded like that person really wanted to kill Lin Feng on the spot. The disciples in the crowd raised their heads and saw Amo Xie. Some people didn't understand what was going on, but when they saw Amo Xie, it had become clear. Amo Xie and Lin Feng were enemies, and Amo Xie wanted to take advantage of the fact that Lin Feng was still weak. He could not let that young disciple become someone important and grow stronger than himself. If he did, then he would surely be killed. Therefore, he directly accused him of various crimes and then said that he had to die for his grave crimes. Lin Feng raised his head and saw Amo Xie. He just glanced at him for a second and then ignored him. He had joined the elite disciple exam, stepped on the highest fighting stage and had amazed the entire crowd. He had challenged 2 elite disciples at the same time. He had used sword force and had killed Yu Hao on the spot. He had done all of this for Amo Xie. Lin Feng had willingly given Amo Xie an opportunity to find excuses to kill him. He had hoped that Amo Xie would use these excuses to confront him. It was clear to Lin Feng that if he didn't do it himself, Amo Xie would continue to plot against him. Lin Feng had just delivered himself to Amo Xie with a neat ribbon. This was all part of his plan. When Amo Xie saw that Lin Feng was ignoring him, he became so furious that he was shaking from head to toe in anger. However, in his heart he was smiling coldly. He shouted, "Everybody, arrest this traitor, and if he tries to resist, kill him on the spot." When the crowd heard Amo Xie's words, they were disappointed. He was really beyond shameless. That elder's behavior was really impudent and cruel. It was clear that he was using his power in the sect to settle personal grudges. Bastard! Cursed Han man! Everybody had heard him. Yu Hao wanted to cripple Lin Feng's cultivation, then break his arms and leave Lin Feng half dead. Was anything that Lin Feng had done unjustified? Jing Yun's face also turned livid. She was so scared for Lin Feng's safety. PFFF, that elder is really shameless, what a disgrace. Cursed Lu Fei. Amo Xie had already used this trick once, yet was he going to give it another try? A few silhouettes flashed through the air towards the fighting stage, ready to catch Lin Feng. Wait! Wait! Shouted a voice which made the silhouettes, who were heading towards Lin Feng, immediately stop. The one who had stopped them was Nan Gongling. Everybody turned around and looked at Nan Gongling. They were all curious to see how Nan Gongling was going to handle the situation. Was he going to punish Lin Feng? Patriarch, that young disciple is presumptuous and arrogant. You don't exist in his eyes. You must punish him. It will be a warning for others as well. Amo Xie had come next to Nan Gongling and was slightly bowing, showing him respect with the intention to persuade him. He also quickly glanced at the people standing next to Nan Gongling. Elder Amo Xie is right. That ordinary disciple is too aggressive. He does not give the sect any respect. He will ruthlessly kill all his fellow disciples. We must kill him. Patriarch, his punishment should be death, we should kill him. A few elders were supporting Amo Xie. Amo Xanlan had served the sect for a longer period than Nan Gongling. In the Yunhai sect, all these elders wanted to give him face, so they would obviously jump at the chance to support his son, Amo Xie. Nan Gongling raised his head. He looked at Amo Xie and all the elders who were getting involved. He then said indifferently, "Have you finished talking yet?" All the elders were stupefied. They didn't know what Nan Gongling meant by those words. Amo Xie, are you the patriarch of this sect? Or is it me, Nan Gongling, who is the current patriarch of this sect? He said that while paying no heed to anyone else but Amo Xie. Amo Xie was speechless. He then hastily replied, "You, of course. You are the patriarch. I wouldn't dare, ... He was then interrupted again. What about all of you? Am I the patriarch of this sect or is Emosia the patriarch? Asked Nan Gongling to the elders who were supporting Emosia.
You, of course. Replied the elders, feeling a slight chill run down their spines.
Nan Gongling was a moderate person and never lost his temper.
He had never talked to them in that way, but it was clear at this moment that he was angry.
Oh, said Nan Gongling while nodding, then I would like to ask you, who is in charge of the elite disciple exam?
The patriarch, of course.
Replied Emosia and the others elders in unison.
Their backs were soaked with a cold sweat. They had really picked the wrong time to support Emosia.
So you all know.
Since you all know, then I would like to ask you, Emosia, you say that in this young disciple's eyes the sect is of no importance, then what about you? In my presence, in the presence of every member of the sect, you are shouting loudly and trying to act like the patriarch, and you even want to handle things of which I am responsible.
How imposing. Elder Emosia, you tell me, do you even attach any importance to me or the sect? Nan Gongling's voice dropped in volume.
It seemed like there was a cold breeze blowing in the air over the crowd.
Emosia and the other elders felt that they were in a very bad position.
The elders who had been supporting Emosia a moment before didn't say anything, which was their only option at this point. Emosia thought that because his father was Emo Sanlan that he could usurp all powers of the sect for himself.
Emosia's behavior and words had finally made Nan Gongling furious. Crack, dot.
A loud noise pierced the silent atmosphere of the arena. The chair on which Nan Gongling sat had shattered under the pressure.
Speak. I want to ask all of you elders, do you still see me, Nan Gongling, as the patriarch of the Yunhai sect, and am I of any importance in your eyes? Nan Gongling stood up and shouted coldly at the elders.
He had gone completely insane with anger. The elders felt their hearts drop and fear spread throughout their bodies.
What role did they play in the sect anyway? Could they compare with the patriarch? Everybody was looking at Nan Gongling, who was furious.
His eyes looked like he was calm, which made it even more terrifying.
His temperament was actually very good and he was never usually angry. What could have caused him to act in such a way?
He had suddenly lost temper, and on top of that it was because of Emosia.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 70, Lin Feng's State of Mind.
Emosia had never been as shocked and scared as he had been when he saw Nan Gongling growing furious. He had to think carefully about what his next words would be. He bowed respectfully, then said, Patriarch, Emosia admits his mistake.
Emosia and Emo Sanlan had power in the Yunhai sect, but Nan Gongling was the patriarch. Nan Gongling had become furious at Emosia's actions. Emosia had no choice but to admit his mistake. Maybe I am too aggressive and too arrogant.
Maybe I've been disrespectful to the patriarch, said Emosia while insulting himself and acting humble. When Nan Gongling saw that Emosia acknowledged his mistakes, he started to calm down. He coldly glanced at Emosia and said, since you acknowledge your mistake, let's forget about it this time.
If this happens again, then there will be no more chances.
Regarding the disciple on stage, Yu Hao was the first to provoke him and state his intent. He threatened that he would cripple the cultivation of this young disciple, then planned to break his arms.
He showed no intention of having any mercy and only gave the impression of cruelty.
This was then returned onto him.
But Patriarch. Emosia wanted to speak again.
He hadn't understood the reason why Nan Gongling was furious after all.
Ha! Nan Gongling glanced at him furiously.
Emosia swallowed his previous thoughts and forced himself to say, Patriarch, you are wise and brilliant. Nan Gongling groaned. He didn't really care about what Emosia had to say.
He then looked at Lin Feng and said, what's your name?
Lin Feng raised his head and looked at Nan Gongling. He looked incredibly calm at this moment.
Lin Feng.
Lin Feng, good job, you are now an elite disciple of the Yunhai sect,
declared Nan Gongling. Nan Gongling was really impressed by Lin Feng's abilities and actions.
He personally asked Lin Feng his name and personally gave him the status of an elite disciple. Many others would never have that privilege. The other disciples would need to check the results with the elder in charge of the elite disciple exam. Lin Feng was smiling from ear to ear. His smile seemed to be filled with a strange feeling which wasn't gratitude. His smile contained the feeling of accomplishment. Only those who are strong enough can demand respect. Nan Gongling hadn't forgotten that Lin Feng had once said words in that respect. At that moment, Lin Feng had showed that he held an extremely strong power and everyone had witnessed it.
The question was as to how Nan Gongling was going to answer Lin Feng's actions.
He had given Lin Feng the answer he had wanted. Mo Xia had tried to hand Lin Feng over to Lin Qian and Chu Zhanpeng.
He hadn't gotten involved in the incident at that time.
He had thought that an ordinary disciple wasn't worth creating a dispute with an elder. So he had just watched from the sidelines. But this time was different. Mo Xia had wanted to kill Lin Feng again and Nan Gongling had stopped him. It was only because Lin Feng had shown that he was truly a genius and proved it by returning with such an incredible increase in power.
Nan Gongling now knew about the precipice of Zhanggu, so he was always going to value Lin Feng.
Protector Bei had told him about it when he had wanted to kill Mo Xia.
Mo Xia had been humiliated, but Nan Gongling had actually helped him in a way. Did Mo Xia really want to continue making this talented young disciple his enemy? But, was that enough for Lin Feng? Obviously it wasn't. Lin Feng was not satisfied at all. Would he really let someone who had made so many attempts on his life get away with only a slap in the face? When the ferocious beasts had attacked the sect, Mo Xia simply handed Lin Feng over to them without hesitation. Lin Feng didn't believe that Nan Gongling was not aware of these actions. Nan Gongling may have been able to overlook these incidents, but could the same be said about Lin Feng?
Just a moment ago, while in the presence of everyone, Mo Xia had wanted to kill Lin Feng again and Nan Gongling had seen it with his own eyes.
Had Nan Gongling punished Mo Xia?
Everyone had the impression that he had, but in Lin Feng's eyes, he had just humiliated Mo Xia.
Was Nan Gongling just trying to make Lin Feng feel grateful for this minor kindness and make him serve the sect?
Lin Feng had never been a servile person. This was his second life and he had almost died at the hands of Mo Xia too many times.
Were Nan Gongling's words enough?
They were too far from being enough. An elder was an elder and an ordinary disciple was just an ordinary disciple, but because Lin Feng had proved to everyone that he was a genius, he was now an elite disciple.
There is only one solution to this problem.
If Mo Xia remains in this sect, then I will make my own path. However, if he is no longer within the sect, then I will stay,
thought Lin Feng.
He knew that Nan Gongling and the Yunhai sect had to choose one person. If they chose him, then he would dedicate his life to the Yunhai sect. If they chose Mo Xia, then not only would he leave the sect, but he would return one day to take his revenge. Because of the hatred that he held for Mo Xia, there was no longer a peaceful solution. If the Yunhai sect was unable to choose him over Mo Xia, then he had no other choice but leave the sect. Lin Feng didn't say what he was thinking. He had hoped that Nan Gongling would choose him when the time came. This was only the beginning of the grudge between them. During the elite disciple exam, Lin Feng had already planned how to take care of Mo Xia. Lin Feng stepped down from the fighting stage and looked determined. Each of his steps were filled with firm determination. Nan Gongling was observing Lin Feng's eyes and thought that he looked very mysterious. It was not surprising that this young disciple would have some secrets, as many exceptional talents did.
How strong and mysterious. If I was that strong, I would act the same way that he does.
Even if there were 10 disciples who would join me to fight against him, we wouldn't be able to win.
Lin Feng. I'll remember that name. Why would you remember his name? He wouldn't even recognize you. He's on a completely different level to us. We are just ordinary disciples.
Even the highest ranked Chen Chen is nothing in comparison with him. None of the ordinary disciples are as strong as him. Lin Feng and Chen Chen are worlds apart. Two disciples were talking loudly amongst themselves but didn't know that not far away was someone who looked furious. That person was precisely Chen Chen, who was the top-ranked ordinary disciple. He was the one who had provoked Lin Feng in the Xingchen Pavilion and who had been humiliated by Lin Feng. I'm the best amongst all the ordinary disciples. Chen Chen was thinking about the words he had said to Lin Feng in the Xingchen Pavilion. Chen Chen had nowhere to hide from the shame he felt from saying those words to Lin Feng. Even though these two disciples were harsh with their words, it was the truth. Chen Chen was nothing in comparison with Lin Feng. Yu Hao was an elite disciple with a sword spirit and he had been killed in a single strike.
Maybe he has forgotten about me completely, thought Chen Chen, feeling hopeless while trying to understand his situation. He was terrified that Lin Feng would seek him out and kill him. Lin Feng didn't attach any importance to Chen Chen and had actually forgotten about him. An ordinary disciple who kept repeating that he was the best amongst all the ordinary disciples probably had limited mental abilities. You're so much stronger than me that it's actually incredible, said Han Man, who saw Lin Feng. Why was Han Man always so enthusiastic?
Lin Feng, you are really incredible, said Jing Yun, impressed. She was wondering how Lin Feng practiced and hoped she would get the chance to join him. The disciples surrounding them envied that little group of friends. Han Man and the others were all ordinary disciples, but they were very close friends with Lin Feng. They were probably going to mutually benefit from Lin Feng's rise in status. Han Man and the others also felt happy to have such a friend. They were thinking that it was too bad that they hadn't met him sooner. Lin Feng shrugged and asked Han Man while smiling, "When are you getting onto the fighting stage?" Hee, good thing that there is nobody on the fighting stage because of your display.
It seems like now it's my turn,
said Han Man while smiling. He then moved towards the life and death arena. Because Lin Feng had just created a huge uproar when he unleashed his power, Han Man felt less pressure to go onto the stage. Everybody was waiting to see what Han Man would do once he got onto the stage. The thing which shocked the crowd even more was that Han Man, like Lin Feng, had no clue how to be subtle. He surprisingly stepped onto the highest fighting stage.
Everyone, including Lin Feng, was shocked. What a brave guy. I did not really think about these things beforehand. Does anyone of the first Ling Chi layer want to come and fight me?
Han Man was standing on the fighting stage as he asked the crowd. His manner of speaking sounded so rude that everybody was speechless. He was either completely clueless or he was indeed another genius. Lin Feng had challenged two elite disciples at the same time, but he knew what he was doing and he had chosen his own opponents. Han Man was the complete opposite of Lin Feng. He didn't know any elite disciples' names and was challenging anyone who wished to fight against him. This was the first time that such a thing had happened in the whole of the sect's 1,000-year history. Lin Feng was speechless as he stared shocked at Han Man. His jaw had hit the floor and he was stupefied by Han Man's actions. Jing Yun couldn't help but giggle. That big goofball was hopeless. The entire arena was completely silent for a while until an elite disciple stepped onto the fighting stage and said, "Alright, I'll fight against you."
"Thank you, my name is Han Man. I'm Wang Han.
I like people who are quick to accept a challenge."
"Let's fight,"
said Han Man while laughing loudly.
An extremely strong chi emerged from the earth beneath his feet.
In the blink of an eye, Han Man's body had transformed and looked like it was made completely from compact earth. In the life and death arena at this moment, he was one with Mother Earth and Mother Earth was one with him. He had completely fused with the earth and become a symbiotic force.
Boom!
Han Man took a step forward and the entire arena began to shake under his feet. It sounded like a 1,000-foot giant was walking and each of his steps made the ground tremble. The disciples who were watching from the crowd felt their hearts begin to race, some with excitement and others with fear. An incredible force suddenly crashed onto Wang Han's body and it felt like he was being crushed. He has mastered his use of force too,
thought Nan Gongling, whose eyes were sparkling with delight.
There were no words to describe his shock and joy. It wasn't surprising that Lin Feng could use forces, but that unknown ordinary disciple could use forces as well. Even though he had to rely on his spirit and clearly didn't understand forces to the same extent as Lin Feng, he could use and control them with an extraordinary strength. He could be regarded as another genius within the sect.
It's incredible. It's fantastic.
The Yunhai sect hasn't seen such strong young disciples for many years and now two shocking geniuses have appeared at the same time.
Nan Gongling felt an incredible surge of joy in his heart.
This was without a doubt his best elite disciple exam. The sect would actually rise to new heights within his generation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 71, Lu Fei's Strange Behavior.
In the Shuiyu country there were a great number of sects and clans fighting for supremacy.
Achieving power was not an easy thing to do as the competition was fierce.
The Imperial clan was the strongest clan that existed in the whole Shuiyu country. They were so powerful that nobody dared to challenge their authority.
There was no room to question the authority of the Imperial clan. Apart from the Imperial clan, there are also some other extremely powerful clans in the Imperial city. There were the Yu clan of the Imperial city, the Yu clan and the Wan Shoumen clan. Outside of the Imperial city there were also the extremely strong sects which held a great deal of power. The Yunhai sect and the Haoyu sect were both strong sects which were outside of the Imperial city's borders. There was also the Luoxia sect as well as the Ice and Snow Mountain village. There are 8 high officials of the Shuiyu country who represent the strongest and the most gifted young cultivators within the country. Everyone who is within those 8 officials is incredibly strong and has advanced to a high level of cultivation. The future of the country was held by these 8 young cultivators. The Yunhai sect was a great power, but it did not have anyone who qualified for a position as one of the 8 high officials. Even though a high official was extremely powerful and had an incredibly high status, it wasn't enough to affect the foundation of a sect. However, in 10 or 20 years that may not be the case. The foundation may be strong, but over time it can be shaken. Nan Gongling clearly understood how things worked with the politics of the country. Even if there was no sign of a sect declining in power, what about its future prospects? What if there were no suitable successors to take the place of patriarch? What if the general power of the sect members declined? If these events happened over an extended period of time, then the end of the sect was inevitable. The effects would not show in the short term, however in the long term it was clear that the sect would fade from existence. This was the case of the Yun Hai sect at the moment. The general level of strength that the young disciples of the Yun Hai sect possessed was clearly in decline. Over the years they were attracting less and less talented individuals. How could Nan Gongling not be worried in such circumstances? This was something which troubled him for every second of every day. The fact that Lin Feng and Han Man stood before him and unleashed such spectacular talent, he has once again regained hope. He could feel that the fate of the Yun Hai sect was changing and it could possibly have a prosperous future. Lin Feng had incredible fighting power and his talent was truly unfathomable. He was a genius. With more time and dedication to practice, he could become one of the 8 high officials. This would create a bright new future for the Yun Hai sect. With him they would rise in power once again. The Yun Hai sect was going through a period of prosperity during these peaceful times. However, if a conflict came about, then they would be in a very dangerous position. The sect was currently in decline and its strength paled to that of the past generations. I hope that they can both climb to the top of the hierarchy within the Yun Hai sect, thought Nan Gongling while looking at Han Man on the fighting stage. In the Imperial City, the construction of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu had already started and he now had these talent to nurture. Wasn't this a good omen? Boom! Han Man took another step. In the life and death arena there were waves of yellow sand which were surrounding and covering Wang Han. He was struggling to breathe under such immense pressure. The chi which was being released was so powerful that Wang Han felt like he was being buried alive where he stood. You win. Congratulations on joining the elite disciples, said Wang Han. Wang Han suddenly was able to breathe again. His body felt light and the pressure which was burying him had completely vanished. His eyes were half closed and voice was filled with disappointment in his lack of strength. He had been defeated. He had been humiliated, but he had also gained valuable insight thanks to the battle with Han Man. Ah, brother, don't be so disappointed. I just exploited the fact that my spirit is very powerful, said Han Man while the chi around his body was slowly disappearing. Han Man looked and sounded honest. It was very hard to find a grudge against such a simple person. He could instantly become friendly with anyone. Thank you, said Wang Han while nodding at Han Man. He turned around and left the fighting stage. The final result was his defeat. That was a humiliation for any elite disciple and he did not want to stay in the spotlight any longer. Han Man quickly rushed back to Lin Feng and while looking incredibly happy with himself he said, "How was it? I earned everyone's respect, right?" "Not bad," said Lin Feng while smiling and nodding. Han Man had a good grasp of forces which he could control with the help of his spirit. Against somebody of the same level, Han Man clearly had a huge advantage in power and understanding. It would be very hard to find a cultivator on his level which could fight equally with him. Only those who possessed incredible talent would have a chance to defeat him. Lin Feng and the others stayed at the Storming Gorge and continued to watch the other battles. There was always the chance for a cultivator to gain insight from watching a battle. There is not always such a great opportunity to watch so many battles at once. I would like to challenge Tu Fu today. He is extremely strong. I hope that with my power I will be able to defeat him and join the ranks of core disciples. Han Man had eyes filled with awe at the end of the first round and he wasn't the only one. Many disciples were amazed at the battles they had the opportunity to watch. Tu Fu's battle was too amazing. Tu Fu was much too powerful, he had only used one punch which made even the heavens shake and the fight was already over. Lin Feng, do you have anyone that you would like to defeat within the core disciples? Asked Han Man. Me? Asked Lin Feng surprised. He then shook his head while smiling and said, I haven't thought that far ahead yet. Lin Feng really hadn't thought that far ahead. A great majority of the ordinary disciples of the Yun Hai sect were only at the Qi layer. If they wanted to become elite disciples, then they would at least need to have broken through to the Ling Qi layer. The first Ling Qi layer was the minimum requirement for elite disciples. The elite disciples who had broken through to the third Ling Qi layer were exceptionally strong individuals. Those who had broken through to the fourth Ling Qi layer would have the qualifications to join the core disciples. However, the core disciples of the fourth Ling Qi layer were considered weak compared to the other core disciple. Those who joined the core disciples also had to go through the same process of defeating one of the current core disciples. However, who were the core disciples? They were the foundation of the sect and defeating even the weakest of them was not an easy task. Every year, many disciples tried to advance during the elite disciple exam. There was only a single chance for a disciple every year. This exam was the only chance they had to move to a new disciple ranking.
There were many elite disciples between the first and the fourth Ling Chi layer. Only the ones with incredible talent or battle power could join the core disciples. Lin Feng had 3 spirits thanks to all the suffering he had been put through. He was thinking about difference between elite disciples and core disciples. Even if he joined core disciples, so what? Mo Xia was still an elder and held a huge advantage over him. The first round of the elite disciple exam came to end and there were many lively discussions happening within the crowd. It was hard for many of the disciples to hold their excitement for the second round, which would be in 3 days' time. All the elite disciples and the core disciples would use all of their power in the upcoming battles as it would decide their rankings within the sect. Holding the highest ranking within the disciples was an honor for any disciple. Lin Feng didn't want to wait around any longer. He immediately headed towards the practice area for elite disciples. He was now an elite disciple. He needed to get his new disciple robes as well as a certificate of entry into the elite disciples. These were symbolic of the status a person held within the sect.
Lin Feng.
At that moment, Lin Feng heard a voice coming from behind which made him stop.
He turned around and saw such a beauty running towards him. "What's wrong?" asked Lin Feng to Lu Fei, who was walking towards him.
He was a bit surprised to see her.
"Can I talk to you in private?" Lu Fei looked embarrassed when she looked at Han Man and the others. Talk in private.
Lin Feng was really puzzled.
What could Lu Fei have to tell him that required to talk in private?
Even though Lin Feng's opinion of Lu Fei had completely changed since she had tried to protect him against Mo Xia, his opinion had not changed to such an extent.
Were they close enough that they could talk in private? Haha, of course there would be no problem. Lin Feng, we have an important matter to handle now. We will head off first and you can join us later.
Lin Feng hadn't said anything yet, but Han Man had already replied for him. He also hastily pulled Pajun and Jing Yun away from the couple. Lin Feng was speechless.
Since when had Han Man become so cunning? They had an important matter? What did he mean? Going to receive the elite disciple certificate and a new set of robes? Lu Fei was already standing next to Lin Feng and had become very embarrassed. She quickly said, "Let's move to somewhere private where we can talk." Lin Feng slightly nodded. He was really curious to know what Lu Fei could have to tell him. "Lin Feng, do you remember the first time we met?" "I remember.
You almost killed me for no reason on that day,"
said Lin Feng.
That girl's strength was incredible and there was something hidden deep within her. However, she was really too rash and viscous.
"If you hadn't tried to peep on me and do perverted things, then would have I tried to kill you?"
said Lu Fei, who was suddenly in a bad mood. "I never peeped on you or had any perverted intentions,"
replied Lin Feng, who was also growing angry at Lu Fei.
On that day, when he had gone into the mountains, it had really been a coincidence.
How could she categorically state that Lin Feng was a pervert? You? Lu Fei saw that Lin Feng wasn't going to admit it.
That bastard was really evil. Lin Feng actually thought that Lu Fei was really beautiful, but he did not even know she was there. That was a fact. She really was one of the most beautiful girls in the sect though, so it was understandable that many people wanted to peep on her.
"Alright, I admit that I was wrong, I misunderstood you. I would like to apologize."
Lu Fei was gnashing her teeth and had forced the words out from her mouth. If it was not for her father, she would never have come to Lin Feng.
Lin Feng couldn't understand Lu Fei.
He stared blankly at her while trying to understand what had just happened.
"What are you looking at?" asked Lu Fei.
Lin Feng was still staring at her. She was embarrassed and she was blushing, which had caught Lin Feng by surprise.
"Could it be? Did you?" Lin Feng was strangely looking at Lu Fei.
He was gazing deeply into her beautiful eyes.
"Did you fall for me?"
Lin Feng had finally managed to say what had come into his mind. He could not stop all of the thoughts that were rushing through his head. Lu Fei was incredibly strange and tomboyish, but she was beautiful and had an interest in Lin Feng. Lin Feng had never had a girlfriend, so he couldn't help but feel very embarrassed at his current situation.
Lu Fei was stunned.
She had finally lost her temper and shouted, "You bastard! If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 72, Provocation.
Lin Feng simply shrugged and smiled. He couldn't be blamed for thinking that way because Lu Fei was acting so strangely. Lu Fei was looking at Lin Feng and her heart was pounding in her chest. She couldn't help but gnash her teeth. She had never been so furious, but she had to control herself.
"There is something I would like to discuss with you,"
said Lu Fei. She then fell dead silent. Her face had turned red and she tried to open her mouth, but there were no words coming out.
What do you want to talk about? Asked Lin Feng, surprised. Do you know who the strongest people are in the Shuiyu country? Asked Lu Fei.
Of course I know, it's the Imperial clan. Lin Feng replied immediately. Lin Feng knew that the Imperial clan were the strongest and there was not a person who would dare contest that.
This is why they so easily ruled over the country. Only the strongest person could become emperor and only with power could they control the country. This was a fact. Lu Fei was surprised.
She didn't know that Lin Feng was so knowledgeable about the subject. He had responded so quickly without even taking time to think.
That's right. In the Shuiyu country, the Imperial clan is the strongest.
Even though there are extremely strong clans and sects within the country like the Yunhai sect, there is not a single power that would dare to face against the Imperial clan.
Lu Fei explained.
However, now the Emperor has requested some of the outstanding disciples of the Shuiyu country to help develop the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. They will receive the best cultivation resources available and the best teachers will be available to them. They will develop into incredible powers for the country and they will become leaders in the future. At that moment, Lu Fei stopped talking and looked at Lin Feng's reaction.
Lin Feng looked at Lu Fei while smiling and asked, "What does that have to do with me?" Lu Fei looked at Lin Feng with anger building up inside her.
She was cursing at him under her breath.
He was extremely smart and she didn't believe for even a second that he didn't understand what she wanted. So you're not interested in going there? Are you not interested in getting the best profound pills, the best weapons, the best martial skills and agility techniques?
Said Lu Fei while trying to convince him. Lin Feng had understood what Lu Fei meant. She was being very obvious with her intentions. However, what he was trying to figure out was Lu Fei and exactly what was in it for her.
What was her relation with the Imperial clan and why would she need to come and recruit on their behalf?
When he thought of the day when he had seen Lu Fei with the Qi Shui armored horses, he believed even more than Lu Fei held an extraordinary status within the Imperial city.
Lu Fei saw Ling Feng's eyes were sparkling with intrigue. She then smiled and said, "So, how does it sound? Are you excited?"
Lin Feng scratched his head while looking at Lu Fei and said with a giggle, "Are there any girls as beautiful as you there?" When Lin Feng saw that Lu Fei was blushing, he laughed and started walking away.
Even though the Imperial clan is extremely strong, there are also other clans who are very ambitious. The Imperial clan wants them to hand over their best disciples and go to the holy courtyard. Do you really believe that it will be so simple?
After these words left Lin Feng's mouth, it caused Lu Fei to stare at him with a stunned expression. He really was much smarter than she had initially imagined. No wonder he had managed to advance his strength in such a short period of time. He was a real genius. But this bastard was making her lose face.
Lu Fei was in a bad mood because of what Lin Feng had said.
If she had the chance, then she would definitely defeat that bastard and make him regret everything. That would be her revenge for constantly getting ridiculed by him. She had started following him as he left. Nine Frost Mountain was the name of the place where the elite disciples lived. In the Nine Frost Mountain, there was a gigantic cave which was popular with the elite disciples because of a certain cliff. At the top of the precipice, engraved in the stone, were a list of names.
Those names were the names of the strongest elite disciples.
There were 80 names in total which were carved into the stone.
What intrigued people the most is that it looked like a chessboard. Each of the 80 names was like a chess piece which could be moved across the board. Some names would be eliminated, while other insignificant pieces would cross the board and transform into powerful pieces.
All of the elite disciples within the sect hoped that their name could be engraved on that board someday. It would mean that they had finally reached the top and would be respected by all. At that moment, Tu Fu's name, which was at the top of the list, was removed.
They all understood what was happening.
He was one of the first people to become a core disciple and he had even defending his right to be a core disciple.
Then, a new name replaced Tu Fu's name on the list of the elite disciples. Wen Ren Yen.
His name had appeared there suddenly like a comet which had crashed through to the top position. He had only needed a year and he was already at the top of the elite disciple rankings.
Everybody knew of his strength.
He had the power to join the core disciples, but he decided to stay as an elite disciple. Everybody knew the reason why he had done such a thing. He did not want to join the core disciples because he was too arrogant and refused to be lowly ranked amongst the core disciples. He would rather rule over the elite disciples than be kicked around by the core disciples. When Ren Yan was 16 years old, there were many young disciples in the Yunhai sect who were exceptionally talented. He had never been an ordinary disciple because he had directly joined as an elite disciple. Once he joined the elite disciples, he had been fighting intensively and his name had constantly been rising up in the rankings. A year had passed and his name was already carved into the top stone on the board. Many people trusted Wen Rinyan and believed in his power. He had achieved a great deal of accomplishments in the year he spent fighting his way to the top. He could even be compared to people like Ling Huishan or Fu Tuesday. Outside of the cave, a group of people had arrived. All of the disciples there were looking at this group with respect filling their eyes.
Wen Rinyan has arrived.
Amongst the group was a young man wearing a white changpao.
He looked incredibly arrogant yet powerful.
He had deep blue eyes and had a strangely cold-looking face. This young man was Wen Rinyan.
Wen Run, congratulations,
said a disciple standing next to him while smiling. The top ranking amongst the elite disciples, that's all I have achieved,
replied Wen Rinyan expressionless.
He glanced at his name on the stone and said, Chen Xing, considering your current strength, you should also have your name carved onto that ranking list.
Yes, I will do my best, said Chen Xing while nodding.
Chen Xing was the elite disciple that had been defeated by Lin Chen in front of everybody when she came to the sect. Since then, Chen Xing had been practicing harder than he had ever practiced before.
He wasn't far from breaking through to the second Ling Qi layer. He was also considered a young genius.
He was quite respected amongst the elite disciples.
Even Wen Rinyan respected him and his determination. He. Wen Rinyan smiled.
Immediately after, he glanced at the crowd. His blues were sparkling with a strange light. From today, I declare that Lu Fei is officially mine. If anyone tries to flirt with her, then do not blame me for being ruthless. Everybody sighed when they heard what Wen Rinyan had said. He had been interested in Lu Fei for a while, and now that he was the strongest within the elite disciples, he had wanted to prevent others from approaching Lu Fei. Wen Rinyan was actually insane to say such a thing because everybody knew that he had only refused to join the core disciples because he wanted to remain as the top elite disciple. However, there were many strong core disciples who were interested in Lu Fei. In Lu Fei's eyes, Wen Rinyan didn't even exist. The entire crowd was speechless when suddenly a loud voice was heard within the crowd. How can you say that Lu Fei is yours when what you say is of such little importance? We want to hear Lu Fei say it herself. Han Man knew that Lin Feng and Lu Fei were together at that moment.
He got angry when he heard what Wen Rinyan had so boldly declared. Ha! Everybody was surprised. Who was that audacious guy who dares provoke Wen Rinyan? Does he want to die?
The crowd was whispering amongst themselves. Not only was Wen Rinyan extremely strong, but he was also respected within the Yunhai sect.
Even some of the core disciples didn't dare provoke him. Very good, said Wen Rinyan while turning around.
His blue eyes revealed his murderous intention. Immediately an image of a poisonous snake shot from his hand.
Boom! Han Man's body was thrown against the wall of the cliff. Blood was spilling out of his mouth.
His eyes had an insolent expression as if he wasn't going to obey.
If you say another word, I'll kill you where you stand.
Wen Rinyan sounded calm and serene but also firm.
Piss off,
Han Man said while spitting out blood. He was staring coldly at Wen Rinyan and said, Don't think that you're strong because you needed 1 year to reach the top of the ranking. When my brother arrives, he will wipe your name from the list in no time.
Ha! Who's your brother then? Tell me.
Wen Rinyan said as his words were filled with disdain.
Lin Feng, Lu Fei's boyfriend.
Han Man had said this on purpose. After what happened during the exam where Lin Feng had dared to kill an elite disciple in front of everyone including the elders, Han Man was convinced that no one would dare provoke Lin Feng so easily. He was also sure that Lin Feng would not need much time before he had surpassed Wen Rinyan. Han Man was convinced that Lin Feng could defeat him in less than a year.
Who's Lin Feng? Wen Rinyan said that indifferently.
He hadn't bothered to go to the exam on that day. He knew that nobody would dare to challenge him because he was one of the strongest elite disciples. Someone who has just broke through to the Ling Qi layer but has already mastered forces.
He is nothing compared to you,
Chen Xing said full of disdain.
Oh, is that really what you think?
Suddenly a voice echoed through the silence as two figures appeared in the distance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 73, The Punishment.
Suddenly, everybody gazed into the distance and tried to make out the figures of the people who were approaching. The beautiful Lu Fei was approaching.
But who was that young man that she was following?
What shocked everybody at that moment is that Lu Fei together with this young disciple, and they had been alone together.
This young man was actually Lin Feng.
Many people had seen Lin Feng in the life and death arena as he killed an elite disciple in cold blood, and they made sure to remember his face. Many had made a mental note to not offend this young disciple in the future. The voice which had interrupted them was actually Lin Feng's voice.
Could it be that it was true and Lin Feng is actually Lu Fei's boyfriend?
Everybody was thinking about the words of Han Man and they were paying close attention to Wen Rinyan. But Wen Rinyan still had a calm look on his face as if he was not affected. His blues, however, were revealing his evil intentions. It was clear he would not let this matter rest.
So, you are the new little elite disciple, Lin Feng? Said Wen Rinyan with a hint of disdain in his voice.
He was talking down to Lin Feng and attempting to humiliate him. What surprised him is that it seemed like Lin Feng had completely ignored his presence. He just glanced at him for a second and continued over to Han Man, who was still in a bad condition.
Are you all right? I just have a small injury. Don't worry about it,
said Han Man while smiling, and now he was also ignoring Wen Rinyan.
Don't start so many fights. I do not want to see you die,
said Lin Feng, glaring at Han Man. The simple-minded disciple was a troublemaker. He could not stop himself from causing trouble. A moment before, he had said that Lu Fei was Lin Feng's girlfriend. Lu Fei would be furious after hearing such a thing.
That guy is insane. He's saying to everyone that Lu Fei belongs to him,
said Han Man, sounding angry.
Lu Fei was furious and quickly glanced at Wen Rinyan.
At that moment, Wen Rinyan was frowning. He could not believe that a disciple who had just broken through to the Ling Qi layer could be as insane as to ignore him. Within the Yunhai sect, nobody had ever dared to provoke him. Not even the elders of the sect would ignore him when he spoke.
Let me ask, have you been listening to what I have said? Said Wen Rinyan. It suddenly seemed like the entire area was growing colder. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng.
That guy was an incredible genius who was able to control sword force, but he was far from being able to challenge Wen Rinyan. It looked like Wen Rinyan was going to have to teach him how large the world truly is.
Let him continue to talk with himself.
He has a big mouth, so it is easy to ignore him when he speaks. It's unfortunate that you can only ignore him. It would be better if he would stop talking, said Lin Feng to the others while ignoring Wen Rinyan.
He continued talking to Han Man when he says that Lu Fei is his? So what? That is none of my business.
Han Man was staring at Lin Feng and was shocked, speechless.
Han Man was doing this out of loyalty for Lin Feng.
He knew that they were secretly a couple and he was still trying to hide it.
I want to ask you something. Wen Rinyan had said this sentence very slowly, emphasizing each word with a voice filled with anger. A strong qi was spreading through the air. In front of the whole crowd, Lin Feng was still ignoring him and causing him to lose face in front of such a large crowd. I heard you,
said Lin Feng, turning around his head.
He then looked at Wen Rinyan and said, You're asking me if I'm Lin Feng, is that right? Humph, so you're not deaf,
said Wen Rinyan while smiling coldly.
Since you ask me who I am, it means you don't know me, right?
Wen Rinyan was staring at Lin Feng confused. He was asking such an obvious question.
Did Lin Feng have a defect in his brain? Such nonsense, said Wen Rinyan. Nonsense? Maybe. Since we do not know each other, why should I waste my time speaking with you? Said Lin Feng as he looked at Wen Rinyan and added, What are you going to do about it?
When he finished talking, an immense qi emerged and filled the atmosphere.
Madness. Everybody was stunned.
Lin Feng was actually insane enough to fight with Wen Rinyan.
That guy was really crazy. He was courting death. Wen Rinyan looked deathly pale.
It was the first time that someone had dared to talk with him like that. Lin Feng, you are dreaming. If you think you can fight against Wen Ren, you will die for sure.
You shouldn't have provoked Wen Ren,
said Chen Xing while staring at Lin Feng.
Chen Xing, do you think you are a top-ranked disciple?
You obviously think that you're a genius, but not so long ago you were defeated by Lin Qian when she had just broken through to the Ling Qi layer.
Everybody watched how you lost so pitifully, and yet you call yourself a genius?
You are far from a genius in my eyes, Lin Feng said with a calm face as if he was talking normally, but it had made Chen Xing furious.
He had been badly humiliated by a nobody disciple. That guy really has a big mouth,
thought Lu Fei while looking at Lin Feng, who had made both Wen Rinyan and Chen Xing furious with his words. She was wondering why Lin Feng acted in the ways that he did. You are insulting me and attempting to bully me because I only recently reached the Ling Qi layer.
Well, let's solve this problem in the Stormy Gorge in the Life and Death Arena. Do you dare? Stormy Gorge, Life and Death Arena, did he dare?
Lin Feng was challenging Chen Xing to a battle in the Life and Death Arena where the rules were more relaxed. In the arena they would forfeit the protection granted by the sect and could really lose their life. A strong qi was constantly emerging from Lin Feng's body and he sounded extremely confident. Chen Xing was stunned at such actions. Chen Xing was at the second Ling Qi layer and was so strong that he would soon have his name engraved onto the ranking list. But Lin Feng's words had stunned him.
How could Lin Feng be so self-confident and arrogant? In the life and death arena, did he dare? He was trying to relax but his heart was pounding. How can you be so confident in challenging me? Is it because of your sword force? Asked Chen Xing. Sword force is indeed extremely powerful. Yu Hao wasn't weak but he had been killed from a single strike. Even if Yu Hao had been stronger, the result would have still been the same. I cannot be sure that he used all of his strength during that fight. If he is much stronger than what he has already shown during the fight against Yu Hao, will I be able to fight against him? Chen Xing's thoughts were racing and he was considering every possible situation. He had a weird expression on his face, he was straining his face and he looked like an idiot. He had already lost against Lin Xian in front of a large crowd. He could not afford to lose face again. So ridiculous, and you used to be the top-ranked ordinary disciple? You think you're important because you became an elite disciple with such little strength? You haven't made any progress and you are still weak in cultivation and willpower. A strong cultivator is firm and persistent. A strong cultivator takes the path of cultivation seriously. On the path of cultivation, relying on other people's success will never allow you to reach the top. Lin Feng saw how ugly Chen Xing's face looked. The qi surrounding Lin Feng's body shot towards Chen Xing and started to apply pressure on his body. Lin Feng started walking slowly towards him. He was walking very slowly, one step after the other. Chen Xing was scared to death. He could barely breathe under the pressure of Lin Feng's qi and he could feel a deathly chill running down his spine. A strong cultivator is firm and persistent, is strong, and takes the path of cultivation seriously. These words were resonating in Chen Xing's head. He used to work harder than anyone else to cultivate and everybody used to think he was a genius because of that. Then when he started to associate with Wen Ringyan, his speed had dropped and he was slacking. He felt inferior to Wen Ringyan and had lost his motivation to grow stronger. Was he able to regain his former glory and self-confidence that he used to hold so dear? Chen Xing wasn't the only who felt affected by Lin Feng's words. Other disciples in the crowd who had heard his words were feeling bad about their own choices. He is speaking very wise words and his words are having a profound impact on everyone who hears him. Lu Fei was also affected by Lin Feng's words. He really was a genius in so many ways. He was so unconventional and unrestrained, he really had nothing servile in his personality. Chen Xing, come on. Are you not ashamed of yourself? Provoking others while being rude and then not daring to fight? If you refuse, then not only will you prove that you are not a genius but you will also prove that you are a coward. Lin Feng said while he continued walking towards Chen Xing. An incredible force was oppressing Chen Xing's body and soul. Coward. Coward, that word was resonating in Chen Xing's brain and it was like torture for him. His face was completely distorted in pain. Ah! Suddenly, Chen Xing shouted loudly. Some disciples had to cover their ears. Everybody was staring blankly at the scene that was occurring in astonishment. How powerful was Lin Feng? Lin Feng didn't even need to fight. Chen Xing had only said a few words and was already about to collapse because of the pressure that Lin Feng was applying. How could he fight when he could not even speak under the pressure? At that moment, the entire crowd was looking at Lin Feng and only saw that he had a cold smile on his face. He looked like a dangerous, ferocious beast. His eyes looked so dark that it gave the impression that he was no longer human. Lin Feng had abilities similar to that of the imaginary demon. He had a mystical power. He had used that power on Chen Xing. Piece of trash, said Wen Ringyan. His azure blue eyes were staring angrily at Lin Feng. Even though you're a little bit stronger than Chen Xing, you're still extremely weak in comparison with me. You are nothing but a bug which I can crush at any time. Now, kneel down and beg me for mercy or I will crush you here and now. Wen Ringyan said in an ice-cold tone filled with killing intent. Lin Feng had said that it was useless to rely on somebody else's power. He was going to teach Lin Feng a lesson and make him kneel down before him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 74, Confrontation. It seemed like Lin Feng hadn't heard Wen Ringyan. He actually didn't care about what he was saying. Lin Feng was used to people who talked big but in the end did not have the strength to match their arrogance. Han Man, is he the one who injured you? Asked Lin Feng to Han Man. Wen Ringyan was indeed the person who had attacked Han Man and caused him to be injured. Yes, said Han Man while nodding.
He then whispered in Lin Feng's ears, Wen Ren Yan is not even close to the strength of Tu Fu. So now that Tu Fu has become a core disciple, he is currently ranked first within the elite disciples.
He's strong and has a fierce temper. I'm not in a hurry to get my revenge on him. I believe that in a short time, you will definitely be able to defeat him. He was strong?
An elite disciple who had broken through to the third Ling Chi layer could be ranked amongst the top disciples with no difficulty. Those who had broken through to the fourth Ling Chi layer were strong enough to fight against the core disciples of the sect. If Wen Ren Yan had broken through to the fourth Ling Chi layer, then he definitely wouldn't have stayed as an elite disciple and would have become a core disciple. So at that moment he was most likely at the peak of the third Ling Chi layer. He would not have had a breakthrough yet to the fourth Ling Chi layer. A cultivator of that level was indeed very powerful, but that did not mean that he was invincible and could provoke who he wished. Lin Feng was confident that if he had to fight with him then he would be able to win, and if he was not able to fight against him then he could retreat unharmed.
No need to discuss any more. This is the only chance I will give you. Even if you're a genius, I can take your life at any time. Now kneel before me.
Wen Ren Yan thought that he was the strongest and his arrogance was clear. He truly did not know how vast the world was. He thought that because Lin Feng had just become an elite disciple that he was weak and could be bullied. To Wen Ren Yan, who would even dare to fight against some core disciples, he was really nothing but a bug. Even though Lin Feng understood a lot about forces, he was too weak.
There would be no problem to defeat Lin Feng with a single thought. Wen Ren Yan had an extremely strong spirit.
It would in no way be weaker than the sword force of Lin Feng.
Wen Ren Yan had an unbreakable faith in the strength of his spirit. There is no need to think it over,
said Lin Feng while shaking his head, and then while giving a cold smile, he said, even though you want me to kneel down and beg you for mercy, I have no reason to obey you. Everybody was stupefied by Lin Feng's words. He was aggressive and would not retreat no matter who he faced. He truly had the demeanor of an emperor.
Wen Ren Yan was the top-ranked elite disciple.
He was respected by everyone and feared for his strength.
What did he think of Lin Feng?
He only just become an elite disciple and was no better than those bugs called ordinary disciples.
He. All right.
Wen Ren Yan said with an evil smile which was filled with hatred. His azure blue eyes were emanating a strong killing intent which made other disciples tremble in fear.
This is terrible. Wen Ren Yan has become furious.
Some disciples in the crowd knew that this had become a very dangerous situation.
They were very scared of Wen Ren Yan.
Nobody dared provoke him because of his strength and also because of his temper. Lin Feng also sensed the cold air which was emanating from Wen Ren Yan's body. Lin Feng didn't sense it in the same way though. He felt that there was a diabolic and evil intention held within his eyes.
Wen Ren Yan, what do you intend to do? You are not in the life and death arena, said Lu Fei while moving in front of Lin Feng to block the way.
Wen Ren Yan said that Lu Fei was his and declared that no one else could attempt romance with her. In fact, they hadn't known each other for a long time, but Lu Fei had already come to an understanding of what kind of person he really was. He looked strong and confident on the outside, but he was like a venomous snake. He did not have the honor and morals which other had.
Lu Fei still wanted Lin Feng to go to the holy courtyard of Shuiyu.
Therefore she didn't want him to die from his current situation. In Lu Fei's opinion, Lin Feng wasn't weak but could never fight against Wen Ren Yan. If he fought against him, he would surely die.
You are mine and yet you protect this young man, are you not afraid to make me angry? Wen Ren Yan looked hideously evil at that moment. It looked like his azure blue eyes alone could kill if you gazed into them for too long. They clearly revealed his murderous intentions. I've never said that I was your girlfriend or that I was your property.
Stop dreaming. I would never be in a relationship with a guy like you.
It's actually the opposite. Lin Feng is my boyfriend. If you touch him, I will never let you off. Lu Fei was staring at Wen Ren Yan looking extremely serious. Oh my, so that's how it is. Lu Fei admits that she is Lin Feng's girlfriend. What a lucky bastard.
He captured the heart of the most beautiful girl within the Yunhai sect. Everybody was staring at Lin Feng and were filled with envy and jealousy. Han Man, who was still injured, was looking at Lin Feng with eyes revealing an immense amount of respect. He looked like he truly worshipped and adored Lin Feng. He knew that Lin Feng not only had a strong body but his heart was the strongest that he had ever seen. Core disciples had never been able to conquer Lu Fei's heart, and then suddenly Lu Fei admitted to being the girlfriend of his sworn brother. What great news! Lin Feng had no idea what was going on and had been confused by this whole situation.
When had this all happened? When had they become a couple?
Lin Feng then looked at the crowd who was surrounding them. They were looking at him with evil eyes. Damn it, that girl, once again she had caused him trouble. Well, I will just have to kill him, said Wen Rinyan, who looked even more furious than before. Do you dare? Shouted Lu Fei furiously. In the Yunhai sect, there is nothing that I, Wen Rinyan, don't dare. Wen Rinyan then laughed an evil laugh as if he cared for nothing in the world. Is that so? We will see about that, said a firm and steady voice. A silhouette which had appeared in the distance suddenly shot towards the cave of the elite disciples. How presumptuous. Wen Rinyan, do you think that you're the patriarch of the sect? Said a voice which was coldly laughing. The man who had just arrived was looking at Wen Rinyan with a look filled with disdain and anger. You Shui, this none of your business and doesn't require you to get involved. Wen Rinyan was also looking at the man with disdain in his eyes. Wen Rinyan is really presumptuous and audacious. How dare he disrespect an elder? Some disciple who were watching the scene were shocked. Shuiyu was an elder of the ordinary disciples. There were not many within the elite disciples who dared to disrespect him. PFFF, Lin Feng and his friends came to receive their elite disciple certificate and their new disciple robes, and you suddenly threatened to kill him. What would other people think of our Yunhai sect? I am an elder, how could I not care? Indeed, this territory is under my control, so you have nothing to do here. An ice-cold voice was heard inside the cave, and then a middle-aged man wearing an indigo changpao suddenly appeared from the shadows. Elder Lu, said Wen Rinyan to the man wearing the indigo changpao. He was also an elder. He was responsible for giving the elite disciple certificates as well as the elite disciple robes to the new disciples. He was also in charge of the rankings within the disciples. Lu Yuan nodded at Wen Rinyan in a friendly way, but he wasn't as friendly to Shuiyu. Shuiyu, you should stay where you belong. What are you doing here causing trouble? What do you mean? Asked Shuiyu while staring at Lu Yuan. What do I mean? This is my territory. We don't need you to concern yourself with our affairs. You mean that within your territory, Wen Rinyan can kill other disciples as he wishes, including other elite disciples? Even if he killed a few weak ones, who would even care? Here the weak do not deserve to live and only the strong can survive. Shuiyu, you're causing too much trouble by being here. Everybody was surprised. They wouldn't have thought that the issue between Lin Feng and Wen Rinyan would lead to an argument between two elders of the sect. However, Elder Lu's words were harsh and cruel. According to Elder Lu, Lin Feng was inferior to Wen Rinyan, so even if he got killed by him, it wouldn't be a problem at all. He was even saying that Lin Feng did not deserve to live. How laughable. Lin Feng also understood what Elder Lu meant. The though had made him smile, but his heart grew colder than ice. He had become an elite disciple and had to come pick up his certificate and his robes, but the one who was in charge of giving him these things ended up saying he wasn't strong enough and deserved to die for being inferior to Wen Rinyan. What was that supposed to mean? Regarding Shuiyu, the first time Lin Feng had seen him was when Protector Bei had passed the responsibility of protecting the Xingqian Pavilion onto him. He was clearly one of Protector Bei's trusted friends. Elder Shui, said Lin Feng suddenly. Shuiyu turned around and looked at Lin Feng. Thank you, said Lin Feng while smiling. Lin Feng then looked at Wen Rinyan and Lu Yuan and said, Elder Lu, Lin Feng came to pick up his certificate and new disciple robes. Lu Yuan glanced at Lin Feng with a look of disdain. He then looked at Wen Rinyan. Not only was Wen Rinyan very strong, but his background was also terrifying. Because he appreciated Wen Rinyan, he also decided that he was Lin Feng's enemy. Elder Lu, Lin Feng came to pick up his certificate and new disciple robes. Lin Feng said it even louder than before, sounding extremely strict and firm. You really don't know who you are talking to, said Lu Yuan while glancing at Lin Feng, and then shouted, Get lost. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 75, The Yunhai sect has abandoned me. Audacious. Lu Yuan, you're really being unfair. Lin Feng is now an elite disciple of our Yunhai sect, you must give him his robes and his certificate. This is a rule within the sect. Would you be daring enough to break the sect rules so blatantly? Said Shuiyu in an ice-cold tone. Elder Shui, Lin Feng said in a soft voice. Shuiyu turned around and looked at Lin Feng. Today, I have come to pick up my certificate and robes as an elite disciple, but Elder Lu doesn't want to let me. He insulted me and told me to get lost. Elder Shui had witnessed all these things as they happened, right? Asked Lin Feng. Indeed, said Shuiyu nodding.
He didn't understand Lin Feng's point.
Since I now have a witness that I am being treated unfairly, I have had enough, said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. If they refuse me entry into the elite disciples, it means that the sect has chosen to abandon me. When he finished talking, Lin Feng quickly turned around and went towards Han Man. The whole crowd was stupefied and didn't understand what Lin Feng meant. PFFF, don't think that you can run away because Shuiyu is here to defend you. Next time that I see you, I will kill you. When Ren Yan knew that he couldn't kill Lin Feng in front of Shuiyu, but next time they'd meet alone, he'd definitely kill Lin Feng. I'll wait for you to try. Lin Feng's words were clear even though the distance between them had grown. He had already started walking away and his silhouette was gradually disappearing.
Shuiyu frowned. He looked at Lu Yuan with an ice-cold glare and said furiously, Lu Yuan, I cannot believe your ignorance today. You will truly regret your actions today, you will do nothing but regret these actions. When he finished talking, Shuiyu brushed the dust from his sleeve and left. How ridiculous was Lu Yuan acting? Did he really think that supporting Wen Rinyan was the right thing to do? That it would be useful to him in the future? Did he not understand how greatly the protectors and the patriarch valued Lin Feng? If he had truly known the situation, then he would not have had the same attitude when dealing with Lin Feng. I never regret anything that I do, said Lu Yuan, showing everyone that he was not scared of any repercussions, and then said to Wen Rinyan, what a pity that we had to let him go. Don't worry, he will die sooner or later, said Wen Rinyan. His words were like those of a venomous snake. He was gazing with a venomous stare into the distance where Lin Feng had left. When Lin Feng left, Lu Fei had surprisingly followed him. Saying that Lu Fei was his girlfriend and his possession had caused him to be humiliated after everything that Lin Feng and Lu Fei had said. Lin Feng. Lu Fei quickly caught up with Lin Feng and shouted out to him. Ha, I just remembered that I had things to do and that I had to leave with Pajun. When Han Man saw that Lu Fei was coming towards them, a huge smile appeared on his face. Then he quickly pulled Pajun and ran ahead to give the couple some privacy. Judging from his actions, you would hardly believe he had been injured only moments ago. Lin Feng's eyes rolled. That sneaky guy. How could he suddenly have become so crafty? Lin Feng, please be careful next time. If you see Wen Rinyan, please avoid a conflict with him. Stay away from him at all costs. That guy is very dangerous. Lu Fei warned Lin Feng. She knew that Wen Rinyan would try to kill Lin Feng if he had the opportunity in the future. I thought that you hated me. How come you suddenly care about me now? Said Lin Feng while laughing as if he had ignored Lu Fei's warning. Lu Fei was speechless. That guy was surprisingly in the mood to make jokes. She knew how terrifying Wen Rinyan was and the status that he held. I just don't want you to die because you have to go to the holy courtyard of Shuiyu, that's all, said Lu Fei while staring at Lin Feng. Is that so? But I have never said that I was going to the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. Lin Feng continued, now that I think about it, I do remember that you said something about you being my girlfriend? I just said it because of the situation, said Fei resolutely while staring at Lin Feng without blinking. That guy had dared to bring up an embarrassing situation again. She just wanted to show to everyone that Wen Rinyan was a liar. She wanted him to stop creating lies about her and humiliate him at the same time. Can you really just say such things just because of the situation? Asked Lin Feng, whose eyes were rolling. His hands started moving towards Lu Fei. What are you doing? Lu Fei felt a chill down her spine and vigilantly looked at Lin Feng. That guy. You're my girlfriend now. I should start behaving like a proper boyfriend would with his girlfriend. As your boyfriend, I have certain duties to fulfill, said Lin Feng as he was moving towards Lu Fei in a peculiar motion. You bastard. Dream on. Lu Fei's face was flushed completely red. She was furious and embarrassed. She immediately stormed off. That bastard. What did he mean by a boyfriend has duties to fulfill? And he then dares say he's not a pervert. Lin Feng observed Lu Fei as she walked away. Her body was incredibly graceful with each movement. He had a tender smile on his face. His impression that Lu Fei was a bad person was disappearing with each day. He now had a very good impression of her and had started to grow fond of her. She was actually very cute. There was no one who could deny that she was incredibly beautiful and grew more attractive with each day. How come I never noticed this before? Lin Feng thought with a smile on his face. When he had first arrived in this world, he thought it was a very cold and ruthless world. His determination, willpower and strength were the only things he could rely on. Now he was beginning to feel familiar in this world and he was gradually becoming more relaxed.
Sometimes, he was a bit unconventional or a bit insolent, but he had to make others respect him through force or he would be bullied for the rest of his life. He has chosen to never serve beneath anyone and be bullied again.
Lin Feng's determination and willpower was truly incredible for a cultivator.
He was proud of his sword skills and there was a determination to improve his sword skills while growing stronger. He wanted to grow stronger.
A pleasant and warm light was illuminating the ground.
On that day, the Yunhai sect looked absolutely desolate. There was almost nobody that could be seen. But in a distant place it wasn't desolate at all, within the Stormy Gorge. The Stormy Gorge was filled with all members of the Yunhai sect. Again, they looked like a colony of ants, they were all being pushed shoulder to shoulder. The elite elders and the ordinary elders were not sitting inside the gorge, they were now upon a high seating area which could see the life and death arena from above. This seating area was grand and imposing to all those who looked upon it.
It was entirely made out of stone.
The view made Lin Feng sigh in admiration. He remembered the stadiums in his previous life and thought that the seating area in the Stormy Gorge was even more fantastic. The Yunhai sect usually didn't use the seating area often, but this time they wanted to show everyone how important the Elite Disciple exam was. It was the beginning of the second round of the Elite Disciple exam. The Ordinary Disciple ranking list had 100 names, the Elite Disciple list had 81 and the Core Disciple list only had 36 names. But it was clear to everyone that the Ordinary Disciple ranking list would lose a great deal of power when the strongest Ordinary Disciples joined the Elite Disciples. Indeed, the Ordinary Disciple ranking list would lose the strongest disciples. This is why people particularly enjoyed watching the Elite Disciple and Core Disciple ranking. By looking at the ranking lists, it was possible to understand how powerful each of the disciples were. By understanding how powerful the disciples were, it was possible to know how strong the sect currently was. After all, the disciples were the future of the sect.
Nan Gongling had suddenly stood up.
Everyone had quickly become completely silent. Nan Gongling slightly smiled and then started talking. But at that moment, he looked surprised and frowned. He was staring into the distance at a storm of violent clouds on the horizon. There was a strangely violent air approaching. The sea of violent clouds rushed across the sky like a wave crashing into the ocean.
Nan Gongling, that is Chu Qing from the Haoyu sect. He is carrying a group of people with him.
The clouds were crashing through the sky and making terrifying booms. The air was shaking with the pressure. The sound of crashing was so loud that it entered the ears of the disciples and seemed to pierce through into their souls.
How terrifyingly powerful!
Everybody was staring in amazement looking at the group of people who were approaching. They looked like they were surfing on the violent clouds. At the same time, the sky was growing cloudy and snowflakes seemed to be falling from the clear sky above. Han Shui Tian of Ice and Snow Village Mountain has come to pay a visit. There was a powerful voice which was echoing through the snow. The voice was accompanied by a sudden strong snowfall.
Everyone started feeling cold.
Han Shui Tian was the patriarch of the Ice and Snow Mountain Village.
Duan Wu Tian and Tang Wushan have also come to pay a visit.
More voices were heard within the snow. A storm of raging clouds was heading towards them on the horizon and snow was filling the atmosphere around them. Everybody was shaking from the cold and also the fear of the power which was being displayed. The scariest was that cold air was filled with a terrifying sword chi. It was extremely sharp and seemed like it was ready to pierce through flesh at any moment. However, the source could not be seen. In the distance there was a black shadow moving through the sky. It was a colossal monster which was completely black from head to toe. With each flap of its wings it created a vacuum in the air. That colossal pitch-black monster had a length of a few dozen meters and about 4 meters thick. The people who were riding it were wearing changpaos which blew elegantly in the wind. That wild beast was a python fish which could fly through the sky and swim to the deepest ocean. Its scales were pitch black and it had gigantic wings on its back. It was a very strange creature and mysterious creature.
What a horrible-looking monster! Everybody was stupefied staring blankly at that python fish.
It was swallowing clouds and blowing out a dark fog with each breath. What terrified the crowd even more was that around his huge wings was the same incredible amount of sword chi. No one knew where this terrifying sword chi was coming from. Suddenly everyone could see a gigantic sword flying in the air. There was a silhouette standing atop the sword with an arrogant smile. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 76, Brutality. Nan Gongling's expression was gradually becoming ice-cold.
The expression in his eyes was as sharp as a sword as he looked at the crowd in front of him. Chu Qing was the patriarch of the Haoyu sect. He was Chu Zhanpeng's father. Han Shui Tian was the patriarch of the Ice and Snow Mountain Village.
Tang Wushan was the vice-patriarch of the Emosho sect. Duan Tianlang was the prince of the imperial family and was also Duan Han's father, who had come to the Yunhai sect recently and been thrown out.
All these people belonged to some of the most powerful sects and clans. They had come during the elite disciple exam, and it did not feel like they had come with good intentions.
Patriarch Nan Gongling, all of these people coming to visit on the same day, this is a bit strange. Duan Tianlang was the person standing on the gigantic sword.
He was wearing a magnificent plate of armor which made him look like a majestic ruler. The gigantic sword began to lose altitude and moved towards the viewing platform, accompanied by the sound of the atmosphere tearing under its pressure. At the same time, Chu Qing and Han Shuitian were also slowly moving down to the platform while looking extremely condescending.
Next to Duan Tianlang, Duan Han was staring at Nan Gongling, looking indifferent.
Nan Gongling had recently humiliated him and told him to leave the Yunhai sect. Now he held a grudge against Nan Gongling and wanted to teach him a lesson.
Oh it is an honor for me to receive Duan Tianlang within the Yunhai sect. Please feel at home,
said Nan Gongling with a cold smile across his face, and he then added, "It is only that we didn't expect you to bring so many people."
What brings you all to my Yunhai sect? Not so long ago, that boy, Duan Han, already visited you.
The purpose of his visit was also very clear to you.
His Majesty sees the things that we cannot.
Therefore, he is preparing to finish building the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. Thus, he requires some of the most outstanding disciples within the country. All of the sects have already replied and chosen some of their disciples except for the Yunhai sect.
When he finished talking, Duan Tianlang smiled and didn't add anything else. Ha! Nan Gongling was making a strange face. Chu Qing, Han Shuitian and all these people were extremely powerful. Their children were also extremely talented.
If they sent disciples there, then they would be under the control of the imperial clan and as a consequence, would not belong to the Yunhai sect in the future. But Chu Cheng noticed that Duan Tianlang had been talking in a very calm and soft tone, which was why Nan Gongling hadn't understood what he meant.
Alright, what does Duan Tianlang propose to do? Asked Nan Gongling.
Since Nan Gongling hasn't been willing to hand over some of his best disciples, I personally came on behalf of His Majesty to select some myself.
Today is the day of the elite disciple exam within the Yunhai sect.
I'll be able to see your strongest disciples with my own eyes and select them one after the other,
said Duan Tianlang in a strict manner.
The facial expression of every member of the Yunhai sect suddenly changed.
How savage! What kind of place did they think the Yunhai sect was? What gave them the right to choose geniuses as they pleased? What happens if I don't agree? Said Nan Gongling as his voice grew colder. Nan Gongling will agree just like all the other patriarchs had to agree, said Duan Tianlang as he was filled with confidence.
He was talking as if his word was law and no one could refute him.
Nan Gongling isn't hurrying to select disciples because of the elite disciple exam, but he shouldn't disagree too fast either.
The holy courtyard of Shuiyu will not accept mediocre disciples. It will only accept the best and most outstanding disciples of the entire Shuiyu country. They will give them access to the best profound pills, the best weapons and the best teachers available.
Resources will be almost endless. There will also be the possibility to learn the most powerful skills available.
They will be able to choose between an enormous amount of martial skills, and they will truly become the pillars of the country.
Duan Tianlang was saying those words to all the disciples of the Yunhai sect.
He was trying to tempt them with the vast wealth.
Gaining access to an unlimited quantity of weapons, pills and skills, all disciples of the Yunhai sect would obviously tempted. Who would refuse such a wonderful opportunity? They came to the Yunhai sect for the sake of cultivation. They wanted to become powerful. If the holy courtyard of Shuiyu could provide them with a better cultivation environment as well as much better cultivation facilities, what reasons did they have to stay in the Yunhai sect?
At that moment, many disciples became restless. Many disciples were prepared to give their utmost to be accepted into the holy courtyard.
How despicable! Nan Gongling cursed Duan Tianlang, who was trying to cause a rift within the Yunhai sect.
It was truly a cunning and ruthless plan. What Nan Gongling found even more intolerable is that they were clearly provoking the Yunhai sect with these actions. I'm curious to see who would dare to oppose the Yunhai sect,
thought Nan Gongling. He then looked at Duan Tianlang and said, since Duan Tianlang wants to watch the elite disciple exam, I will allow you to stay and watch.
The ranked battles for the ordinary disciple and the core disciples are postponed for another day.
Today, only elite disciples can fight.
The crowd burst into an uproar when they heard Nan Gong, but a short instant after, they understood why he had made that decision. The ordinary disciples were too weak, so the Yunhai sect would lose face. The core disciples were the heart of the Yunhai sect, and he could not afford to lose these disciples. There wouldn't be much time before a core disciple could become a new pillar within the sect. In addition, it wouldn't be wise to show the strength of the core disciples to the unwelcome guests. Therefore, showing the elite disciples was the most suitable decision.
Duan Tianlang was smiling. Would Nan Gongling's actions make any difference?
Elite disciples, go into the life and death arena and make a line in the order as indicated by the ranking list,
said Nan Gongling.
The elite disciples, whose name was in the list of the ranking list, composed of 81 disciples.
The entire crowd was staring at them with admiration.
They would have the chance to bring honor to themselves and the sect. I will also change the rules of the second round of the elite disciple exam.
If you want to be in the ranking list, you must challenge someone who is already on the ranking list. If you win, you will be ranked.
No disciple can be challenged twice.
Nan Gongling continued to talk. The crowd burst into an uproar again. A multitude of people was disappointed and had given up all hope.
This round was a chance for disciples to test themselves and their own strength. However, because of the new rule, the exam had changed. Many disciples would no longer have the chance to test themselves against the elite disciples. These battles will all be fought to the death.
There are no restrictions. Boom. That shocking sentence was like a bomb exploding in everyone's head. No restrictions, to the death.
If they challenged the stronger of the elite disciples, then they could lose the battle and their life along with it. There was no option to give up, they would be slaughtered. A victory meant being able to see one's name in the elite disciple ranking list. Losing had serious consequences to the extent that an opponent without mercy could end your life.
That was a big price to pay for losing. Dangerous. Gambling with one's life at stake is too dangerous. I'll just try again next year.
A countless number of disciples were shaking their heads after the previous statement. Many of them agreed on the fact that risking one's life in order to join the ranking list was not a worthwhile risk. Lin Feng, the patriarch, is really cruel. I just joined the elite disciples, but I am also only at the first Lingqi layer. On that list composed of 81 names, the weakest have already broken through to the second Lingqi layer.
I have no chance for winning at all. Han Man was smiling wryly.
He thought he was going to get the chance to fight as much as he could during the elite disciple exam, but hadn't expected that things would turn out this way. Lin Feng had a different feeling. These new rules would probably lead to incredible battles. Not only were those who were going to join brave, but they would also be the most outstanding members of the sect.
Only those outstanding disciples would risk their life. That is what Nan Gongling wanted to see.
He wanted to show these people how strong his disciples were.
All the 81 disciples on the ranking list are now on the fighting stage in the life and death arena.
Now you can challenge any of them and go on to the fighting stage of the middle. But when Nan Gongling finished talking, he sat down and observed Duan Tianlang.
Luo Lai is willing to challenge Yulin to a battle. A silhouette stepped onto the fighting stage.
Because it was impossible to challenge the same person twice, the first person had a huge advantage over the other disciples as he could challenge someone who was very low in the rankings. Yulin was the 81st ranked disciple.
At that moment, Yulin had an ugly facial expression. Being the first one to be challenged, that was such a humiliation. Whoever chooses to challenge us ranked disciples, death will be your punishment,
said Ren Wenyan, who was standing in front of everyone else on the fighting stage. He had made it clear to all disciples with his cold tone that the ranked disciples would kill all their challengers.
Agreed,
said Yuling as he jumped onto the fighting stage. He immediately started to unleash all of his skills using his full power. Even if when Ren Yan hadn't said, Yulin had already planned to kill his opponent. The stormy gorge became particularly calm. The crowd was watching the fighting stage within the life and death arena. The fighting stage was entirely red with blood. Lying on the fighting stage was a pile of corpses. All of these corpses were the corpses of the challengers. They had all lost and been killed without exception. They did not remove the corpses but left them there as a reminder to anyone who issued a challenge. This would be the place where they entered their eternal rest. Losing your challenge would mean certain death. The lesson was cruel and bloody. Gradually, those who were eager to challenge these ranked disciples were slowly dwindling. The disciples who had been challenged were the ones at the bottom of the ranking. From that moment, if someone else wanted to challenge these ranked elite disciples, they had to challenge those who were even higher in the ranking list. As expected from the ranked elite disciples, none of them was mediocre.
Even Yulin, who was ranked 81, was exceptionally strong.
Nan Gongling was still sitting indifferently looking at the fighting stage. That bloody lesson was going to show these young disciples how hard, cruel, and brutal the path of cultivation was. On the path of cultivation, only those who had a persistent heart, as well as a determination and willpower as solid as rock, could march forward courageously. Those who had a fear of blood would not last long on the path of cultivation. Those who were too kind-hearted would be killed for their foolishness. This was not a world to be underestimated with light-hearted ideals.
A bunch of crappy cultivators trying in vain to be ranked is enough to make you also desperate and hopeless? Wen Rinyan said while pointing at the 5 corpses on the stage. He then glanced evilly at the entire crowd, looking extremely. He was mocking every elite disciple who was not within the ranking. He was the top-ranked elite disciple and none of these 5 people were worth his time. All the elite disciples were furious, but at the same time they felt powerless. They couldn't believe Wen Rinyan's harsh words, but he was a genius whose power was acknowledged by everybody. There were very few people who would dare to provoke him. Patriarch, I think that you can establish the new ranking list now.
They are all pathetic and hopeless. Wen Rinyan was looking at Nan Gongling as he hurled insults at the other elite disciples to make himself look better.
Nan Gongling looked around at the crowd and slightly nodded.
Wen Rinyan was really highly arrogant, but he was right. The Yunhai sect didn't have that many geniuses. Inevitably, he would sooner or later become one of the pillars of the sect.
Ridiculous, you truly are laughable.
A loud voice was heard spreading through the atmosphere.
It made the crowd shiver. Wen Rinyan was surprised. He looked around to see who had said these words to him. You again, said Wen Rinyan with murderous intentions in his eyes. What is so ridiculous? You're the top-ranked elite disciple. Yet you are still extremely presumptuous. You look down on other disciples while calling them names, calling them crap, but at the beginning when you started practicing cultivation, were you as strong as now? Were you born as an unrivaled master of the Lin Chi layer? Have you ever considered that to others, you might be the crappy cultivator?
Lin Feng had a cold smile on the corner of his mouth as he continued to hurl insults.
Wen Rinyan was extremely arrogant.
Lin Feng had said these words to make him aware that the world is bigger than what he knows. Wen Rinyan was like the frog stuck in the well, he did not know how vast the sky was.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 77, The Yunhai sect is polluted. Crappy cultivator? Suddenly, someone dared insult Wen Rinyan and call him a crappy cultivator? The entire crowd was staring deeply at Lin Feng. They were stupefied because Lin Feng was still wearing the clothes of an ordinary disciple. Could it be that he was still an ordinary disciple? Nan Gongling was also surprised.
He had taken great pleasure in openly announcing to the sect that Lin Feng had become an elite disciple.
Why was he still wearing the clothes of an ordinary disciple?
Within the Yunhai sect, Nan Gongling had a lot of admiration for 4 disciples, Ling Huishan, Tu Fu, Wen Rinyan and Lin Feng. At that moment, Ling Huishan was constantly impressing him with his actions. Fu Tu was becoming stronger and stronger with each passing day.
Wen Rinyan seemed to have an infinite potential.
Regarding Lin Feng, he was still a bit weak, but he had made a display of his abilities and his future was certainly going to be brilliant. These disciples also regarded Nan Gongling as a good patriarch. Therefore, Nan Gongling hoped that there were no tensions between them. The tensions existing between Lin Feng and Wen Rinyan would probably not be to his liking.
What gives you the right to talk to me like this?
In front of me you will always be a crappy cultivator and like before a piece of trash.
Wen Rinyan's azure blue eyes were evilly staring at Lin Feng. You're really narrow-minded.
You're that kind of person who doesn't know who is good or bad, who has abilities and who doesn't, especially who to call names and those you should never dare to call names. Lin Feng's words were getting more and more profound as well as harsher, which somewhat amused the entire crowd.
They found him fascinating. He could not see the difference between heaven and earth. Wen Rinyan was respected by everyone and he surprisingly dared disrespect him. He was truly reckless and immature. Are you trying to say that you are more qualified than me? Asked Wen Rinyan as if he had just heard the funniest joke of his life. I may not be more qualified than you, but I don't go around randomly insulting people and calling them piece of trash. I am careful of who I offend, said Lin Feng, slowly walking towards the life and death arena, towards the central fighting stage. He looked extremely calm and serene. You're the top-ranked elite disciple and you despise the other elite disciples. You say that they are hopeless. If there was a core disciple here to call you trash, would you dare still act so arrogantly? PFFFF, core disciples are obviously stronger than me, but I will surpass them eventually, so they don't have the qualification to call me trash. People like you will never be able to surpass me or even catch up to me. Wen Rinyan was endlessly arrogant.
The Yunhai sect disciples felt so furious that their cheeks were burning in anger. They were not strong enough to rebuke him as much as they had wanted to.
Wen Rinyan was an incomparable genius within the sect. Ridiculous.
Lin Feng had already arrived on the edge of the fighting stage of the life and death arena.
He then climbed up onto the stage. In the eyes of many people, you are indeed a once-in-a-lifetime genius. However, in my eyes, you are a fool and nothing more.
I don't understand why the Yunhai sect respects you and even attaches even the slightest of importance to you. When Lin Feng finished talking, everybody was stupefied. Not only was he humiliating Wen Rinyan, but he was calling into question the actions of the sect.
How audacious. You really want to die. Wen Rinyan had a demonic expression in his eyes and he slowly started walking to the fighting stage.
Very slowly, one step after the other.
He looked like a demon ready to unleash his fury.
Nobody slacks when it comes to the elite disciple exam.
They all want to become ranked for the glory that comes with it.
Those who are not ranked rely on the weaker disciples to become ranked. Those who are ranked rely on those at the top of the list to protect order.
This is the way that things worked. This is the way of the world.
Even if they lose while attempting to rise to new heights, it is not a humiliation. There's nothing to be ashamed of, but Wen Rinyan, you are evil.
You don't even respect those who died today. You are truly heartless.
Being the top-ranked elite disciple and insulting the other elite disciples, calling them worthless even after their death. That is a cruel humiliation for our fellow disciples who died attempting to rise to glory.
That's unfair. Heartless, cruel, and unfair.
The Yunhai sect, including all of our fellow disciples, has helped you become what you are now.
If the Yunhai sect ever has a big problem, then will it be able to trust you, considering that you don't care about killing your fellow disciples or seeing them murdered? The most important thing is that even if you are extremely strong, will the Yunhai sect even be able to benefit from it?
While Lin Feng was saying these profound words, the atmosphere had gone completely silent and still.
A cruel, heartless, and unfair yet extremely strong disciple. Did the Yunhai sect need him? Boom! A violent and ice-cold chi emerged like waves on the fighting stage.
The temperature rapidly began to drop.
So ashamed that you cannot control yourself? Too bad, I'm not done talking yet.
Lin Feng wasn't frightened at all and was smiling coldly. Lin Feng moved forward to the center of the fighting stage and looked at Wen Rinyan with disdain.
The continent of the 9 clouds is so incredibly vast. Wen Rinyan, what other places have you even ever been to? How many real geniuses have you met in your life? And you dare to talk like you were unrivaled under the heavens. You dare to be extremely arrogant and humiliate other people while being so insignificant.
A cultivator of the 3rd Ling Chi layer is considered as relatively weak compared to the rest of the world.
In the Shuiyu country, there are cities filled with stronger cultivators than you with talent that you could only dream of. I don't understand how you are more qualified than anyone else. I do not understand what gives you the right to act in such a way. Wen Rinyan, you are like a mouse which can only see an inch, a frog at the bottom of a well, that's all. You really know nothing about the world. You know not how vast the sky is or how deep the ocean is. You know nothing.
Lin Feng's words astonished everyone. Even Nan Gongling and Duan Tianlang were moved by Lin Feng's words. Everything Lin Feng said was profound and showed how wise he truly was.
Wen Rinyan was shaking from head to toe with fury.
Lin Feng's words were piercing to the extent that even his soul was shaking in anger. He could see that everyone was staring at him with looks of disdain. It seemed like Lin Feng was determined to punish him using his words.
He was gazing into the distance.
Lin Feng had not said a single lie and had revealed the truth of his nature.
An unfair and cruel young disciple like this, adored and respected by other disciples, respected by the elders, a source of inspiration for ordinary disciples. Could it be that the Yunhai sect was only worth this much? Was the Yunhai sect only worth this much? Everybody in the crowd felt awkward.
Lin Feng said that Wen Rinyan was arrogant.
What about him? Saying that the Yunhai sect was only worth so much, wasn't saying this very arrogant of him? What an audacious ordinary disciple. Daring to humiliate the entire Yunhai sect. You really want to die, said an elder while looking at the fighting stage. That was precisely the elder who had humiliated Lin Feng, refusing to give him his elite disciple's robes and certificate, Lu Yuan. There are many people like you in the Yunhai sect.
It is becoming more and more polluted each day with your stupidity, said Lin Feng, who wasn't scared and just smiled coldly.
He then said to Lu Yuan, so, you think that ordinary disciples are not worthy and that elite disciples are above others because they are strong? You 5, you consider yourselves to be strong and powerful.
Yet you dare to ruthlessly murder your fellow disciples.
How powerful you must be to murder an already defeated opponent. Have you ever thought of the fact that there are people who are much stronger than you and they might treat you in the same way? Have any of you stopped to consider that before you murdered a fellow disciple for wanting to become stronger?
Lin Feng was staring at the 5 ranked elite disciples who had just killed their challengers. Even though the Yunhai sect has rules, they are still useless as they are not enforced.
All that is enforced is to destroy fellow disciples and humiliate them. I challenge you 5 murderers. I think that nobody will have any problems with this. Shall we listen to what the patriarch has to say?
Lin Feng stopped talking.
At that moment, everybody was stupefied.
Lin Feng wanted to challenge 5 ranked elite disciples.
Madman.
Lin Feng was obviously insane. Even though Lin Feng understood how to use sword force, these 5 cultivators were of the second Ling Qi layer. They could kill him with a single strike. But Lin Feng surprisingly dared to challenge 5 ranked elite disciples at once.
How insane was he?
Han Man's mouth was wide open. He was speechless.
That guy. At that moment in the crowd, Lu Fei was also shocked.
Her beautiful eyes were staring at Lin Feng looking worried. She thought that even though Lin Feng was powerful, he was still much weaker than the geniuses standing before him.
That's why she wanted Lin Feng to take his time and practice.
With time he could become an incredibly powerful person. His name would definitely appear on the ranking list in the future, however if he fought right now he may lose his life.
But was Lin Feng going to achieve a miracle?
That bastard, how could he challenge 5 ranked elite disciples at the same time? Could it be that he didn't know the difference between their strengths?
Bastard!
Lu Fei was cursing secretly in her heart. She was incredibly worried about Lin Feng's safety. There was no chance of them letting Lin Feng leave the arena alive.
As far as Nan Gongling was concerned, he was very surprised. Suddenly challenging 5 ranked elite disciples? Did he not even understand that this might not go the way he planned? He had personally declared Lin Feng as an elite disciple. How come he was still wearing his ordinary disciple robes? 5 is too many. Start with 1 first. Nan Gongling didn't want Lin Feng to take such great risks.
He was also worried about 2 of the disciples that he respected the most. The tensions existing between the 2 of them was not to his liking.
No need. The 5 of you, hurry and climb up onto the stage.
Lin Feng sounded like he was an immature brat who knew nothing of the world. He was talking down to his opponents as if they were nothing.
You want to die, I will show you.
One of the 5 was laughing. Lin Feng was already dead in his mind. He had dared challenge the 5 of them at once.
Quickly get up there. I am sick of looking at his smug face. When Run Yen interrupted him,
he kept thinking about what Lin Feng had said, that he was cruel, heartless, arrogant. That he would be of no use to the sect. He had a deep and bitter hatred for Lin Feng. The 5 disciples hurried up because of what Wen Yen had just said.
The 5 silhouettes climbed up onto the fighting stage.
Suddenly, a strong qi pressed down onto Lin Feng.
Remember the name of the one who was going to kill you, Yu Yang. An enormous flame suddenly appeared illuminating the entire arena.
It was growing much bigger and hotter as if it was being fueled by everything around it, to endlessly burn everything.
Another gigantic flame emerged out of his head and rose into the atmosphere.
The other 4 disciples all started using their own skills, each more powerful than the last. This was the combined strength of 5 disciples of the second Ling Qi layer.
Even if they didn't release their spirit, their combined strength was absolutely enormous.
Even people who were not on the fighting stage could sense it. It looked like Lin Feng was going to be killed by the pressure enveloping his body before they even had a chance to attack.
Boom! 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 Boom!
8 extremely powerful strikes covered the sky and crashed down onto the atmosphere, shattering it instantly. Each strike rushing forward looked like a stampede of armored horsemen.
The 8 strikes of desolation mastered to perfection.
The crowd was amazed by the attack and its boundless strength and power. The sound of the 5 disciples' attacks colliding with Lin Feng's attack filled the atmosphere.
Die! Yu Yang threw himself towards Lin Feng. Flames were unceasingly coming out of his body, even stronger and hotter than before.
When he had seen Lin Feng using the 8 strikes of desolation, he was surprised as he hadn't thought that Lin Feng was so strong. But he thought that a perfectly mastered 8 strikes of desolation, when facing the combined power of 5 ranked elite disciples, it was still far from being enough to compete with them.
Die!
The whistling sound of the sword spread throughout the atmosphere.
The atmosphere was glowing with the power of sword force. It looked resplendent.
It was so quick that all that could be seen was a trace of light between them. before the light slowly faded to the sound of Lin Feng sheathing his sword.
Yu Yang's body was still diffusing an immense flame.
He even had a flame coming from his head. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, a small line had appeared on his neck out of which blood started to endlessly spill.
Sword unsheathing.
They had all almost forgotten that Lin Feng's strong point was when he was using his swords. He was better at using swords than his fists. There was an incredible amount of sword force contained within the arena, and the sword was still glowing with power. Lin Feng's 8 strikes of desolation attack a moment ago had been very powerful, but he had relied on the strength of the first Ling Qi layer and had attacked all of the 5 ranked elite disciples. Yu Yang seemed to have forgotten that Lin Feng was an expert at using swords and that he could use both hands.
That was the price to pay for forgetting that. For underestimating Lin Feng, the small price of a head would be collected. Was that sword unsheathing?
Quite a lot of disciples knew the attack. They were astonished though, because they thought sword unsheathing was a useless skill, but in Lin Feng's hands, it was so powerful.
It was fast as light. In his hands it was an incredibly destructive skill. That sword! How breathtaking! How stunning!
No wonder Protector Bei appreciates him so much. Give him any skill and he can accomplish miracles with it. Lin Feng was now even higher within Nan Gongling's esteem. He was most likely only at the first Ling Qi layer and could already master 8 strikes of desolation to perfection as well as sword unsheathing. It was hard to believe that he had just become an elite disciple when looking at his skills. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 78, The Patriarch's Mistakes.
The 4 other disciples had survived the 8 strikes of desolation attack. Standing side by side, they were looking at the dead body lying on the fighting stage, yet they all were still calm.
Yu Yang was ranked 71st.
He was the strongest of the 5 disciples, but Lin Feng had killed him with a single strike. If it had been any of the other 4, they would have been unable to withstand that strike. Lin Feng, who was stronger than Yu Yang, had the potential to kill each of them. When thinking about what had just happened, they were paying more attention while staring deeply at Lin Feng. A slight murderous chill had filled the air, and as it was carried by a small breeze, on contact it would make the disciples shiver.
When I take your life, don't forget to remember that you cruelly took the life of others before. You will equally be killed by someone stronger than you. This was the fate chosen by you. You will now have to deal with the consequences of your actions.
Lin Feng finished speaking and started to walk forwards. Sword energy had started to fill the atmosphere and condense on the tip of his sword. A cold sweat ran down the backs of the 4 elite disciples. They could feel exactly how powerful the sword force contained within the sword was.
Was Lin Feng already a sword master?
How could he master sword force to such a high level? A strong chi filled the air within the arena, and with each step it was growing stronger. The 4 disciples could feel that the terrifying sword force and chi were growing stronger with each step made by Lin Feng. It seemed like this force was absorbing the chi from the atmosphere. We cannot delay this for even a second longer. My chi is getting weaker while the sword force and the chi contained within his sword continue to grow stronger.
If we wait too long, we are doomed.
The 4 of them were looking at Lin Feng vigilantly and understood that the situation was getting incredibly dangerous. At the same time, they had all started rushing towards Lin Feng from different directions.
Die!
An incredibly violent sword force started to press down against the 4 other disciples. His hand slightly moved and suddenly a radiant light shot through the atmosphere. Suddenly 2 sprays of blood shot into the air like bloody arrows and turned into an endless stream. His sword was so deadly that with each move another life was taken. 2 bodies fell heavily onto the ground, making a soft thud. When rushing towards Lin Feng, the remaining 2 disciples had chosen to move slightly slower than the others who had just died. They had betrayed them and used them as a shield.
But did they think that they were going to survive?
Everybody in the crowd was shaking in fear, especially some of the elite disciples.
How? How had Lin Feng become so strong?
Not only was the chi he was using of the first Ling Qi layer, but he had also managed to kill ranked elite disciples with a single strike. He was fighting 5 elite disciples, and rather than being at a disadvantage, he had already killed 3 of them.
Sword of Nirvana.
It's an average skill of the Xian level. That skill enhances the power of each sword strike and also enabled the Cultivator to greatly increase his power when using sword force. Many people were looking at Lin Feng and his swordplay. It seemed like he had chosen skills which are usually ignored by other disciples.
Many people thought that the Sword of Nirvana was a useless skill.
However, they didn't know that the Sword of Nirvana was actually an extremely powerful attack which had the potential to match that of a high Xian level skill.
However, it required an advanced understanding of the world and elemental forces. It was a very hard skill to practice. This was the reason why so many people had not considered this skill. But Lin Feng could already master that skill to perfection and fully benefit from the enhanced power contained within his sword. Escape. The remaining two thought to themselves. Escape was the only thing which remained within their minds. They couldn't fight against Lin Feng anymore. They both turned and attempted to retreat into different directions. Die. Lin Feng's eyes were very sharp. His sword started to glow and an extremely powerful sword chi spread throughout the atmosphere and then pierced down through the atmosphere. It was aiming directly at each of the remaining two disciples. When the chi pierced through their bodies, they both heavily collapsed onto the floor. The names of these 5 disciples had now disappeared from the stone on which the ranking list was engraved. Sword of Nirvana, how powerful! What a terrifying sword force! How strong! Many of the ordinary disciples and even elite disciples were looking at Lin Feng with adoration filling their eyes. No wonder that he had dared to provoke Wen Ringyan. Lin Feng's abilities and natural talent was much higher than that of Wen Ren, but his cultivation was lower due to less time practicing. With enough time he would definitely be stronger than Wen Ringyan. Lu Fei's pretty eyes were wide open. She was shaking at what he had just witnessed. That bastard had killed 5 ranked elite disciples. It seems like I'll never be able to get my revenge and defeat him. Lu Fei was thinking. Her main goal was to get stronger and defeat Lin Feng. But she wouldn't have thought that the lowly bastard was even stronger and more talented than she had initially thought. It seemed like it would be impossible for her to take her revenge in this lifetime. But Lu Fei refused to stop working hard, as one day she might have the chance to gain the advantage again. Nan Gongling was making a wry smile while looking at the fighting stage. That guy, killing 5 extremely talented ranked elite disciples without any hesitation. Patriarch, even though they were fairly strong disciples, they were exterminating their fellow disciples so ruthlessly. Maybe they would be a calamity for the sect in the end. Mo Xia moved and whispered something to Nan Gongling. Nan Gongling looked at Mo Xia and seemed to be really disappointed. He then said, when these 5 disciples slaughtered their fellow disciples and when Wen Ringyan approved it, why didn't you say anything at that moment? Patriarch, how could Lin Feng? Started to ask Mo Xia. Alright, I have a pretty clear idea of everything that is going on at the moment. Nan Gongling was annoyed for being interrupted. Mo Xia had no choice but to step back. He couldn't help but look at Lin Feng as he still hoped in his heart that he would get the chance to kill him. Mo Xia wanted to kill Lin Feng more with each passing day. He couldn't bear being in the Yunhai sect while Lin Feng was still breathing. Lin Feng. Nan Gongling was looking at Lin Feng, who was standing on the fighting stage with a smile on his face. Patriarch. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Nan Gongling, who was standing up. It was already clear to you that your strength would enable you to win these ranked battles. But before joining, wasn't there something you needed to do? Asked Nan Gongling with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Lin Feng made him feel even more gratified each day. Not only was Lin Feng extremely strong, powerful, and naturally gifted, but he was also polite. He wasn't arrogant at all. Lin Feng was stubborn, but he fought for his convictions. Considering how talented and strong he was, he still acted as if he was an ordinary person. On the other hand, he could understand things and draw conclusions, like when he had said that cultivators who had reached the Ling Chi layer were actually weak when considering the whole continent of the 9 clouds. Lin Feng was also thinking about his future and thought that he could climb up within the hierarchy at some point and occupy a high position in the country or even in the continent. What? Asked Lin Feng. Put on your elite disciples' robes. Nan Gongling laughed. Lin Feng was really an unconventional genius. Wearing his old ordinary disciple robes in the presence of extremely important people such as Duan Tianlang wasn't appropriate. He. Lin Feng had a smile filled with a hidden meaning on his face. He shook his head and said, I will not put on the elite disciple robes, and I will also not become a ranked elite disciple. If I fought on the fighting stage of the life and death arena, it was just to show these few people how ignorant they were. Ha? Nan Gongling frowned. He was puzzled and thus asked, what is that supposed to mean? Can you please explain? Patriarch, ordinary disciples don't count as genuine disciples of the Yunhai sect, and they are able to leave the sect as they wish, correct? Lin Feng's words made Nan Gongling's heart pound like mad. He was very confused but didn't show anything and just said, correct, but... Patriarch, I hope that you can forgive me for this, but from this point forwards I am no longer a member of the Yunhai sect. Lin Feng's words stunned a great multitude of people. Lin Feng wanted to leave the Yunhai sect? What kind of joke was that? Lin Feng was standing on the fighting stage within the life and death arena like a warlord, adored and respected by everyone, but then he suddenly said he would leave the sect. How were people supposed to feel after hearing these words? How could they not be stunned?
Everybody wanted to understand why Lin Feng would act in such a way.
They needed explanations. Ha 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 ha, an insane laughter emerged. Duan Tianlang was laughing and laughing.
He then looked at Nan Gongling and said, "The Yunhai sect has to go through some hardship, I see. How horrible for you to have to say goodbye to such an amazing disciple.
How amusing. It's really funny. Lin Feng, right?
You can come to the holy courtyard of Shuiyu where you will receive everything that you need to become an even stronger cultivator. Lin Feng, my sect, the Ice and Snow Mountain Village usually only accepts cultivators who possess an ice or snow spirit.
Today, I can make an exception and accept you. If you are willing to join us, I will make you a core disciple right away. Same for our Haoyu sect, if you want to join us then I can arrange that you will be a core disciple."
A few of the powers were trying to make Lin Feng join their sects in the presence of the entire Yunhai sect, which made them furious. The cheeks of the Yunhai sect members were burning. They found themselves feeling incredibly humiliated at such actions.
"I will think about it,"
said Lin Feng in a detached tone while smiling.
"What a little bastard.
If he doesn't die now then the entire Yunhai sect will be humiliated as well as its dead disciples,"
shouted Mo Xia furiously. He was smiling coldly in his heart though.
Lin Feng was going to get in trouble because of his own actions.
"Shut the hell up," shouted Nan Gongling furiously, which stupefied Mo Xia.
Mo Xia was stunned when he saw that Nan Gong had a cold smile on his face. "Lin Feng, 3 days ago, I personally made you an elite disciple.
You used to be eager to become an elite disciple. What has happened? Why would you want to leave the Yunhai sect and rebel against it?" Nan Gongling was struggling to remain calm.
It wasn't easy to see a genius who wanted to leave the sect.
Could it be that other members of the sect had threatened him that if he didn't leave, they would kill him? Rebel against it and leave? Patriarch, the word rebel is not really appropriate.
In fact, it is the Yunhai sect which has already abandoned me. In the sect, it seems impossible for me to earn my place.
"Explain," said Nan Gongling, who was full of doubts. "First, I would like to ask the Patriarch a few questions. Is it possible?" "Of course, you can."
"Patriarch, as an ordinary disciple, one has nobody to learn from.
One can only rely on oneself. Is that right?" asked Lin Feng. "That's right," said Nan Gongling while nodding.
In fact, this was the way it had always been. Even elite disciples who received cultivation teachings from elders were extremely small in number. "Patriarch, as an ordinary disciple, one can only access the first floor of the Xingqian Pavilion if one wants to learn new skills and agility techniques. All of these skills and agility skills are of the yellow level. One can access these skills and agility techniques anywhere else.
Many places provide these skills and techniques. Is that right?" "That right," said Nan Gongling, nodding again.
"Since it's that way, everything that I've been learning until now, all the progress that I've made on the path of cultivation, would it be wrong to say that it is all only due to my hard work and that I learned everything alone? Therefore, since there are no strong ties between the Yunhai sect and me, would it be wrong to assert that the Yunhai sect means almost nothing to me? That it is almost useless for me to be a Yunhai sect member?" When Nan Gongling heard Lin Feng's words, his face changed and he went pale. The entire crowd also found themselves pale at the thought, but nobody could deny what Lin Feng had said. At that moment, Nan Gongling nodded again and said, "You are right, the Yunhai sect means almost nothing to you, but you are a Yunhai sect member after all. Leaving because the Yunhai sect has given you nothing is the wrong reason.
It's illogical.
However, if you want to leave for other reasons, because of your own personal interests, then it would definitely be ungrateful. Patriarch, please wait until I finish talking."
"Go ahead," said Nan Gongling. "The first time that you and I met was here in the life and death arena. I was unpopular and nobody knew me. I was a nobody.
Chu Zhanpeng came with Lin Xian. They wanted to take me away, and because I was only an ordinary disciple, Elder Mo Xia wanted to hand me over to them very quickly.
At that moment, you didn't know that I wasn't as weak as everyone thought. If I hadn't been able to stop you from expelling me from the sect, then I would most likely no longer be a sect member. Is that right?"
"I made a huge mistake on that day," said Nan Gongling, admitting his fault.
Everyone was touched and moved. Nan Gongling was an open-minded individual.
"Patriarch, when the flood of ferocious beasts happened, while I was there hunting and not bothering anyone, Mo Xia, who profoundly hates me, attacked me again because I was a mere ordinary disciple.
He tried to hand me over to the extremely dangerous ferocious beasts. He tried to kill me.
When people saw that I hadn't died, they started to believe in my strength, but Mosia, as before, didn't get punished at all because I was a simple ordinary disciple.
I am a bit weak. I'm not worth it. Is that right? Nan Gongling was speechless. That was indeed the second time that he had made a big mistake. If Lin Feng hadn't been strong enough, he may have died because of Mosia. At that moment, Nan Gongling was staring at Mosia. Lin Feng wanted to leave the Yunhai sect and Mosia looked like he was refuting any responsibility. That was my second big mistake. Admitted Nan Gongling for the second time. Lin Feng, I want you to know that Protector Bei was furious because of that issue. He even injured Mosia because of that. He almost killed Mosia at that moment. You have a privileged place in Protector Bei's heart. I think that he would be devastated if you left the Yunhai sect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 79, No Compromise. Protector Bei cared so much about Lin Feng that he had nearly killed Mosia?
Nan Gongling wasn't trying to avoid talking about taboo subjects as there was too much at stake right now. When he said that, many elders made a strange face.
They all knew what kind of person Protector Bei was, and surprisingly, he cared so much about Lin Feng?
Not too far behind Nan Gongling, there was another elder who made a very strange face.
It was Lu Yuan. Fool, no wonder Shuiyu had protected Lin Feng in front of the ranking list. No wonder he took action to stop me. Lu Yuan was making a depressed face.
He would have never thought that Lin Feng had such a terrifying background. He was protected by Protector Bei. He suddenly understood why Shuiyu had told him that he was going to regret his actions of that day. Lin Feng was also moved. He didn't know that after what had happened with the imaginary demon, Protector Bei had become so furious that he had tried to kill Mosia. Lin Feng felt bad because he was unable to return the favor, and the one person that he really appreciated was Protector Bei. Lin Feng was reluctant to leave the Yunhai sect because of the protectors who had shown him such kindness. He also had some really good friends such as Han Man, Jing Yun, Protector Bei as well as Protector Kong, and he would miss Lu Fei a little too. Even with the matter concerning Protector Bei, Mosia is an elder who believes that he is above everybody else and frequently abuses his power. This is a fact. In addition, 3 days ago when I went to pick up my elite disciple robes and my elite disciple certificate, when Ren Yan tried to kill me and he attacked my friends. When Ren Yan is also a Yunhai sect disciple. I will of course not blame the Yunhai sect for this, but Elder Lu Yuan was there and did nothing to prevent it from happening. But Lu Yuan is a Yunhai sect elder. Not only did he not try to prevent it from happening, but he also said I should die because I wasn't as strong as Wen Rinyan.
Is everyone in the sect, who is not as strong as Wen Rinyan or even stronger, supposed to die?
All of this is the truth. When the confrontation was over, I asked for my elite disciple robes and certificate twice, but Lu Yuan just replied with one phrase, "Get lost." When Lin Feng finished talking, everybody understood what he meant. It was all because he was still considered as an ordinary disciple and because he hadn't been able to get his elite disciple robes and certificate. This had all happened because of another elder within the sect abusing their power to punish him. Lu Yuan had used his power as an elder to attempt to win favor with Wen Rinyan by oppressing Lin Feng. At that moment, everybody was staring at Lu Yuan. He was shaking from head to toe in fear. His entire body felt like a giant weight was pressing down on him. Would he have acted the same if he had known that this would happen? Lu Yuan, is what Lin Feng said true? Nan Gongling's tone was indifferent, but he still sounded firm and imposing. He would not tolerate if Lu Yuan lied in this situation. Patriarch. Lu Yuan was looking down at the ground. He didn't dare look at Nan Gongling. At that moment, he infinitely regretted what he had done. What had happened because of him? He had provoked Lin Feng because of Wen Rinyan. However, was Wen Rinyan going to help him today? He had to face the consequences of his actions alone. When Nan Gongling saw Lu Yuan's reaction, he immediately understood what had happened. There was no need for more explanations. Everything that Lin Feng had said was true, and he even kept calling himself an ordinary disciple. What a tragedy. All right. You have a lot of authority, but I respect everyone who can become one of the elite disciples with their own power. When you told him to get lost, you were indirectly telling me to get lost, right? I would never dare. Lu Yuan couldn't help but lower his head and look down at the ground. He felt a cold shiver run down his spine. He was only an ordinary elder within the sect. He did not hold any special rank or status. He wasn't as strong as other elders either. Mosia and Lu Yuan were not comparable. Mosia would try to kill Lin Feng every time he laid eyes upon him. I will never forget this.
Nan Gongling sounded indifferent, which made Lu Yuan panic. He did not know what Nan Gongling intended to do with him, which is why he was terrified. He feared the unknown punishment he would receive. Nan Gongling looked at Lin Feng and couldn't help but reveal a wry smile on his face. Each time they had met, someone had wanted to kill Feng and an elder of the sect had wronged him. Patriarch, today, you have to understand me and what I had to go through. I don't know when Xia will try to kill me again. I also don't know exactly how many people like Xia and Lu Yuan there are in the sect. Even if an elite disciple is a high status within the Yunhai sect, it is still lower than that of an elder. Much like all the times before, if an elder wants to kill me, he can do it freely whenever he wants, as if I am nothing but a piece of trash that they can dispose of at any time. This is all that we disciples mean to the sect. Every single word Lin Feng said was resonating deeply in everyone's heart. Everything was true, so nobody could deny anything that he has said. Nan Gongling was also unable to refute anything which was just said. Lin Feng, what do you want me, Nan Gongling, to do? Nan Gongling was intently staring at Lin Feng while saying these words. Everybody was astonished. Because Nan Gongling wanted Lin Feng to stay, it seemed like he had completely put aside his status of patriarch. It even sounded like Nan Gongling was begging Lin Feng to stay. In fact, all of this is not happening because of you. It is happening because in this world, strength and power are the most important things. Without strength or power, then your life is not valued. This is exactly where the problem lies, and it has deep roots within the sections. When Lin Feng saw how Nan Gongling was handling the matter, he had a good feeling. As a patriarch, he forgot about prestige and glory and was losing face, but he didn't care. He knew that apologizing a few times and admitting one's faults was the right thing to do. That way, Nan Gongling showed that he loved and cherished all of his disciples. He did not protect his face and understood he had been wrong. Patriarch, you already told me that only those who are strong and powerful can be respected and are considered as important members, but have you ever thought that outstanding disciples, just like everyone else, had to start from the bottom while being called worthless? Everyone within this world, no matter how powerful, was at one point a low-leveled cultivator. All of us never stop progressing and each person has their own pace. Imagine if low-level cultivators with an incredible potential think that they are not important at the beginning because they did not progress as fast as others. If they think they mean nothing to the Yunhai sect, then how discouraged will they be in their future cultivation? How are they supposed to have faith in the sect once they become strong? How can they believe they will ever be considered as important and that they will be cherished? Lin Feng's words made Nan Gongling think about the sect itself. Indeed, strong disciples had also all started from the very basics, but they were noticed by the sect only once they made a display of their own abilities, only once they stood out. Some of them were considered so weak initially that they were targeted, much like Lin Feng, and even when they became strong, those who hated them continued to target them. The same punishments are applied no matter who breaks the rules, regardless of whether it is an ordinary disciple, an elite disciple, or even an elder who breaks the rules. That's the only way to live in harmony and advance together. There should be many cases where elders have randomly killed disciples. If the rules are broken, the violator, no matter who he is, should be punished. Disciples and elders should be punished the same way. The violator, no matter who he is, should be punished. Nan Gongling looked perplexed. Indeed, in the continent of the Nine Clouds, strong cultivators also had to abide by the rules even if they had higher status or power. Why did this not apply within the Yunhai sect? Nan Gongling realized that he had made a lot of mistakes. Outside of the sect, there were rules for everyone, but what about the Yunhai sect? If it did not change, then the same as what happened to Lin Feng would happen again. There were a few cultivators who were not respected when they were weak but actually had an infinite potential. Once they were strong, how were they supposed to respect the sect if they hadn't been respected before? That guy is really a genius. He's so fascinating and wise. He has a lot to teach, thought Nan Gongling as he was looking at Lin Feng, and then said in a very solemn tone, "You have just taught me and made me realize a great deal. Lin Feng, if someday you were to be one of the leaders of the Yunhai sect, it would definitely enter a period of prosperity and glory. I really hope that you will stay." Lin Feng would someday become one of the leaders? Everybody was puzzled. Did Nan Gongling's words have a hidden meaning with further implications? Lin Feng shook his head. He didn't really care about these things, he just wanted to make everybody understand the error of their ways. He had a certain potential and could understand a lot of things, but it maybe wasn't all that was needed to become a good leader. Patriarch, I don't feel like leaving the sect. I just want everybody to understand how ignorant and cruel they are behaving. I also want to have a reason to stay. Lin Feng's words weren't as cold and sharp as before. Even Nan Gongling, Xia, and Lu Yuan felt calmer at that moment.
Even if he stayed in the Yunhai sect, Lin Feng wouldn't devote himself to the sect in the future.
However, he admired and had a lot of esteem for Nan Gongling for the actions that he had taken today.
Besides, leaving the Yunhai sect wasn't required. He just needed a reason for him to stay.
Lin Feng, I will prevent others from bullying and threatening you again. No need to say that I will even more do my best so that they don't try to kill you or that they make false charges against you. Nan Gongling promised. This is for the future. What about what happened before? All those people who have bullied and threatened me? Said Lin Feng. Was this really justice?
My words were not devoid of substance.
I will cripple Lu Yuan's cultivation and he will not be an elder anymore. He will also be expelled from the sect.
Nan Gongling's words were sharp and poignant.
Everybody was astonished. Nan Gongling was going to cripple an elder's cultivation because of Lin Feng.
This was a clear warning to everyone within the sect that things were changing.
Patriarch, please forgive me,
said Lu Yuan, who turned deathly pale when he heard Nan Gongling's words.
Crippling his cultivation and expelling him from the sect would make him turn into an existence even weaker than a normal person. How was he going to survive?
He would have no reason to live anymore. Your crimes are unforgivable,
said Nan Gongling firmly.
Lu Yuan's cultivation had to be crippled for Lin Feng to find his peace of mind.
One run, save me. Lu Yuan knew that Nan Gongling wasn't going to take back his words.
He was unable to make Nan Gongling change his mind, so he shouted these words to Wen Rinyan. But at that moment, Wen Rinyan was trying to find a way to deal with Lin Feng.
How could he care about Lu Yuan?
He coldly glanced at Lu Yuan and then ignored him again, which made Lu Yuan feel like he had been betrayed.
Heartless and unfair, thought Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan understood what Lin Feng had meant.
Wen Rinyan did not care for anyone but himself and was not someone who would care about any past ties. Lu Yuan had now understood that it was useless to back Wen Rinyan, but he had made Lin Feng suffer a lot and it was too late for regrets.
Lin Feng, are you satisfied now? Asked Nan Gongling.
Lin Feng looked at Nan Gongling with a calm face and shook his head.
Patriarch, it seems like you continue to forget about someone.
Nan Gongling smiled wryly while looking at Lin Feng.
This guy was really stubborn. Everybody was stunned at what they had just heard and then they all looked at Mo-Sia.
They obviously understood that Lin Feng meant Mo-Sia should be the next person to be punished.
If it wasn't Mo-Sia, who else could it be?
But many people had thought that Lin Feng would be satisfied just because Nan Gongling had taken action on his behalf. Nan Gongling had asked him if it could be considered enough, which was a hint that he should consider the whole problem as solved. After all, Mo-Sia was an important person within the sect.
Not only is Mo-Sia an elder with extremely high status, but his father was a great elder.
He had a lot of power and influence within the sect.
If Nan Gongling punished Mo-Sia, he would indirectly be punishing his father as well.
Nan Gongling was in a very critical situation.
But for Lin Feng, there was no compromise.
His words were like a sword which intended to behead Mo-Sia. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 80, The Sword Force.
Mo-Sia looked at Lin Feng with an ice-cold look which was filled with killing intent.
This brat really didn't know anything about power and status. Did he think that just because he was a genius that he could get Mo-Sia into trouble?
That is ridiculous,
said Mo-Sia firmly.
Patriarch, Duan Tianlang and the others are here to watch our elite disciple exam.
We should continue without delays. Mo Sanlan had been sitting there all along and finally opened his mouth.
His eyes had a certain chill emanating from them. He remained silent about the events as the situation was still not clear to him.
Protector Bei had tried to kill Mo-Sia? He was furious? After all the years that he had spent in the Yunhai sect, Protector Bei had tried to kill Mo Sanlan's son because of this disciple? Could it be that Nan Gongling wanted Mo-Sia to kneel down and admit his faults in front of everyone that was present just because of that young disciple?
When Nan Gongling heard Mo Sanlan, he could not help but continue to smile wryly.
If Mo Sanlan hadn't been there, maybe that Nan Gongling would have punished Mo-Sia, but Nan Gongling had joined the Yunhai sect after Mo Sanlan. Mo Sanlan was a senior member of the Yunhai sect. Nan Gongling could penalize Mo-Sia to make Lin Feng feel better, but he wouldn't dare to interfere with Mo Sanlan. Nan Gongling was in a dilemma.
As a patriarch, he really had to think and properly analyze situation. He was caught between a rock and a hard place.
Lin Feng, let's continue with the elite disciple exam and discuss that problem later, alright?
When Lin Feng heard Nan Gongling, he clearly understood that his status was still not high enough. An elite elder who had a father who was a great elder, they were more important than a junior disciple even if he was a never-seen-before genius. But Mo Xia needed to be punished for what he had made Lin Feng go through. Did Lin Feng still have to submit to humiliation and keep being bullied because he was weak? If Mo Xia didn't get punished, then he would continue to humiliate and threaten Lin Feng or even try to kill him, because he knew that Nan Gongling would never do anything against him because of his father. Lin Feng shook his head. He looked more determined than ever. Even though he was weak, he was still a human being and a disciple of the sect. He deserved dignity and honor like everyone else. Mo Xia definitely wanted to kill Lin Feng, and he had tried to kill him a few times already. If Nan Gongling didn't try to do what Lin Feng wanted, then Lin Feng would continue to be bullied by Mo Xia and other with high status within the sect. Mo Xia would keep thinking that he could do anything without having to bear the consequences for his actions. Patriarch, I understand that Mo Xia's status is high within the sect and that his father is even higher and more important, but does it mean that they can keep bullying and threatening me? Why would I stay within the Yunhai sect if I am to remain in constant danger? Lin Feng was being extremely firm on this point. Mo Xia had to be punished for his actions. There was no other alternative that Lin Feng would accept. The atmosphere in the stormy gorge was completely silent. Everybody was watching the events occurring in suspense. Lin Feng or the elite elder Mo Xia, everyone wanted to know whom Nan Gongling was planning to choose. How stubborn. Many people were smiling wryly inside. Lin Feng was being so firm and determined that Nan Gongling had to decide then and there. How stubborn. This is ridiculous. An extremely loud voice spread throughout the atmosphere. It was an elite disciple who was also present at the current events. He was actually a ranked elite disciple and he was ranked 21st within the power rankings. It's really a bunch of nonsense, Lin Feng. Elder Mo Xia has an important status in the sect and he's extremely strong. What do you think you can do? Mo Xia humiliated and accused a simple ordinary disciple of crimes, so what? You still dare open your filthy mouth and talk nonsense. I am really ashamed to be a member of the same sect as you. I feel dirty and humiliated. The young man had an ice-cold tone and dared say that Lin Feng's words were nonsense. When Mo Xia heard that disciple speak, he had a big smile on his face and looked at that disciple with a look of approval. Lei Bo, there is no need to lower yourself to the same level as this foul-mouthed little brat. The patriarch is a wise man. I know that his decision will be fair and partial. Elder, I obviously know that the patriarch is a wise man, but that little brat who regards himself as a genius is just too insolent. If I came across him during the elite disciple exam, I would definitely kill him. Lei Bo said to Mo Xia. They both said that Nan Gongling was a wise man to flatter him. If Nan Gongling punished Mo Xia, then obviously this would be the actions of a fool. I see that Mo Xia raised many stray dogs. No wonder that he is respected by so many and allows himself to murder so many disciples of the sect. Lin Feng's words were extremely sharp. He was looking at Mo Xia in a mocking way. Lei Bo had wanted to protect Mo Xia and he was about to pay the price for it. What a filthy mouth. Mo Xia cursed at Lin Feng and glanced at Lei Bo, indicating that he was happy to receive his help. Patriarch, I, Lei Bo, am an open-minded and kind-hearted person, but Lin Feng has insulted and humiliated me. He called me a stray dog. He's an animal. I would like to challenge him to a battle in the life and death arena. I hope that Patriarch has no objection. Lei Bo was furious and asked Nan Gongling for permission to challenge Lin Feng. Nan Gongling frowned. Lei Bo was ranked 21st and he had already broken through to the 3rd Lingqi layer. He was extremely powerful within the elite disciples. Even a cultivator of the 2nd Lingqi layer could never compete with him. Even though Lin Feng was extremely masterful when using his sword, the cultivation gap between them was gigantic. It would be too dangerous for Lin Feng to fight against him with only the 1st Lingqi layer. When Nan Gongling was about to refuse, Lin Feng started speaking. Patriarch, I am an open-minded and kind-hearted person, but Mo Xia humiliated and bullied me. Then this little stray doggy of his dares say I have a filthy mouth. There is no need for him to ask the Patriarch for permission to battle against me. Let's just do it. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at Nan Gongling in an indifferent way. Lin Feng was so confident with his words that Nan Gongling's heart started to beat faster. Could it be that Lin Feng had hidden his real strength? When Nan Gongling thought that Lin Feng may have hidden his true strength, he became really curious to see and couldn't help but say, I allow you to battle. Thank you, Patriarch, said Lei Bo while looking at Nan Gongling, who actually seemed to be really excited. He then moved towards the central fighting stage and climbed up onto it. He was then facing Lin Feng. This battle is a life and death battle. We both need to put our lives at stake. The Patriarch said it himself.
Lin Feng, today everybody will see you die like a dog.
Leibo said these words in an aggressive tone as if he feared that Nan Gongling would go back on his words concerning the life and death battles. Lin Feng's words before were very aggressive. Mo Xia was unable to get out of this extremely embarrassing and awkward situation. If Leibo was able to kill Lin Feng, then Mo Xia would take him as his personal disciples and help him improve his cultivation.
You are very confident.
Of course.
You just became an elite disciple. You're just a little brat.
You may have natural abilities and a high potential, but in front of me, a cultivator of the third Ling Qi layer, you are just too weak. I will not even need to release my spirit to kill you. When Leibo finished talking, a strong qi was released from his body. It was so extremely powerful that the audience could feel the pressure from him releasing it. His body started releasing sparks into the air, and even the dust that approached him exploded. As he moved, the sound of thunder roared from his body. The difference between a cultivator of the first and the third Ling Qi layer was colossal. Even a genius couldn't compete with a much stronger cultivator. Even if Lin Feng had mastered sword forces, it was still impossible for him to win.
I can tell you, my spirit is a thunder spirit. I am as strong as thunder itself. My attacks are extremely powerful and quick. But you will not have the honor to see me release my spirit. Leibo held his right hand up in the air. It started diffusing a dazzling light. It looked like he was using something extremely powerful. Possessors of a thunder spirit could carry out extremely strong attacks. Besides, each of their attacks was incredibly swift and skillful. Leibo hadn't broken through to the third Ling Qi layer for a long time and already had his name on the elite disciple ranking. He was ranked 21st, but he would soon be ranked 20th. 8 strikes of desolation. Lin Feng didn't feel like talking to Leibo much longer. He thrust out his hand and 6 powerful strikes shot toward Leibo. Poof. Leibo smiled coldly. Lin Feng's 6 strikes, at the moment when they had crashed into his thunder attack, disintegrated themselves in the blink of an eye. Force. Lin Feng took a step forward and an extremely powerful sword force began to invade the entire atmosphere. The atmosphere was absorbed by the sword chi and the sword force completely. He thrust his hand out again and another 6 strikes emerged and shot towards Leibo. But Lin Feng clearly knew that these attacks wouldn't affect Leibo too much. He suddenly dashed forward with incredible speed and a whistling sound quickly spread throughout the air. The entire atmosphere was filled with sword chi and sword force as if his sword was the only thing which mattered in the entire arena. What was even scarier is that the sword force was getting more and more powerful as it absorbed the energy around it. The sword force was even stronger than what he had used to kill the other 5 ranked elite disciples. An incredible force started oppressing Leibo's body. Leibo had the feeling that he was being strangled and could hardly breathe. It was very painful, as if his bones were about to be crushed from the pressure. Second Ling Qi layer. Leibo was stupefied and he then shouted, "You are not at the first Ling Qi layer, you are at the second Ling Qi layer." The entire crowd was stupefied. Lin Feng had, once again, hidden his real strength. What a monstrous power! Not so long before, there was almost nobody who knew who Lin Feng was. In a very short time, Lin Feng had repeatedly made a display of his abilities and was now at the center of everyone's attention. Now, with his mastery of forces coupled with his strength of the second Ling Qi layer, he was definitely able to compete with a cultivator of the third Ling Qi layer. No wonder he had accepted to fight against Leibo without hesitation. That young man is really a genius, and the speed at which he learns and masters skills. Nan Gongling felt like his body had gone numb. He still remembered the first time he had met Lin Feng. Lin Feng was still at the Qi layer. He was so weak. Even Lin Qian of the Haoyu sect could humiliate him back in those days. In such a short time, he had become so strong. Lin Feng had broken through to the Ling Qi layer and had killed 5 ranked elite disciples. At this moment, he was battling against a cultivator of the third Ling Qi layer, and it looked like he had a great advantage over his opponent. You just talk shit. You are too weak to be my opponent. Lin Feng started moving so fast that it looked like he had disappeared. His sword tore through Leibo's clothes and Leibo felt an intense pain as if his flesh was being split apart piece by piece. The sword force was terrifying. It was the first time that Leibo felt such a strong force. He was terrified. Die! Shouted Leibo. Thunderous roars started unceasingly spreading throughout the atmosphere, and as they collided with the sword chi, they started releasing sparks. It looked like an incredible storm was being released from Leibo's body. Lin Feng thrust his palm forward. 8 strikes of desolation. A terrifying attack was launched from Lin Feng's palm. His strikes were so powerful that they consumed the sky and covered the whole arena with a domineering power. Divine thunder.
Leibo shouted extremely loudly, and suddenly an extremely powerful thunderous roar came out of his hand and started bombarding the atmosphere. The whole crowd was blinded by the sight of such a powerful attack. It seemed like the deadly power contained within that lightning was endless. In the blink of an eye, it had disappeared as it struck against Lin Feng's 8 strikes. Sword unsheathing. Lin Feng's strikes hadn't fully disappeared yet, and his sword was already overflowing with an endless amount of sword force. Sword unsheathing was a skill which required the utmost speed. The quicker it was, the more explosive its power was. It was a truly terrifying attack. Lin Feng's sword force was extremely powerful as it pierced through the atmosphere and consumed everything in its path. Divine thunder of wrath. Leibo shouted extremely loudly and looked like his entire body was becoming a thunderstorm. Both his hands raised to strike against the atmosphere with all the power contained within a thunderstorm. Boom! The thunders collided with the sword chi and the sword force. A dazzling light blinded the entire crowd and a scorching heat rushed outwards from the collision. The power of the shockwave was so strong that it would sting the disciples' skin and they couldn't even open their eyes. Leibo felt an incredibly intense and sharp pain come from his body. He would have never thought that Lin Feng could be this powerful. What terrified him was that the sword force contained within each of his strikes was growing stronger each time. That sword was surrounded by an incredible amount of sword force. Not only was it not weakening, but it was also growing stronger, which gave Leibo the impression that he was going to collapse under the weight of the sword force. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 81, Pure Insanity. Roaring Thunder. Shouted Lin Feng. He then thrust his sword towards Leibo. The sword force which he unleashed started to combine with thunderous roars in the atmosphere. The atmosphere was being consumed by the immense power of the attack. In Lin Feng's hands, that yellow-level attack coupled with sword force was as powerful as a Shen-level skill. Roaring thunder was filling the atmosphere with an incredibly explosive force. Leibo's hands were still unleashing a powerful thunder chi. He had managed to block Lin Feng's roaring thunder, but he was sent flying backwards while groaning in pain. Lin Feng's sword force started to consume more energy and grow even more powerful. I give up. I do not want to fight anymore. Leibo shouted extremely loudly. He knew that he couldn't win against Lin Feng, and on top of that, he was already wounded from attempting to block the last strike. The 21st ranked elite disciple, who was at the 3rd Ling Chi layer, suddenly wanted to give up when fighting against Lin Feng. The crowd sighed. Lin Feng, who had only shown his power 3 days ago, he seemed to be invincible. He continued to shock people with his incredible strength. If you look at him, it seems like he is around 15 or has just turned 16. The crowd was trying to guess how old Lin Feng was compared to his battle ability. They were even more stupefied when they thought about it. He was still 16 years old and could defeat a cultivator of the 3rd Ling Chi layer who was on the elite disciple rankings. How was that possible? Was he really human? Lin Feng stopped moving, his sleeves were swaying with the breeze, but the chi and the sword force which filled the atmosphere were still omnipresent and just as oppressing as before. Leibo's body was still feeling the immense pressure crushing down on his body, making it hard for him to breathe. Give up? Lin Feng had a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. This is a fight in which we both put our lives at stake. If I live, you die, and if I die, you live. We are fellow disciples of the Yunhai sect and we don't hate each other, so why do you need to kill me? Said Leibo, hoping to make Lin Feng change his mind. How ridiculous. You think that I will fall for that? Could it be that you forgot what you said before this battle? You said that you could kill me whenever you wanted? You even said that you didn't even need to release your spirit to kill me. Have you also forgotten that this battle is a battle where our lives are at stake? You said it yourself. If you were stronger than me, would you still say that we are fellow disciples and let me live? Lin Feng was disgusted by Leibo's words. Saying so easily that they were fellow disciples and that they didn't hate each other after everything that he had said before, he had to be insane. Lin Feng, you are extremely strong, but it would be impossible for you to kill me. Even if you defeat me, you will have to bear the consequences for it. Leibo knew that Lin Feng wasn't going to let him off, so he tried to threaten him. Oh, is that so? Watch me then. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly started to fill with killing intent and a smile appeared on his face. His sword released even more force coupled with thunderous roars. Leibo started to rub his eyes as he could not believe what he was seeing. He couldn't see Lin Feng anymore. Instead of Lin Feng, there was only a huge sword in front of him. That sword was glowing, and coupled with the extremely bright light was a dark fog. In that dark fog, so many lights were sparkling that Leibo had the impression that a million swords were hiding within it. The black fog had started to move in his direction.
Extremely loud thunder sounds spread throughout the atmosphere.
Lei Bo shouted extremely loudly. Even more powerful and intense thunder emerged from his body. His body was coated in a chi which was yellowish blue. It contained the power of thunder and lightning. When they saw the light surrounding Lei Bo, the crowd was surprised.
What was Lei Bo doing exactly?
Lin Feng's sword was more suited to battle. He didn't need to consume too much energy in order to carry out powerful attacks, and he could also use it for protection.
It gave the impression that Lin Feng was like a fortified mountain. The crowd didn't understand what was going on.
The crowd could not see Lin Feng's sword the same way Lei Bo did. In Lei Bo's eyes, there were a million swords whose lights were dazzling and which were trying to kill him. Sword lights were shining everywhere inside the black fog and could take his life at any time.
"It's the end for you,"
said Lin Feng in a cold voice which stupefied the entire crowd.
"Sword of Nirvana."
Sword of Nirvana made his sword turn into a deadly sword. Each strike would take a life and its power defied the heavens. His sword descended from the heavens themselves towards Lei Bo. It seemed like his sword had pierced the heavens themselves. From a distance it could be seen that a hole was pierced through the clouds and the heavens had been pierced.
It looked like his sword would destroy the entire universe if it stood against him. It was over with this strike.
Lei Bo was finished.
The entire crowd was blankly staring at that wonderfully mystical sword.
The millions of swords as well as the black fog disappeared from Lei Bo's vision, but his face revealed that he had given up all hope because there was a terrifying light which kept moving towards him. It was most likely the last light that he would see in his life.
"Don't!"
Lei Bo's shout resonated everywhere in the stormy gorge, but his body could not move. He was still stood on the stage motionless.
After what seemed to be an eternity, a thin mark appeared between his eyebrows.
It was a thin bloody mark which slowly started to pour with blood. His body fell heavily onto the fighting stage within the life and death arena. That's what the life and death arena was about, life and death.
Did he die? The 21st ranked elite disciple who had a thunder spirit had been killed? Lei Bo had wanted to protect Mo Xia.
He had wanted to kill Lin Feng and gain the elder's favor. He would have never thought that he would become Lin Feng's stepping stone. At that moment, the patriarch was secretly afraid that Lin Feng would start his verbal assault where he had left off. Even though the elite disciple exam was about fighting, not many disciples had participated in it. This kind of event was unprecedented in the history of the Yun Hai sect's elite disciple exam. It had, however, been an extremely enlightening event, and many disciples were forced to look deeply at their actions until now. There was not a single person who regretted watching these events unfold. The crowd of the Yun Hai sect had realized that they were witnessing the rise of an incomparable genius.
"I want that young man." Duan Tianlang's eyes were glowing. He then quickly glanced at Duan Han.
Lin Feng's abilities and power were infinitely higher than that of his son, of whom he was already intensely proud. "If he doesn't join me, I will make sure he dies today. I will not allow him to rise up or let him become more powerful.
He could become an extremely large obstacle."
The patriarch of the Haoyu sect, Shu Qing, as well as Bing Han of the Ice and Snow Mountain village thought the exact same thing. If Lin Feng continued becoming more and more powerful, he would definitely become one of the 8 high officials.
Lin Feng couldn't understand all these people's thoughts. He wasn't even as strong as Mo Xia.
He was unable to kill Mo Xia, but he definitely wanted to make him understand that he could not bully and threaten him as he wished. Since he hadn't showed all of his abilities so far, the sect did not recognize him.
Then he just had to show them more.
Holding his soft sword in the hand while his robes were swaying in the air, Lin Feng slowly glanced around at the stormy gorge.
Mo Xia, because he is an elder, he dares to behave unscrupulously.
He dares to try and kill disciples in cold blood. He is the shame and disgrace of the Yun Hai sect.
My current strength doesn't enable me to kill that scum of the sect.
What I want is for that degenerate to get expelled from the sect.
The entire crowd was stunned, astonished, stupefied.
Lin Feng had wild ambitions. He suddenly wanted Mo Xia to get expelled from the sect.
That was almost impossible. If Mo Xia was expelled from the sect, Mo Sanlan would completely lose face. That guy really is insane. Lu Fei was looking at Lin Feng.
She was speechless. She couldn't stand Mo Xia either, but she had never thought of trying to get him expelled from the sect, not even in her dreams. It was impossible for an elite disciple to get an elite elder expelled from the sect, but Lin Feng was not sparing any efforts in his attempt to remove Mo Xia.
Mo Xia, who was sitting on the viewing platform, looked ghastly pale.
In his eyes, a mere disciple was less than a bug to him. They didn't even exist in his eyes, and suddenly, there was a disciple on the fighting stage of the life and death arena accusing him of various things and calling him the shame and the scum of the sect, and on top of that, he wanted to get him expelled from the sect. He had never been so humiliated in all of his life. He used to be the one who demanded that other people would be expelled from the sect. He used to be the one who expelled lowly disciples from the sect. However, these things were now happening to him. If these things had happened at any other time before, then he would have killed Lin Feng without the slightest hesitation. But that was almost impossible now because of Nan Gongling. As the patriarch of the Yunhai sect, he had to give consideration to all parties. Mo Xia was an elite elder and his father, Mo Sanlan, was a great elder. They were both given the great honor of enforcing the rules within the sect. As far as Lin Feng was concerned, he was one of the most extraordinary geniuses that the Yunhai sect had ever had. When Rin Yan would never be able to achieve the same level as Lin Feng, they were worlds apart. Lin Feng was also protected by Protector Bei. If he wanted Mo Xia to be a little bit penalized, that could possibly be arranged. However, Lin Feng said that if Mo Xia was still in the Yunhai sect, then he would leave. Lin Feng's terms for staying within the sect was to expel Mo Xia from the sect. I know that Mo Xia's status is high and important, he is an elite elder. I also know that his father, Mo Sanlan, is a chief figure in the Yunhai sect and that he has dedicated his life to serving the sect. I am also aware that I am currently a nobody within the sect and that my words carry little weight. I know that if Mo Xia commits crimes, I cannot do much, but Mo Xia tried to kill me on multiple occasions. Even after being almost killed by Protector Bei, he still had thoughts on taking my life. If he is not severely punished for his crimes, how am I supposed to put my mind at rest and stay within the sect? I just have my sword to show everyone what I am really capable of. This is my only way of proving to the Yunhai sect that having me is 10 times, no, 100 times better than having Mo Xia. Lin Feng's words were inspiring. Lin Feng was even crazier than Wen Rinyan, but was in no way weaker than him. Everyone, however, was wondering how Lin Feng could prove that having him was 100 times better than having Mo Xia. Nan Gongling was curious as well to know how Lin Feng could prove that. At that moment, Lin Feng, who was still standing on the central fighting stage of the life and death arena, was just looking at many elite disciples sitting on the sidelines and declared, "Today is the elite disciple exam. I, Lin Feng, am now challenging any elite disciple who is willing to fight against me. Anyone can come and challenge me. No matter what kind of battle, normal or life and death battle, no matter how many I need to fight against, I will fight with anyone under any terms." What? People in the crowd were stunned. You could hear everyone's heartbeat start to intensify. He's a madman. That guy is insane. He wants to challenge every elite disciple? How insane. When Ren Yan could even compete with core disciples. Even some of the disciples within the top 10 elite disciples could fight with core disciples. They all had unique skills and abilities. They were much stronger than Leibo. Lin Feng suddenly dared to look at these elite disciples as if they were weaklings. What was going to happen? The crowd was just speechless. Could it be that Lin Feng was really insane? Had he lost his mind after defeating Leibo? But if he was able to defeat any of the elite disciples, then wouldn't he really prove to the Yunhai sect that having him was better than having Mo Xia? If he could defeat any elite disciple under their own terms, then wasn't it even greater than 100 times the worth of Mo Xia? This bastard. Lu Fei's magnificent eyes were wide open. Lin Feng was way too crazy. A short time before, he was only a simple ordinary disciple and nothing more. Han Man couldn't help but giggle. He was so proud to see Lin Feng, who was like a brother to him, on the fighting stage of the life and death arena while issuing the challenge. He had a big smile on his face. Nan Gongling was also shocked beyond belief. He was completely stunned. Lin Feng wanted to challenge all of the elite disciples? Even though Lin Feng was naturally gifted, had he really become so terrifyingly strong? Actually, as far as I can remember, he has not been using his spirit. Nan Gongling suddenly had a realization. He realized that he had never seen Lin Feng release his spirit. He was extremely curious and he was excited to find out what Lin Feng's spirit was. Considering he had already mastered sword skills and sword forces, could it be that he had a sword spirit? If he had a sword spirit, then he would probably be able to make his sword force even more powerful. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 82, The Rise of a Genius. Currently there were some elite disciples whose eyes had lit up, especially the 20 at the top of the rankings. They all regarded themselves as geniuses. They were arrogant and prideful. But Lin Feng, who was on the fighting stage of the life and death arena, dared to talk conceited nonsense and challenge every elite disciple to battle against him. But many of them were worried about how strong Lin Feng really was, especially those close to Lei Bo within the rankings. Lin Feng was so strong that he had managed to kill Lei Bo and was even threatening all of them at that moment. What made them even more worried was that many of these geniuses had noticed that Lin Feng hadn't released his spirit at all. If he had a sword spirit, his strength would probably be monstrous. That would definitely be terrifying and incredibly dangerous to step on the same stage as him. Nobody had dared to reply to Lin Feng as many were deep in thought.
The atmosphere was drowned into absolute silence.
That silence was broken a few times by some of the sword chi, which emanated from Lin Feng's body, ripping through the air. When Ren Yan, you called me a piece of trash, a nobody, and said that you can easily kill me.
Do I need to come down and beg you to kill me? Now that you have an opportunity to kill me, what are you waiting for? Are you currently not scared to challenge like those you called worthless before?
Lin Feng was looking at Wen Renyan. When everyone heard his calm voice as he spat insults into Wen Renyan's face, they were all stupefied. Lin Feng was definitely someone who continued to surprise. He suddenly dared challenge the top-ranked of all the elite disciples. Wen Renyan was at the peak of the third Ling Qi layer. Even though Lei Bo was at the same Ling Qi layer, nobody would dare compare Lei Bo and Wen Renyan. They had nothing in common at all. Cultivators of the same Ling Qi layer were not necessarily comparable. For example, Lin Feng was at the second Ling Qi layer but could defeat and kill Lei Bo, who was at the third Ling Qi layer. The skills practiced and battle experience played an extremely important role regardless of the layer reached.
Wen Renyan was also similar to Lin Feng.
He had broken through to the third Ling Qi layer, but many core disciples of the fourth Ling Qi layer didn't dare provoke him.
You are overestimating your abilities. Just because you killed Lei Bo doesn't mean that you can compete with me.
Lei Bo was nothing in comparison with me. In my eyes, Lei Bo was the same as you, a piece of trash, a nobody. When Ren Yan was looking at Lin Feng with eyes filled with disdain. Lin Feng wasn't weak, but challenging Wen Ren Yan was like committing suicide.
Strength is strength.
In Wen Ren Yan's eyes, Lin Feng was a weak piece of trash.
You talk so much shit. Is it because you want to show off in front of everybody?
Lin Feng didn't understand what Wen Ren Yan exactly meant. Lin Feng then added, you don't have to be like that. Since you are so powerful and that you consider me as a piece of trash, as a nobody, then just climb up onto the fighting stage immediately.
Show everybody how strong you are and kill me. Show everybody your real power. Actions will always be better than the drivel from your mouth. Everybody will believe you when you come onto this fighting stage and prove your words, or you can continue to hide there and talk big. Everybody can talk big.
Lei Bo also called me a piece of trash before I killed him.
He said he was stronger than me. What happened in the end?
Lin Feng's words were straightforward and he was clearly provoking Wen Renyan, but what he was saying was actually the truth.
Anyone can talk big, but it only matters if your actions can prove what you say. If Wen Renyan climbed onto the fighting stage of the life and death arena, he would gain infinite glory. He would be regarded as an amazing talent by everyone in the sect. But he wasn't doing it at all.
Not only didn't he climb onto the fighting stage, but he kept talking and talking, bragging about how amazing he was. In his eyes, Lin Feng was just a nobody, an insect which he could crush at any time.
Since Lin Feng could be crushed at any time, why did he need to fight? Talking and humiliating Lin Feng was enough, but was that enough to be regarded as a strong cultivator?
When Ren Yan glanced at the people standing next to him who were still looking as arrogant as ever.
You guys go and kill him. I will give you the glory of killing him.
Many people's eyes were glowing with killing intent when they heard Wen Renyan.
Wen Renyan was considered a great cultivator by everyone.
The glory for killing him, they all know what it meant.
Wen Renyan had a lot of profound pills.
There was a profound pill which he had in abundance, a sort of pill which had a deadly attraction force.
I'm going to kill him,
said a silhouette while moving towards the fighting stage. It was a young man aged 17, no older than 18. His gaze was as sharp as a dagger. He looked to have an extremely brutal nature.
Tong Shou, the Blade Master. It's him.
Lin Feng is in trouble. The young disciple came out from the crowd. When Tu Fu had become a core disciple, there were two extremely respected and strong elite disciples, Wen Renyan and Tong Shou. Even though Tong Shou was ranked 6th on the elite disciple rankings, nobody had doubts concerning the fact that Tong Shou was much stronger than the four others who were above him in the rankings.
That was because Tong Shou's spirit was a blade spirit.
If Tong Shou only had a blade spirit, people wouldn't have so much faith in him, but he was similar to Lin Feng with his mastery of force. He was able to control blade forces. Tong Shou wasn't able to master blade forces like Lin Feng mastered sword forces. There was actually a huge gap between them as far as forces were concerned. However, Tong Shou had already broken through to the third Ling Qi layer, which would bridge the gap in strength between their forces.
Tong Shou versus Lin Feng, it should be a very balanced battle. Alright, go ahead. Don't immediately kill him.
When the time of his last breath comes, make him kneel down in front of me so that he understands before he dies that I am much stronger than him.
The difference between him and me is colossal. When Rin Yan said that in an indifferent tone. Don't worry, I understand. Tong Shou slightly nodded and then went up onto the central fighting stage.
He was facing Lin Feng and looking as if he had already won. He then grabbed the long knife that he had on his back, then said in a voice filled with hatred, "I have used this knife for a long time.
Being killed by it should be an honor for you."
If I properly understand, you're implying that you choose to have a battle where one of us must die, correct?
Lin Feng asked that question in an indifferent tone. Do you think that I have time to play with you? Tong Shou was looking at Lin Feng in an evil way. His expression was sharp and poignant like his knife.
His body was radiating killing intent. Tong Shou grabbed his long knife and caressed it as if it was his beloved girlfriend.
The knife is an extremely powerful weapon. It's the best of all bladed weapons. The blade spirit is also an extremely powerful spirit, said Tong Shou. I've always heard that swords were the best bladed weapons. It's really the first time that I have heard that a knife is the best of all bladed weapons. Lin Feng was calling in question what Tong Shou said. What do you know about such things?
A blade from a sword is too heavy. Sword force is also much harder to control.
How could you even compare a knife and a sword? Today, I will show you what a knife is.
You will understand that it is the best bladed weapon ever,
said Tong Shou.
A powerful energy emerged from his long knife and spread throughout the atmosphere like a fierce flood. It seemed like it was cutting everything in its path. Blade force. Lin Feng was surprised.
How could that guy brag about his knife?
Lin Feng also mastered forces, and the force of that knife was quite weak in comparison. Lin Feng's sword emitted a whistling sound. The atmosphere was filled with two opposing forces. The forces on the fighting stage were extremely sharp and were piercing and cutting everything within their path.
Blade force against sword force. How terrifying.
Many people who were close to the fighting stage were projected back by the forces which had just been released. Many could feel the oppressive nature of these forces. They were too close. They had the feeling that they were going to be cut and pierced by the confrontation of the two forces.
But it seems like Tong Shou's knife will be much stronger.
After all, he is a cultivator of the third Ling Qi layer.
He's much stronger than Lin Feng.
It looks like Lin Feng was unlucky this time. So, do you still think that swords are better than knives?
Tong Shou was arrogantly looking at Lin Feng. Ignorant, snorted Lin Feng.
Lin Feng didn't reply to Tong Shou's question and was sneering at him.
I'm ignorant? Alright, I will show you who the ignorant one is.
When Tong Shou finished talking, the force released from his knife became even stronger and more powerful. It seemed like it was going to completely envelop the sword force in Qi.
Celestial spirit, thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng released his spirit but didn't say anything.
Everything around him started to change into a world of darkness. The entire world was now covered in complete darkness.
He became omniscient.
He could feel and sense every single bit of blade force and sword force around him. He knew where every single particle of energy was situated and exactly how they were moving around in the atmosphere. Lin Feng's eyes had turned completely pitch black.
They looked like black holes. The knife is the best bladed weapon. It is too powerful.
A sword is not even comparable with such a magnificent weapon. Tong Shou took a step forward and suddenly the color of the atmosphere changed.
It was filled with the horrifying blade force from his knife. Tong Shou moved towards Lin Feng and he looked like he was invincible.
An incredibly powerful strength seemed to fall from the sky onto Lin Feng's body and then started oppressing Lin Feng.
Laceration! Tong Shou shouted extremely loudly as he stabbed forward with his knife. It seemed like even the sky could not stop itself from being lacerated.
Lin Feng looked as calm and serene. He remained absolutely fearless as he stood there. It seemed like he completely disregarded the power of Tong Shou's knife. The glowing light of his sword started rising into the air towards the atmosphere where Tong Shou's blade force was the weakest.
Boom! Nan Gong Ling heart was pounding. Tong Shou's knife was like a hot knife cutting through butter. It was as fast as lightning with its attack. Lin Feng's sword force kept being lacerating by the force contained within the knife. It seemed like Lin Feng's body could get lacerated at any second. Instead of dodging, Lin Feng had used his sword to counterattack. Why?
Even though Lin Feng could use his sword in an extremely skillful way, the force of his sword wasn't as strong as Tong Shou's blade force. If Lin Feng could get rid of Tong Shou's blade force, then there probably wouldn't be any problem, but that seemed impossible. If Lin Feng didn't dodge the attacks, then Lin Feng's body would be cut into two. During that extremely short amount of time, Nan Gongling had a million thoughts rushing through his mind. That young disciple who certainly would be able to rise up someday, was he going to get killed that easily and that quickly? Lin Feng had gotten much too excited. He should have controlled himself better.
Tong Shou was smiling coldly. He wouldn't have thought that it would be this easy to kill Lin Feng. What alternative was there?
Lin Feng had put himself into this situation. If Lin Feng had known earlier, then he wouldn't have said that blade force was weaker than sword force.
Besides, wasn't the knife much quicker than the sword? Ignorant. Tong Shou could already see Lin Feng's body being cut into two. The crowd was also already imagining that. Everybody had stopped breathing. They were speechlessly staring at the fighting stage and had the impression that there was nothing on it but a knife and a sword. Finally, the deadly light of the knife vanished. It seemed like time had stopped. Tong Shou's knife was 20 centimeters above Lin Feng's head and Lin Feng's sword was now held at his waist. What was happening?
Their two bodies had frozen in that strange position.
A small breeze was blowing in the air.
Somebody coughed, breaking the terrifying silence that had consumed the whole arena.
Who won? Suddenly, somebody asked the question. It was not clear to them who had won the battle. Everything had been too fast. They didn't even know where to look. Tong Shou seemed like he was about to speak. Everybody was stupefied. Had he really killed Lin Feng? How did you do that? The one who asked that question was Tong Shou. It seemed like he couldn't believe what had just happened. At that moment, Lin Feng spoke slowly and unhurriedly. Blade force and sword force are the same, they are force. A force is a good way to enhance your attack power as well as other abilities necessary in a battle. A knife has many different uses in life, it is a tool created to aid us. My sword is different, the sword is made for the sole purpose of killing. Lin Feng was standing straight with his head held high. Tong Shou had blood pouring from his chest. Blood was flowing endlessly from his body onto the ground. Everybody was just staring at the amount of blood in shock. I understand, said Tong Shou while his eyes slowly closed themselves. Then, his body also slowly collapsed onto the ground. Immediately after, the crowd could not believe their eyes. Lin Feng had thrown the body into the crowd of disciples. He refused to let it remain on the stage in disgrace. Tong Shou had lost, another genius had been killed by Lin Feng. How terrifying. Everybody had the impression that they were in a dream when looking at Lin Feng. It was like he had supernatural powers. He was like a death god as he stood on the main stage. It seemed like nobody was able to defeat him. No matter how strong his opponent was, Lin Feng was always stronger. Phew, Nan Gongling took a deep breath. He didn't know what to think though.
Another valued genius of the Yunhai sect had died, and it was only because Lin Feng wanted to prove how powerful he was.
Nan Gongling did not want to pay that price.
But even though Nan Gongling regretted losing so many disciples, he still felt gratified to have a disciple such as Lin Feng.
He was also happy to see the rise of a real genius. That kind of strength, that kind of power, who could compete with it? He was starting to believe Lin Feng.
Lin Feng just needed a little bit more time and nobody could stop him.
Even 100 MOCL like cultivators wouldn't be able to defeat Lin Feng.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 83, Confrontation of Geniuses.
Lin Feng turned around and looked at the elite disciples once again.
Does another one of Wen Rinyan's delegates wish to come onto the fighting stage and die in his place?
Nobody dared to reply, not even those who were above Tong Shou in the ranking list.
Tong Shou's knife was extremely powerful.
Even if they wanted to win, they thought it wasn't worth the risk as they may lose their life in doing so. Once again, Lin Feng had used his sword to strike only once and Tong Shou blood had been spilled. What had scared them even more is that they didn't know if Lin Feng had really shown all his strength. He had only required a single strike, which was not enough to measure his power. Each time he would increase the power depending on his opponent.
Tong Shou had been killed in a single strike. Exactly how much of his strength was still remaining hidden? He was always stronger than his opponent, how was that possible? Everybody was staring at Wen Rinyan as if they thought that Wen Rinyan was the only one who could defeat Lin Feng. Today's elite disciple exam could almost be entitled The Rise of Lin Feng. Some people in the crowd were smiling wryly as someone made that comment. The elite disciple exam had gone completely off track. The original purpose was completely forgotten.
There was only a single person at the center of their attention. They were focusing on that genius who was named Lin Feng. Almost everybody without exception was intensely staring at Wen Renyan. Wen Renyan frowned as his face twisted with anger and he looked like a demon with hatred filling his eyes. Lin Feng had been demonstrating extraordinary talent every time he fought. Each time, Lin Feng was surprising everybody even more. Therefore, at that moment, Wen Renyan had the feeling that he was being slapped in the face by every single person who was staring at him because he had kept humiliating Lin Feng over and over again, calling him a nobody and a piece of trash. His own words had come back to humiliate him in front of the entire sect.
At that moment, no other elite disciple would dare to fight against Lin Feng.
Only Wen Renyan could fight against Lin Feng. However, at this point many people were scared that Wen Renyan had talked too big and was not Lin Feng's match. Lin Feng was extremely strong and had hidden his power to such a great degree. He hadn't talked big and he had not lost face yet.
How could anyone call him a nobody or a piece of trash? Wen Renyan, are you not supposed to prove to everybody that I am a piece of trash and a nobody now? I think that's what you should do," shouted Lin Feng, which broke the silence and echoed throughout the arena.
Lin Feng was also staring at Wen Renyan and quickly glanced at Han Man, who had been injured by Wen Renyan. Lin Feng really wanted to kill Wen Renyan when he had found out about him injuring Han Man. He had built up a great deal of killing intent just thinking about it.
Wen Renyan had lied and said to everybody that Lu Fei was his girlfriend.
Lin Feng, because Lu Fei had now said that she was his girlfriend, wanted to kill Wen Renyan even more.
Because of Wen Renyan, he was once again stuck with Lu Fei. Wen Renyan was more arrogant than strong. "Since you are stronger than me, come and kill me, otherwise it means that I am stronger than you and you are just courting death."
Lin Feng was secretly had a cold smile in his heart.
Wen Renyan and Mo Xia were the same.
They had to die because of what they had done to him and his friends. If Lin Feng didn't kill them, whenever they would have an opportunity to kill Lin Feng, they would do so without hesitation.
"How ridiculous. How pathetic,"
said Wen Renyan as he started walking towards the highest central stage of the life and death arena. In the blink of an eye, everybody's expression changed.
They could not hold back their excitement.
They couldn't wait to watch the battle of these two geniuses. Wen Renyan was the top-ranked elite disciple who could even fight with core disciples. He was ranked first from all the powerful elite disciples. Before Lin Feng appeared, Wen Renyan was considered as the junior disciple with the greatest future potential.
He was considered as a treasured genius within the sect.
Of course, his strength hadn't reached that of Ling Huishan or Tu Fu. The rise of Lin Feng seemed like it had started. Lin Feng was killing all the arrogant disciples because they had humiliated him or threatened him.
The ordinary elder Lu Yuan's cultivation would be crippled and he would be expelled from the sect because of Lin Feng.
Lin Feng also wanted Mo Xia to be expelled from the sect.
These two disciples were considered as outstanding geniuses in the Yunhai sect. Who could dare criticize them? You think that just because you defeated Lei Bo and Tong Shou, you can compete with me?
Wen Renyan said with his usual arrogant and aggressive tone and then added, "If I want to, I can crush you like a bug.
You're just a nobody, an insect, in my eyes.
I don't think it's worth fighting against you, but you are insisting so much that I have no choice but to prove you how ridiculous your provocations are. How pitiful for you that you are so overconfident. I will use your death to prove to everyone that my abilities are endless." He was arrogant, aggressive, and thought he was the best cultivator in the world. However, he was indeed strong and respected within the sect.
"The only thing which is endless is your ability to talk shit," shouted Wen Renyan as he grew even more angry.
The more Wen Renyan heard Lin Feng talk, the even more hideous his face looked.
"All right."
When the two disciples were both on the fighting stage, Nan Gongling started talking.
"You are the geniuses of my sect. The Yunhai sect will need you both in the future.
You are the successors of those in charge of Yunhai sect. Please let's make this battle an educational one for yourselves and everybody who is present. There will certainly be a lot to learn from your battle. So please, this time, do not fight until the death." Nan Gongling thought that Wen Renyan and Lin Feng were outstanding geniuses within the Yunhai sect. The Yunhai sect could be proud to have such disciples. If any of them died, then it would be too much of a loss for the Yunhai sect. Nan Gongling hoped that none of them would die or get severely injured, or to be more precise, he hoped Lin Feng wouldn't die or be injured. That was because Nan Gongling perfectly knew how powerful Wen Renyan was. His strength was way too monstrous. Besides, Wen Renyan had a very rare spirit which was more powerful than an average spirit. "Patriarch, that piece of trash has been provoking me over and over again.
How could I not hate him bitterly for that? This will be his grave," said Wen Renyan. Nan Gongling was unable to convince Wen Ringyan. Nan Ringyan definitely wanted to kill Lin Feng.
If he didn't, he wouldn't be able to prove everyone that he was the true genius of the Yunhai sect. Lin Feng was just a nobody and could not be compared with the mighty Wen Ringyan.
This was Wen Ringyan's current thought process.
Lin Feng, please refrain from this fight.
Nan Gongling couldn't help but beg Lin Feng to not fight. Lin Feng was slightly smiling and said, while looking at Nan Gongling, "It seems like the patriarch still isn't convinced of my abilities. Could it be that I have not shown you enough yet?"
Nan Gongling smiled wryly and said while shaking his head, "Lin Feng, Wen Ringyan has broken through to the third Ling Qi layer and has a blue bamboo beast spirit. Even though you are very strong, you still need more time before you are able to catch up with him."
Blue bamboo? Blue bamboo beast spirit?
Lin Feng's eyes shrunk. In his memories, the blue bamboo beast spirit was a sort of snake who was small yet very venomous. It had blue eyes and was as fast as lightning. Besides, it was capable of dodging attacks very efficiently.
Its power was horrifying and just the mention of it made many people cower in fear. That's why his eyes looked so hideous when he was angry. Sometimes, they look like they're blue. That comes from his beast spirit. Lin Feng was thinking about Wen Ringyan's hideous blue eyes. They really looked like that of a snake and made people feel very uncomfortable when looking at them. But would Lin Feng lose only because Wen Ringyan had a blue bamboo beast spirit?
Patriarch, don't impose restrictions on them. That little brat keeps humiliating my disciple over and over again. He must die.
If he doesn't die, then it would make me lose face. Do not put them under any restrictions in this fight.
At that moment, a cold and high-pitched voice spread through the atmosphere. A woman was on the top of the gorge. She had called out as she was slowly descending into the gorge. Her body looked lithe and graceful. In the blink of an eye, she landed onto the viewing platform.
Who is she? Wen Ringyan is her disciple?
The crowd was staring at the woman who had just appeared. She looked haggard and the little hair she had on her head was hanging loosely, which gave people a gloomy impression. She looked like she had come straight out of a horror story. Besides, she dared to talk to the patriarch in such a way which meant that she certainly had a high status. There were also a certain number of disciples who recognized her. They wouldn't have expected her to intervene.
Things were not looking good for Lin Feng with the arrival of this woman.
Teacher. Even though Wen Ringyan was normally extremely haughty and arrogant, he was acting very courteously in front of this woman. He was even more polite to her than to Nan Gongling. The woman slightly nodded while looking cold and detached. She glanced at Duan Tianlang and then said to Nan Gongling, "Patriarch, we should not get involved in this issue, otherwise, that would make these two disciples lose face."
Nan Gongling was making a wry smile.
He hadn't thought that this woman would appear there. It seemed like things were getting worse and worse. "Old woman, you come here and tell the patriarch that he shouldn't get involved, but what are you doing yourself?" A silhouette which was high the air said as its wings created small whirlpools in the atmosphere.
Protector Bay.
Nan Gongling was even more surprised with each passing minute. The conflict between Wen Ringyan and Lin Feng made two of the protectors get involved.
"Lin Feng, what do you think?" said Protector Bay. "I agree to a battle to the death."
Lin Feng had obviously understood what Protector Bay meant.
If he said he didn't agree, Protector Bay would protect him.
He had to fight in order to settle his grievance.
If Wen Ringyan knew what even one of Lin Feng's spirits were, then he would immediately refuse this battle and escape. Even if he was entirely convinced by his own strength, Lin Feng also had powerful spirits which were much stronger than his own. Lin Feng would not back down from this fight.
Protector Bay said, "If you really want to fight in a battle to death, this is your own decision and I will not intervene, but you have to remember that you might regret it later."
"No need to think about useless things,"
said Lin Feng, who shook his head. He was already determined to kill Wen Ringyan.
"Okay."
Protector Bay felt gratified and was nodding. He then said, "Once you have one, I will help you have Mosia expelled from the sect." When they heard what Protector Bay had said, the entire crowd was stupefied.
Protector Bay was planning to help him expel Mosia from the sect?
It looked like the old man of the Xingchen Pavilion was an incredible figure within the sect.
Who else could make such a promise to Lin Feng? He was also incredibly sure of Lin Feng's victory. Mosia's face looked hideous and evil intentions filled his mind.
If Lin Feng won this fight, then Protector Bay would expel him from the sect. What a bastard. Mosia hated Protector Bay so much at that moment. The difference between their statuses within the hierarchy was like heaven and earth. Protector Bay was even higher in status than his Mo Songlan.
Mosia could only hope that Lin Feng would die in the upcoming battle.
"Old woman, if Lin Feng is defeated, I will not get involved. However, if Lin Feng wins, will you get involved?"
Protector Bei was looking at the woman as he asked his question. Why would I do that? Besides, my disciple will not lose. The old woman was looking at Protector Bei with eyes full of confidence in her disciple. Protector Bei was also very proud of Lin Feng and believed that this would be his victory. Protector Bei nodded, looking indifferent. Since it's like that, you may now fight, said the old woman. Nan Gongling was smiling wryly. Now that the old woman and Protector Bei had appeared, nobody was listening to him anymore. So, after this battle, there would be only one genius disciple left? Nan Gongling was extremely reluctant, but what choice did he have? Lin Feng and Wen Rinyan's battle was inevitable. Both of them were standing on the fighting stage of the life and death arena. Wen Rinyan was looking at Lin Feng and said, I really don't understand why Protector Bei has any confidence in you. He surprisingly believes that you can defeat me. He will soon find out that he has overestimated your abilities. In front of me, you are just a miserable insect. In front of me, people will think that your abilities are pathetic and miserable. I will prove to everyone that I am the only genius within the Yunhai sect. When Wen Rinyan finished talking, an evil chi emerged from his body. From his back, a small snake appeared and floated behind him. Even though the snake was only a shadow, people had the impression that it was a real venomous snake. This was Wen Rinyan's blue bamboo beast spirit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 84, The Real Threat. The small blue bamboo snake slithered up onto Wen Rinyan's body until it finally sat atop his head. Its blue eyes looked incredibly evil. Lin Feng, look into my eyes. Wen Rinyan was speaking loudly. Lin Feng was staring at Wen Rinyan's evil blue eyes. They looked like torrents of lightning. Lin Feng was so absorbed in Wen Rinyan's eyes that he was absent-minded for a second. Wen Rinyan had an evil smile on his face. He suddenly moved as fast as lightning and landed in front of Lin Feng in the blink of an eye. He thrust out his hand directly towards Lin Feng's head. How quick! Everybody was stupefied. Not only did Wen Rinyan's eyes look really evil, but he was also extremely quick and agile. When Wen Rinyan released his spirit, his entire body looked like a snake. Looking directly into his eyes for even a few seconds could lead to your death. This looks bad. Lin Feng had been absent-minded for only a brief moment and had quickly used his sword to block the attack. In the blink of an eye, an extremely powerful energy struck against Lin Feng's sword and sent him into the air. His soft sword was zigzagging in the air and it looked like he was going to fall heavily on the ground because of Wen Rinyan's attack. Moonlight feather agility. Lin Feng's body started to twist in mid-air and he managed to land steadily on both his feet. Wen Rinyan didn't even try to come close to Lin Feng. He was still at the same place and said with an evil smile, you see the colossal difference? You may be a genius, but in front of me, you are nothing. If I want to play with you, I can play with you. Even if I don't attack you, my speed alone would make it impossible for you to even touch a hair on my body. As expected, Lin Feng is strong, but the difference between Wen Rinyan is gigantic. Lin Feng is unable to even touch him. Wen Rinyan is way too powerful. Even the second of the ranking list would be unable to compete with him. The crowd was convinced that Lin Feng couldn't do anything. Wen Rinyan's attacks almost couldn't be blocked. Lin Feng would quickly get discouraged and end up losing his life. Lin Feng's eyes shrunk. He didn't dare look at Wen Rinyan's blue pupils again. When Wen Rinyan released his spirit, his eyes were filled with an evil light. If you looked at them even for a second, you could be paralyzed. Lin Feng hadn't forgotten what had happened just a moment ago. What the blue bamboo beast spirit allowed Wen Rinyan to do was extremely frightening. It granted him incredible speed and the ability to paralyze an opponent. It was a wonderful natural ability. Some geniuses had such amazing spirits that they had a clear advantage over many people. Wen Rinyan was one of those people with an amazing spirit. Celestial spirit. Lin Feng's cold look disappeared and was replaced by a pair of pitch-black eyes which looked extremely evil. He gradually became aware of every single movement within the atmosphere as if the world was moving in slow motion. His brain was processing the data at an incredible speed. His sword was diffusing an extremely powerful chi and sword force was gathering. The entire fighting stage was filled with the power from his sword. The smell of blood was still fresh on the fighting stage, however the sword was emanating an aura of death. It felt like whatever the sword attacked would be cursed to death. Sword force, oh isn't that terrific? Wen Rinyan was smiling coldly. He was motionless and suddenly an extremely violent energy spread through the atmosphere and attacked Lin Feng. The energy was being released from Wen Rinyan's hand in an attempt to crush Lin Feng.
This energy was so strong that it did not compare with Wen Renyan's previous attack. Lin Feng managed to break free while looking as agile as the wind. The energy being released by Wen Renyan's hand was shaking the atmosphere.
Phew. Wen Renyan took a deep breath and tried to attack Lin Feng again.
But it seemed like Lin Feng already knew in advance what attack Wen Renyan was attempting and where his attack would target.
With graceful and effortless movements, Lin Feng dodged the incoming attack.
His body moved like the wind, looking light and agile.
It seemed like Lin Feng hadn't required any effort to dodge the attack. Ha!
The crowd was observing Lin Feng with the greatest attention. Lin Feng's body looked so graceful and agile.
Could it be that Lin Feng had learnt and practiced an agility technique to dodge attacks? What kind of agility technique could make him so quick and agile? Could it be that it's not an agility technique and that it's just an illusion? If Lin Feng is able to create illusions, then that's really terrifying.
Many people in the crowd were talking about that move Lin Feng had just displayed. Wen Renyan, who was extremely quick and agile, had suddenly been unable to reach Lin Feng. Lin Feng had been able to dodge his attacks very easily. Lin Feng was effortlessly dodging attacks and moving with a calm look on his face. Even though the move he had done a moment before looked like an agility technique, it wasn't one, but his celestial spirit allowed him to move without wasted movements. His spirit made him omniscient and aware of everything surrounding him, which enabled him to dodge to perfection. Besides, with his spirit unleashed, Wen Renyan was moving in slow motion for him. Lin Feng also felt more relaxed, which made it easy for him to dodge Wen Renyan's attacks with a calm demeanor.
Get lost! Snorted Lin Feng.
Lin Feng's sword started glowing and he elegantly moved the sword through the air. The force diffused by the sword seemed like it could annihilate anything in its path.
Wen Renyan immediately jumped back to a safe distance and did not want to approach Lin Feng.
They were both moving incredibly quick.
How can you be so quick?
Said Wen Renyan, whose evil blue eyes were staring at Lin Feng in shock.
I thought you wanted to play with me, why are you suddenly retreating? I thought I was nothing compared with you, what's wrong? Why do you keep running away? Lin Feng's tone was ice cold.
Wen Renyan's blue pupils and Lin Feng's pitch black eyes both looked demonic, but at that moment Wen Renyan couldn't help but stare at Lin Feng's black eyes with a hint of fear.
Why have his eyes also changed? Could it be that he has a spirit similar to mine?
Wen Renyan was wondering what was going on while looking at Lin Feng's eyes. He had noticed that Lin Feng's eyes had changed. They were ice cold a moment ago, but now they seemed expressionless, lifeless, and contained endless darkness. In Wen Renyan's opinion, it could only be due to some sort of skill or a spirit.
This would be the only thing which could explain Lin Feng's eye transformation. Skill or spirit, it doesn't matter. I will kill you anyway. Wen Renyan thought that deep in his heart. He kept staring at Lin Feng and then said, Lin Feng, look into my eyes.
Wen Renyan's normal aggressive and cold look was mixed with his beast-like eyes. This time when Lin Feng stared at Wen Renyan's pupils, nothing happened.
His eyes still looked like two endless black holes. As expected, it is a skill. It's impossible to paralyze him. Wen Renyan looked surprised.
It seemed like his two blue eyes were going to be useless against Lin Feng.
Don't worry, I was just playing with you.
Since you seem so impatient to die, I will help you achieve your goal.
Wen Renyan raised his head.
He held his hand out in front of him. His blue eyes were refracting the light around him.
An ash-gray chi emerged from his palm.
The chi was carrying a deathly stillness and the smell of death filled the entire arena.
The blue bamboo snake, apart from being extremely quick when dodging attacks, it was extremely venomous and touching it would be fatal.
There was no cultivator who would risk the poison contained within the blue bamboo snake.
Wen Renyan had used his spirit to practice demonic skills which allowed him to channel the poison of the blue bamboo snake.
The venom was as powerful as an average Xian-level attack.
It enabled chi to transform into a venomous chi. This type of attack was extremely powerful.
It was also able to paralyze the opponent from pain.
Touching it would lead to death or immense suffering.
These kinds of skills were also extremely hard to practice. Only extremely talented geniuses could learn such skills. Besides, they required spirits which could be considered as rare and mysterious.
For example, Wen Renyan could learn such skills because he had a blue bamboo snake spirit.
His spirit was a perfect combination for these types of skills, which enabled him to carry out monstrously powerful attacks.
Wen Renyan's silhouette flashed in the atmosphere. His velocity was as quick and agile as before.
In the blink of an eye he was already in front of Lin Feng.
He then cruelly attacked Lin Feng with his deathly chi. Lin Feng was surprised by this action.
He had already been touched by the chi, which suddenly made him move much slower than before. However, Lin Feng was still very quick and agile when dodging the attacks. He jumped and his body suddenly looked like it was floating in the air. He suddenly thrust out with his glowing sword.
Wen Renyan's movement abilities were also extremely good. He was moving like an extremely fast and agile snake.
Suddenly, Lin Feng's sword made a whistling sound when it passed next to Wen Renyan's body. He had successfully dodged the sword strike from Lin Feng.
No wonder that Wen Renyan is so arrogant. He is indeed extremely strong. Lin Feng was feeling gloomy for a second. Wen Renyan's blue pupils as well as his venom were enough to carry out extremely powerful attacks.
Besides, his speed when dodging was also extremely good.
He could move his body to dodge attacks like a snake.
And finally, his speed remained unchanged. It seemed like Wen Renyan had no weakness. If Lin Feng didn't have his celestial spirit, he wouldn't be able to cope with Wen Renyan's speed of attacks. Because of these things, there was probably no other elite disciple who could compete with Wen Renyan. If they fought against him, they would be in quite a terrible situation. I'll see how long you can endure this. Wen Renyan said that while smiling coldly, he was looking down on Lin Feng more than ever. All of a sudden, an incredible chi consumed the entire atmosphere.
That's enough! Shouted Lin Feng. Deadly sword. An incredible quantity of sword force emerged from the tip of his sword. It also seemed like it illuminated the entire arena with its glow.
Wen Renyan's venomous chi was progressively being pierced and chopped off into pieces by Lin Feng's sword force. Lin Feng stopped using his sword force and prepared to use his sword of nirvana.
A moment ago you said that you were playing with me.
I still have seen how you intend to play with me though.
The top-ranked elite disciple, a peerless genius? Please stop talking such nonsense when standing before me.
Lin Feng's voice resonated throughout the stormy gorge.
Wen Renyan thought that he was playing with Lin Feng, but how was that even possible?
Lin Feng hadn't even been slightly harmed by any of Wen Renyan's attacks.
He had been able to easily dodge all of them without taking even a scratch. Stop talking nonsense and you are nothing. You are just pathetic and childish, said Wen Renyan, whose tone was filled with disdain. Stop talking nonsense? Do you not have eyes in that head, or do you have no brain? Do you think that you are the only one to possess a spirit?
When Lin Feng finished talking, a black shadow appeared behind his back. What stupefied everybody was that within that shadow, there were two pitch-black eyes.
They looked extremely evil and demonic.
That is the first time that Lin Feng has released his spirit.
It looks like it is extremely powerful. What kind of spirit is that? I have never such a thing before.
Many people were stupefied when they saw Lin Feng's spirit. That's right, Lin Feng hadn't released his spirit until now. They obviously didn't know that Lin Feng had actually already released the first layer, his celestial spirit, during the battle. However, it could not be detected.
Oh my! Is that Lin Feng's spirit?
I remember that everyone said Lin Feng had a small snake spirit and that it was completely useless.
Since when does Lin Feng have such a spirit? Someone had sighed while saying that.
The crowd quickly glanced at him and then ignored what he had said.
It was an ordinary disciple who was extremely weak. He was obviously misinformed. That's right.
I remember Lin Feng's useless and crappy snake spirit.
Could it be that Lin Feng has two spirits? Otherwise, how could he have this spirit as well? Another ordinary disciple said.
Only the ordinary disciple knew that Lin Feng used to be bullied and humiliated by everyone because of his spirit. Almost all the ordinary disciples remembered that he was known to be a piece of trash. It seemed like Lin Feng had become a completely new person. In such a short time, he had progressed, become so powerful that he was respected by many of the other disciples. Unfortunately for these ordinary disciples, even though they had said the truth, nobody believed them. They believed that these ordinary disciples were just idiots making up rumors.
Dual spirit? How could it be that simple? Dual spirits were extremely rare.
If Lin Feng had a double spirit, considering that he was already a genius, then it would mean that he is not a genius but a monster. Many of the ordinary disciples were absolutely fascinated by Lin Feng and had become completely captivated.
Wen Renyan, I will show you my real power now.
Lin Feng sounded completely emotionless, which made everybody shiver with fear.
Lin Feng hadn't been using his full strength at all until now? How strong was he? A black fog emerged from his body and started to cover the fighting stage. Lin Feng's pitch-black eyes were looking more and more frightening and cruel than ever before.
He was holding his sword in his hand, out of which was emanating a huge quantity of sword chi.
Celestial ability.
When Lin Feng said that, a small white light flashed in Lin Feng's dark pupils. They looked even more dangerous than Wen Renyan's blue eyes. Lin Feng had already released his spirit, but it was the first time that he was using spirit ability, celestial ability.
Wen Rinyan was somehow paralyzed.
Suddenly, Wen Rinyan's spirit had appeared in front of his eyes and was using his own skull against him.
That was a refraction. Wen Rinyan had a strange sensation at that moment.
He had the impression that, in that darkness, he was running but that his body was not moving at all.
Moonlight feather agility.
Lin Feng started to step forwards. Lin Feng was extremely fast and he suddenly appeared in front of Wen Rinyan and thrust out his deadly sword. Wen Rinyan dodged the attack and retaliated with the poison from the palm of his hand.
But at the same time, a black chi emerged, absorbed the poison into the black fog.
The sword started to glow again and sword force became extremely thick and powerful.
Retreat.
Wen Rinyan tried to retreat but he found that Lin Feng was closely following him like his own shadow. No matter what he did he could not escape from Lin Feng.
The dazzling glow from the deadly sword swallowed the entire atmosphere once again.
As Wen Rinyan retreated he continued to be met with Lin Feng's sword and it was getting harder and harder to dodge his strikes.
Wen Rinyan gnashed his teeth.
He was confused because he could see the glow from the sword attacking him from every angle.
No matter where he moved, he would be in danger.
What astonished Wen Rinyan the most though is that Lin Feng was attacking continuously without break.
It seemed like he did not have to think about anything and was reacting and attacking instantly. How is this possible? Wen Rinyan was really astonished. How terrifying. It was as if Lin Feng knew exactly what Wen Rinyan was going to do at any moment.
Just a moment before, Lin Feng had actually aimed his strike where Wen Rinyan was planning to dodge. It seemed like Lin Feng already knew exactly what Wen Rinyan would do before he did it.
Maybe it has something to do with the oppressing force in the atmosphere? Wen Rinyan's face looked ghastly pale. Lin Feng's sword was glowing again, ready to attack. Wen Rinyan was exhausted and felt hopeless. He tried to release more poison but it immediately got absorbed by the strange black fog. It seemed like Lin Feng was able to completely dominate Wen Rinyan's strength and abilities. Lin Feng is surprisingly able to put Wen Rinyan in such a dire situation? Everybody's face looked as rigid as wood. It seemed like Wen Rinyan was no longer at an advantage but was actually in danger. He was just defending himself from attacks. No matter where he dodged, he would be attacked again. Each attack was growing more and more dangerous. It looked like he could be killed at any moment. Was it really Wen Rinyan who was playing with Lin Feng or the opposite?
It more looked like Wen Rinyan was in serious trouble.
Everybody was fascinated by Lin Feng. He was so powerful once he released his spirit. He was a real genius and his power was terrifying. The entire crowd envied his power and his talent. At that moment, they all understood that Lin Feng was hiding another terrifying power. It seemed like he had another horrifying yet sensational power. How frightening! It seemed like Lin Feng was able to block all of Wen Rinyan's senses and abilities. Hey, genius! Why are you having such a hard time dodging and continue to spend your time running away?
Lin Feng said these words with an emotionless tone which sent shivers down everyone's spine. Lin Feng surprisingly looked like he wasn't tired at all. It almost even looks like he had more energy than at the beginning of the battle, as if he had just finished his warm-up. The entire crowd was so stupefied that they had mixed feelings. They were both excited and scared of Lin Feng at the same time. Lin Feng's tone and voice had sounded just like that of Wen Rinyan before the battle when Wen Rinyan believed he was just toying with Lin Feng.
The crowd was looking at Lin Feng like he was an absolute monster. In the end, who was the true genius? Wen Rinyan, didn't you say that there was a huge difference between you and me? I believe you said that I'd be unable to reach a hair on your body? Yet now you just keep running away and blocking my attacks. Aren't you feeling ashamed of yourself by now?
Lin Feng unsheathed his sword while saying these words which stabbed deep into Wen Rinyan's pride.
He was going insane from the humiliation he was suffering. Wen Rinyan, were you not supposed to prove everybody that you were an amazing genius? Is this how you intend to prove it?
Lin Feng did not look like he was going to let Wen Rinyan off at all. He was humiliating Wen Rinyan as he continued to attack him endlessly.
Wen Rinyan's thoughts were getting more and more confused.
He was going crazy from the humiliation and Lin Feng continued attacking him over and over again. You insult others and call them a piece of trash.
Well, it seems like you are a piece of trash yourself. Can you feel it?
It is called humiliation, but you are a shameless person, so I guess that you do not understand how to feel shame. Lin Feng's words continued to bombard Wen Rinyan's pride and arrogance. He stopped dodging attacks and started to gather a large quantity of poison which threw itself straight at Lin Feng while looking like a snake.
Wen Rinyan was finally brave enough to challenge death.
You should wait until I am done. Then death will come to collect you. Lin Feng's pitch-black eyes were expressionless. The sword force was getting more and more intense. It was consuming everything within the atmosphere and growing in power.
Deadly sword. Lin Feng's sword illuminated the atmosphere.
It was thrusting towards Wen Rinyan, whose heart was pounding.
Retreat!
A voice shouted from the crowd. Wen Rinyan, without hesitation, retreated backwards while focusing all of his remaining power on escaping.
Die!
That word spread throughout the atmosphere and Lin Feng's deadly sword began to pierce through the atmosphere, annihilating everything in its path.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 85, Selected Geniuses. Boom, dot. A deadly whistling sound spread throughout the atmosphere. Wen Rinyan would probably be exterminated in the blink of an eye.
Wen Runyan's face turned deathly pale and blood started to drip from his mouth under the pressure. That sword was incredibly powerful.
Disperse!
At that moment, a strong and pure chi came from the sky and collided into that deadly sword chi. The rumbling noise caused by their collision was unceasingly resonating in the entire gorge. Besides, a silhouette had landed in front Lin Feng. It was the old woman who was Wen Rinyan's teacher.
It's enough. You won,
said the old woman in an indifferent tone, yet sounding like she wouldn't tolerate any resistance.
Lin Feng's pupil shrank. How ridiculous. Was that all? He had won? But Wen Rinyan could continue behaving like before if he didn't die. Old woman, have you forgotten our agreement? Said Protector Bei, sounding annoyed.
Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about it, but Wen Rinyan is my only disciple. Even if I am losing face now, I cannot even bear the thought of losing my only student and seeing him die. The old woman's words deeply moved the crowd. However, she said to Protector Bei that he didn't have to worry and that she hadn't forgotten their agreement. She had interrupted Lin Feng and Wen Rinyan's battle and had saved Wen Rinyan.
Wasn't that a bit contradictory? But the whole crowd didn't pay attention to that.
They were still lost in thoughts, recalling Lin Feng's sword a moment before. Lin Feng had definitely defeated Wen Rinyan, the top-ranked elite disciple. At that moment, Lin Feng actually became the strongest of all the elite disciples.
Nan Gongling had already stood up.
He was staring blankly at the fighting stage of the life and death arena. He was stupefied, but in his heart, he felt extremely gratified by that amazing young disciple. Lin Feng was just amazing.
All right, the elite disciple exam is over for today. Everybody can leave. Protector Bei was waving at people. He also didn't argue with the old woman, which surprised a multitude of people. The elite disciple exam was over? Everybody was staring at Nan Gongling. Nan Gongling was staring at Protector Bei, who was just nodding. Hee, brilliant.
The elite disciple exam is fascinating.
There is no need to finish that early.
At that moment, Duan Tianlang said these words while scratching his ear, which made Nan Gongling frown.
Patriarch, let the crowd disperse. Dissolve the entire sect.
Protector Bei suddenly sounded so solemn.
The entire crowd was astonished. Disperse the crowd, and dissolve the sect? What was going on? Many people in the crowd suddenly had a bad premonition, and then Duan Tianlang's laughter spread in the atmosphere. No need to waste time.
Those at the periphery of the mountain are already dead.
Nobody can leave. The best option is to stay here. Duan Tianlang, what do you mean?
Nan Gongling suddenly seemed extremely strict and firm.
He was intensely staring at Duan Tianlang. What do I mean? Nan Gongling, do you think that I have come here only to watch the best elite disciples of the Yunhai sect fighting at the elite disciple exam? You are way too naive. Said Duan Tianlang coldly, and then said, I said it already.
I came here today because last time, the Yunhai sect refused to hand over some of its best disciples.
I came here personally as a delegate of His Majesty. Boom.
His words were detonating in people's brain.
The ground was faintly shaking, which stupefied everybody.
Besides, it seemed like it was shaking more and more. Not too long after, it seemed like the entire gorge was about to cave in. The noises were becoming louder and louder, more and more intense, and were probably covering the entire area of the Yunhai sect.
Pfffffff. Protector Bei sighed in a sorrowful way.
He realized that these people had actually come to the Yunhai sect with harmful intentions. The ground kept shaking and a huge cloud of dust was rising up in the air. At that moment, the crowd looked up in the air and saw a great number of Qi Xia armored cavalry at the top of the gorge. They were carrying bows on their back and looked like they were ready to attack at any moment.
Qi Xia armored cavalry. Lin Feng's eyes shrank. How come the armored cavalry were suddenly surrounding the area? Lin Feng glanced at the armored cavalry and then glanced at Lu Fei, but at that moment Lu Fei seemed as surprised as him. What was going on? What had happened? Lu Fei also glanced at Lin Feng. These were her father's personal army and they were surprisingly surrounding her father's sect. Could it be that my father gave them orders himself? Is it even possible? Lu Fei was thinking and looked extremely perplexed. She thought that it would be ridiculous. Nobody could understand her father better than her, and her father would have never ordered such a thing. What was going on? Duan. Tian. Lang, Nangong looked enraged and furious. His eyes, filled with murderous intentions, were fixedly staring at Duan Tian Lang. Nangong, no need to stare at me like this. These Qixia armored cavalry are your dear friends, Lu Lan's personal army. If there is a problem, talk to him, not to me. Duan Tian Lang was smiling evilly. The ground was still shaking. In an instant, the top of the stormy gorge was full of Qixia armored cavalry. There were so many of them that not a drop of water could trickle through. The stormy gorge was completely surrounded by Qixia armored cavalry and the situation really looked critical and dangerous. Many disciples of the Yun Hai sect were scared and shaking. What did these people want to do? In the stormy gorge, around the life and death arena, the beginning of a great turmoil was about to happen. When Ren Yan was in a dire situation, his blood dripped from the side of his mouth. He was injured from that strike, and if this battle continued then he would surely lose his life. However, events had unfolded to his advantage. Suddenly Duan Tian Lang started to move down from the viewing platform. All eyes fell onto him as he slowly stepped down. Chu Qing, who was next to him, looked at him anxiously. He surprisingly was moving towards the fighting stage of the life and death arena. He was extremely powerful. It seemed like each of his steps made the entire atmosphere vibrate. He was slowly moving towards the life and death arena and then stepped on the highest fighting stage. He was walking slowly as if he was having a peaceful walk in a flower garden. People of the Yun Hai sect, please listen. Duan Tian Lang glanced at everybody and said in a loud voice, I, Duan Tian Lang, represent His Majesty. My duty is to select some outstanding disciples who will join the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. However, your patriarch has refused to help His Majesty's aim. These days, His Majesty is furious and wants the Yun Hai sect to disappear. Duan Tian Lang's harsh words penetrated into everybody's soul. He wanted the Yun Hai sect to disappear from the Shuiyu country? How could he make such a powerful sect as the Yun Hai sect disappear? There was only one solution: exterminate everybody within the sect. These people wanted to exterminate every single member of the Yun Hai sect. Everybody was panic-stricken. The Yun Hai sect members had joined the sect for the sake of cultivation to become stronger. Being killed for no reason would be an injustice. However, His Majesty is willing to show mercy. He's giving a chance to every single one of you, ordinary disciple, elite disciples as well as core disciples, whose names are on the ranking lists, to accept our offer and leave the Yun Hai sect to join the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. The others will not be required. Duan Tian Lang's words detonated in everybody's brain. The crowd felt numb after hearing these words. Leave the Yun Hai sect? Only those who were ranked disciples. Those who were not ranked felt frustrated in their own lack of power. They wouldn't have the chance to enjoy the best weapons and skills. They may even die here because of the sect they had chosen. Nangong, who was sitting on the viewing platform, didn't look happy to hear this announcement. They wanted to exterminate his beloved Yun Hai sect? Did he hear them correctly? The Yun Hai sect had already been existing for 1,000 years. It had gone through many great crises, but probably never as serious as the current situation. These were earth-shattering events for the sect. The Haiyu sect, the Ice and Snow Mountain Village, the Emosho sect as well as Duan Tian Lang had come to the Yun Hai sect to completely wipe its roots from the Shuiyu country. Obviously, all of this originated from the Imperial clan. They were the ones who had assigned Duan Tian Lang to carry out these tasks. The Yun Hai sect had become the Imperial clan's prey. Why choose our sect, the Yun Hai sect? Nangong sounded cold as ever. He was intensely and fixedly staring at Duan Tian Lang, wishing he could tear apart his flesh and bones. Would the Yun Hai sect disappear under Nangong reign? Nangong, you really don't understand? Said Duan Tian Lang while smiling coldly. If you say that this is because I offended your son, I will not believe it. I think that even you wouldn't believe it. The Haiyu sect, the Ice and Snow Mountain Village, you all came for such a stupid and absurd reason. Nangong glanced at Chu Qing and Han Shui Tian and met their gazes. You're right. The Haiyu sect also refused the request at the beginning, but I told them that I would make the entire Yun Hai sect join me or be destroyed. Then, they immediately accepted. Duan Tianlang stupefied everybody in the crowd. Make the entire Yunhai sect join him or be destroyed? I knew it,
said Nan Gongling with a sad smile on his face. When all these people had come, Nan Gongling had tried to guess why Chu Qing would also come along.
Then, why the Yunhai sect? It's easy to guess, because the Yunhai sect is the weakest and the easiest to defeat from all of the great powers. You just have to let some of your best disciples of the sect leave to join me, then I may show mercy upon your sect. You're a liar,
a soft voice said, spread in the air. It came from a lithe and graceful silhouette in the crowd which was slowly moving towards the fighting stage of the life and death arena. Her facial expression revealed intense and bitter hatred.
Duan Tianlang, you're lying.
Lu Fei's beautiful cheeks suddenly seemed very pale. She was filled with anger and indignation.
If you chose the Yunhai sect, Duan Tianlang, it's because you are jealous of my father. You envy him. You envy his strength and talent.
That is why you chose the Yunhai sect and plotted against it. You lied and made the Qi Shui armored horses come with me beforehand.
All of this is because you want my father to suffer because you are jealous that you can never be his match.
Lu Fei was filled with hatred and then she added coldly, Duan Tianlang, you are shameless.
You're disgusting.
Many people were astonished when they heard Lu Fei's words. In the Yunhai sect, nobody knew exactly what Lu Fei's status really was or who her father was. From what Lu Fei was saying, it seemed that her father had a really high position within the country, especially if amazing and famous cultivators such as Duan Tianlang envied him.
Besides, what were the Qi Shui armored horses? They were the private troops of Lu Fei's father? The divine arrow, Lu Lan. Many people said that together.
In the Shuiyu country, it was said that there was a man even more glorious and famous than Duan Tianlang.
That man could only be Lu Lan and his divine arrow.
At some point, Lu Lan was the leader of a huge army composed of thousands of cultivators and they had saved a city from destruction. They had killed tens of thousands of enemy troops.
An arrow on his back, one man, he had led an entire army on his own.
He had killed a huge amount of enemy soldiers and when he had come back, he was covered with blood and fell into a coma. The divine arrow was a symbol of the Shuiyu country. Besides, the Qi Shui armored horses made enemies panic-stricken and terrified. What made everybody proud was that Lu Lan was a member of the Yunhai sect and even though he had been helping the imperial clan, he had always been loyal to the Yunhai sect and had always been proud of being one of its members.
Lu Fei's family name was Lu.
Many people would adore her even more for that.
Fei, how can you even possibly think that way of Uncle Duan Tianlang? Your father and I are bosom friends. We're like brothers. How could I be jealous of him? Duan Tianlang was shaking his head and smiling. He was looking at Lu Fei with eyes full of affection. That made everyone feel even more scared. Lu Fei's father and he were bosom friends? Nan Gongling thought that Duan Tianlang was being extremely treacherous. It made him want to vomit. You and my father are bosom friends, like brothers? Yet you want to exterminate the Yunhai sect and all of my father's friends and fellow members?
Lu Fei's eyes, which were filled with disgust, were staring deeply at Duan Tianlang.
Fei, that is what His Majesty wants. If I exterminate the Yunhai sect, it will be only because His Majesty has ordered it. This is nothing personal. The Yunhai sect of today is not the Yunhai sect of tomorrow.
What it wants to do now would just be hindering some disciples' progress, especially the geniuses. Leaving would be a great opportunity for them to learn and benefit from the best resources available. Besides, I firmly believe that they will all be pleased. If you don't believe me, just come and look.
Duan Tianlang had a smile on the corner of his mouth. He turned around and looked at the entire crowd. His facial expression became ice cold.
What I said was all true. Ranked disciples, who are willing to leave the Yunhai sect, please immediately move over there to the Qi Shui armored horses.
Please remember that you don't have much time. The entire crowd suddenly became very agitated.
A lot of people were looking at Nan Gongling and the elders of the sect. Those who are willing to leave, please go already. Don't stay within my Yunhai sect. Protector Bei had suddenly said that while waving his hand.
Protector Bei.
Nan Gongling was looking at Protector Bei as if he couldn't understand what the old man meant. Patriarch, this is their own decision. Protector Bei looked sad as if his heart was broken. It was hard to abandon ranked disciples.
They were all extremely talented.
Besides, someday, they were likely to rise to even greater heights.
What a pity.
All right, said Nan Gongling, who knew how sad Protector Bei felt. Therefore, he didn't refute and then nodded.
Thank you, Patriarch and elders of the sect.
Many people, when they saw Nan Gongling nod, started moving towards the Qi Shui armored horses. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of disciples were moving towards the Qi Shui armored horses. Besides, the number of disciples moving towards the horses was way above the number of actually existing ranked disciples. Many unranked disciples were trying to pass themselves as one of the ranked disciples of the Yun Hai sect.
Stop there. Duan Tianlang had a big smile on his face. Fei, you see? These people understand that I'm giving them a great opportunity and they cherish and appreciate it. Therefore, they are happy to leave the Yun Hai sect for something better. Nan Gongling looked sad. He had the feeling that he was being abandoned by too many people. Lin Feng, you were right. When Yun Hai sect's disciples are weak, they are not treated well enough. We don't attach enough importance to them. Only when they become strong enough, we attach enough importance to them, for the glory of the sect. Nan Gongling was staring at Lin Feng. His voice was filled with sorrow. He hadn't realized these things until he saw all these disciples willing to leave. His heart was broken after watching all of the disciples who had wanted to leave. Hard times were the best moment to see who would remain loyal to the sect and who would attach no importance to it at all. Unfortunately, I found that out too late. If I had found that out 10 years earlier, maybe things would have been different. I would already have accomplished great things like Lu Songlan. At that moment, Lin Feng was expressionless. He also wouldn't have thought that things would turn out this way. However, Lin Feng admired Nan Gongling. Nan Gongling cared about the Yun Hai sect more than himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 86, Only Option. For you, it's too late. For him, he still has a chance. If he wishes to go to the holy courtyard of Shuiyu, then we would welcome him with open arms. Duan Tianlang was looking at Nan Gongling and Lin Feng. He knew that Lin Feng was a real genius. In comparison to all of the other disciples of the Haoyu sect and the Yun Hai sect, Lin Feng definitely stood at the top. He was such a talented disciple that he had to go to the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. Of course, there was still Wen Renyan as well. Even though he had been defeated by Lin Feng, he was still extremely strong and his fighting style was indeed lethal. If Lin Feng hadn't been there, then Wen Renyan would have been the most outstanding disciple of the Yun Hai sect. Even if they destroy the Yun Hai sect, they will never kill Lin Feng. He's way too important. He's a unique genius which is only seen once. Lin Feng has a bright future with endless possibilities. Everybody was amazed by Lin Feng's talent and envied him. What did they have to do to be as respected by others as Lin Feng? Besides, it really seemed like the situation was as Lin Feng had described. In the Yun Hai sect, those who were weak were bullied and threatened. So the Yun Hai sect had nothing to offer to those whose strength hasn't manifested itself yet. You too, you just have agreed to my terms and the doors of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu will open themselves for you. There is no need to repeat myself, but statement that the training conditions will be much better than in the Yun Hai sect is a fact. Duan Tianlang was looking directly at Lin Feng and Wen Renyan. That holy courtyard of Shuiyu again. Lin Feng thought about the fact that Lu Fei had already solicited him a few times and wanted him to join the holy courtyard of Shuiyu, but he still hadn't given his reply. He wouldn't have thought that somebody would ask him to go there again and in such a short period of time. He definitely never thought it would be under these conditions. When Renyan looked rigid, he then glanced at the old woman who was standing on his side and then at Duan Tianlang. He had an evil smile on his face. My teacher is great and the Yun Hai sect respects me, would it be right for me to leave? Thought Wen Renyan. The old woman had prevented Lin Feng from killing Wen Renyan. Wen Renyan could finally repay all of the things she had done for him. Wen Renyan is extremely strong and there is no doubt to his talent. Staying here would just be a waste of his talent. He should definitely go. Even though he was defeated by Lin Feng, there is nothing to be ashamed when comparing such geniuses. The whole crowd was looking at Wen Renyan, who was furiously looking at Duan Tianlang. The history of the Yun Hai sect dates back 1,000 years and you want to destroy it in the blink of an eye. How tragic, how pitiful. The Yun Hai sect. While saying this, Wen Renyan had released his blue bamboo beast spirit. At full speed, he launched himself at Duan Tianlang while shouting loudly. The Yun Hai sects will live on through me. I will become stronger than anyone within the sect has before. When he finished his sentence, Wen Renyan had already landed next to Duan Tianlang while looking as evil as always. The entire crowd was surprised. They didn't know what Wen Renyan was doing and they only saw an evil look in his eyes. He was going to betray the sect and join the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. What a shameless person. He really doesn't care about losing face. How can the sect create such disgusting and shameless person? Many disciples and elders were cursing at him. Ha ha. Duan Tianlang paused and then said while smiling, a wise man submits to circumstances. Wen Renyan, do not worry because in the future you will never be forced into such a sorry state. Evil little monster. The old woman looked furious and released an extremely cold chi and then she rushed towards Wen Renyan. At the moment when the old woman was passing next to Duan Tianlang, he swung down towards her using his gigantic sword. A loud thunderous impact spread through the life and death arena. The body of the old woman was thrown back to where she was initially standing and she couldn't help but feel a sensation of fear fill her heart. Teacher, don't worry. In the future, I will become much stronger than you ever could. I will never disappoint you. Wen Renyan was looking at his teacher with eyes filled with arrogance. The old woman who was forcefully repressing her injuries could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood after hearing these words. It had been a long time since she had seen the sight of her own blood. Don't be impatient. Duan Tianlang was staring at the old woman while watching her movements closely and then looked at Lin Feng and said, what about you? Will you accept my offer like Wen Renyan? The Yunhai sect has made you suffer greatly, is there even any reason for you to give it face? Lin Feng looked at Duan Tianlang with a calm look as if everything that had happened did not affect him in any way. It was impossible to remove the serenity covering Lin Feng's face. Everybody in the crowd was staring at Lin Feng while impatient to hear his answer. Lin Feng, he's right. The Yunhai sect has made you suffer so much. You should go with him. I will not try to prevent you from leaving. Nobody in the Yunhai sect will blame you for leaving after everything that has happened. Nan Gongling had spoken these words as he stood motionless on the viewing platform. Wen Renyan had accepted so it would be normal for Lin Feng. Wen Renyan had been treated completely differently to Lin Feng. He had received a lot of attention from the sect at the beginning. He had been protected, admired, and respected by all of the elders. He had also become the direct disciple of a powerful teacher. Lin Feng was different. He owed nothing to the Yunhai sect. Nan Gongling hoped from the bottom of his heart that Lin Feng would stay, but he also could blame him if he wanted to leave, because he had no reason to stay. Even if Lin Feng accepted Duan Tianlang's proposition, Nan Gongling wouldn't blame him, but he would definitely be depressed. You are asking Wen Renyan and me at the same time, do you think that I would reply positively knowing that he might go as well? Said Lin Feng with a cold tone. Lin Feng's reply stupefied Wen Renyan. Wen Renyan could not suppress the hatred which had appeared on his face when he heard the words from Lin Feng's mouth. In this world, enemies cannot be enemies forever. Even if you hate him, I will give you both the same chance to join the holy courtyard of Shuiyu and the possibility to advance your cultivation in such an amazing environment, where you will receive the best resources. In few years, you can kill him if that is your wish. I will stay out of personal grudges. All that matters is if you have the strength to achieve your goal. No, said Lin Feng while shaking his head, if you have me then you don't have him, if you have him then you don't have me. Lin Feng was strict with his words which made Duan Tianlang frown. What do you want then? Said Duan Tianlang. I want to kill him, right now. Lin Feng's ruthless words had surprised Wen Renyan, that bastard. Are there no other solutions? Asked Duan Tianlang. No other solution will ease my anger. This is the only option. Replied Lin Feng. Duan Tianlang was surprised and after a small moment said, all right. But first, you have to promise that you will join us. Once you have joined our side and agreed to my offer, then I will kill him where he stands. Boom. Wen Renyan had the impression that a bomb had detonated in his brain. Lin Feng just had to agree for Duan Tianlang. To kill him? He was betraying the sect which had nurtured him, and what was going to happen in the end? How ridiculous. Everybody watching felt a cold shiver run down their spines. Surprisingly, Duan Tianlang attached so much importance to Lin Feng that he suddenly was ready to kill Wen Renyan to make Lin Feng join them. It looked like Wen Renyan was going to die a miserable death. No. You must kill him first. Replied Lin Feng, shaking his head as firm as before. If I kill him, will you go back on your promise? Said Duan Tianlang while shaking his head as well. Are you trying to use me? Lin Feng smiled when he heard Duan Tianlang's words. You are very smart, but you are also very heartless. You are good at manipulating others to your will. I don't like those types of people. So do you mean that you are refusing my offer? Said Duan Tianlang in a slightly angry tone. Indeed. Said Lin Feng as he indifferently nodded, which made everyone watching astonished. Lin Feng had surprisingly refused to go to the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. He had even tried to trick Duan Tianlang into killing Wen Renyan. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng with a perplexed expression.
Nobody understood why Lin Feng would act in such a way.
When Rin Yan, did you see?
You are a piece of trash.
When you are not needed anymore, nobody will hesitate to throw you away.
Even if you stay alive, you are doomed to forever live in my shadow. Lin Feng's words were like sharp blades which cut Rin Yan's pride into tiny little pieces. His arrogance and pride had just been crushed, he would never forget this moment.
That's right.
Lin Feng just had to nod once and Rin Yan would be killed. How laughable was his situation.
That's enough, said Duan Tianlang, who was now in a bad mood after being used. Staring at Lin Feng, he said, I admire your courage, but could you give me your reason for refusing my offer?
Duan Tianlang thought that Lin Feng hated the Yunhai sect because of everything that he had said. He could easily kill Rin Yan at any time if it would convince Lin Feng to join them. Even though the Yunhai sect itself doesn't mean much to me, I have a debt of gratitude owed for Protector Bei's recognition and appreciation.
He cares about me deeply and has continued to protect me.
Besides, in the Yunhai sect, I have friends who are like brothers to me.
How could I ever abandon them for worldly items?
Lin Feng still had a very calm look on his face. He then added with an indifferent tone, I, Lin Feng, have my own talents and my loyalty cannot be bought. His voice wasn't loud but everybody heard and understood him clearly.
Protector Bei cares about me. How could I ever abandon them for worldly items?
These were sentences that the entire crowd of disciples would never forget, just like the sound which came from the drums on the precipice of Zhanggu. This would be something which they would never forget in their lifetime. Although they sounded like simple words, it was not something that just anyone could have said under these circumstances. At that moment, many people thought of Protector Bei and realized how important he was to the sect. Protector Bei was really proud of two things in his life. The first one was that he had accepted Lu Canlan as his student, and the second was Lin Feng. That young disciple's words had profoundly touched him.
Protector Bei, you don't make mistakes.
I have eyes, but I did not recognize him to Tai, and now I realize that we have such a wonderful disciple within the sect. Nan Gongling could not help but praise Protector Bei and scold himself. The old woman was also looking at Protector Bei and said, You have a much better eye than I do.
I'll remember our agreement. Don't worry,
said Protector Bei while nodding, which made a bunch of people curious. They were all wondering what these two protectors were talking about.
People could hear about their agreement but still didn't know what they were talking about. At that moment, Duan Tianlang had a furious look on his face.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 87, Cold-Blooded. To be honest, I am surprised by your decision. Duan Tianlang had a cold smile on the corner of his mouth as he stared at Lin Feng. You are a genius. I really appreciate your talent and battle ability. I offered you a great opportunity but you are not willing to seize it.
It is very important for you to understand that because you are a genius, you will not be treated like other people who refuse this opportunity. If you refuse, I will have no choice but to act rashly. I will not let you off and I will not be able to let you continue living.
If you refuse, you are doomed.
Duan Tianlang suddenly filled with killing intent as a strong chi was released and shot towards Lin Feng.
Lin Feng's expression didn't change from his usual calm expression.
He obviously understood what Duan Tianlang meant, but he had already understood the consequences of his choices. Some decisions in life needed to be chosen carefully as it could lead a person to their own death.
Duan Tianlang, I will not allow you to touch him.
At that moment, Lu Fei suddenly jumped in front of Lin Feng to prevent Duan Tianlang from attacking Lin Feng. She looked extremely furious at his actions. She had always thought that Lin Feng was a pervert with hidden intentions. She hadn't thought that Lin Feng could say such touching and moving things while his life was at stake. He had now shown his true character. Everything he had said so far had deeply moved Lu Fei. She had discovered a new aspect of his personality that she had never noticed before. Lin Feng was such a great talent that he couldn't die. It would be such a pity if he died here under these circumstances. At that moment, the situation was critical for the Yunhai sect. Lu Fei was using her own life to stand up for the sect and protect it. She had hoped that she could avoid the worst possible outcome.
Fei, he must die. Duan Tianlang sounded really firm in his resolution. I will not allow you to touch him,
said Lu Fei as she grew more and more furious.
She stared at Duan Tianlang with evil eyes. Fei, why do you care so much about him? What does he mean to you? Duan Tianlang's son, Duan Han, was staring at Lin Feng.
He had recognized him from their earlier encounter. On the day which he came to the Yunhai sect with Chi Xie armored cavalry, they had stopped because Lu Fei knew him. However, she had said they were only fellow disciples of the same sect and nothing more.
But at that moment, Lu Fei was protecting Lin Feng with her life. Duan Han was troubled.
He was a genius and had always hoped that Lu Fei would become his wife.
Our relationship is none of your business, Lu Fei said while intensely staring at Duan Han.
Then she glanced at all the Qixia armored cavalry inside. You should all listen to me. I don't care about who you are, your status, or even whose orders you are acting upon. I will not allow you to touch him, otherwise I will inform my father and his army will come to take care of you.
Duan Han's face looked extremely ugly at that moment. He then said in an extremely cold tone, Fei Fei, do you like this young man? It's none of your business,
said Lu Fei furiously. Whom she liked was none of Duan Han's business.
Duan Han was stupefied. His expression changed from shock to a face which resembled an evil demon. He then said in an ice-cold tone, All right. All right. Now there is a second reason for him to die. Lin Feng, you're always saying long and righteous words, what the hell are you doing now hiding behind that girl? Lin Feng was smiling wryly. Lu Fei was always protecting him.
Lin Feng moved in front of Lu Fei, took her hand and whispered, You're my girlfriend, how could I let you protect me?
HMPHH. Lu Fei looked embarrassed but a smile had appeared on her face. That bastard, when had he learned to be a gentleman? But Duan Han's face became even uglier as he shouted, Your girlfriend? What gives you the right to say that Lu Fei is your girlfriend? Lin Feng, do you dare to come and fight with me? Lin Feng, don't,
said Lu Fei with a hint of worry. Lu Fei pulled on Lin Feng's sleeve to stop him. She clearly knew how strong Duan Han was.
His power was even more frightening than that of Wen Renyan.
His sword was infinitely more powerful than what Lin Feng had displayed earlier.
But how could Lin Feng retreat now? Don't you dare? Laughed Duan Han.
Lin Feng moved towards Duan Han.
Duan Han was about 18 years old.
Even if he was extremely strong, there was no reason for Lin Feng not to be able to fight against him.
Humph, all right, snorted Duan Han. He had an evil covering his face.
As he held his sword, a great quantity of sword chi emerged and was released in the atmosphere. That sword chi was getting more and more intense while it violently whistled through the atmosphere. Slowly it started to gather another power. Sword force.
The entire crowd was stupefied.
That was sword force which he was using.
Duan Tianlang's son, Duan Han, was using the same force as Lin Feng.
The sword force he was releasing was cutting through the atmosphere and filling the entire arena. The chi from his sword was even stronger than that of Lin Feng, but Lin Feng's sword force was much more powerful than that of Duan Han. Lin Feng was surprised. He unsheathed his sword and just like Duan Han, he released his sword force.
TSK, a sword master doesn't necessarily need to use his sword, pay attention, said Duan Han.
Suddenly, Duan Han moved his hand and it seemed like his sword chi was suddenly mixing with the chi contained within the earth and the heavens. His sword was glowing as chi could circulate in and out of his sword. The crowd was stupefied. It looked like pure chi was being released from his sword. How could Duan Han be so monstrously powerful? It had to be a skill, an extremely strong and powerful skill.
Sword! Duan Han shouted loudly.
An extremely powerful yet pure chi was emerging out from the palm of his hand while emitting a radiant light. The sword chi in the air took the shape of a sword and looked like it was aiming directly at Lin Feng. At that moment, all the sword chi and sword force had combined, and was starting to pressure Lin Feng's body. The energy sword thrust itself towards Lin Feng at incredible speed. Lin Feng could dodge but had to be careful as by dodging the sword created from energy he would be open to other attacks.
Duan Han was a genius sword master.
He had learnt and practiced many sword skills. Lin Feng had no choice but to recognize that Duan Han was a sword master. Lin Feng didn't think that way about all the sword users he had met before, even if they had a sword spirit, however Duan Han was different.
Deadly sword.
When Lin Feng saw all the combined sword energy, he grabbed his long sword and released an incredible amount of chi to block the incoming energy sword.
An incredibly huge amount of sword chi started to cover the entire arena.
However, it seemed like Lin Feng's sword chi was unable to compete with the sword energy which was released by Duan Han.
How powerful! His pupils started to dilate.
At that moment, he could already feel the sword energy released by Duan Han growing closer, which suddenly made Lin Feng feel imminent danger. He could not help but groan as he was in a dangerous situation. But the most terrifying thing was the sword energy which continued to thrust at Lin Feng.
Boom!
Lin Feng was projected back several steps and blood started to drip from the corner of his mouth.
A bright red blood was dripping down his chin.
Lin Feng's robes were ragged and his body was riddled with wounds. Lu Fei, who wasn't far behind him, ran straight towards him and offered her hand to help him stand.
I'm all right,
said Lin Feng indifferently while shaking his head. All the sword chi and sword force started to combine into another energy sword. Even though Lin Feng was defeated, he would still remain brave until the end.
How powerful.
He's not that much older than Wen Rinyan, but he's much stronger.
That's another genius, a genius sword master. The crowd was thinking all sorts of things.
A sword master was extremely powerful, much more than expected.
Do you see now? You cannot even withstand a single attack. We have nothing in common. You will forever be chasing my footprints. Duan Han was staring at Lin Feng and looked extremely cold. He then raised his hand and shouted, "Raise your bows." Ha!
The loud shout spread throughout the entire atmosphere of the gorge, and then all the cavalry mounted on their Qi Xia armored horses raised their bows. They had filled the cliff at the top of the gorge completely. A terrifying Qi filled the air above the life and death arena.
I just have to speak once and everybody will fire their bows. They will kill anyone with just a single word from me. How could you even think that you can compete with me?
You may lower your bows. Duan Han had told them to lower their bows, and all the cavalry instantly lowered their bows. Your strength and my strength are not even comparable.
You cannot master forces to the same level as me. What makes you think that you can be intimate with Lu Fei when I cannot? Duan Han said with an ice-cold tone. Duan Han, you are a shameless asshole,
shouted Lu Fei, furiously cursing at Duan Han. If you are so strong now, it is because of the clan in which you grew up, which descends from the imperial family. You don't know what it is to lack great teachers and resources.
Why are you doing this to Lin Feng?
Besides, Lin Feng is an expert at learning martial skills and agility techniques.
Haven't you noticed that his skills have the power of highest quality Shin level skills? He has gained everything by relying on his own power. Are you not ashamed to show off the power you gained from your clan in front of Lin Feng? All you have learnt and all the power you have is because your family and because you have a high status. You have never had to rely on your talent. Do you even have any?
You cannot deny, however, that I perfectly master all of these skills. You cannot deny that I am now an extremely strong cultivator. Lin Feng and I really have nothing in common,
said Duan Han, disagreeing with Lu Fei. Even if that's the case, what's your problem? Don't forget that you are older than Lin Feng as well.
In 2 years, he will be much stronger than you. You are pathetic and shameless.
Lu Fei was shouting and everyone was nodding in agreement with what she was saying. That's right. Everything that Lu Fei said to Duan Han was actually justified.
Because Duan Han came from such a powerful family and had such a high status, that didn't mean he wasn't gifted or couldn't use forces properly.
However, was he more gifted than Lin Feng? Lin Feng's background wasn't as good as Duan Han's.
Lin Feng could only rely on himself to gain his power. If Lin Feng switched places with Duan Han, he would probably be many times stronger than him. Besides, Lin Feng was still very young. He was 2 years younger than Duan Han.
2 years was enough for Lin Feng to exceed Duan Han even without the same resources.
Lin Feng was much more talented than Duan Han.
No matter what you say, strength is strength, weakness is weakness. Today, he will die, said Duan Han furiously. Alright, we don't need you to get involved, Fei Fei. Sooner or later, you will become a member of my family, so come and stand next to me. Duan Tianlang had said that while looking at Lu Fei.
It sounded like he was convinced that Lu Fei would someday become the wife to his son.
In your dreams.
I, Lu Fei, will never be a member of your family, screamed Lu Fei in disgust.
Humph, Lu Fei, don't say such things in front of me. That's a great offense. Don't forget that the Duan family is also a part of the imperial clan. Duan Tianlang moved his arm.
Immediately after, all the cavalry on their Qi Xia armored horses once again raised the bows that they had just put down. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 88, Extermination. Alright. That's enough for today. I am offering you a great opportunity, but you don't know how to appreciate it. Since you have decided to act this way, then. Duan Tianlang suddenly stopped speaking and then raised his hand. He waved his hand down as a signal, and then a storm of arrows began whistling through the air while releasing a strong qi. They're attacking.
The whole crowd had now realized that they were in danger.
After that, they saw Duan Tianlang wave his hand again and say the following words: total extermination. These 2 words resonated in everybody's mind as if the words were said by a terrifyingly evil god. Whoosh, 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 dot. Whistling sounds filled the entire atmosphere.
What seemed like an endless shower of arrows was piercing through the atmosphere above the stormy gorge. However, no arrows were aimed at the stage of the life and death arena where Duan Tianlang was standing. This was the only location which was not a target for arrows. The whole crowd was looking at the arrows flying above their heads and were terrified. Most of them had already given up all hope of escaping alive. There were so many arrows and each of them was as swift and powerful as a meteor crashing down from the heavens. The cavalry on the Qi Xia armored horses were definitely incredibly powerful. Horrible shrieks could be heard and resonated through the entire gorge. Some of the Yunhai sect's disciples had been hit by arrows in the head, shoulders, chest, and arms. Bright red blood was filling the gorge like an ocean. Only the strongest cultivators within the gorge had managed to avoid the arrows. It was already difficult to dodge the arrows, and this was also only the first wave of arrows. Nan Gongling was looking at the arrows flying above his head. He was still standing on the bleachers. Some arrows flew above his head, but he managed to disintegrate them into dust, which then continued flying past him. An immense sorrow could be seen in Nan Gongling's eyes while he was looking around at the current scene. He then closed his eyes because he couldn't stand seeing all his precious disciples being killed before his eyes. All these disciples admired him and worshipped him as the patriarch. In front of that spectacle, he felt absolutely powerless. The elders of the sect were feeling the same as they watched the bloody spectacle before them. They would have never expected that the Yunhai sect would ever go through such horrible hardships. This truly felt like a nightmare. They would never have expected the total extermination of the Yunhai sect would occur on this day. The first wave of arrows had finally come to an end. The blood from all the dead disciples created a small river of blood which was flowing through the gorge, which was drowned in silence. Lin Feng, who was standing inside the life and death arena, was calmly looking at the blood flowing through the gorge. The sunlight was shining down on his skin, yet he didn't feel any warmth at all. He just felt an endless coldness running through his veins. In the stormy gorge, some people had entered death's embrace while some others were still struggling against death even in their last moments. Those who were about to die were crying tears of regret while staring at the heavens and screaming in pain. If this was the previous world, there were many disciples who were still very young and would have still been going to school. They had parents, brothers, and sisters. Their future was still filled with endless possibilities. They had come to the Yunhai sect to become stronger and to receive an education in cultivation. They had come hoping to improve their lives and allow their families to have better living conditions. But after Duan Tianlang's voice resonated in the atmosphere, their future of endless possibilities had turned to dust. Death was already here for them and their bodies were already floating within a sea of blood. Lin Feng's heart had never felt so cold. He felt so cold that he had the feeling his heart was losing blood through stab wounds. These young disciples were just like him, made of blood and flesh. They still had a long life before them. Many of these young disciples had done nothing wrong and were just trying to improve their family's well-being. PSSSSHHHHHHHHH. Lin Feng took a long and deep breath of the desolation before him. He then looked closely at a thicker artery of that bright red river of blood with his eyes wide open and had the feeling that he was drowning in an endless pit of sorrow. The strong cultivators could steal the future which belonged to the weaker people of this world. They could slaughter them and exterminate them as they would do to bugs. That was the cruel and sad reality of this world. Those who were not powerful were like insects to be crushed by those stronger cultivators. Fire! Duan Tianlang's voice spread throughout the atmosphere again, making the stones of the gorge tremble. Sharp and deadly arrows started piercing through the air again like evil spirits falling from the sky. Horrible shrieks spread throughout the atmosphere. There was nothing to be done though. The ordinary disciples who were particularly vulnerable could only stare on in despair. Ah! A horrible shout filled with pain and agony filled the gorge. Lu Fei was kneeling down on the ground looking at the corpses while grabbing her beautiful long hair with such power that it ripped some from her head. Her delicate cheeks no longer had a rosy complexion and she stared on lifelessly. The ones killing these people were the cavalry on the Qi Xia armored horses, her father's own army. Those who were being killed were the Yunhai sect's disciples. They were her fellow disciples, but also her father's fellow disciples. She, like many others, could only stand there and watch the slaughter with broken hearts while unable to prevent the massacre from happening. Duan Han, bring her over here. Duan Tianlang had said with a cold tone while looking at Lu Fei. Duan Han slightly nodded and moved towards Lu Fei. But at that moment, an extremely quick and agile silhouette quickly landed in front of Lu Fei. It was Lin Feng. Get lost. If you want to die, don't worry, it's only a matter of time. Duan Han said while looking expressionless. But Lin Feng seemed like he hadn't heard Duan Han's words. He was only staring at him with his pitch-black eyes. He was looking at Duan Han with a cold and calm expression. How ruthless would someone need to be to remain calm while thousands of people had been and were being slaughtered?
Ha! Duan Han frowned and looked at Lin Feng's eyes, which looked incredibly evil.
These cold and evil eyes suddenly made Duan Han shiver.
Since you want to die right now, I will finish you off. Duan Han shouted while his face twisted in anger.
He was furious because he had shivered from fear while in front of Lin Feng, and Duan Han felt humiliated. Even though he didn't deny the fact that Lin Feng was a genius with incredible talent, he still thought that Lin Feng had no right to humiliate him because he was just a nobody from No Name Clan. The sight of Lin Feng and Lu Fei caring for each other made him especially furious. He wanted Lin Feng to kneel down at his feet.
He wanted to show Lu Fei that Lin Feng was a weakling and a nobody.
He could never compare with the majestic blood which ran through his veins.
Duan Han's sword started to glow.
He had a sword spirit and had been learning sword skills since he was a child. Swords had almost no secrets from him. His sword skills were so advanced that he didn't even need a sword in order to use his sword skills. In his hands, almost anything could become a sword. An extremely powerful sword chi emerged from the palm of his hand and created a strong wind moving towards Lin Feng.
Duan Han wasn't using any specific skill. He wanted to show Lu Fei that he was extremely powerful and could kill Lin Feng with a simple wave of his palm.
Pierce. Lin Feng's body moved gracefully towards the attack.
He grabbed his sword and pierced towards Duan Han's sword chi, aiming exactly at its weakest point. Duan Han immediately understood.
He perfectly understood that the chi that he was using had taken form. It was very clear to him which part of it was stronger and which part was weaker.
PSSSHHH. Duan Han's sword chi vanished in an instant.
Lin Feng's sword, which was filled with a deadly chi, was still moving towards Duan Han at an incredible speed.
Duan Han was surprised but reacted quickly.
He raised his right hand and released a strong chi which shot towards Lin Feng's sword with a whistling sound. However, this chi still wasn't enough to stop the attack. The sword which was rushing toward him did not even slightly slow down. The sword was still filled with a deadly chi which smelt like death and destruction.
Duan Han frowned.
He was a cultivator of the 4th Ling Chi layer. He was much stronger than Lin Feng, but why did Lin Feng's sword give him such a bad premonition? Duan Han raised both his hands to stop the extremely powerful deadly chi, but it didn't work. His body was projected backwards by Lin Feng's powerful attack.
Die!
Lin Feng said with a calm and ruthless tone. The chi from his long sword was giving the feeling that death itself was contained within the sword. His sword force was also emerging endlessly from his long sword. The chi and force emerging out of Lin Feng's sword looked so natural, as if it was absorbed directly from the power of heaven and earth.
How is that possible? Duan Han stared onwards and could not believe his eyes.
The sword force, that sword, everything had merged into perfect harmony. Even with his years of training, he was unable to perform such a feat. That sword was as fast as lightning and its power was incredible. Duan Han had absolutely no time to counter an attack with such power. He had no choice but to dodge.
He's probably using his sword of nirvana. Being able to keep up that power even during a second attack is really incredible.
Lin Feng is a genius when it comes to learning skills.
His power is really terrifying. He will definitely not die today.
Protector Bei's attention had been on Lin Feng from the beginning. Everybody in the Yunhai sect could die except for Lin Feng. Protector Bei wasn't being cruel or merciless when thinking that everybody could die except for Lin Feng. He just thought that if only one person survived, it had to be Lin Feng because he was the only hope of a future that the sect had. Protector Bei even thought that if he had to die, it wouldn't be a problem as long as Lin Feng stayed alive. Shadow steps.
Duan Han started moving at full speed.
His entire body looked like a shadow while it tried to escape Lin Feng's deadly sword. He then stopped and looked at his clothes. They were torn and ragged from almost taking that previous attack. When he saw that, his face changed and he looked hideously evil. Lin Feng had surprisingly almost injured him and had managed to tear his clothes. If he had been a single step slower, then the deadly sword would have directly pierced into his chest.
Duan Han could only feel extraordinary shame and humiliation.
He, who had broken through to the 4th Ling Chi layer, had suddenly almost been injured by Lin Feng, who had only broken through to the 2nd Ling Chi layer. Just like a moment ago, he had been humiliated by Lin Feng again.
You are very lucky, but now I will have to get serious. Duan Han was trying to hide his anger and remain calm.
He was, of course, not going to admit that he had almost been injured by Lin Feng because of his own arrogance. He would rather attribute it to Lin Feng's luck. You have broken through to the 4th Ling Chi layer. I have broken through to the 2nd Ling Chi layer.
You are apparently extremely strong, and apparently I'm not even worth the effort of fighting. Yet I almost injured you, and then you attribute it to luck.
I see you must not have been serious when you just ran away with your tail between your legs.
Duan Han, don't you think that you are shameless pretending to this extent?
Lin Feng had a smile on the corner of his mouth. His pitch-black eyes were radiating killing intent. His words were ridiculing Duan Han. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 89, A Lonely Sword. How can you be so shameless here? Lu Fei had moved closer to Lin Feng.
She was looking at Duan Han with an icy stare. Her eyes were filled with hatred and contempt.
Duan Tianlang and his son had destroyed the Yunhai sect.
She would make sure that these two disgusting people were going to regret it for their entire life. When Duan Han heard that Lu Fei was insulting him, his face looked really ugly. Duan Han had always thought that Lu Fei would become his wife, and seeing his future wife insult him and protect another man had made him furious.
I am shameless? That piece of trash is not even able to defeat me, and I am shameless? Said Duan Han while coldly looking at Lin Feng, and then said, Fei, I will show you the gigantic gap that exists between him and me. The difference is way too big. I am at the second Ling Qi layer and you are the fourth Ling Qi layer. You are obviously very strong, but bragging in front of me can definitely be described as being shameless. Said Lin Feng, who wasn't scared of Duan Han in the slightest. He then added, if you are brave enough, then try and attack me. I will just show you that I don't even need to move from where I stand to defeat you. Shouted Duan Han. Duan Han was furious because of Lin Feng's sharp tongue. He stood in the same position while waiting for Lin Feng to make the first move. Lin Feng's dark eyes revealed a slightly happy expression for a second. Lin Feng suddenly closed his eyes and had a feeling of absolute peace and serenity. He felt at peace in this world made of darkness. The loudest noise would not have been able to disturb Lin Feng at that moment. In Lin Feng's mind, there was only a dark world filled with coldness and the smell of death. Lin Feng had the feeling that there was no sword chi existing in this world, and the life and death arena was absolutely calm inside this world of darkness. At that moment, a grayish-black shadow emerged out of Lin Feng's sword, slowly filling the atmosphere. It looked like the shadow of death which had come to claim the dead. Death is cold. Death is dark. Death is here. Lin Feng opened his eyes and they were filled with an indescribable darkness which made him look even more heartless than before. Lin Feng started moving and the grayish-black chi which was emerging out from his long sword started to follow him. His sword looked like it could annihilate all of the 10,000 things within creation. He then began another strike using the skill Sword of Nirvana. Lonely Sword. The force diffused by the sword was much weaker than before. The chi didn't make whistling sounds as it pierced through the air. The sword this time seemed lonely and silent. The sword carried the smell of death as if it was going to annihilate everything within the world to make itself the only thing remaining, a lonely sword. Duan Han's face drastically changed. It was as if he understood the danger of the sword which was in Lin Feng's hand. He was surrounded by such a terrifying energy which smelled like death and battle, he could not help but tremble in fear. Celestial Propulsion. Duan Han used a high-quality skill of the Xian level. An extremely powerful essence appeared in front Duan Han's body while he started to retreat. CRRRR. A small sound was heard. The lonely sword had the power to annihilate all things within creation. Even Duan Han's high-quality Xian level technique had vanished when it touched the energy emitted by Lin Feng's sword. Get lost. At that moment, a loud shout spread throughout the atmosphere. A dazzling sword broke the chi from the lonely sword. Lin Feng's body was projected back like a leaf in the wind, but the attack eventually reached its destination and Lin Feng coughed out several mouthfuls of blood. The one who had attacked was Duan Tianlang. His face had grown extremely cold. He looked like he was ready to murder Lin Feng on the spot. Sword masters were in perfect fusion with their swords to the extent that they could exchange energy with each other. This was called Unity Force. Unity Force enabled sword masters to move but powered by the sword force granted by their swords. It also enabled them to carry out even stronger and more powerful attacks which no longer relied on chi. Only real geniuses could learn to master their force to such an extent. They would need to be at a minimum of the Ling Qi layer to use Unity Force. However, the force was much more efficient and powerful when cultivators had broken through to the 5th or 6th Ling Qi layer before using it. Duan Han, Duan Tianlang's son, at the moment when he had broken through to the 3rd Ling Qi layer had learned how to use Unity Forces. He was a real genius. The sword chi and sword force released when using Unity Force is not easily dispersed. Unity Force was thickly condensed with power and several times stronger than normal forces.
Only sword masters who were geniuses could comprehend the power behind Unity Force before having reached the Xin Qi layer. Lin Feng, who had only broken through to the second Ling Qi layer, had managed to trick Duan Han. Lin Feng had started using Unity Force a moment ago, but he couldn't control it, which is why Duan Tianlang had time to interrupt his attack. At that moment, Lin Feng had blood spilling out of the corner of his mouth, but his dark eyes were still revealing a happy expression.
Father and son fighting together against a single disciple. We really do have nothing in common. I could never be that shameless.
Lin Feng's words were so sharp that Duan Han had the feeling he was being stabbed through the heart.
You shut the hell up, said Duan Han, extremely furious, which made him look like a demon.
He hated Lin Feng from the bottom of his heart.
Duan Han, what's the point in arguing with someone who is already dead?
Duan Tianlang had said that in a loud yet indifferent voice and then started moving straight towards Lin Feng.
Duan Tianlang, attacking junior disciples is really the worst thing a wise senior cultivator could do. You are a worthless person.
Nan Gongling and a few elders fell from the sky and landed in the life and death arena just in front of Lin Feng.
Duan Tianlang stepped forward, however, when he saw all the elders who were accompanying Nan Gongling, he hesitated.
Suddenly, an extremely powerful qi filled with the atmosphere in the sky looked like it was going to collapse under the pressure. We will slowly kill these old guys over time, but first we must kill Lin Feng.
Duan Tianlang had said this with a neutral tone, as if he had said nothing special.
He had brought along some outstanding cultivators to support him and did not fear the power of the Yunhai sect, the patriarch of the Haoyu sect, the patriarch of the Ice and Snow Village Mountain, as well as the one of the Emosho sect. They were all monstrously powerful cultivators in their own right. They had also brought along their elders and disciples as support. They were a much stronger fighting force than the Yunhai sect. At this time, their goal was to annihilate the Yunhai sect, take everything that belonged to them and then share it equally between them. That was actually one of the reasons why Duan Tianlang had managed to convince all these patriarchs to join him and help him get outstanding disciples to send them to the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. There were many things to take from the Yunhai sect, amazing treasures, profound skills and agility techniques, as well as these outstanding young disciples. Qi Xia armored cavalry troops, slaughter them all.
Duan Tianlang made a wave of his hand.
Immediately the cavalry on the Qi Xia armored horses started galloping towards the inside of the gorge.
Duan Tianlang, I am the patriarch of the Yunhai sect. If you want to destroy it, then you will need to fight against me.
Nan Gongling started moving with extreme speed, and a gigantic qi which contained elements of force shot straight towards Duan Tianlang.
Why would I be scared? Said Duan Tianlang while smiling coldly, and then, his body immediately rose into the air. Nan Gongling followed him into the air.
High up in the air, Duan Tianlang's sword started glowing and tried to attack Nan Gongling with an extremely powerful sneak attack.
Boom!
The gigantic python fish had its wings wide open, and the patriarch of the Emosho sect was sitting atop it looking evil. The eyes of the beast were extremely terrifying.
How evil!
Protector Bei released his crane spirit, then it flew up at the speed of lightning and threw itself at the flying python fish. Everybody else was choosing an opponent, and a large-scale battle began to take place. It was a huge battlefield filled with blood and power. It was like a hurricane was moving from place to place and leaving behind destruction and bodies. On the ground, in the air, no matter where it was within the stormy gorge, there were battles taking place. The fighting stage of the life and death arena was shaking so much that it looked like it was going to collapse under the pressure. Lin Feng's pitch-black eyes were looking around at the huge battle. Lin Feng had the feeling that the patriarch, Protector Bei, and these elders of the sect were fighting for him. Lin Feng would have never thought that these people would try to annihilate the Yunhai sect.
He especially never thought that so many people would fight for him. An extremely cold feeling invaded his heart like a waterfall of ice.
Lin Feng felt a sudden sense of belonging within the Yunhai sect. People were fighting for him. They were risking their lives to protect him.
Nan Gongling, Protector Bei, as well as other elders were very powerful.
They might have the power to win this battle or scare the opponent from the fight without risking their lives.
Nothing was certain, but at least there was still some hope to be found. However, they were all fighting with their life on the line because of him, a disciple of the Yunhai sect.
The Yunhai sect. Lin Feng whispered the name of the sect while looking at the sunlight that was shining down on the river of blood.
Lin Feng.
At that moment, a voice spread throughout the atmosphere. Lin Feng turned around and was surprised. He only saw someone with a cold look who was moving towards the fighting stage. The eyes of this person looked like they were ready to murder.
It was Mo Xie. Filthy animal.
Lin Feng saw Mo Xie's cold smile getting clearer and clearer as Mo Xie was approaching him. In such a horrible and desperate situation, Mo Xie, who was an elder, wasn't fighting for the Yunhai sect but was moving towards Lin Feng to settle personal grudges. In that chaotic and apocalyptic situation, Mo Xia had decided he would use the opportunity to kill Lin Feng.
Why would you kill me now? What's the point? Wouldn't it be better to try surviving now?
Lin Feng was looking at Mo Xia, who was moving towards him with a cold, murderous look.
Well, do you think that if I hand you over to Duan Tianlang, he will still want to kill me?
In such circumstances, I will not need to struggle to survive and can live comfortably.
Mo Xia had a particularly evil smile on the corner of his mouth.
Lin Feng was astonished to hear such shameless words leave the mouth of an elder. It was already impossible to be more shameless and despicable than Mo Xia.
I really admire you.
Being so incredibly shameless, and on top of that being able to smile with happiness while you watch your sect be destroyed,
said Lin Feng. Why? Why not just consider winners to be great and losers to be trash? Losers in my eyes are always in the wrong. Duan Tianlang is powerful, and if he wants to annihilate the Yunhai sect, then it is useless to go against his will.
Those risking their lives for the Yunhai sect right now are stupid and ignorant losers.
Not only was Mo Xia cruel and heartless, but he also sounded extremely arrogant.
It really seemed like he had no values at all.
Since it's like that, come, I will end your pitiful life.
These words had come directly from Lin Feng's heart.
It seemed easier said than done, but Lin Feng already looked like he was ready to kill Mo Xia.
Mo Xia frowned and suspiciously stared at Lin Feng. A second later, Mo Xia looked relaxed again, as if he was worrying for no reason. Even though Lin Feng was a genius, it was impossible for him to kill Mo Xia.
Such a pity. I will kill you like an insect between my 2 fingers. I will make you die slowly and painfully.
Mo Xia released his boa vine spirit, and immediately vines emerged beneath Lin Feng's feet. Mo Xia was attacking Lin Feng with a surprise attack, even though they greatly differed in power. Lin Feng was suddenly wrapped up in the vines from the sudden attack.
Surprisingly, Lin Feng was not attempting to resist. Mo Xia hadn't noticed that Lin Feng had a smile on his face. It looks like you have already given up.
Don't worry, I will kill you very slowly and use your head as a trophy,
said Mo Xia while looking extremely cruel. At that moment, a shadow was climbing up Mo Xia's body.
That shadow was intangible. It was almost invisible and did not look like something that should exist within this world.
Is that so? Suddenly, Mo Xia stopped moving.
His body was no longer under his control. He shivered from head to toe in fear.
It's him.
Mo Xia would never forget that day when that black shadow had completely oppressed him. At that moment, there was a shadow that was preventing him from moving. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 90, Sorrow and Tragedy. Lin Feng, you already knew about this, right? Mo Xia had the feeling that his body was completely frozen. He was unable to move.
Lin Feng, a moment before, hadn't dodged his attack, but he had allowed himself to be attacked willingly.
But that shadow hadn't appeared since the last time, so how could Lin Feng have any idea that it would appear?
Elder.
Mo Xia said that to the shadow but didn't dare try to move.
He was scared because his life could end in a single moment.
The sect has such degenerate elders like you remaining, this is such a disgrace. The voice came out of nowhere.
Suddenly, a dark green light flashed through the air with incredible speed. No silhouette was seen, only a light as it flashed through the air. When the light vanished, the silhouette had finally appeared. This person was wearing a black cloak which seemed to hide part of his face. Suddenly, the silhouette took out a dagger which had bright red blood dripping from the tip. That blood was obviously Mo Xia's. Mo Xia was still standing at the same place as a moment before and was still completely motionless. His eyes were wide open as if he couldn't believe his eyes. He still could not believe that within that split second that Elder had ended all his chances of life in this world. Blood suddenly started spilling out from his throat and his body collapsed heavily onto the ground. I would have never thought that, someday, I would use this dagger against an elder of the sect.
How lamentable.
The old man's voice sounded desolate.
Protector Kong,
said Lin Feng to the old man in the black cloak. So that's how it was. That shadow belonged to the old man who protected the precipice of the abyss.
How did you know that I was here? Protector Kong looked at Lin Feng while nodding.
When he used his shadow spirit, there was only a shadow. A moment ago, Protector Kong hadn't revealed that he had arrived, and yet Lin Feng had willingly lured Mo Xia into attacking him.
Perception, Lin Feng replied calmly. His spirit enabled him to sense the world. He didn't need his eyes to observe it. He could sense and perceive all things and their movements.
In Lin Feng's brain, that world of darkness was actually extremely clear, as if he was the creator of the darkness. Everything that surrounded him was known to him and appeared with total clarity. Even though Protector Kong had been using his shadow, Lin Feng had surprisingly been able to sense his presence. Lin Feng then understood that the shadow was the one that had protected him last time he had been attacked by Mo Xia. Protector Kong then nodded. Lin Feng, you are the most extraordinary young man that I have ever met. You are a true genius. Leave this place and go far away. Go as far as you can and let's hope that someday, the Yunhai sect will be reborn again. Protector Kong's voice was filled with sadness. He was a protector of the Yunhai sect, and on that day, the sect which he was protecting was being exterminated. If I am alive, I will definitely bring the Yunhai sect into the future, but... Lin Feng solemnly nodded as a sign that he was making a promise to the old man. However, he still had to get out of that massacre alive. Duan Tianlang would never let him off. Hawk. In the sky, blood was raining down. Someone wearing dark clothes had been killed. It looked like an elder of the Yunhai sect. Kong Ming, I've been waiting for you for a while. Then a silhouette fell from the sky and landed in front of Protector Kong. Protector Kong was speechless and he was shaking in anger. His facial expression suddenly drastically changed and he vanished in the blink of an eye. There was only his shadow remaining on the ground. At that moment, a silhouette in the sky was looking at the blood and then at Mo Xia's cadaver on the ground. That person's face was filled with hatred. Yunhai sect, I have done so much for you and in the end, you end up killing my only son. How could you? Mo Xia had gone insane. He turned around and looked at Duan Tianlang and Nan Gongling who were fighting. Die! Thought Mo Xia evilly. His silhouette then flashed through the atmosphere and landed next to Nan Gongling, and he wholeheartedly started fighting on Duan Tianlang's side against Nan Gongling. Nan Gongling didn't know that Mo Xia was dead, so he didn't understand what was happening. Mo Xia's attack projected Nan Gongling straight towards Duan Tianlang's sword. Suddenly, blood gushed out of Nan Gongling's left arm and mixed with the bright light released by the sword. Nan Gongling's left hand had been completely cut off by the sword. Mo Xia. Lan. Nan Gongling fell down onto the ground but didn't even look at his hand which had been cut off. Instead, he was staring at Mo Xia who had pushed him into the attack. Mo Xia, his friend and a great elder of the Yunhai sect. This is my revenge, said Mo Xia coldly while looking at Mo Xia's corpse lying on the ground. Nan Gongling then noticed Mo Xia's corpse, and his own wound, then at Protector Kong in the middle of a fight. Mo Xia had been killed by Protector Kong. Nan Gongling was obviously able to understand what had happened. It is good that he finally got what he deserved, Nan Gongling said while sounding indifferent. He then looked around him. He saw that many elders were in weak positions and that the opponents still had many people who hadn't even gotten involved in the fights yet. They were just there to prevent people from escaping. All the members of the Yunhai sect, gather around me immediately. Nan Gongling had shouted these words very loudly, and suddenly, a multitude of people were coming from all sides towards the fighting stage of the life and death arena. More and more people stopped fighting against their current opponents. They left them behind and joined Nan Gongling on the highest fighting stage. Apart from Nan Gongling who had had his hand cut off, many other people were injured and covered with blood. Lin Feng was standing behind the crowd. He looked calm but his eyes were filled with sorrow in front of such a tragedy. Do you know what to do now? While blood was unceasingly spilling out of Nan Gongling's arm, he was fixedly staring at Duan Tianlang. Everybody in the crowd didn't need explanations. They all nodded as a sign that they had understood what Nan Gongling meant. Protector Bei, take him. Nan Gongling had said that to Protector Bei in a solemn tone. Protector Bei nodded solemnly. His crane spirit, amongst all the people who were present, was the strongest and the quickest of spirits. Immediately after, Protector Bei landed on Lin Feng's side. He released his spirit, spread his wings and grabbed Lin Feng. Lin Feng had finally understood what Nan Gongling meant. They wanted. Everybody, including all of the elders, were staring at Lin Feng. All sorts of expressions could be seen on their faces, but a few of them revealed hope. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng with hope. Lin Feng was their only hope. Lin Feng had a big headache. He had the feeling that he had just received a mountain of pressure on his shoulders. These strong people wanted to give up their lives to make sure that Lin Feng escaped alive. They wanted to sacrifice themselves for him. All these lives, to save a single life. Many of these people were strong enough that they might be able to survive if they attempted to escape alone. While there was no bond between Lin Feng and many of these people, they had all chosen to entrust the future to him. Because Lin Feng did not have strong ties to the sect, they did not know what he would do if he escaped alive, but they all still had relieved expressions as if they had done all that they could. The only one who wasn't looking at Lin Feng was Nan Gongling. He was observing the opponents. I, Lin Feng, have my own talents and my loyalty cannot be bought. How could he not have faith in the person who said these words? Nan Gongling had only thing in mind, let Lin Feng escape while they cleared a path for him. Go! Nan Gongling shouted extremely loudly. He then immediately jumped into the air again and prepared for battle. Everybody started moving at the same time as Nan Gongling.
The sect is being destroyed under my reign. Yunhai sect, please forgive me. I'm so sorry.
An extremely powerful qi was released from Nan Gongling's body and he threw himself into battle to clear a path without hesitation. This was the greatest regret of his life, that in his time the Yunhai sect had been reduced to such a sorry state.
You will die. A loud shout filled the air and suddenly a glowing sword whistled in the air accompanied by multiple different attacks. Boom! Nan Gongling's body turned into nothing but ashes.
The youngest patriarch in the history of the Yunhai sect had perished. Nobody seemed to feel sorry for him or was crying loudly. All the elders of the Yunhai sect were calmly looking at his dead body. They were being attacked from all sides as well as they distracted the enemies from chasing Lin Feng.
This was not how things were supposed to be.
Some elders were still trying to dodge the incoming attacks and to fight against the enemies of the sect. They didn't care about dying for the sect, but they were still hoping to survive long enough to kill their opponent.
Die! Die, die, die! A strong wind was blowing over the arena. Each and every elder tried to survive as long as they could and fight sparing no effort while using their full strength.
The opponents were only attacking and didn't even need to defend themselves. Each and every single of these elders was falling down under the various attacks.
This was the last chance that they had to show their will and determination. Lin Feng was looking at them and didn't blink even once.
All these people who were fighting to the death would turn their head around and have one last look at Lin Feng before they died.
Let's go.
Protector Bay finally started moving at full speed like a comet moving towards the horizon.
The wings of the crane were creating whirlwinds as they flapped through the air.
The power of these whirlwinds was painful to Lin Feng like blades striking his skin, but at this moment his heart was in even more pain. His fellow disciples, his friends, and even those elders that owed him nothing, but they still gave their lives for him. They were all going to die while he would have to live on.
Where do you think you are going?
A loud voice spread throughout the atmosphere. It was just as incisive as ever.
A dazzling sword appeared.
It was the old man which was stood next to Duan Tianlang.
Piercing shadow, die.
A loud voice spread throughout the atmosphere but seemed to come from nowhere. Only a dark green light flashed, but that light, everybody saw it.
The possessor of a shadow spirit could kill without moving.
He could pull out other people's souls out of their body and take their lives.
How dare you?
Shouted a voice extremely loudly. The shadow and the gigantic dazzling sword collided into each other. For a second, it seemed like they were both attempting to swallow the other. The old man was injured and blood started to flow from his chest. At that moment, the shadow appeared while the arm and the dagger had disappeared from sight. Protector Bay hadn't even seen what had just happened and continued flying towards the horizon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 91, The Ancient Temple. You cannot leave.
Another voice spread throughout the air behind Lin Feng and Protector Bay.
The python fish was spitting in and out a thick smoke.
It suddenly opened its gigantic mouth and took a deep whistling breath which resonated in the atmosphere while releasing a strong qi. At the same time, a legendary rock spread its gigantic wings and flew towards Lin Feng and Protector Bay. The strong qi in the air currents and the atmosphere slowed Lin Feng and Protector Bay's escape. Lin Feng had the impression that his body was going to be swallowed by the beasts chasing him.
If Protector Bay wasn't firmly controlling the situation, Lin Feng would have already been eaten by the python fish. The legendary rock was a Xian-level beast. It was extremely powerful.
Only cultivators of the Xian Qi layer could control them. A single breath could release an incredible amount of energy, and Lin Feng, at that moment, would be unable to withstand even half of a breath.
Suppress them.
Tang Wushan was on the body of the legendary rock and was shouting. He took out some pitch-black chains and threw himself at Lin Feng while attempting a surprise attack.
Get lost. A loud shout was heard.
The pitch-black chains had been intercepted by someone, and that person was the old woman.
Go! I will kill this evil animal.
The old woman's voice was calm, but Protector Bay solemnly nodded. There were only two people who were strong enough to catch up with him. One of them was the old man carrying a huge sword and the other was Tan Wushan, who was riding the legendary rock. These two people had both attempted to intercept him with their attacks. The old man had been injured by Protector Kong, so if they managed to kill the legendary rock, nobody would be able to catch up with Lin Feng. Concerning what the old woman had said, Protector Bei had doubts and suspected she wouldn't have the power to kill the rock. I still remember our agreement. Please remember to tell Lu Lan, that little bastard, that I forgive him. As far as Wen Rinyan and Lu Fei's wedding is concerned, let's forget about it. Lin Feng is suitable for this position. The old woman said calmly.
Protector Bei laughed but didn't reply. Humph, you are not allowed to brag until you have actually killed my legendary rock.
Tang Wushan said that while smiling coldly. He then made the pitch-black chains shake so much that the old woman almost lost balance. As she looked like she was about to fall, the legendary rock was ready to swallow her whole. Xian-level beasts were extremely intelligent, thus when the old woman said that she wanted to kill it, she had earned the hatred from the beast.
An animal is animal.
The old woman shouted extremely loudly in a cold tone. Her long hair was floating in the air. Then, a viper's shadow appeared behind her back. It then seemed like her entire body had transformed into a snake. Immediately after, she threw herself straight towards the open mouth of the legendary rock.
That's right.
She didn't resist and instead she hurled herself straight into the mouth of the legendary rock. At that moment, she was inside its body. When Lin Feng saw that, he was extremely moved.
Let's go.
Protector Bei said indifferently. They looked behind them one last time and flew away at the speed of light. They only heard a tremendous roar fill the air from a distance away as they continued to move into the horizon. Lin Feng had already guessed what had happened to the legendary rock. As far as the tensions between Lin Feng and Wen Rinyan were concerned, Lin Feng didn't hate the old woman at all for having saved Wen Rinyan. He could understand her and why she had saved her only student. The old woman didn't care about losing face to save her only disciple's life. In the Yunhai sect, she was a protector. She was also ready to sacrifice her life for the sect. That old woman was really ugly and had terrible judge of character but was definitely worthy of respect. At that moment, nobody was able to catch up with Protector Bei. The wings of his crane spirit were flashing through the air at the speed of light and in the blink of an eye, they had disappeared from the stormy gorge without a trace. Protector Bei and Lin Feng finally escaped from the Yunhai sect alive, but they didn't have any happy emotions from surviving the catastrophe. They knew that their lives had been saved because of all the blood that was flowing down the stormy gorge. At the precipice of the abyss, there were only cliffs and precipices, nothing else. Apart from the passageway leading to these precipices, the only other possibility to access or leave the place was by flying there. At that moment, the silhouette of a crane was flying towards the precipice of Jianggu and was about to land by the square room filled with drums. Lin Feng recognized this place, he was surprised.
Actually, he even had doubts.
Protector Bei hadn't brought him far away from the Yunhai sect, rather he had brought him to the precipice of Jianggu.
We're going down. Protector Bei looked at the precipice of Jianggu and immediately after they landed there.
They were surrounded by a dense fog.
Do you remember this place? Asked Protector Bei to Lin Feng.
Lin Feng didn't really understand why the Protector Bei was asking him that, but he nodded and said, I remember this very well. Yes, walking from passageway to passageway and precipice to precipice, you just end up here. While talking, Protector Bei tapped a stone 3 times and suddenly a stone wall started moving and a door appeared. These cliffs and precipices really constituted another world but also offered a scenery of exceptional charm.
Let's go inside, said Protector Bei while bringing Lin Feng in. Then, the door closed itself making a loud slamming noise. The place that they entered looked like a temple. It looked like an extremely temple within a palace. It was filled with an antique type of qi. In the middle of that temple, there was a painting of a dragon and a phoenix. There were a multitude of pillars as well which were supporting the walls of the ancient temple. On these pillars, there were a myriad of carvings representing different ferocious beasts. Surprisingly, Lin Feng had never seen many of these ferocious beasts. He was shocked that he did not know of the beasts on the carvings. The Yunhai sect didn't build and established itself here for its physical features. It actually established itself here because they had discovered this temple. Protector Bei's voice was resonating in the temple and he then continued to introduce the place to Lin Feng. Extremely strong cultivators in the past must have regularly come here in the ancient times to practice cultivation. Of course, this place may have also been an ancient sect. Some of the most powerful and mysterious skills and techniques that you can find in the Xingqian Pavilion were actually brought from here. Before we found these skills and techniques, the Xingqian Pavilion didn't have that many extremely powerful skills. But because news spreads quickly and there are many people with bad intentions, this place is kept secret from everyone within the sect. Only protectors of the Yunhai sect know about this place. Even the patriarch does not know that this temple exists. Extremely strong cultivators of the ancient times came to practice here? Even the patriarch didn't know that place.
Lin Feng was touched by the fact he had been told this secret. Surprisingly, only protectors of the sect were allowed to come here. Lin Feng was observing the temple with all of his attention. It was imposing, gigantic, and the qi flowing in the air was extremely powerful. The temple was filled with all sorts of treasures, skills, techniques, and weapons. Even though they were covered in dust, they were all very old and probably extremely powerful. Lin Feng, come with me. Protector Bei started walking and brought Lin Feng into the depths of the temple. A short instant later, they found themselves in front of the entrance of a small room. In the middle of that room, there was a brown wood carving. There was also a bookshelf in which there were many books. Even though they were covered with dust, they were perfectly arranged and sorted, which meant that someone had tidied this place recently. We're going to take all of the skills and techniques of the Xingchen Pavilion. They are all handwritten copies. The lowest skills and techniques are of the Xin level. The highest skills and techniques are of low-quality D-level ones. There is an incredible amount of books, but they are extremely hard to learn and many cannot be practiced. Even the protectors found them difficult to learn. Practicing them even a little bit already enables us to carry out extremely powerful attacks. You can choose an appropriate skill for yourself to learn. If Lin Feng had come to this place before, he would certainly have been overjoyed, but at that moment, he couldn't express the slightest sign of happiness. All the events that had occurred were uninterruptedly appearing in his mind. He couldn't get rid of these horrible images. Let's go and check another room. Protector Bei wasn't done showing things to Lin Feng. He then brought him to another antique room. Weapons. The floor made of stone was diffusing an extremely old yet strong qi, which made Lin Feng feel shivers. These weapons all had spirits. These weapons had spirits, they were spiritual weapons. You can call them weapons, but it would be more precise to call them spiritual weapons. Protector Bei continued his explanations while sounding solemn. Weapon is a word used to describe ordinary weapons, but these weapons here have spirits. They are extremely powerful and unique. Protector Bei walked towards an ancient sword and grabbed it. He then said to Lin Feng, "Give me the sword that you're carrying on your back." Lin Feng slightly nodded and handed his long sword to Protector Bei. Protector Bei didn't use any skill or technique, but Lin Feng's long sword flew into the air towards Protector Bei and collided into the other sword. Clang! An incredibly clear and melodious sound resonated in the room. A sword then moved straight into Lin Feng's hand. That sword was extremely sharp and looked beautiful and shiny. All of these weapons are not ordinary weapons. They are all spiritual weapons. An ignorant man can quickly become a criminal, but treasuring a jade ring is also a crime. We have never let the weapons see the real world, but from today, all of them will belong to you. Belong to me? Lin Feng was astonished. Protector Bei was still there alive, but he was giving everything to Lin Feng? Indeed, everything that is here now belongs to you, stated Protector Bei solemnly while nodding. He then took a stone which was laying amongst all the wians. It looked ordinary. This is an ancient Na stone. It is empty inside. If you put a drop of blood on the top, the space which is inside that stone will open itself for you. Protector Bei explained the things to Lin Feng while handing the stone over to him. Lin Feng used his sword to cut the tip of his finger. He then let a drop of blood fall onto the stone. His blood was slowly flowing on the stone, and then something strange happened. The Na stone diffused a bright and dazzling light. Lin Feng's blood became extremely red and slowly started spreading through the stone. At that moment, a wonderful sensation and emotion welled up in Lin Feng's heart. It was as if Lin Feng and that stone had created an indescribable and unbreakable connection. Lin Feng had the feeling that his entire consciousness had connected with the stone. Inside of that stone, there was an incredibly huge space which was full of items. A strangely familiar smell invaded Lin Feng's nostrils, which suddenly made him shiver. Is it? Lin Feng's pupils were dilated and staring at Protector Bei. You are right. This is Nangon Ling's qi. When he was still alive, everything that belonged to him, everything that belonged to the sect was stored in that stone. Now, you are the owner of that stone, declared Protector Bei solemnly. Then, he fixedly stared at Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, from today, you are the new patriarch of the Yunhai sect. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 92, Deadly Cross Shadow. Lin Feng, from today, you are the new patriarch of the Yunhai sect. Protector Bei was speaking in a solemn and quiet tone. Lin Feng was trembling from head to toe while staring blankly at Protector Bei. Lin Feng, even though the Yunhai sect probably has nobody left, I don't want it to let it disappear forever.
That was Nan Gongling's wish as well. In the future, if you have the chance, then I hope that you can rebuild it and revive the Yunhai sect.
While looking at the myriad of wrinkles present on the old man's face, Lin Feng nodded solemnly and respectfully. If I, Lin Feng, don't die, I will definitely revive the Yunhai sect.
All right.
Protector Bei smiled and tapped on Lin Feng's shoulder with his right hand.
Lin Feng, there is something else I have to tell you.
Protector Bei, please tell me.
In the past, Fei Fei's father, Lu Lan and Nan Gongling were the most outstanding disciples of the Yunhai sect, which gave endless hope to everybody within the sect. Before Nan Gongling became the patriarch of the Yunhai sect, there was Nan Gongling's teacher and former patriarch. Actually, he would have preferred to make Lu Lan become the patriarch. He also wanted to give him his only daughter for marriage. But after that, Lu Lan decided to leave the sect, abandoning everything behind him. He wanted to let Nan Gongling become the patriarch, but what Lu Lan didn't know is that the patriarch's daughter had already fallen in love with him. Because she had been abandoned by Lu Lan, she was feeling so desperate that she committed suicide. Because of the death of his daughter, the patriarch at the time suffered so much. One day he left the Yunhai sect and never came back. Nobody knows whether he was dead or alive. Since that moment, Nan Gongling became the patriarch of the sect. Besides, Lu Lan had completely lost faith, so he couldn't come back to the Yunhai sect. As an apology, he made Fei Fei join the Yunhai sect. He wanted to apologize to the former patriarch and to his daughter, even more to the former patriarch's wife. Her beloved daughter had passed away and her husband had disappeared without leaving trace. Therefore, the old woman had a deep and bitter hatred for Lu Lan. She became Wen Rinyan's teacher and dreamed of seeing her student getting married with Lu Lan's daughter, Fei Fei. That is why Wen Rinyan had dared to act such a way in the Yunhai sect. When Lin Feng heard all of these things, his heart was pounding. He was astonished. He wouldn't have thought that the Yunhai sect had such secrets. No wonder Wen Rinyan was so arrogant and dared say that Lu Fei was his. No wonder that the old woman had seemed so eccentric. That explained everything. Lin Feng, did you hear the old woman when she told me to tell Lu Lan that she forgave him? She also said that she had no objections to you getting married with Fei Fei. However, this is your private life and I'll let you arrange the things yourself. Protector Bei was speaking honestly, pouring out the content that was locked away in his heart, and then continued, Lu Lan should be in Duanren City now. You can go and look for him. He is an honest man. He is afraid of fighting with Duan Tianlang though. If something happened to Lu Lan, please take good care of Lu Fei. Protector Bei, there is nothing happening between Lu Fei and me, said Lin Feng while smiling wryly. The old woman had only said that Lin Feng was better suited for Lu Fei than Wen Ranyan. Did that mean that he had to marry Lu Fei? What the old woman said was a suggestion. You have to go tell Lu Lan that Lu Fei is still in the Yunhai sect. Duan Tianlang, considering Lu Fei's status, would never dare kill her, but if Lu Lan fell from power or died, things would be different. Therefore you must take good care of Lu Fei. Besides, Lu Fei is also an outstanding young woman. You two are a perfect match. Alright, we have talked enough for now. The temple is yours. Dispose of it as you wish. Don't forget to go and find Lu Lan. Protector Bei. Lin Feng's voice was firm. Protector Bei's tone of speech made Lin Feng have an ominous premonition. On that side, there is an exit. It leads to the Black Wind Mountain. Please be careful. Of course, you can also practice in the temple. You can wait to become a little bit stronger and then go out, said Protector Bei while scratching his ear. When he finished talking, he turned around and headed to the exit. Protector Bei, you. Lin Feng's facial expression drastically changed. He ran after Protector Bei and wanted to shout and ask him to stay. Lin Feng, I am a protector of the Yunhai sect. While the Yunhai sect still exists, then I can live. However, if it were to be destroyed, then how can I continue living without protecting it? When he finished talking, Protector Bei was already leaving. The large stone door opened, making a rumbling noise. Protector Bei didn't turn around and left Lin Feng alone within the temple. Lin Feng stared at Protector Bei's back as he left. Lin Feng had the feeling that lightning was surging in his heart. He was standing there while gazing blankly into the distance. While the stone door was closing itself, Protector Bei's silhouette was gradually vanishing. This would probably be the last time he saw Protector Bei. Lin Feng understood clearly that this temple didn't only separate him from the rest of the world. It was a spiritual separation like the yin and the yang. It was the key to eternal life.
Lin Feng stood there alone at the same place for a long time while staring blankly into the distance and then finally started moving again. He closed his eyes and took a deep sorrowful breath which resonated throughout the temple. Patriarch, Protector Bay, Protector Kong, old woman, these noble elders, they sacrificed themselves to save my life. They fearlessly handed themselves over to those despicable people to protect me. They are not here anymore, but I am still here, and I have so many things to do. Lin Feng was talking to himself. His sad expression had turned into a determined expression full of willpower. It required an extraordinary strength to change destiny. Lin Feng wanted to make these people who had given their lives for him a chance to find peace in death. He would make them proud and they would not die in vain. Hayu Sect, Ice and Snow Mountain Village, Emosho Sect, Duan Clan, Han Shui Tian, Teng Wu Shan, Duan Tian Lang, Duan Han, Emo Song Lan, Wen Ring Yin. All these names, all these treacherous people. They were deeply engraved in Lin Feng's memories. He would never forget about them. He would one day get revenge for the events which had happened today. Lin Feng turned around and walked towards the first room he had visited. In that room, there was a huge bookshelf full of agility techniques and martial skills. It was divided into sections. One section was dedicated to agility techniques and one section was dedicated to martial skills. Blade Cadence, low D-level agility technique, produces pure and sharp energy to propel oneself. Lin Feng looked at an agility technique but it didn't suit him at all. The best was to possess a blade spirit when using that agility technique. Of course, Lin Feng was too weak at the moment to use the energy required. He couldn't learn and practice such agility techniques. After getting stronger and after breaking through to the Xian Qi layer, he would be able to control pure energy which was extremely powerful. Lin Feng put the book back into the bookshelf and checked two martial skill books. Swift Leaves, skill of the low D level. Leaves emerge out of the palm of the user. These leaves are faintly discernible and extremely quick. It seems like they have no power, but they can actually penetrate directly into the opponent's body causing internal damage. These leaves are extremely powerful and can go almost unnoticed. That looked like a skill suited to a female cultivator. It didn't look that strong but if the opponent underestimated that skill, they would probably die in horrible conditions. A female could easily get close and kill her opponent without anyone seeing an attack. Besides, that attack was faintly discernible which made it almost impossible for opponents to block it. Lin Feng put it down and looked at another skill. Deadly Cross Shadow, low D-level skill. Suitable for people whose spirits enable them to become invisible. It is divided into three movements, Vanishing Shadow, Dark Shadow, and Deadly Cross Shadow. This is similar to Protector Kong's skill, thought Lin Feng. His heart bounced for a second. It seemed like Protector Kong had only learnt the first part of the skill and had combined it with other skills. Besides, it was a perfect skill for his shadow spirit. It was extremely strong. Too bad that Protector Kong hadn't been able to practice until Dark Shadow Pierce, otherwise, he could have been really invisible. As far as the last part of the skill was concerned, Deadly Cross Shadow, it was indeed extremely powerful, making you almost undetectable by the enemy. My celestial spirit enables me to release a special cloaking chi and the illusionary demon makes my opponents suffer of hallucinations. Combined with my spirit, that Deadly Cross Shadow should be perfect, but Lin Feng's heart was racing. That skill had no strength requirement. A cultivator of any chi layer could learn and practice it as long as they could understand the complexity of the skill. That skill was only a tool though, a way to complement one's other skills. Bringing Deadly Cross Shadow into play could strongly enhance a person's other abilities. Lin Feng then continued looking at other skills. He didn't find any other skill which was appropriate for him. He then put all the skills on the bookshelf into the Na stone. Apart from Lin Feng, the protectors hadn't told anybody else about that place. These things should be safe in the bookshelf, but if Lin Feng had a problem, it was probably better to have them near him, especially in case of emergency. Lin Feng then went to the other room where there were the spiritual weapons. He also began putting them inside the Na stone. There were a lot of purity stones in the temple. Lin Feng also put them all in the Na stone. Purity stones contained pure chi like that of heaven and earth. Any cultivator who had at least broken through to the Ling Chi layer could use these to enhance their cultivation. It was a very valuable item. How could Lin Feng not take these precious items with him? Lin Feng walked around in that vast temple. He made a few rounds and noticed that on the pillars situated at the both ends of the temple, the ferocious beasts engraved into the stone were exactly the same. Only by looking at the drawings of the ferocious beasts, Lin Feng could feel an extremely strong and powerful chi. It was much stronger than that Xian-level python fish. But Lin Feng was more concerned with something else. There was a greenish door made from carved jade which was emanating a strong chi. Lin Feng tried to push it in vain.
No matter what strength he put into it, it wouldn't move.
Furthermore, there also seemed to be no hidden lever or switch to open the door.
What is the secret of that door?
Maybe the one who built this temple has left hints behind.
Too bad that I can't open it.
Lin Feng frowned. Protector Bei hadn't opened the door for him. Maybe none of the protectors of the Yun Hai sect had ever opened this door before.
Never mind. If I have the opportunity and I am strong enough, I will come back and try again.
Lin Feng said these few words while finally giving up. In the history of the Yun Hai sect, which dated back to 1,000 years, nobody had ever opened that jade door. It was obviously very hard to open, and it would be a waste of time to stay there for too long trying to open it. These days, the most important thing was to become stronger. Strong enough to protect himself and strong enough to protect those who are close to him. Lin Feng had broken through to the second Ling Qi layer, which was extremely rare for his age, but if he had to face cultivators who had cultivated for a few years longer, then he would be in a critical situation, no matter their talent.
He needed to become strong.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 93, Girl Inside the Illusion.
There was a bed made of stone which was appropriate for the practicing of cultivation techniques. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on that bed and entered into a state of meditation. He was absorbing pure qi from the purity stone. However, he quickly opened his eyes with a perplexed look. On the path of cultivation, sitting and meditating wasn't enough to advance to the next qi layer. Knowledge was also necessary, as well as enlightenment on the path of cultivation. Lin Feng had the feeling that he had absorbed enough pure qi in order to break through to the third Ling Qi layer. It was enough qi at that moment to condense into the next layer, but he had yet to break through.
He would break through to the next Ling Qi layer at the right moment.
When the water comes, a channel is formed. It feels like a week has passed since I entered the temple. Lin Feng tried to estimate the time he had spent in the temple.
He then immediately stood up and walked towards the exit.
Considering Lin Feng's strength, it was impossible for him to leave the same way he had arrived. He could not fly. He had no choice but to walk through the long and narrow passageway towards Black Wind Mountain. Lin Feng was convinced that this passageway had been constructed by the previous generations of the Yun Hai sect. It was impossible for the ancient cultivators who owned the temple to spend so much time digging in the rock to create such a long passageway to go to the Black Wind Mountain.
Why would they need to do something so hidden?
The ancestors of the Yun Hai sect had created that place for the members of the sect to take refuge. They would have never thought that the Yun Hai sect would never get the chance to escape from an attack and that they would be slaughtered, leaving behind a river of blood. Lin Feng had walked for a while when he arrived at the end of the passageway. At that point, the passage was so narrow that he had to crouch down to exit. It was really extremely dark, and Lin Feng observed the sky for the first time in over a week.
It was night and the full moon was brightly lighting the sky.
The air was chilly and Lin Feng could sense the cold in his lungs and throat. This place was the summit of a chain of mountains.
Surprisingly, this is where the passageway leads to. It's a very safe route,
thought Lin Feng, filled with admiration for those who had created the passageway. This place was a part of the Black Wind Mountain, and it seemed like no humans had ever been there.
This place was mainly occupied by ferocious beasts. Ferocious beasts in that part of the Black Wind Mountain were much larger than average, so even if they found the entrance of the passageway, they'd never be able to gain access because the passageway was very small and narrow. Apart from ferocious beasts, even if human beings found the entrance of the passageway, who would be willing to crawl through the dark passageway for such a long time without knowing where it led? A small rock which was hanging above of the entrance of the passageway fell down and rolled across the floor. Lin Feng sat on that rock and stared at the full moon. His eyes revealed disappointment. Lin Feng felt extremely lonely. Back in the days, he had been riding his horse from Yangzhou City towards the Yun Hai sect, crossing a wide range of landscapes including lakes and rivers. Back then, he would have never thought that the Yun Hai sect would give birth to lakes and rivers of blood. Lin Feng was thinking about that bloodbath and replaying the massacre over and over in his head. He had no choice but to hope for a better future. It was a cold and windy evening. Lin Feng's robes were flowing in the wind, but Lin Feng remained motionless like a statue. At that moment, the qi of heaven and earth had started fluctuating in a strange way. It suddenly started rushing towards Lin Feng as if it was going to pierce into his bones and flesh. It was both marvelous and intriguing at the same time. Lin Feng wasn't really paying any attention to the events happening before him. He just kept looking at the moon with a look of sorrow on his face. At that moment, Lin Feng wanted to forget everything. He had really lost too much. Huh?
Lin Feng had just been sitting on that rock for a little while and something incredibly strange happened. Lin Feng was astonished. A milky pure energy was floating around his hands.
It was more condensed than what Lin Feng had ever experienced before. I broke through to the third Ling Qi layer?
Lin Feng was dumbfounded. He wouldn't have thought that sitting on that rock for a little while would make him break through to the next Ling Qi layer. He attributed the event to his previous meditation but mostly to his own luck.
Third Ling Qi layer, that coupled with all the cards I now hold, if I meet Duan Han now, I should definitely be able to defeat him.
When Lin Feng remembered Han Man, his eyes formed into an icy glare.
Duan Han and his father all had to die for having exterminated the Yun Hai sect.
They had exterminated his closest friends.
Who dares? Shouted Lin Feng extremely loudly. He turned around and his pupils shrank.
At that moment, a silhouette appeared in front of him, but Lin Feng had the impression it was a hallucination. It was an extremely beautiful silhouette. The moon was shining upon that exquisite silhouette, allowing Lin Feng to clearly see some of her physical features.
What a beauty!
Lin Feng had the impression that he was dreaming. She was wearing thin white robes. Anyone who saw her would feel like protecting and hugging her, but would certainly not feel enchanted.
Such perfection!
Lin Feng was stupefied. Even if he felt determined and had a lot of willpower, when seeing this young girl, he could only be amazed at the beauty of the women in this world. They all looked so beautiful and delicate, much more than in the previous world.
Many of them even looked like goddesses. Lu Fei was extremely beautiful and she was incredibly strong.
Lin Feng had realized that beauties of this world were on another level.
The girl who was in standing front of Lin Feng looked like an illusion. She actually looked like a painting. Who are you? What are you doing here?
The incredibly beautiful girl opened her mouth and her voice sounded out, breaking the illusion.
She wasn't an illusion, but she was so beautiful that she didn't look real. My name is Lin Feng. How did you find your way to this place?
Lin Feng was too perplexed and intrigued when looking at this young girl. It was at night in a lost corner of the Black Wind Mountain, and suddenly a beautiful girl had appeared from out of nowhere. Lin Feng was utterly confused at how this had happened. Lin Feng moved towards the girl to see her better, and as expected, that girl didn't look weak.
She even looked remarkably strong. Lin Feng.
The girl whispered Lin Feng's name again for herself and then immediately said, "I've always lived here."
Suddenly, you come here and ask me what I am doing here?
I also don't know how I found this place. Lin Feng shrugged and replied, but it was unlikely that she would believe him.
Since it's like that, please leave, said the girl, giving a cold stare. But I don't know where I am or how to leave, said Lin Feng, smiling wryly. He only knew where the entrance of the passageway was, but he didn't know where he was at that moment and where to go from there. He didn't know where he was exactly. Are we in the Black Wind Mountain? Asked Lin Feng. The girl stared at Lin Feng. He surprisingly didn't even whether it was the Black Wind Mountain or not. Indeed, this is the hinterland of the Black Wind Mountain.
Lin Feng was stupefied.
This was the hinterland of the Black Wind Mountain? Protector Bay probably never walked here before.
Lin Feng was smiling wryly. On the outskirts of the Black Wind Mountain, there were strong ferocious beasts, but inside the Black Wind Mountain, there were even more powerful ferocious beasts, and they were constantly running wild. If Lin Feng wanted to get out of here, then it wasn't going to be easy. If Protector Bay had known this before, then he probably would have never left Lin Feng alone in the temple and would have never shown him the passageway.
You just said that you've always been living here?
Lin Feng just realized what the girl had said.
He was stupefied. There were people living in the Black Wind Mountain? Indeed. I've been living here with my mother since I was a child.
The girl was nodding her head confidently.
Have you never been out of here? Asked Lin Feng. Never.
Lin Feng didn't know what to say, but he was thinking that it was better for such a beautiful and delicate woman to never venture outside. She was so beautiful that she would cause great trouble wherever she went. She looked lovely enough that she might just cause the downfall of the country. Maybe her mother is as beautiful as her, and this is why they enjoyed living in seclusion,
thought Lin Feng. He then asked her, "Are there no ferocious beasts in the area?" "No, there aren't any," said the girl, shaking her delicate head.
Lin Feng slightly nodded. No wonder that she could live here all of her life. If there were no ferocious beasts in that area, it wouldn't be very dangerous.
Do you want to leave here? The girl suddenly asked Lin Feng while staring at him.
Her eyes were sparkling.
Of course, I want to leave tomorrow morning, said Lin Feng.
I'll help you leave here and I'll come with you. The girl opened her mouth again, but this time Lin Feng had a weird feeling.
She would bring Lin Feng out of this place on her own?
In the Black Wind Mountain there were many dangerous ferocious beasts. That girl didn't seem to be a weak cultivator, but she also seemed to be about as young as Lin Feng, which meant she couldn't be that strong. How could she walk through the Black Wind Mountain so easily? Lin Feng's spirit smelt like that of the imaginary demon, so that made things easier for him in the Black Wind Mountain. He could disguise himself as one of the ferocious beasts and walk freely around the mountain.
You don't trust in my strength? Asked the girl as if she could read Lin Feng's thoughts. Of course I don't. The Black Wind Mountain is extremely dangerous. Do you think that it is easy? Besides, you said that you have never left here before.
Even though I have never left here, I know the Black Wind Mountain better than anyone. I even know where to go in order to avoid ferocious beasts.
It is very easy for me, come and go as I please.
The girl said while sounding indifferent and also looked at Lin Feng expressionless.
Better than anyone? She knew how to avoid ferocious beasts?
Lin Feng was stupefied. He was looking suspiciously at that beautiful young girl. If she could really avoid fighting while navigating the mountain, then it would indeed be safer.
Do you agree to help me leave? Asked Lin Feng. Yes, I have never left here, but I would like to see how it is on the outside. If I get out of the Black Wind Mountain, I will also need your help,
said the young girl very honestly.
Well, your mother. She went out. I still don't know when she's coming back.
No need to worry about her. Lin Feng was a bit confused, but it would be very hard alone in the Black Mountain Forest with all these extremely powerful wild beasts.
Lin Feng nodded and asked, then when should we leave? Now,
replied the young girl.
Alright, I want to go to the Yunhai sect. Do you know it?
Said Lin Feng as he stood up.
I know everything in the Black Wind Mountain, but if I leave the Black Wind Mountain, I'll be lost. The young girl replied honestly, showing that she was extremely naive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 94, I will just show you. The tops of the trees was still covered with early morning fog.
Some people could already be seen walking past the gate leading into the territory of the Yunhai sect at the foot of its mountain.
Most of them were going to the Yunhai sect. Very few people were walking away from the sect.
At that moment, a young man and a young woman were walking towards the Yunhai sect. They were looking at the mountain where the Yunhai sect was, and they both smiled.
Girl, this is the Yunhai sect. Duan Tianlang really is an incredibly powerful man.
He completely destroyed the Yunhai sect within one day. That's why everybody admires him in the Shuiyu country. Nobody will ever dare provoke him or his family in the future.
Besides, I heard that he has an enemy in Duanren City. His enemy has a divine arrow spirit.
When he heard what happened to the Yunhai sect, he started coughing blood.
It seems like he is seriously ill.
When the young man wearing luxurious clothes told the young and beautiful girl these things, they both laughed wholeheartedly. Besides, now that the Yunhai sect has disappeared, our Qingyi sect has expanded faster. Nobody in the surrounding area will dare to attack us.
Indeed. If the big sects of the country don't come attack us, this entire area is ours. The young girl laughed and said, every day is different. The Yunhai sect used to be extremely powerful, and now it is nothing but dust. Over time everything would eventually fall. The sect became so strong that many people are now frightened of you.
Core disciples could maybe compete with you, but elite disciples are worthless.
Besides, you're only 17 years old and you're already so powerful. You're a genius. Your future is filled with endless opportunities.
Our Qingyi sect is much stronger now. It can't be compared with the Yunhai sect of the past.
We have so many geniuses.
They only had a few good skills and techniques, that's all. The Yunhai sect was a bunch of crappy cultivators. If we keep improving our stock of skills and techniques, we'll become much stronger than they ever were. When the young man wearing the luxurious clothes heard the young girl praise him, he felt extremely proud of himself and laughed arrogantly.
Is that so?
At that moment, a voice came from behind. The young girl and boy turned around and saw two people.
But the young boy and girl didn't even look at one of them. They directly stared at the young girl wearing white robes.
They were fascinated by her beauty. They had the impression that nothing else existed in the world other than her beauty. They could only see that beautiful girl wearing white robes. She made all the material attractions of that world utterly unimportant. One only wanted to look at her forever.
She didn't look like any other person in the world.
The boy wearing the luxurious clothes and his fellow disciple were staring at the beautiful girl and had the feeling they were looking at a spirit.
In the world, there were surprisingly people who could be that beautiful.
The girl who was standing next to Lin Feng, when she noticed that these people were staring at her, couldn't help but smile wryly and shake her head.
The girl had done exactly as she had promised Lin Feng.
They had left the Black Wind Mountain, and what surprised Lin Feng the most is that they really had encountered no ferocious beast at all. They had managed to avoid fighting altogether. Lin Feng had started to think that the Black Wind Mountain wasn't actually as terrifying as the rumors described. There were certain paths that were incredibly safe, it was just that very few people knew of these paths. Of course, the Yunhai sect is a crappy sect.
Otherwise, how could they have been annihilated so easily? Said the arrogant young man. The girl who was with the young man couldn't help but dully stare at the other girl.
She didn't feel at ease because that other girl was much more beautiful than her. She had a lot of self-confidence when it came to her appearance and believed that she was extremely beautiful, but at that moment, she had the feeling that she didn't exist when standing next to that other beautiful girl. That girl was infinitely more beautiful than her. Since the Yunhai sect is a crappy sect, then why are the disciples of the Qingyi sect so afraid of going near the Yunhai sect disciples?
Why do you all keep a distance of a few hundred meters from the sect even now? Why do you all look at the Yunhai sect's disciples with such reverence and respect?
Lin Feng said that while smiling coldly. The Qingyi sect was an extremely small sect.
They suddenly dared criticize the Yunhai sect because it had been annihilated.
It seemed like they had forgotten that they used to bow down before the Yunhai sect's disciples. They were really a bunch of shameless people. That's because there are rumors which say that the Yunhai sect has a great multitude of great skills and techniques, that's all.
I am happy that they are all dead.
Besides, we are proud of our sect. We've never bowed in front of Yunhai sect's disciples. They're just a bunch of trash. That young arrogant disciple suddenly regained his composure and stopped staring at the girl.
His eyes suddenly looked incredibly evil.
Lin Feng was accompanied by an extremely beautiful girl who looked like a goddess.
How was it possible not to be jealous of him?
Such a beautiful girl should be given to the patriarch of the small Qingyi sect as a wife. Suddenly, the young arrogant disciple paused and started looking at Lin Feng with eyes filled with killing intent.
Lin Feng frowned.
His heart felt cold. That young man was suddenly looking at Lin Feng as if he wanted to kill him. The weak are the prey of the strong, the law of the jungle was the law of this world. If someone wanted to kill someone else, he would have no compassion and do it without hesitation. If I understand you properly, the Qingyi sect's disciples are much stronger than those of the Yunhai sect, is that right?
Asked Lin Feng coldly. Definitely.
How could the trash of the Yunhai sect compare themselves with the great disciples of the Qingyi sect? The young man becoming more and more aggressive. He wanted to make the beautiful girl accompanying Lin Feng impressed by his confidence and strength. I challenged an elite disciple of the Yunhai sect one day and I lost.
You seem to be even stronger though, considering what you are saying. Shall we have a look?
Lin Feng had a naive smile on the corner of his mouth, making him look harmless and weak.
Elite disciples of the Yunhai sect are so crappy. They can't even be compared with me.
But since you are curious, I will show you what a strong cultivator is and how weak you are in comparison. The young man wouldn't have thought that Lin Feng would take the initiative to challenge him.
He couldn't help but be overjoyed.
Lin Feng was going to die in such a pitiful way. Besides, what is a piece of trash like you doing with such an amazingly beautiful girl? When you die, she will stay with me and I will take care of her. While saying these words, the young man in luxurious clothes took out a long sword and waved it through the air. He released his sword spirit and started moving towards Lin Feng, looking extremely overconfident.
Second Ling Chi layer, and you think you are going to kill me?
That's surprising, said Lin Feng on a cold and indifferent tone. Lin Feng raised his right hand and an extremely powerful and strong sword chi suddenly emerged from his palm and invaded the atmosphere.
The young man almost immediately collapsed when he was hit by the pressure.
His face turned deathly pale with fright. The fact that you use a sword is a humiliation to all swords, Lin Feng said in a cold tone. The young man was already frozen by the pressure of the chi which Lin Feng released. A thin mark of blood appeared on his throat and with his eyes looking immensely frightened, he collapsed heavily onto the ground. The girl who was accompanying him also looked terrified.
How had her fellow disciple been killed? How strong? How powerful?
There was a gigantic gap between Lin Feng and her fellow disciple. When the girl saw that Lin Feng was staring at her, she could not help but start shaking with fear. I don't even need to use a single skill to kill trash from the Qingyi sect, but... Lin Feng's cold expression made him look evil, like a ferocious beast.
Tell me your purpose for coming to the Yunhai sect. The Yunhai sect was completely annihilated.
We came here to test our luck and see if we could find a few good skills and techniques.
We are not the only ones, many other people want to come here for the same purpose.
The young man hadn't died yet and hastily replied to Lin Feng.
What about those who exterminated the Yunhai sect? Haven't they stolen everything already?
Those who exterminated the Yunhai sect stayed here for 3 days after the battle. They stole almost everything, but maybe they didn't care about some skills and techniques which might prove very useful to us.
Besides, the boy who had just been defeated by Lin Feng looked ashamed. He was being humiliated. Besides what?
Besides, in the stormy gorge, there are many corpses. Maybe they were carrying things which we could take know that they have died.
Lin Feng was shaking in anger from head to toe.
These animals wanted to violate the dead bodies of his fellow disciples and elders. An extremely strong and sharp sword chi invaded the atmosphere. The young man suddenly looked deathly pale again. That sword chi was so powerful.
How strong was Lin Feng? Cripple your own cultivation and then piss off.
Lin Feng sounded extremely cold-blooded. He was initially thinking of letting these people off, but when he heard that they wanted to steal things from the dead of the Yunhai sect, he didn't feel like being merciful anymore. These 2 disciples were shaking in terror. I will let you take 3 breaths from now. If you don't cripple your own cultivation, you will not breathe a fourth. Lin Feng had said he would kill them with a commanding tone.
If I cripple my own cultivation, isn't it like dying?
Alright, I'll finish you off now then. Lin Feng released an extremely strong sword chi which oppressed them so much that they could feel the pressure was ready to crush them. The 2 young disciples were stunned.
Alright, I'll cripple my own cultivation, said the 2 young people while gnashing their teeth.
They raised their hand and stabbed their dantian. They became so weak that they could not even stand. They fell helplessly onto the ground.
Meng Qing, let's go.
Lin Feng said that to the girl who was accompanying him. Lin Feng had helped her find a name because she had told him she didn't have one. That was the only name that had come into Lin Feng's mind because Meng meant dream and Cheng meant lover, and any man would have dreamed of having that girl as a lover.
That was the only name which Lin Feng could come up with that would match her.
Of course, the girl didn't know why Lin Feng had chosen that name for her. Actually, the outside world was completely unknown to her.
Why don't you kill them?
Meng Qing suddenly asked Lin Feng that question, which surprised Lin Feng. He was blankly staring at her. When I look at their eyes, I feel like vomiting. Meng Qing had replied to her own question. Her face revealed that she wasn't used to speaking with other people.
When you look into my eyes, what do you feel? I will just show you.
Lin Feng was stupefied. Meng Qing's expression seemed like she suddenly had a great idea and she ran forward. Meng Qing didn't really understand Lin Feng's feelings, but Lin Feng found her to be cute and charming. Unknown warmth filled his heart. Lin Feng was observing Meng Qing. He was in admiration of her beauty. She looked so delicate and so cute. There was absolutely nothing detestable about her. Her thoughts were also pure and innocent. Lin Feng found it easy to get close to her.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 95, Each Step Brings Death. Life and Death Arena, Stormy Gorge, Yunhai Sect. A bright red river of blood was flowing through the stormy gorge.
Even though 7 days had passed, the river of blood was still flowing. There was a legion of corpses lying on the ground. The corpses hadn't started decomposing yet due to the cold temperature. The strangest thing was that many people were walking around the corpses and didn't look disgusted by all the blood.
They did not seem disturbed by the scene before them, and in the contrary looked overjoyed.
Each of these people had eyes filled with greed. The Yunhai sect deserved the title of a great sect. Even if these corpses only belong to disciples of the sect, they still have a great deal of items on them. A male cultivator was kneeling down next to a corpse and took a high-quality yellow-level skill from it. He then looked around him carefully, as if he was scared to be noticed by someone before he picked it up. He wasn't the only one. There was a multitude of other people just like him stealing things from the corpses within the gorge. They were all disciples of the smaller sections. When they heard that the Yunhai sect had been completely annihilated, they had rushed here to see if they would be lucky and could find some treasures hidden on the corpses. At that moment, there were 2 silhouettes stood at the top of the stormy gorge and were about to throw themselves into the gorge.
One of them looked fascinatingly beautiful.
The other was wearing a mask which had a bronze look. This mask had the capacity to increase chi. These 2 people were obviously Lin Feng and Meng Qing. Lin Feng was too famous. All the great sects of the country were looking to kill him. He obviously had to be careful. Therefore, he had taken that mask from inside the temple. When she saw all the blood and smelt the putrid odor released by the corpses, Meng Qing started feeling dizzy. She felt like vomiting when she saw the scene.
Why did we come here?
Asked Meng Qing, looking at Lin Feng, but she noticed that Lin Feng was absolutely motionless.
An extremely cold aura was surrounding his body. These animals, not even letting the dead rest in peace.
Lin Feng saw someone who was searching a dead body, and when he finished, he kicked it, which made the body roll away. Lin Feng was indescribably disgusted at the actions of these cultivators. When she saw Lin Feng's change in aura, Meng Qing stopped talking.
She didn't want to disturb Lin Feng.
Lin Feng spread his arms, looking like a bird spreading its wings, and jumped down into the gorge. Down in the stormy gorge, the cultivators who were looting the dead bodies of the Yun Hai sect members could feel a bad premonition.
Something was about to happen.
They all started to look around and then looked at Lin Feng, who was jumping down into the gorge.
Here comes somebody again.
Everybody then stopped looking at Lin Feng and continued what they were doing.
Help yourself, but let's not bother each other.
The cultivator who had just kicked one of the corpses away said to Lin Feng, who had just landed next to him. His manner of speech was indifferent.
Nobody replied.
An incredibly powerful sword chi emanated from Lin Feng's body, which stupefied the cultivator who had just spoke to Lin Feng.
He started to shake from head to toe with fear. What are you doing? There are many people here. Could it be that you refuse to share the items with anyone else?
When that person sensed the chi released by Lin Feng, he shouted that really loud, trying to draw the attention of everyone in the area. Obviously, when the crowd heard that somebody had arrived and wanted all the items for himself, they all turned around and stared at Lin Feng with angry expressions. But they only saw the glow from a sword. It was a bright and resplendent light, but it looked deadly.
That glow appeared and disappeared in the blink of an eye.
Then the cultivator who had spoken loudly was immediately beheaded by Lin Feng. Lin Feng hadn't pronounced a single word. When everybody saw that, their eyes began to fill with indignation.
Because he was an extremely powerful cultivator, that guy wanted to take all the treasures here for himself?
Your Excellency, everybody has come here with the same purpose. There is no need to be cruel and merciless, otherwise, it would make a powerful man such as yourself look rude rather than your usual elegant self. A cultivator who wasn't far from Lin Feng had said with a cold tone. Lin Feng turned around. Lin Feng's eyes, hidden inside the mask, were extremely evil to behold.
He didn't feel like showing mercy to anyone any longer.
Lin Feng's silhouette vanished in the blink of an eye and appeared as quickly in front of the man who had just spoke to him.
He then activated his deadly sword. Cruel? Merciless? Rude? This despicable cultivator was stealing various treasures from dead bodies and suddenly talked about cruelty, mercy, and rudeness?
Lin Feng's sword started to glow again. The other man's face turned deathly pale. He was terrified when he saw the display of such power. Surprisingly, you are the type of person to enjoy spending time with the corpses here, so I will help you become one of them. This was the first time that Lin Feng had spoken during the whole event. His voice was filled with cold and merciless killing intent. His mask hid his face, which made people even more scared of him. Lin Feng made one step, and with a single strike he sent another head toppling to the ground. It was clear that Lin Feng was not playing around. However, it seemed like he was killing these fellow cultivators without any reason.
What does he think he is doing? Could it be that he wants to kill everybody within the stormy gorge?
When the crowd saw that another person had just died, they were all terrified.
Stop! What are you?
Said a cultivator who saw Lin Feng walk past him.
I am the one that will take your soul.
Lin Feng's sword started to glow again, and as his final word was heard, a dazzling light filled the air.
The cultivators stared in shock as another headless body hit the floor.
All the people who were in the gorge looting from the corpses suddenly stopped and started staring at the strange cultivator wearing the bronze mask.
Each time he took a step, another cultivator's head would be separated from their body.
At that moment, Lin Feng had already killed more than a dozen of the grave robbers already. They didn't even know what they had done to make Lin Feng so angry. This does not look good. We have to find a way to stop him. Otherwise, he'll end up killing us as well.
Some of the cultivators had understood that the situation was getting more dangerous.
When that person finished talking, those surrounding him were all nodding in agreement.
Let's fight him together as a group. We shouldn't give him a single opportunity to attack.
The whole crowd started moving towards Lin Feng as a group and were getting ready to attack him. His sword was too dreadful.
It seemed like Lin Feng would behead anyone he encountered on his way.
Lin Feng was still moving from place to place and beheading people when he noticed the crowd moving towards him. These people sensed the chi emanating from Lin Feng's body, and it was growing stronger and stronger.
Don't be afraid of him. He cannot deal with this many of us. Even if he is quite strong, there is no way he can defeat this many people at once.
The closer they got, the better they could sense Lin Feng's qi. Many cultivators had tried to reassure the others, although it looked like these words were said to reassure themselves before the others. Lin Feng slowly started walking towards the approaching group. The sword qi was growing stronger and stronger, which gradually destroyed the confidence of the cultivators in the crowd.
I don't want any of the treasures here.
Finally, one of the cultivators who was in the middle of the crowd gave up because he could sense the strong qi which Lin Feng was emitting.
He then turned around and tried to escape. He had the feeling that even this many people couldn't defeat Lin Feng. Deadly sword.
Lin Feng took a few steps forward and brandished his long sword. At that moment, a deadly sword qi invaded the atmosphere and created a hurricane-like wind, annihilating everything in its way.
PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. The people in the crowd were breathing heavily.
The nearer they were getting to Lin Feng, the more scared they were becoming. They had almost stopped moving and were looking at Lin Feng in terror. At this moment, every single cultivator within the group looked down at their chest and saw a small hole which had been pierced.
Why? Each and every single one of them started to collapse on the ground one after the other. Even while dying, they still didn't understand what was going on. Lin Feng was extremely strong. Why was he attacking them?
Because you all deserve death. Lin Feng was holding his sword and turned around and looked at the horizon.
There was nobody left. The last remaining grave robbers were running away.
Lin Feng had become extremely strong. A moment before, whether it had been a dozen or 100 cultivators, nobody would have been able to avoid his sword.
The only solution would have been to run far away. What cruel behavior!
Suddenly, on the top of the stormy gorge, a loud voice could be heard.
3 cultivators were jumping down into the gorge. Who are you? Asked the one who seemed to be the leader of the group of 3.
He was a handsome young man who looked arrogant.
Chen Xing was an elite disciple, but his name wasn't carved into the ranking list.
He had been very scared of being killed by Duan Tianlang.
Fortunately, Wen Renyan had been there to protect him.
After having been tested by Duan Tianlang, he had been recognized as a talented cultivator and he had been assigned to guard the Yunhai sect. Wen Renyan was extremely strong and Duan Tianlang attached great importance to him.
Duan Tianlang had thus sent Wen Renyan to the imperial city to join the holy courtyard of Shuiyu.
At that moment, when Renyan was in the imperial city and everybody respected him, many had started to worship him. When Renyan left the holy courtyard of Shuiyu, he would become a very important person within the country.
Chen Xing didn't dare provoke Wen Renyan and wanted to gain his favor. Wen Renyan was extremely strong, he was a genius.
Since Duan Tianlang had also started taking care of him, Wen Renyan's destiny could only be extraordinary. Well, Lin Feng's power is even scarier than that of Wen Renyan.
If he had agreed to leave with Duan Tianlang, I probably wouldn't even be alive now.
When thinking about Wen Renyan, Chen Xing remembered Lin Feng and how scary he was. Even when Lin Feng spoke, it was terrifying. When Lin Feng saw Chen Xing, a light flashed through his eyes under the mask.
His eyes looked even more ruthless and evil than before. How shameless.
Chen Xing had betrayed the Yunhai sect and was acting arrogantly again. He was again treating others like they were beneath him and had obviously not learned his lesson. How quickly he returned to his old ways. Since the holy courtyard has been created, Duan Tianlang is extremely busy and has no time to come here and take care of everything.
I am here to handle things on his behalf. Everything here belongs to me.
If you want to take things from these corpses, do as you please, but don't make trouble, otherwise, I will kill you like a worthless dog.
Chen Xing was shouting loudly at Lin Feng.
His voice was resonating throughout entire gorge. He was still using the same arrogant tone he had before when he spoke to Lin Feng. His voice carried a clear killing intent. Chen Xing thought that he was stronger than anyone from the smaller sects who would come here to loot. He thought that everyone was beneath him and even dared to look down on Lin Feng.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 96, A Dreadful Night.
When Lin Feng heard what Chen Xing had said, he was even more furious.
Before, he was a disciple of the Yunhai sect and was respected by everyone. These days, he despised the Yunhai sect.
Because he was only interested in saving his neck, he had betrayed the Yunhai sect. So he had gone and sought refuge with Duan Tianlang, and to make things worse he let anyone violate the bodies of his former fellow disciples.
Chen Xing was a beast, an animal.
He did not deserve to live.
Duan Tianlang is not worried about letting a piece of trash like you manage the Yunhai sect?
When Chen Xing heard the evil and cold voice that came from behind the mask, he was stupefied. He stared at Lin Feng and asked, "Who are you calling a piece of trash?" Chen Xing, you used to be the best of all the ordinary disciples. However, you betrayed the Yun Hai sect and allowed others to humiliate and violate the bodies of your former sect member.
What gives you the right to look so proud and arrogant?
Lin Feng had spoken with an ice-cold tone which made Chen Xing shrink back.
He was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Who are you?
Because of the bronze mask, Lin Feng's voice sounded a little different.
Lin Feng's body gestures were a bit different as well.
Therefore, Chen Xing was unable to recognize Lin Feng even though he was standing before him. You betrayed the Yun Hai sect and now you're trying to act like a little boss here.
Do you even have a sense of shame?
Lin Feng questioned him yet again. His sword started to glow while releasing a strong qi which created a whirlwind. When that qi reached Chen Xing's body, he started shaking violently.
His pupils shrank and he was breathing heavily and very quickly. Lin Feng.
That's Lin Feng and he surprisingly still dares to come back to the Yun Hai sect.
Chen Xing was stupefied.
Almost all the elders in Nangong Ling had died in the battle in order to save Lin Feng's life. Chen Xing would have never thought that Lin Feng would dare to come back. Duan Tianlang was looking for Lin Feng everywhere. If he found him, he would make him die in the most horrible conditions.
But because everybody thought that Lin Feng would never dare come back to the Yun Hai sect, Duan Tianlang hadn't bothered staying there.
He had just asked Chen Xing and 2 other cultivators of the first Ling Qi layer to stay there and guard the territory of the Yun Hai sect. These days, all the strongest cultivators had gone to the imperial city to join the holy courtyard of Shuiyu.
Duan Tianlang was excited by that major event.
Lin Feng was strong enough to walk freely within the territory of the Yun Hai sect. A horrifyingly strong qi crashed onto Chen Xing's body. His back was soaked with cold sweat.
It seems that you want to know who I am,
When Lin Feng saw Chen Xing's reaction, he laughed evilly.
It seemed like he was becoming more and more evil.
The 2 people standing next to Chen Xing were oppressed by Lin Feng's sword qi as well but were not brave enough to retaliate in any way.
Let me off. I do not have the power to do anything.
Chen Xing was begging Lin Feng. He was terrified by the idea that he would die here after escaping the massacre.
You can't do anything?
But you did manage to betray the Yun Hai sect. You also managed to let the smaller sects come to humiliate and disrespect the corpses of your former sect. You had the power to stop them but you didn't.
How can I tolerate such disgrace?
Lin Feng took a step forward while his sword started glowing with a magnificent sword force.
I don't want to. Chen Xing's weak voice spread in the atmosphere.
Suddenly, Lin Feng's sword disappeared from sight and 3 different trails of blood gushed up in the air. Nobody had been able to resist to Lin Feng's sword.
Sigh. When Lin Feng looked at the 3 corpses, he exhaled a deep breath.
All of those who had come to steal items and treasures from the corpses of the sect had left or were among the corpses. Only Lin Feng was left alive while surrounded by the endless corpses. Lin Feng looked around at all the corpses of his former sect members. He was looking at these corpses lying on the ground with eyes filled with sorrow. Some of them had had their heads split in 2, some had been attacked multiple times in the back as they retreated. The more Lin Feng looked, the more his determination increased. Lin Feng had decided to take the risk to come to the Yun Hai sect to see these corpses for one last time, and to see the setting sun refracting on that river of blood. He never wanted to forget that the blood was flowing because of hatred, jealousy, and other evil intentions. He wanted to remember that the weak were bullied and killed and that the strong ruled in the world. Lin Feng was furious and anger welled up within his heart. Lin Feng definitely wanted to avenge all the deaths of his former sect members. He would never forget that these people had sacrificed themselves to save his life. He was bearing the weight of too many people on his shoulders. All these dead people had put endless faith in Lin Feng.
Vroom vroom, vroom vroom vroom.
At that moment, the ground started to shake. It was even shaking more and more intensely. The sound of the shaking ground was also getting louder and louder.
Qi Xia armored cavalry. Lin Feng's pupils shrank.
Without hesitating, he quickly moved towards the edge of the gorge.
He could hear the sound of the incoming heavy cavalry. Moonlight feather agility.
Lin Feng stabbed his sword into the cliff in order to propel himself to the top faster. In the space of a few deep breaths he reached the top.
Let's go quickly.
When Lin Feng sensed the ground shake even more, he was stunned. These Qi Xia armored horses were so quick. It seemed like they needed only 1 breath to gallop over a dozen meters. Lin Feng couldn't afford to think too much. He grabbed Meng Qing's little hand and left at full speed. When she felt Lin Feng's hand holding her hand, she had a strange sensation, but considering Lin Feng was anxious and in a hurry, she let him take her hand. Lin Feng had reacted quickly. However, there was no way to escape. At that moment, Qi Xia armored horses were arriving at full speed. Lin Feng stopped in his tracks. The cavalry on the Qixia armored horses were also wearing armor which looked imposing. When Lin Feng saw the Qixia armored horses move nearer, he held Meng Qing's little hand even tighter. She also held Lin Feng's hand tighter.
But Lin Feng didn't pay attention to that, he didn't even notice it.
What troubled him the most is that he hadn't expected the Qixia armored horses to come to the Yunhai sect and especially at full speed like this.
Could it be that they know that I have returned? Thought Lin Feng.
The Qixia armored horses were moving closer and closer. They hadn't stopped galloping at full speed.
How handsome!
When Lin Feng looked at one of the riders, he couldn't help but be amazed.
It was a middle-aged man.
He looked handsome and had the most dashing eyebrows. However, he looked extremely sad, like something sorrowful was haunting his heart. He was wearing a beautiful armor plate which looked quite spectacular. His gray hair was floating in the wind. He looked slightly strange though. The Qixia armored horses galloped past Lin Feng and surprisingly didn't even look at him.
Lin Feng couldn't help but be a bit scared. Maybe he was wrong after all and they were not here for him. They possibly didn't know that he was Lin Feng.
When he thought about it, Lin Feng relaxed a little. When he turned around and saw the Qixia armored horse neigh and then jump straight down from the top of the gorge. That looked extremely dangerous.
Amazing.
Lin Feng was impressed by the Qixia horse's power. He then turned around and went back to the edge of the gorge and looked down at the scene. At that moment, Lin Feng saw the man with the gray hair stand on the highest fighting stage of the life and death arena.
He looked like a statue.
He was calmly looking at all the corpses. His gray hair was still floating in the wind. He looked lonely and sad.
Crash!
Lin Feng was stupefied. The gray-haired man suddenly kneeled down on the fighting stage of the life and death arena, and while kneeling down, his knees had made a loud crashing sound when they slammed into the arena floor.
General!
A loud voice had interrupting him. The voice was spreading through the air and making the atmosphere shake. Immediately after, the other cavalry all got off their Qixia armored horses and stared at their general.
Some of them kneeled down.
He looked like he was injured and his eyes revealed an immense sadness.
Lin Feng's heart was pounding.
Lin Feng found it amazing that the other cavalry seemed to care about their general so much. Lin Feng suddenly thought about a name.
If the rumors were true, he really looked like that. Divine Arrow, Lu Lan.
Lin Feng was sure that it was Lu Lan. Except for him, who would kneel down in front of the dead disciples of the Yunhai sect.
Besides, wasn't he one of the generals within the army?
No wonder Protector Bei felt proud each time he mentioned Lu Lan's name.
Such an outstanding student definitely deserved such recognition. This is my own business. Stand up everyone. Lu Lan's voice was loud and resonated in the gorge. His voice didn't sound imposing or bossy.
On the contrary, it sounded friendly and clear so that everyone could hear properly. General, please take good care of yourself. When Lu Lan had learnt that his army had been ordered to exterminate the Yunhai sect, he had disregarded everything and headed to the Yunhai sect. He had immediately put the harness on his horse and had ridden it for 3 days and 3 nights without sleep to arrive at the Yunhai sect as soon as possible. All the other cavalry wanted to follow him on their own free will.
I order you to stand up. Lu Lan's voice was still calm.
When they heard him, the cavalry stood up.
They would never disobey Lu Lan.
When I was 7 years old, I joined the Yunhai sect. I received a teacher and was respected, but then I left and abandoned them for the sake of the Shuiyu country. I will never forget the affection I received from other Yunhai sect members. I will never forget my dear teacher either. But now, the Yunhai sect has been destroyed and my army has played a big role in that massacre. I will never forgive myself for that. When Lu Lan finished talking, he started kowtowing in front of all the corpses and hitting his head against the ground of the fighting stage. Suddenly, a noise emerged. General, Duan Tianlang had been premeditating this event for a long time.
We have all been fooled. One of the cavalry troops said that to Lu Lan. I know that Duan Tianlang is a monster.
He even ordered Fei Fei to convince the best disciples of the Yunhai sect to go to the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. But it is useless to try and find excuses. I have played a big role in this affair as well. I have been unfair to the Yunhai sect and played a part in its destruction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 97, The Imperial City of Shuiyu. Lu Lan kept kowtowing and his head hit the ground of the fighting stage over and over again.
All of the troops watching this scene felt for their general. They felt powerless and hopeless in front of their general who was suffering so much. The cavalry troops all felt very close to their general.
If a soldier was attacked, even if he was low-ranked, Lu Xanlan wouldn't hesitate to protect them. Lu Xanlan didn't kneel down in front of anything or anyone.
He didn't even bow in front of the emperor, but at this moment, he kowtowed more than he ever had in his entire life. The Yunhai sect has given everything to me, but I escaped.
How shameless can I be? Lu Xanlan looked desperate, which filled all the soldiers with emotion. They shouted in unison, "General!"
A strong chi was released into the atmosphere and he raised his arm in preparation to cripple his own cultivation. The soldiers were staring at him and suddenly, there was no movement.
Lu Xanlan was as motionless as the corpses surrounding him and there was complete silence in the gorge. "Coward!" A cold and indifferent voice filled the entire gorge. When everybody heard the voice, they looked stupefied. Coward? Was Lu Xanlan a coward?
Since you abandoned the Yunhai sect, you also played a role in its destruction.
You must pay with your life.
These words made the soldiers extremely furious. Lin Feng was the person who had said those words to Lu Xanlan. Since he had insulted Lu Xanlan, he had to die.
PSSSHHHHH.
At that moment, an incredible force in Qi moved straight towards Lin Feng's body. The soldiers on the Qi Xia armored horses were releasing such a strong and powerful energy. Lin Feng felt completely oppressed and had the sensation his bones were going to explode. Only these cavalry troops were able to release such a strong Qi. Lin Feng was almost collapsing under the weight of that Qi, but he remained calm as before, looking at Lu Xanlan on the fighting stage of the life and death arena.
You are already a walking corpse. Duan Tianlang achieved his aim long ago. No need to try and escape again. He just used you and doesn't need you anymore.
All the soldiers were furious, but Lu Xanlan raised his head and looked up at the top of the gorge.
You are ready to die, and your daughter, Lu Fei, can now become a member of the Duan family. You don't need to worry about her.
Lin Feng's words were like a sharp sword that cut into Lu Xanlan.
Lu Xanlan was stunned. Was his daughter Lu Fei going to marry Duan Han?
When you die, maybe all those that have died for the Yunhai sect will be able to rest in peace because they will know that they have died for nothing.
There was no hope for you.
Each and every single word that Lin Feng said was like a sharp sword. Lu Xanlan closed his eyes and slowly put his hand down.
That's right. Lu Xanlan had abandoned everything and everyone. Could it be that Lu Fei was really going to become one of the Duans, though? What was to be done if she married Duan Han?
They had exterminated the Yunhai sect.
So who was left to protect Lu Fei?
When they saw that Lu Xanlan had put his hand down, the soldiers didn't feel angry at Lin Feng anymore. They were grateful because they understood that Lin Feng had been using these harsh words to stimulate Lu Xanlan to prevent him from crippling his own cultivation or even ending his own life.
Good that Lin Feng was here, otherwise Lu Xanlan would have probably killed himself here.
But Lin Feng's words had been really harsh. Each time, they had resonated in Lu Xanlan's heart and only increased his sorrow. Take care of your general. The Yunhai sect doesn't hate or blame him. Protector Bei was always worried about him.
The wife of the former patriarch also respected and admired him.
She also forgave him for everything that happened in the past.
Make sure that he remembers this.
Lin Feng had stopped looking at Lu Xanlan and had walked towards the cavalry seated on the Qi Xia armored horses, and while still holding Meng Qing's hand, he said these words to the soldiers. A while after Lin Feng left, Lu Xanlan opened his eyes and a sharp and determined light flashed through them, which made his army delighted.
Their general was back. Everybody help me bury my fellow sect members. Let's allow the dead to rest in peace. This is in order. Lu Xanlan's voice was calm but still firm.
From today onwards, you have to guard the territory of the Yunhai sect.
Without my permission, don't let anybody into its territory.
If they try to enter by force, kill them without mercy.
Lu Xanlan was strict with his commands.
When he finished talking, everybody shouted in unison, "At your command."
Lu Xanlan looked expressionless.
He climbed back up onto the top of the gorge and gazed into the distance as if he was looking for Lin Feng.
General.
At that moment, a soldier walked towards Lu Xanlan and stopped in front of him.
What is it? Asked Lu Xanlan.
General, that young man earlier told me to tell you that the Yunhai sect doesn't blame or hate you. Protector Bei was worried about you every day and that the wife of the former patriarch forgave you for everything. She also admired and respected you at the end.
Lu Xanlan was standing while speechless and motionless.
He raised his hand and looked at the sky. That powerful and battle-hardened man had tears flowing from his eyes.
Forgive this unworthy disciple. After a while, Lu Xanlan took a deep breath and stopped crying. He could see a silhouette on the horizon. Lin Feng.
Lu Sanlan had never seen Lin Feng, but Lu Fei had told him a lot about him. He wanted to know what kind of young man had inspired so many people in the Yunhai sect, and also why he had just saved him from ending his own life. At that moment, Lu Sanlan gradually started to understand that Lin Feng was probably not an ordinary person. If Lin Feng was an ordinary person, then could he have used such words when talking to Lu Sanlan? If Lin Feng was an ordinary 16-year-old teenager, could he have resisted the qi of the cavalry on the Qixia armored horses without collapsing? If Lin Feng was an ordinary teenager, he wouldn't have come back to the Yunhai sect, rather, he would have left and never come back. After all, Duan Tianlang and many others wanted to kill him. Lin Feng didn't leave the Yunhai sect even though Protector Bei had told him to go to Duanren City to look for Lu Sanlan. He was never planning to leave the corpses of his sect to be defiled, he would stay and protect them so that the dead could rest easy. However, now that he had seen Lu Sanlan arrive with his troops, he had decided to leave because Lu Sanlan's army would be more capable of protecting the Yunhai sect territory than him. They were all extremely powerful and there were such a large number of them. Lin Feng knew that the imperial clan was the strongest within the Shuiyu country. But in the continent of the Nine Clouds, there were people who were even stronger than the emperor. There were people in the continent that could destroy the entire Shuiyu country if they wished to. Lin Feng wanted to reach such heights. At that moment, Lin Feng and Meng Qing were standing on a huge rock. Lin Feng saw Lu Sanlan's silhouette descending the mountain at full speed. "Let's go." They jumped from the big rock and took a small road. They started moving farther away from the approaching Lu Sanlan. "Aren't there many questions that you would like to ask me?" Lin Feng asked Meng Qing in a low voice. "If you don't tell me, I will not ask," replied Meng Qing in an indifferent tone. It seemed like her heart had never been moved before. Lin Feng wanted to know if she ever smiled or laughed. "My mother says that when a man is sad, the best is to let him keep his thoughts to himself and not to ask anything." Lin Feng wasn't expecting her to continue speaking. She was staring at Lin Feng. It seemed like she wanted to verify her mother's statement and check its authenticity. "Everything that you know of the outside world is what your mother has told you?" "Indeed," said Meng Qing while nodding. "What else has your mother told you about men?" asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng had the feeling that he knew nothing about the world even though he had memories from two different worlds, and Meng Qing, she only memories of the Black Wind Mountain. "My mother also said that, well, none of these things are good," replied Meng Qing. Lin Feng was surprised. He looked at Meng Qing, his eyes filled with curiosity. It seemed like Meng Qing was about to tell him some private things. Could it be that her mother had decided to live in seclusion in the hinterland of the Black Wind Mountain because she had been emotionally hurt in the past? "She told me how horrible and disgusting men were, but you seem to be a really good man. What my mother told me doesn't apply to you." Her beautiful face looked so cute as if she didn't understand what she was talking about. She was definitely very curious to discover the world, which is why she secretly escaped with Lin Feng. Lin Feng could not help but let out a laugh. It really felt good to laugh after everything that happened. "Are there other things? What else did your mother tell you?" "She told me a lot of things," said Meng Qing while nodding. She then looked at Lin Feng and said, "But I'm not telling you these things." The Imperial City, the Shuiyu country, both were extremely vast. Billions of people were living in the Imperial City, but it never looked overcrowded. The Imperial City had huge roads. Several hundreds of people could walk side by side on some of its large roads. In the Imperial City, there were mostly pedestrians. Even those who had horses often didn't ride them in the city but led them by hand. In the Imperial City, there were multiple incredibly strong cultivators who had become rich. They could gather many items by killing extremely strong ferocious beasts and had slowly gathered a fortune. Many of them had extremely expensive horses. A few days later, it would be the inauguration of the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu. All the strongest disciples of the biggest sects of the country would be there. The Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu was greedy and was always longing for more geniuses. Many young cultivators, from the age of 6 to the age of 18, were hoping to be able to join the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu. In such conditions, they probably would be able to become a great cultivator in the future. The Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu was going to be the best cultivation academy in the history of the country. At that moment, some silhouettes were walking on the main road. They attracted everybody's attention. Amongst the group of people, there was a girl who was wearing red-robed. She looked very beautiful. An ice and fire chi was emerging endlessly from her body. These people all want to become members of the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu, but what they don't know is that it is extremely hard to join it. Only geniuses can gain entry. "How many people have what is required to join?" a teenager said in a low voice. It made the girl in the red robes smile coldly. That girl wearing red robes was Lin Qian. I heard that Nalan Feng has returned to the Imperial City too. I heard that the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu is really interested in her.
I don't know if it's true or not yet.
Lin Hong, who was standing next to Lin Qian, said this, which had stupefied Lin Qian. The last time they had seen they hadn't been able to battle properly to find out which of them was stronger.
Lin Qian remembered the annual tournament in Yangzhou City.
She couldn't help but recall that piece of trash that had been expelled from the Lin clan.
He had surprised everybody at the annual tournament.
He had even scared everyone with the power he held. He was truly a terrifying genius.
But in Yangzhou City, a myriad of people still didn't even know Lin Feng's name.
She remembered how Lin Feng had been able to leave Yangzhou City by simply taking Nalan Feng as a hostage in front of everybody.
Now that the Yunhai sect doesn't exist anymore, he is probably dead. Lin Qian didn't know if that was a good thing though.
She did not understand why she had mixed feeling after hearing of his death. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 98, Duan Feng.
Yunyan was a small town quite far from the Yunhai sect.
It only had about a few thousand inhabitants.
It was said that in that small town, there was a noble in decline whose family name was Duan. He apparently belonged to the imperial clan but had been expelled because of internal conflicts. After having been expelled, he moved to his small town. Of course, the people that lived in the small town did not believe the rumors.
How could a member of the Duan clan end up in such a small town?
That noble had a large courtyard in front of his house in the small town, in front of which there were 2 huge carriages.
It looked like they were getting ready to go on a long journey. "Sister, let's go."
A young boy, who was about 14, said to a gorgeous girl who was stood in front of him.
That gorgeous girl looked as if she was going to cry. She was gazing at the horizon.
She was staring in the direction of the Yunhai sect and her eyes had revealed a great sorrow. She would have never thought that when she left the Yunhai sect, it would get annihilated. Everybody had died, everybody.
All right.
When the girl heard the boy, she tried to smile and slightly nodded. She then said, "I'm getting into the carriage now, let's leave." "Sister, don't worry.
Wait until we arrive in the Imperial City. Our brother will introduce you to some handsome and talented boys."
The girl shook her head and nearly laughed at the idea.
"Everybody is waiting, we should make our way."
"Okay," said the young boy while nodding and walked over to the gate. "Jing Yun, you and the young master should take this carriage," said a young guard hastily while looking at Jing Yun. He was thinking that Jing Yun was growing more beautiful. He wished she could become his wife, but knew that he could only dream.
"Indeed, Jing Yun, you need to have a rest. Old Wang and I are outside," said another young man while smiling.
"Sister, they are right.
Let's sit,"
said the young master whose family name was Duan while pushing Jing Yun inside the carriage. Even though Jing Yun had been a servant in their family since she was a child, the young master was like a sibling to her. Jing Yun didn't refuse and went into the spacious carriage. At the same time, Lin Feng and Meng Cheng arrived in Yunyang. "I hope that we'll find a horse or a carriage which we can use,"
said Lin Feng.
He felt desperate since it would be unlikely for him to find a horse or carriage for sale in such a small town.
He couldn't help but force a wry smile.
His goal was to go to the Imperial City, which was a great distance from that small town.
Traveling there by foot wasn't a realistic option.
Lin Feng had completely neglected that aspect when leaving the Yunhai sect. He did not plan ahead and instead started to travel towards the capital on foot.
"Is that a carriage over there?"
Meng Qing was pointing to a place in the horizon and asked Lin Feng with her usual indifferent tone. Lin Feng raised his hand and looked to where she was pointing. He saw a few carriages coming towards them.
"What a coincidence."
Lin Feng smiled and started walking towards the carriages. When they saw the youth approaching the carriages were brought to a stop.
"Who are you? Let us pass,"
shouted a young man furiously at Lin Feng who was blocking the way.
"My friend, you are only using one carriage and you still have others. Could we borrow one of them?
I would happily give you a huge sum of money in exchange." Lin Feng was smiling at the young man and remained very polite. Inside the carriage, Jing Yan anxiously opened the curtains when she heard the familiar voice.
When she saw Lin Feng, she couldn't but feel overjoyed. "I'm sorry, we will need them later, we cannot let you use them," replied Old Wan while pulling on the reins. "Exactly. Get out of our way this instant. We don't need your money,"
shouted a young man wearing black robes which surprised Lin Feng a little. There was no need to get that angry over something like this. After all, Lin Feng had remained polite. It wasn't a problem if they couldn't give him a positive answer, but they had no need to be rude.
Lin Feng.
A voice came from inside the carriage. Jingyun rushed out of her carriage to speak with Lin Feng. She had a big warm smile on her face.
He hadn't died.
The Yunhai sect had been annihilated, but Lin Feng had surprisingly survived.
Jingyun.
Lin Feng was stupefied when he saw Jingyun.
She looked as resplendent and beautiful as she did before.
She looked as fresh as a spring breeze.
Jingyun, who is that?
At that moment, the young man in black robes moved down from his horse and stood in front of Lin Feng.
He then arrogantly looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you're really alive. What happened to the Yunhai sect?
Said Jingyun as if she couldn't believe her eyes. She quickly moved next to Lin Feng, which made the young boy in black robes grow terribly angry.
His expression became extremely cold. Lin Feng was looking at her in a very strange way and then said, Jingyun, you really don't know? I really don't know.
When the second round of the elite disciple exam took place, I had to leave because the young master wanted me to come back and go to the imperial city.
I had to accompany him as it is my duty.
I thought that I would go back to the sect a few days later, but Jingyun was unable to keep speaking. She had been worried to death at the event. It was like a nightmare for her.
I see.
Lin Feng was happy that Jingyun hadn't been there on that day, otherwise.
Jingyun, who is that?
At that moment, the coach driver, Old Wang, asked Jingyun again. Uncle Wang, this is my friend, Lin Feng. He is also a disciple of the Yunhai sect. Jingyun pulled Lin Feng and introduced him to Uncle Wang.
I see.
Replied Uncle Wang while slightly nodding his head.
PFFF, the Yunhai sect has been destroyed. How can he still be alive?
Said the arrogant young man in black when he noticed how enthusiastic Jingyun and Lin Feng were. Jingyun was surprised at his response.
Wan Qingshan, what's the problem?
Jingyun said with an ice-cold tone.
She was actually angry that he was acting this way. You should know what I mean.
Continued Wan Qingshan angrily while staring at Lin Feng. Jingyun was just an ordinary disciple of the Yunhai sect. Since Lin Feng was Jingyun's acquaintance, he was probably an ordinary disciple as well. He had probably reached the 8th or 9th Qi layer. Of course, Wan Qingshan wasn't going to pay attention to someone as weak as Lin Feng. Besides, the Yunhai sect had been destroyed, so Lin Feng was probably drifting and living without purpose like a beggar. Lin Feng shook his head and decided to ignore Wan Qingshan.
Jingyun, are you going to the imperial city?
Yes. Said Jingyun while nodding her head.
Very good. I am heading there as well. Can you lend me a carriage? We can travel together. Really? Let me ask the young master. There should be no problem with you joining us.
When Jingyun heard that Lin Feng was going to the imperial city as well, she felt delighted. Jingyun, it doesn't look too good. Uncle Wang said that to Jingyun on a cold and detached tone. Uncle Wang, Lin Feng is also a disciple of the Yunhai sect.
He is quite strong. He can also help the guards.
Exactly, I could help the guards.
Nodded Lin Feng. The Yunhai sect has been exterminated, and even if he's strong, we don't need more guards.
Said Wan Qingshan coldly. Jingyun, you know what our purpose is. It's not very convenient to have him with us, but letting him accompany us on a part of the journey is no problem. Said Uncle Wang after considering the situation. The other carriages were ready to use anyway. Besides, if there was a problem, Lin Feng could indeed be useful. He eventually accepted Lin Feng into to escort party.
Uncle Wang, it's all right, let him come with me.
At that moment, the young master came out of the carriage and said while smiling at Lin Feng, my name is Duan Feng.
Lin Feng.
Replied Lin Feng while slightly nodding his head and smiling. His name was similar to Lin Feng's, but it had a different meaning.
Young master.
Said Uncle Wang while looking at Duan Feng, who wanted to say something, but Duan Feng interrupted him and said, Uncle Wang, I am with Jingyun in the carriage, there will be no problem. Of course, our new fellow Lin Feng can sit with us so that we can all speak together.
Young master, how can you accept such a thing?
Asked Wan Qingshan, surprised to see that Duan Feng allowed Lin Feng to sit with them.
At that moment, he didn't seem very happy.
The other guard also pulled a long face.
Young master, your status, how can you sit with such people?
Said the other young man, who also didn't agree.
What's the relation between my status and... Ah, never mind. Stop talking now. If I say he can, then he can, is that clear?
Said Duan Feng strictly and then added, Lin Feng, big brother, please come into the carriage.
Wait, I still have a friend.
Lin Feng turned around and saw that Meng Qing was still standing behind.
He then called her loudly, Meng Qing.
When she heard him, Meng Qing slowly came to Lin Feng and then stayed behind him. When these guards saw the extraordinarily beautiful Meng Qing, they were stupefied. They found her absolutely gorgeous. They thought that her beauty was infinite. What a beautiful young girl. A moment before, nobody had paid attention to Meng Qing. The old man Wan was also astonished. Jing Yun was also a beautiful girl, but next to Meng Qing, she was obviously invisible. Meng Qing could make most men lose their soul to her beauty. She was infinitely beautiful. At that moment, Jing Yun noticed Meng Qing. When she saw Meng Qing standing behind Lin Feng, she couldn't help but pull a long face. That girl is very beautiful. Lin Feng, big brother, since she is your friend, she can obviously join us.
Duan Feng was a very warm and enthusiastic person.
Indeed, Lin Feng, let's sit down inside the carriage, said Jing Yun while smiling and nodding.
Let's go inside,
said Lin Feng to Meng Qing.
Then, they immediately went into the carriage.
Wan Qingshan was extremely jealous when he saw that beautiful girl.
That little boy. I have to show him. PFFF, a disciple of the Yunhai sect, is that a joke?
Wan Qingshan envied Lin Feng, who was sitting inside the carriage with two amazingly beautiful girls. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 99, The Celestial Academy.
The three Qianli Shui horses were galloping at full speed down the large road. Inside the carriage, Duan Feng and Jingyan were sitting next to each, while Lin Feng and Meng Qing were sitting next to each. Both pairs were sat face to face.
Lin Feng, how did Meng Qing and you get to know each other?
Jingyan was staring at Meng Qing, but Meng Qing remained expressionless since the beginning. It seemed like the muscles on her face hadn't moved at all. The fact that she was expressionless, though, actually made her even more beautiful. Her beauty was truly breathtaking. Jingyan didn't ask Lin Feng how he had survived the massacre of the Yunhai sect because she was scared to touch on Lin Feng's fresh wound. It was obvious that he was still greatly wounded in his heart. It was strange, though, Lin Feng had survived and all the others had died. Of course, Jingyan wasn't going to blame Lin Feng for that. On the contrary, she was very happy that Lin Feng had survived. The fact that he was alive was the most important thing to her right now.
We met in the mountains.
Lin Feng vaguely replied to Jingyan because Meng Qing might not have appreciated if Lin Feng shared her past with others.
Oh, well, why are you heading to the Imperial City then? Asked Jing Yun.
The Imperial City was full of extremely strong cultivators. It was the place which held the best cultivators of the Shuiyu country.
There were also a great deal of them looking for Lin Feng. Because there are a great many people in the Imperial City,
replied Lin Feng, but Jing Yun didn't hear him.
And you, Jing Yun? Why are you going to the Imperial City? Asked Lin Feng while looking at Jing Yun and Duan Feng.
From what Jing Yun had told Lin Feng before, it seemed that Duan Feng had asked for her to accompany him to the Imperial City and that he was going there because he had people to meet. Duan Feng had to leave immediately and travel all the way from his small town without stop, which meant the people he had to meet were most likely not ordinary people. Jing Yun glanced at Duan Feng, who was sitting next to her. Duan Feng was laughing and said, Lin Feng, big brother, Jing Yun is accompanying me to the Imperial City because my big brother wants me to go there to practice cultivation at a cultivation academy.
Academy? Said Lin Feng, looking perplexed, and then asked, the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu? No. Said Duan Feng while shaking his head, the Celestial Academy. The Celestial Academy?
Lin Feng was surprised.
He had never heard of the Celestial Academy. Indeed, the Celestial Academy. Duan Feng said while nodding and then added, the Celestial Academy is not very famous. Not many people know about it. Actually, it doesn't accept external applicants. Someone who is already there has to recommend you, which is why my big brother recommended me. Recommend? Not external applicants?
Lin Feng was surprised. Were academies like sects but with a slight difference? In a sect, like the Yunhai sect, there was a countless number of disciples. They were then separated into different classes: ordinary, elite and core disciples. Then, there were the ordinary and the elite elders. The hierarchy was extremely strict and disciples had to rely almost exclusively on their own abilities to climb up in the hierarchy and to receive consideration from the sect.
Academies were something new in the Shuiyu country.
They only accepted young people who were extremely talented. They had cultivation teachers and received the best weapons and other resources.
Teachers helped the juniors to become strong cultivators.
Before, in the Shuiyu country, there were no academies. It was a concept which had come from another land. Therefore, there were very few academies in the country and they were not famous at all. They couldn't be compared with the foundation of the large sections. The establishment of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu enabled some of the most outstanding and talented young cultivators to receive instruction. The holy courtyard of Shuiyu was being established to counterbalance the importance of sects and less popular academies within the country. Lin Feng, brother, you are a Yunhai sect disciple.
You're probably just as strong as Jingyun.
When the right moment comes, I'll talk to my big brother and see if there's a way for you to join the Celestial Academy.
Duan Feng was smiling sincerely.
Even though he was still very young, he was already very mature. Besides, he had a strong personality considering the way he had talked to these arrogant guards.
Oh yes.
Lin Feng, you should come to the Celestial Academy.
Jingyun's expression started to brighten.
The Yunhai sect had been annihilated, so if Lin Feng joined the Celestial Academy then it wouldn't be treason against the sect. Besides, Jingyun didn't even ask herself if Lin Feng was strong enough. During the first round of the Elite Disciple exam, Jingyun had seen with her own eyes how strong Lin Feng was. He had killed an elite disciple with a single strike from his sword and had then become an elite disciple.
Lin Feng was laughing but didn't reply.
Even though the Yunhai sect had been annihilated, Lin Feng was the new patriarch of the Yunhai sect. The carriage was already far away from the small town. The evening sun was shining down on the earth. Inside of the carriage, Lin Feng, Duan Feng and Jingyun were unceasingly chatting while Meng Qing was quiet and had closed her eyes. She looked like she had fallen asleep. She looked extremely peaceful and serene as she rocked back and forth with the carriage. Lin Feng took off his top and wrapped it around Meng Qing's shoulder. The temperature was quite low and Meng Qing had put on such lightweight robes. At that moment, Jingyun made a weird face. A short while after, Meng Qing opened her eyes, looked around her and noticed Lin Feng's top wrapped around her shoulder. She looked very surprised. She had never experienced such a thing before, so she found it quite strange. Vroom vroom vroom, the carriage suddenly started shaking. At that moment, Uncle Wang pulled on the reins and stopped the carriage. The ground was still shaking. It was getting more and more intense.
Uncle Wang, what's wrong? Asked Duan Feng from inside. Young master, there are thieves. Don't come out. I will negotiate with them, said Uncle Wang strictly.
Uncle Wang then went towards the thieves to negotiate with them.
Ah!
A short moment after, a horrible shriek was heard which scared those inside the carriage.
Send me someone who knows how to talk, shouted an extremely aggressive voice. I'm going to see, said Duan Feng hastily.
He then immediately went out of the carriage, followed closely by Lin Feng and Jingyun. Meng Qing didn't follow them and stayed inside the carriage. Not far from the carriage there were a few dozens of thieves who didn't look very friendly.
I'm going to see,
said one of the guards as he walked towards the thieves.
Everybody, said the young guard.
These thieves were riding horses. One of them, who was holding a dagger in his hand, jumped off his horse and threw himself at the young guard. The young man was extremely surprised. He suddenly grabbed his spear and thrust it towards the dagger. But at that moment, the thief had already reached the young guard and slit his throat with the dagger. Blood was gushing from the young guard's throat as he fell lifelessly onto the ground. Jingyun was stupefied. Because of all the blood which was so close to her, she was overcome with nausea. Her face turned deathly pale.
I said, send me someone who knows how to speak. That girl doesn't seem too bad.
The thief was pointing at Jingyun with his dagger. At that moment, all the other thieves laughed evilly.
Indeed. Yes. We want to talk to that pretty girl,
said the thieves in unison while thinking of other obscene things. When Jingyun heard what these thieves were saying, her face looked even more livid. Jingyun, get into the carriage, said Lin Feng to Jingyun while pushing her towards the carriage.
Little boy, you surprisingly dare hide the girl, you want to die, .
Every single thief was looking at Lin Feng furiously.
Indeed, we have to kill that guy and take the girl to make us happy. What the hell are you doing?
Wan Qingshan was furiously shouting at Lin Feng.
He was furious.
Lin Feng was stupefied and coldly looking at Wan Qingshan.
What was he doing?
It sounded like Wan Qingshan wanted him to hand over Jingyun to the thieves.
You little piece of trash. You're causing trouble. Now, this is your problem, and if you want to escape, don't count on us to rescue you. We won't help you. Wang Qingshan was expressionless. He was curious to see what kind of disciples the Yunhai sect had. I don't need your kind of help, replied Lin Feng coldly before running towards the thieves. I'll talk to you guys for a while.
Lin Feng was standing close to the leader of the bandits as he spoke with a cold tone.
You want to die, dot.
A thief with a long dagger jumped towards Lin Feng while stabbing with his dagger, which emitted a whistling sound as it pierced through the air. Suddenly there was a dazzling light which filled the air. Lin Feng had unsheathed his soft sword. No one had seen his movement and he slowly began to sheath his sword. Suddenly blood splashed everywhere from the thief's throat. The thief was dead. Lin Feng's speed had greatly increased and his speed alone proved that Lin Feng was an extremely powerful cultivator. Therefore, he could carry out attacks very quickly. His sword skills were extremely high and he would often kill people with a single strike from his sword.
How was this possible? How had that thief been killed with a single movement? He was no good, give me someone else to talk to, alright?
Said Lin Feng indifferently towards the thieves. Lin Feng had noticed how young some of them were. It seemed like only one sword strike had been enough to scare the majority of them. Wan Qingshan was stupefied. He wasn't happy because Lin Feng had killed a thief, on the contrary, he was unpleasantly surprised to see that Lin Feng was so strong.
They were unable to guess what Lin Feng's cultivation level was as he had only used a single quick strike. They only knew that he could use his sword extremely quickly to deal lethal strikes.
My friend, this thing has nothing to do with you. You don't need to get involved, said the leader of the thieves in a low voice to Lin Feng, which showed how terrified he was. Lin Feng was stupefied.
Lin Feng was suspicious though and said, "Didn't you want to kill me a moment ago? I'm waiting for you."
"Humph, since you are being like this then don't blame us for being impolite." The leader of the thieves looked at all the other thieves and said, "Kill him." 3 thieves headed towards Lin Feng at full speed. Lin Feng was surrounded by the attacks from 3 different people.
Die, dot.
A thief had thrust his long dagger which was diffusing an extremely strong qi towards Lin Feng's body. It was the same sensation as in the stormy gorge when he faced the soldier's qi. However, the difference between their strengths was like heaven and earth.
Die. Another voice filled the air. A long dagger was spinning in the air which looked incredibly dangerous.
All the thieves on their horses were simultaneously moving towards Lin Feng to kill him. Lin Feng suddenly jumped up in the air. While it looked like he was seemingly floating in the air, he adopted a strange position. At that moment, he was at the same height as the thieves sitting on their horses.
Deadly sword.
Lin Feng's sword was glowing and releasing a dazzling light into the atmosphere. It released an incredible amount of deadly qi which created a vortex in the air. In the blink of an eye, the thieves were surrounded by an incredible amount of qi. Lin Feng's deadly sword qi suddenly had the shape of a magnificent arc as it slashed through the air. The horses were going insane and neighing. All the thieves were falling down lifelessly from the back of their horses one after the other. With a single sword strike, all of them had been killed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 100, Traitor or Not? A strong smell of blood invaded the atmosphere.
Everybody was calmly staring at the horses that were running around with nobody on their back. The leader of the thieves was looking at all these horses without anyone riding them with complete shock. He then looked at all the corpses that were spread across the floor and could not believe it. Only one sword strike and they had all died. That powerful attack was a masterpiece that killed everyone who stood in Lin Feng's path.
Ling Qi Layer.
Wan Qingshan and the other young guard were stupefied. Lin Feng was way too strong. Provoking him was a mistake. No wonder that Jing Yun was particularly friendly to him. He was an extraordinary young man with amazing strength. Wan Qingshan's back was covered with a cold sweat. He was provoking Lin Feng earlier. If Lin Feng had attacked him the same way as he attacked these few thieves, he would probably be. Uncle Wang, still sitting at the front of the carriage, was stunned. He was blankly staring at Lin Feng's back.
"Friend, aren't your methods a bit cruel?"
said the leader of the thieves, looking furious.
"When you kill people and rob them on the roadside, do you care about the fact that you might be cruel?" Lin Feng's tone was ice cold.
Thieves were the kind of people who never felt bad when they killed other people but became furious if one of them was killed.
They thought that killing was like a game, but they didn't like losing.
Lin Feng started walking forwards. A strong energy enveloped the leader of the thieves which made him shiver from head to toe.
"Friend, take one more step and you'll die,"
said the chief of the thieves, threatening Lin Feng.
"One more step?
But there are still more steps between us," said Lin Feng while running towards him, releasing an incredible amount of sword qi. The leader of the thieves did not expect him to not even hesitate and started to grind his teeth in anger. He took out his long dagger and suddenly the strong and violent qi invaded the atmosphere. He is also at the Ling Qi layer,
thought Wan Qingshan, who was stupefied.
A thief had surprisingly reached the Ling Qi layer.
But none of them would be able to defeat Lin Feng anyway. Lin Feng groaned.
It seemed like Thief's long dagger was shaking in fear because of the energy of Lin Feng's sword. Lin Feng's sword was moving towards the thief at full speed. Even though it wasn't diffusing any light, his sword contained an incredible amount of energy. There was no light because Lin Feng was condensing the energy of his deadly sword skill back into his sword.
PSSSHHHH. A whistling sound spread in the atmosphere.
Lin Feng's sword was moving towards the thief's throat at full speed. His long dagger hadn't blocked the attack at all. Lin Feng was getting more and more familiar with his sword each day. He was becoming more and more agile as well as quicker and quicker. The thief heavily fell on the ground with a look of shock covering his face.
Even a cultivator of the Ling Qi layer can't stop Lin Feng. How incredibly strong.
Everybody was astonished by Lin Feng's strength. He was way too strong. Lin Feng had killed that thief, who had broken through to the Ling Qi layer with a single stroke of his sword. It had looked like it had taken no effort from him. Lin Feng didn't even look at the corpses, he just turned around and walked back towards his group. Lin Feng, big brother, you are very strong.
Duan Feng was smiling at Lin Feng with admiration.
It is perfectly understandable why Lin Feng was in one of the largest sections. We wouldn't ever be able to achieve such a thing.
He is so strong.
Wan Qingshan was walking towards Lin Feng while flattering him. If someone was only slightly stronger than him, he would envy them and bully them with his status, but if somebody was much stronger than him, he was either scared or filled with admiration.
Someone who survived the extermination of a great sect has to be strong, replied Lin Feng with a detached tone. He looked a little disdainful as well.
Lin Feng had never considered himself as merciful.
When Wan Qingshan still thought that he was weak, he didn't hesitate and humiliate Lin Feng.
It is not out of mercy that Lin Feng hadn't attacked him but because Jing Yun, Duan Feng, and the others were there. After all, he was the guest. Now that he had shown that he was strong, Wan Qingshan wanted to make friends with him but Lin Feng didn't feel like it. When Wan Qingshan heard Lin Feng's cold tone of speech, he became angry again but kept it to himself this time. Provoking Lin Feng again would be a reckless act. Lin Feng was able to easily kill cultivators of the Ling Qi layer.
Provoking him would be too dangerous. If he made Lin Feng angry, Wan Qingshan might not take another breath.
Wan Qingshan moved away in a bad mood.
Lin Feng, let's go, said Duan Feng, ready to get back into the carriage. Young master.
At that moment, Uncle Wan was in front of the carriage and called Duan Feng, which surprised him.
Duan Feng asked, Uncle Wan, what's wrong?
Young master, it is not appropriate to travel with Lin Feng. Give him a carriage for him and his friend, said Uncle Wan, which surprised everybody.
He suddenly wanted to get rid of Lin Feng?
But having a cultivator of the Ling Qi layer with them was perfect protection from most bandits and thieves. It would make their journey much safer. After all, the greatest threat they would meet on the road would be Ling Qi layer thieves and bandits. Lin Feng's eyes were wide open in shock. He didn't understand what the old man meant.
Uncle Wan, what's wrong?
Lin Feng and I making friends. It is a stroke of luck as well as a pleasure to be able to travel with Lin Feng, replied Duan Feng, who didn't understand.
Young master, don't be naive. There are dangerous things. There are things which you cannot understand because you are too young. Uncle Wang was shaking his head and sighing. Lin Feng, let's do it this way. You can have one of these carriages, you can even have both of them if you feel like it. This is a present to thank you for saving us. What do you think? Said Uncle Wang while looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned and asked Uncle Wang, what are you implying? Dangerous things? What was he talking about?
Young Lin Feng asks many questions but understands what I mean deep in his heart, said Uncle Wang while shaking his head.
I understand nothing of what you're saying. Give me a hint. Young man, since you are insisting, I will tell you. Don't blame me.
Uncle Wang paused and then continued while staring at Lin Feng. Young man, these thieves were not weak. If they had attacked us, they would have easily defeated us, but they were looking for someone to talk. Maybe it would have worked, but you immediately killed them.
You would want to talk to these thieves.
Lin Feng was puzzled. This is only my opinion, but it is wrong that Lin Feng killed all of these thieves without trying even a single time to negotiate with them, added Uncle Wang aggressively.
Not even trying to negotiate?
That time, Lin Feng understood what Uncle Wang meant. He could help but smile coldly and say to Uncle Wang, "What you are trying to say is that I am just like these thieves, that I kill for pleasure?
And maybe that I'm a thief too?"
A moment ago, the leader of these thieves was calmly talking to Lin Feng, but we didn't hear what he was saying. Uncle Wang didn't immediately reply to Lin Feng and carefully replied. Lin Feng was stunned. He dared to say that the leader of the thieves had talked calmly.
"Well, are there other things you would like to blame me for?"
said Lin Feng while smiling coldly.
"Exactly. Lin Feng is right. Uncle Wang, you're way too heartless."
Treating Lin Feng as if he hadn't tricked himself to help us. Thanks be to him, we are still alive and still have all of our things.
"How can you criticize Lin Feng like that?" Duan Feng said while coming down of the carriage.
"Young master, you are only a child.
You cannot distinguish good and bad,"
said Uncle Wang while shaking his head and sighing. "Young master, if I am talking to you like this, it is because I want you to understand who you are and how people will attempt to use your status.
You are going to the imperial city, which in some ways is your heritage. You are not just anybody." "Of course, I know," replied Duan Feng while nodding. "Since it is like that, young master, I want to ask you, does your family have anything to do with Duan Tianlang?" Duan Feng was surprised. Why would Uncle Wang suddenly talk about Duan Tianlang? What did he have to do with that whole story?
"I know that he is also part of my Duan clan.
I also know that our relations are not harmonious," replied Duan Feng.
"Young master, since you know that, think again.
Isn't it Duan Tianlang who annihilated the Yunhai sect? Then shortly after, Lin Feng arrives in our small town of Yunyang when he suddenly comes across us. Wasn't it too much to be a coincidence?"
Lin Feng was speechless when he heard Uncle Wang's words. Uncle Wang thought that Duan Tianlang had made Lin Feng betray his sect and then sent him to the small town to find Duan Feng.
"Uncle Wang, you think too much. Lin Feng could have already easily killed us."
"Alright, but young master, remember that your big brother asked you to come to the imperial city and then, suddenly Lin Feng appears from nowhere and then kills an army of thieves to save us. Doesn't he want us to return the favor in some way?"
"That's enough,"
said Lin Feng coldly to Uncle Wang, who kept talking over and over again. Uncle Wang's goal was obvious. He wanted Lin Feng to leave. He could talk as much nonsense as he wished, all of his words served one single purpose. Lin Feng looked inside the carriage and said to Meng Qing, "Meng Qing, we are leaving."
"All right,"
replied Meng Qing while nodding and coming out of the carriage. "Lin Feng, let me convince Uncle Wang," said Jing Yun hastily. "Lin Feng, you and Meng Qing get back into the carriage."
"I trust you," begged Duan Feng. "No need. I would be humiliating myself," said Lin Feng while glancing at Uncle Wang. He then looked at Duan Feng and Jing Yun and said, "Let's meet in the imperial city."
When Lin Feng finished talking, he pulled Meng Qing's sleeve and started leaving. "Lin Feng, maybe that it is only a coincidence and I have misunderstood you. What I said a moment ago is still valid, you can choose any of these carriages, as you please,"
said Uncle Wang. "No need. Thank you." Lin Feng refused the old man's proposition.
Lin Feng wasn't shameless. He wasn't going to use the carriages of people who had just humiliated him and suggested that he might be a traitor to his sect. He had just killed all these thieves, weren't there enough horses to use?
"Can you ride a horse?" asked Lin Feng to Meng Qing. "No, I can't,"
said Meng Qing while shaking her head.
"But do you want to teach me how to ride?" asked Meng Qing to Lin Feng. "Me, teach you how to ride a horse?" said Lin Feng surprised. "You want me to teach you how to ride a horse?"
Meng Qing was staring blankly at Lin Feng, which made Lin Feng smile.
Anything Meng Qing would ask, Lin Feng would agree.
At that moment, he said, "All right." When Lin Feng finished talking, another surprising thing happened. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.